However, unlike the shape of an airplane, there are 6 embedded propellers on the chassis of the vehicle body, which are somewhat like the propellers of a drone, allowing the flying car to easily hover, reverse, turn, and other operations. This shows that flying cars are not a collection of jet aircraft, but a combination of drones. Moreover, the propeller is embedded in the chassis of the vehicle body and has a safety shield to prevent the propeller from injuring people. Moreover, this car has very good safety. After all, the most important thing for flying cars is safety. What if it falls? The answer given by this flying car is an air cushion reverse thrust device. If power is lost in the air due to various accidents, the safety device will be activated. A small amount of energy is stored in the safety device. This part of the system is independent and does not normally participate in the movement of the car. It will only be activated at critical moments. When a disabled vehicle lands, it is not only helped by a parachute, but also by an air cushion underneath. In addition, the reverse thrust of the safety device will minimize the impact force and allow the disabled vehicle to land smoothly. If the car is tumbling in the air, there is no need to worry. The safety device has a stabilization device that will first make the car stable and face up, so that the car can land safely. The entire vehicle is mainly battery-powered, with a small amount of chemical accelerants, which can replenish the propulsion kinetic energy required for takeoff in a short time. However, when charging, you need to replenish chemical reagents and charge or replace the battery. Neither of these things is cheap, so the cost of driving a flying car is more expensive. However, this is the same principle as luxury cars. Not everyone can afford it, but for customers who need it, it is really not possible without a luxury car. Flying cars are a niche model of luxury cars. They will become popular in small quantities in the next 10 years. It will take decades for them to form a situation that is half the size of ordinary cars. Both types of cars have their own advantages and disadvantages. This is Joe Yang's view. Overall, Joe Yang is very satisfied with this flying car and can give the drawings to Manhwa Automobile Company for research. However, this car is too advanced. Now it is difficult to produce it with low value even if there are drawings, so Joe Yang deliberately deleted some irrelevant parts, allowing the car company to complete them in more than a year, which can also exercise the car company's R&D capabilities. In addition, the key point of this car is the battery. To maintain the ultra-high energy consumption of Fission cars, lightweight batteries with high energy storage are necessary. Current sodium-ion batteries cannot meet the requirements and need to be improved. For a battery, it was not included in the car drawings, so Joe Yang handed over the task of developing a special battery for flying cars to Beatty's battery department, allowing them to develop a special high-energy battery in 1 to 1.5 years. Joe Yang remembers a young researcher who developed an improved model of sodium-ion battery, proving that the battery department has very strong R&D capabilities and can innovate without Joe Yang providing drawings. This is a good phenomenon. Therefore, Joe Yang believed that his subordinates could develop the battery products he wanted. Joe Yang attaches great importance to research and development, and the research and development expenses he provides are also very sufficient. Basically, he will unconditionally agree to the funding applications submitted by the research and development department. Whoever is treated unfairly will not be harmed in research and development. This is the foundation of Beatty's ability to take the initiative step by step. Otherwise, if Joe Yang alone can't handle the drawings, the company will eventually become a processing plant that only asks for drawings. That would be pathetic. After the drawings were given, both Manhwa Automobile and Beatty's battery departments launched scientific research, and the work proceeded in a tense and orderly manner. At this time, his superiors also called Joe Yang, and his proposed automobile development plan became more and more promising. Joe Yang received news from his superiors that the automobile development plan he proposed had been approved by his superiors, and a lot of content had been revised and corrected. Next, all domestic car companies will have 1 month to prepare and make every effort to stock up, while their superiors will take advantage of the Belt and Road Initiative to promote their domestic cars abroad and offer certain purchase discounts. After removing some tariffs, domestically produced cars will reach a historically low price abroad, and sales will certainly be high. When Joe Yang learned the news, he was immediately summoned to the capital for a meeting, and other car company owners also gathered together. When the other bosses learned the news, they were all very excited. They immediately informed their companies that they should speed up production and stocking up, catch up with this policy, and reap a wave of dividends. Because all company owners understand that no matter how good the advertising is, no matter how hard they work to promote it, it is not as good as helping the national level to promote it. If they can open up sales channels in a foreign country in this way, sales will definitely rise rapidly. Manhwa Auto enjoyed similar treatment when it was being sold around the world, and many foreign brands that sold well cried their fathers and daughters. However, that time the sales were rushed. Manhwa Automobile sacrificed its own profits to sell the goods, which was a 1,000 injury and 800 in loss, and it did not make any money. This time is different. It is my country's car companies that have taken the initiative and used policies to boost sales. The benefits are self-evident. When the market share of domestic cars increases in foreign markets, it will drive more sales, allowing foreigners to gradually recognize Chinese cars, thus creating a positive cycle. After the meeting, everyone surrounded Zhou Yang and asked him to go out to dinner, and Zhou Yang gladly accepted the appointment. At the dinner party, fellow bosses knocked on his side and asked him, is this an initiative he proposed? After all, those who can be big bosses are smart people. Seeing Zhou Yang sitting firmly on Diaotai, and mentioning Mensin Automobile Company in the report, it is probably Zhou Yang's suggestion that led to this action. Well, I proposed it. Everyone should seize this opportunity. If there is anything that needs to be cooperated with, please let me know in advance. Zhou Yang then emphasized that this is an opportunity for all domestic car companies. Everyone should support each other and go abroad to seize the market. Don't waste money internally. Everyone should help each other and make money abroad together, rather than competing domestically. Don't worry, we all have numbers. These car company bosses are still very insightful. Although some of them must have selfish intentions, Zhou Yang has spoken out, so no one dares to get into trouble. At least everyone on the scene agreed to cooperate. Then the person who wanted to cooperate contacted me at the banquet. I wanted your engine, and he wanted to borrow a few painters. Anyway, each company is taking what it needs, and it wants to make up for its own shortcomings as much as possible and generate income abroad. However, at the banquet, the bosses of various car companies took turns to toast around Zhou Yang, each one showing some flattery. Zhou Yang smiled, allowing them to speak directly. These bosses won't go in circles anymore, they want workshop management solutions for new cars. Now the industry knows that Mensin Automobile's workshop management is a masterpiece. It is said that applying this method to manage employees and production processes can increase output by 10 compared with before. For example, it could have produced 100 cars, but after applying Mensin Company's management plan, it could produce 110 cars, and the profits were skyrocketing. Mensin Company can make money with such low profits thanks to this management plan, which has an additional 10 profit compared to ordinary car companies. Zhou Yang smiled and said, haha, no problem, you should all send people to Mensin Company to study afterwards. After training for a week, from the front to the back, you will probably learn it. Thinking back, this method was a task reward given to Zhou Yang by the system. Managing car companies with scientific methods can make workshop operations smoother, and the ultimate result is increased output. Now Mensin Auto is implementing this set of management standards, and major automakers are eyeing it. Zhou Yang is not a stingy person. He agreed to teach everyone this secret. As long as car companies across the country can follow suit to increase profits, the higher his expected task completion rate will be. Seeing Zhou Yang so generous, other bosses came over to toast him, and there were gifts to be given on the spot. If Zhou Yang wasn't not very beautiful, some people would want to give his personal secretary to Zhou Yang to warm his bed. Zhou Yang drank the wine and stopped accepting the gifts. We are all compatriots, so it is right to take care of them. He did not regard this management method as a treasure. Mensin Automobile's pursuit has never been in terms of profit. It is not a purely competitive relationship with these car companies, so it is not considered a rival if it cultivates peers. At this time, there are car company owners in China who do not admire Zhou Yang's vision. They ask themselves if they had this advanced management method, they would not have passed it on to their peers. But it is precisely because of Zhou Yang's open-minded spirit that he has become a top entrepreneur in the country, at least more powerful than the bosses here, and they sincerely admire him. From now on, Zhou Yang will be the leader of our domestic automobile industry, what do you say? The boss of one of the well-known car companies stood up and proposed. Yes, that's the leader. We will have to rely on the leader of Zhou in the future. The other bosses echoed. Of course, they all immediately said that while Zhou Yang would take care of them, they would also unite as a group and follow Zhou Yang's command when one side had difficulties and all sides had to support it. Then everyone stood up and clinked glasses, which was considered to be a covenant. This alliance has no contractual constraints, but everyone feels that this alliance is reliable. This is the first time that the domestic automobile industry has been so united. Covenants are actually not important, because there are many alliances that have signed contracts. On the day the alliance collapses, no one will care about this so-called alliance treaty. It is like those alliances formed abroad in the past to fight against Zhou Yang, which collapsed in the following days and disbanded when they encountered difficulties. The reason why all the bosses here think this alliance is reliable is because there is a core, which is Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's reputation in the business world is unparalleled. He even borrowed hundreds of millions of yuan without a IOU. All the bosses here are willing to borrow money. The name Zhou Yang is priceless in the business world, and everyone is willing to believe in him. Because Zhou Yang never breaks his promises and is not greedy for money, he is fundamentally different from other business owners. So with Zhou Yang here, this verbal domestic automobile alliance will always exist. As long as everyone makes money around Zhou Yang, the alliance will not be able to break up. Afterwards, everyone drank happily, and many bosses were drunk and carried out of the box. It was a very enjoyable day of drinking. And since this dinner, domestic cars have entered a new chapter, known in history as the Great Union Era. Then, Zhou Yang took a plane, and several bosses endured the discomfort of hangovers and went to the airport to see him off. Everyone said goodbye reluctantly at the airport and agreed to meet again in a while. Zhou Yang. After Zhou Yang returned from the capital, he and Lu Xiao began supervising Mensin Automobile, and they wanted to comprehensively increase production. Afterwards, people sent by various car companies to learn advanced management experience came, and Zhou Yang warmly entertained them and fulfilled his promise. In the class time, Zhou Yang's reputation in the automotive industry was unparalleled and reached its peak. Subsequently, the entire domestic automobile company began to prepare in full swing to prepare for the upcoming automobile battle. Then news came out that the Belt and Road strategy would promote domestic cars and allow cars to go abroad. As a result, the stocks of domestic car companies rose, and every listed car company reaped the dividends. This is all thanks to Zhou Yang, and his kindness has also been rewarded. All the well-known car companies in the country have joined forces to give Zhou Yang a big gift. The gift given to Zhou Yang by a domestic car company was to help him sell goods. Basically, all car companies' Ford stores will help sell several products of Mensin Auto, including Mensin 01 and 02, as well as Longtang Super Run. As the leader of the automotive industry, Zhou Yang regarded this as a gift from them to the leader. After all, the leaders taught them their advanced production management solutions for free, and they also gave away their talents to help Zhou Yang sell cars. Admittedly, putting Mensin Company's cars in a friendly company's Ford store will affect the sales of their own cars, but the owners of these car companies also figured it out. The advanced management methods obtained from Zhou Yang can be used by them for the rest of their lives, and the profits they bring are immeasurable. They also accepted Zhou Yang's idea of not competing in China but making money abroad. Everyone in China helped Zhou Yang sell cars, so losing a small profit was nothing. They made money back quickly after going abroad. This cooperation is beneficial to both parties. It is equivalent to increasing sales channels for Mensin Automobile, and domestic sales will reach a new level. It also solves the problem of Mensin Automobile lacking 4 stores, which saves Mensin Automobile a lot of expenses and energy in opening stores. With the help of peers, Mensin Automobile Company made up for its shortcomings and became more competitive. As domestic car companies are busy with production, a news story suddenly ignited domestic public opinion. This news is also related to Zhou Yang. That is, the official website and website of Beatty Town have opened the application channel for accommodation. Now people all over the country can apply, including foreign friends who have my country's green cards. A while ago, Beatty Town became the #1 trending search, and everyone was paying attention to this matter. As soon as the application was opened this time, many interested people began to submit applications. Some netizens also joined in the fun and clicked on the application directly. This is the initial trial, which only limits the age to 18 years and above and requires proof of criminal record. There are no other requirements. Even a junior high school diploma or a disability will not affect you. Only those who have been screened will receive a call from the staff of Beatty Town and communicate with the other party about signing a housing contract. If you have money, you can buy a house in full or with a mortgage, but your credit report will be reviewed here. If you have limited funds, you can also apply for low-rent housing. When clicking here, there is a friendly reminder: do not apply casually, and leave resources to those who really need them. However, the enthusiasm of the people for application this time exceeded the expectations of the staff. On the first day, 13 million people came to apply for the qualification. The vast majority of people here applied for it with the idea of joining in the fun or trying it out. Otherwise, if they all came to live in a small town, it would not be a small town and could directly form a municipality. The staff didn't expect so many people to sign up. They were too overwhelmed to handle this, so the screening criteria had to be added. First, we need to screen out the group of people with good conditions. This will result in more than 100,000 people, which is still too many. Moreover, these people are generally highly educated and high-income talents, while freelancers and some low-educated skilled workers are excluded. This is inconsistent with the original intention of Beatty Town to accommodate Baishuan, so the mayor Yang Zhezheng felt that this was not feasible and had to amend the application rules and add advance payment in the first step. All applicants need to first pay an advance payment of 10,000 yuan for the house. If the final application is not approved, the full amount will be refunded. If it is approved, then this 10,000 yuan will be deducted from the purchase price of 15,000 yuan. After everyone was asked to reapply, the number of applicants dropped by more than 10 million, and in the end only 110,000 people paid an advance payment of 10,000 yuan. This greatly reduces the work pressure on the staff. When it is really the turn to pay, those who join in the fun or are undecided are excluded. Afterwards, the staff screened among these 110,000 people. In order not to let this recruitment focus only on talents with high education, Yang Zhezheng also stipulated that highly educated and skilled workers, and even men and women, are required to have a certain admission ratio. This ensures that everyone has the opportunity to move into the Beatty community. The staff then called those who had passed the initial application. After the call was confirmed, they could come to the town to choose a house once the highway in Beatty was built. After this second screening, more than 50,000 people were willing to stay, completely exceeding expectations. Zhou Yang previously estimated that the population would only reach 50,000 in 1 to 2 years, but this figure was reached just 1 week after the application began. Then this first phase of screening will be temporarily closed. After this group of people have made their decisions, if many people abstain, the application channel will be opened again later. It had only been open for a few days when the application channel was closed. Many netizens were in a hurry. Some of them had blocked the information. After they learned the information, the application was already closed. They ran to the official website and asked if he still had a chance to apply. Official response: of course there is an opportunity. You can continue to click on the candidate option. If someone abstains, then candidates will be randomly selected for re-recording. Ah, I was wrong. I really want to stay here. Let's discuss it and give me a place. These netizens were so remorseful that they didn't have the first time to apply. Official customer service is here to comfort you. Don't worry, netizens will open the official application channel from time to time. Please click the candidate button to register. I believe it will be your turn. Everyone didn't expect that such a small town, which was said to have an initial quota of 50,000, would be fully booked so quickly. It was incredible. Are so many people willing to relocate to a new place and find new jobs? Many people have this question, but in fact, so many people applied. One was Zhou Yang's own fame, and the other was that he used a call-up card to get 20,000 people to apply. In addition, other enthusiastic netizens made it easy to overwork. However, these people will not all end up buying properties in Beatty. Thousands or even tens of thousands of people will definitely give up their qualifications and choose to get a refund, so that those who come after them will have a chance. Even if they are not selected, they only need to wait 1 year. In the second year, due to expansion, the recruitment will continue to expand. Even so, because of the first batch of experimenters, the second batch of selected people will be more stable, experienced, and less likely to fall into pitfalls. In this way, in just 1 week, Zhou Yang completed the task of recruiting residents, turning a desolate place into a bustling modern town. Mayor Yang Zhezheng then decided to start the first wave of small-town real estate subscriptions, inviting those people to come to several renovated central communities to select houses. This time, the houses were subscribed according to the registration numbers, and there was no such thing as going through the back door. Then some of the people with the highest numbers received a notice that they would soon come to Beatty Town to select houses on site. The official account of Beatty Town will also broadcast this process live simultaneously, so that everyone who moves in this time will be under everyone's supervision and all netizens across the country will cloud move in. That day, several brand new buses, carrying red flowers in front of them, drove into Beatty Town. The first batch of new residents to choose houses have arrived. The first group of people sat in buses and passed through the unmanned checkpoint at the town entrance. This checkpoint will scan license plates. Vehicles not registered in Beatty Town are currently not allowed to pass. If you want to enter, you must submit an application in advance in Beatty Town. Fuel vehicles are not allowed to pass, and clean energy vehicles are required. Even mixed-drive vehicles must be in a purely electric state to enter. And these first batch of prospective residents of the town who applied sat on the bus, curiously looking out the window at everything around them. They had seen Beatty Town in the live broadcast room, but after its completion, they were the first people to set foot here. These are also lucky people. After the application was opened, the first batch of reviews were passed, and finally they made an appointment and were taken here to visit and choose houses. In early summer, the town is covered with green trees and red flowers, and the greenery is quite good. There are benches for resting along the road, and there are wireless charging signs on them. Mobile phones and other wireless charging devices can be charged on the chairs. There are also unused bus stops here, which look similar to other small towns, but the cleanliness are absolutely second to none, ranking first in the country. The town is full of straight streets, and there are no iron bars for traffic lights on the road. However, everyone sees the traffic lights and is suspended in the air at the intersection. The bus stopped after seeing the red light, and there was a countdown next to the red light, which was very unscientific. I'll go, the traffic lights in this town are all transparent and suspended. Isn't this Silent Hill? A young man who clearly enjoyed playing games said in surprise. Each bus was equipped with a tour guide, who smiled and said, "Of course not." In fact, for the sake of aesthetics and safety, the traffic lights in our Beatty Town are all holographic projections, which are not normally visible, and there are no pillars. This way, when everyone walks to see beautiful women, they don't have to worry about bumping into the pillars. Hee hee. Everyone in the car was amused by the tour guide. As soon as the traffic light was explained, everyone understood that holographic projection is not a new technology, but when used on traffic lights, it is probably the first of its kind in the whole country and even the world. How much electricity would that waste? An elderly man lamented that he looked like an old man who was frugal in homekeeping. The tour guide explained, our infrastructure here is basically equipped with solar panels, which, after passing through electrical equipment, can supply electricity for street lighting, so it is not too wasteful. This is good. The old man seemed very satisfied. Then the bus drove to the sales office, where there were transparent lights on the ground and in the air, welcoming the first batch of owners from Beatty Town. This time everyone understood that this was also a holographic projection, and the words on the ground were also holographic projections, but they looked very real and changed frequently, just like the ones painted on. As soon as I came into this town, I felt that it was very different from the outside world. It was like the future world many years later. Everything was too advanced. When you get to the sales office, there is facial recognition here, which can analyze who these people are and match their numbers. The people in the first car entered in batches and began to choose buildings, while the rest of the people had to wait. They were also allowed to visit freely in the town, so a short video blogger decided to take a tour of the town first, and he wanted to take pictures of what he saw. Other visitors also took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and many chose to upload them to the internet. Netizens were waiting in great anxiety when they suddenly saw the video uploaded by netizens. They were very envious. Such a high-tech and modern town is really rare in the world. Take more pictures, I love watching. Many netizens left comments mocking it. If you call me Shenjai, I will take more pictures of you. As a result, this video blogger was not at all timid and instead sent an army of netizens. Hey, take more pictures, I love watching. Netizens really called him master, so this video blogger continued to shoot. The video blogger was very happy and continued filming. Looking around, in addition to some clean, tidy, and neatly arranged streets and buildings, there are many facilities under construction. For example, there is an unmanned convenience store on the street here, and the blogger was really thirsty, so he went in to buy a bottle of water. He didn't feel anything when he went in. He pushed the door in and heard an electronic voice welcoming him. Doesn't this require scanning a code to open the door? The host held up his phone, still puzzled. As a result, he heard an electronic tone reminding him not to shoot at other people, otherwise it might cause disputes and infringe on others' privacy rights. Okay, there's no one in the store now, can I take a picture? The male blogger looked up, trying to find the source of the voice. Of course, you're the only one in the store now, so shopping is welcome. This electronic sound is a charming girl, and it sounds very pleasant to listen to. It's intelligent voice that you can talk to and it will answer customer questions, and the sound comes from speakers embedded in the wall so you can't see where the speakers are. The camera here is also invisible. The blogger looked around and only saw the sign inside that said, please pay attention to surveillance, but not the camera. The blogger looked inside the convenience store and found that it was similar to an ordinary convenience store, with a wide variety of products on the small shelves. He bought a bag of bread, a bottle of Fat House Happy Water, and then went to pay the bill. However, he did not see the cashier. How do I check out this? Asked the blogger. The smart voice replied, as long as you take out your phone and point it at the scanning gun, you can automatically pay. If you choose the quick payment option in Beatty Town, you can pick up the items and leave directly in the future without having to scan the code. The settled purchase price will be automatically deducted from your account. So awesome? So convenient. The blogger felt really good. After scanning the code, the amount and details of his purchase popped up on the screen, and it was indeed not bad at all. It's novel that you can know the purchase amount without even scanning the items in his hand. The blogger became interested and decided to give it another try. He picked out the bag of chips and gum again, and deliberately grabbed it in his hand to avoid being seen by potential cameras. He wanted to see if he could settle the bill normally. As a result, when I scanned the code, the correct price was still displayed, which surprised the blogger very much. When he took it, he held the chewing gum in his palm so that it could be found. It's a shame that no one was shopping. If the blogger doesn't believe me, he will go to pick out chewing gum again. He makes a sneaky appearance, holds the chewing gum in his hand, and then pretends to take it away, but in fact puts it in a hidden place. When checking out, the blogger did not buy any products this time, but when he scanned the code, the machine prompted that he had already paid in full and there was no need to pay. Oh, it's really amazing. This blogger doesn't know how to do it. Is there a magnetic stripe induction device placed in every product? If you think about it incorrectly, these are ordinary goods. If each one has a magnetic device, the cost is too high. After all, a bottle of beverage is only 3 yuan, and there is no markup. In order to test it, the blogger first whispered to the mobile phone he was filming that he would steal a box of chewing gum, and if he went out and didn't pay, he would come back to pay. Don't think he is a thief. Then the blogger pretended to take something else and secretly hid a box of chewing gum in his pocket. To avoid being caught not buying anything, he also took a few other snacks. As a result, when I scanned the code, the chewing gum in my pocket was still settled. Hey, I can't believe it yet. The blogger got into a fight with the vending machine. He went to the shelf again and secretly hid a small bag of candy in his cuff. He confirmed that this angle was invisible even if someone was watching the surveillance. This time he just took the things he bought before and wanted to leave. As a result, when we arrived at the door, the voice prompt sounded again. Hello sir, you have a pack of unsettled QQ gummies on you. Can I settle them for you now? Ha! How did you find out? The blogger was really shocked at this. He had also played with unmanned sales. Those unmanned sales stores in big cities have many bugs. With a little brainpower, you can buy them for 0 yuan and steal 1 or 2 items. If you don't actively scan the code, you can steal the items. Therefore, unmanned sales stores in other places are places that are more wary of gentlemen than villains. But in the unmanned convenience store in Beatty Town, no matter how you get it, the settlement is very accurate. How on earth is that done? The blogger has really become a curious baby, especially curious and scratching his ears and cheeks. Smart Voice seemed to recognize the blogger's curiosity and explained, our unmanned store uses visual AI software to judge and detect product purchases. There is blind spot monitoring in the store, so as long as you bring the product with you, I can tell. The blogger was so impressed that he admitted his mistake to the intelligent voice. Sorry, I just messed up a box of gum, I'm going to pick it up right away. Smart Voice said, no need, we have special tallying robots that will help with cargo clearance. And tallying robots? Where? The blogger looked everywhere out of curiosity and wanted to take a photo. This super advanced unmanned sales store will definitely bring him considerable traffic. Smart Voice explained, our robot is a bit large and only appears when there is a serious shortage of goods or no guests. So that's how it is. But the blogger was still very curious and was particularly interested in this tallying robot, so he turned his eyes, said something offended, and deliberately messed up the goods on the shelves near the door. He explained that he would come back to sort them out as soon as he could, so he took his shopping bags out the door. Although he caused damage, the intelligent voice wished him a happy shopping trip when he went out. After the blogger left the store, he pointed his phone camera at the messy shelves. Now that there was no one in the store, he wanted to see if a robot would come out to organize them. As a result, 1 minute later, a round white figure appeared at the door. It looked a bit like a Q-version robot from a science fiction cartoon. The wheels were moving at the bottom, and there were 2 robotic arms on the upper body that could grab goods. In front of it was a cargo basket. The blogger found that the items he had bought before were in this basket. The robot first arrived at the messy shelves, skillfully returning the goods to their original positions, and then disappeared into the other shelves. The blogger re-entered the store and immediately went to photograph the robot to see what it was doing. As a result, we see robots using robotic arms to fill in the gaps in the products previously purchased by bloggers. When the robot noticed a guest coming in, it said in a girl's voice, with a milky sound, excuse me, guest, I'm Robot-E, sorting the shelves, I'm leaving now. It's okay, I just came to see you. The blogger quickly said that he thought this little E was so cute. As a result, the little E-robot's face actually had a display screen, showing a cute smiley face emoji, then said something thank you brother, and then turned and walked away. Its goods were not fully replenished, but it still left. It really followed the setting that guests would not appear if they were there, so as not to affect the guest shopping. What a cute robot. He also knows to call me brother, calling me younger. This unmanned shopping store is so fun. The blogger filmed the whole process. He felt that the deliberate messing with the goods had caused trouble to the store, so he took the initiative to buy some more expensive snacks and spent more than 100 yuan as compensation. The experience was very pleasant when the blogger came out of the store carrying a large shopping bag. Then he prepared to leave with his belongings. Sir, you have a lot of stuff. Do you need help applying for a transport robot? At this time, the sound of intelligent voice rang out again at the door. Oh, is there such a service? The blogger exclaimed in surprise. Yes, intelligent voice says, if holding something, you can call the carrier robot anywhere there is intelligent voice. Are you still able to call elsewhere? The blogger asked in surprise, isn't this smart voice unique to small shops? But the whole city? Smart Voice answered, yes, you can make a voice call as long as you see a place marked with a microphone, or you can open Beatty Town to see where there is a microphone, or you can customize your own smart voice and choose different voice lines and voice packs. Then help me get in touch. The blogger said, okay, please call the transport robot for you later. Soon, a half-meter-high disc-shaped object emerged from a glass door without a sign on the street corner. It looked a bit like an enlarged version of a robot vacuum cleaner, but there was a guardrail above it. This thing runs quite fast. It stopped when it came to the blogger, and then there was a voice reminder, hello, I am a transport robot, please put heavy objects on me. I can help you carry bags and loads in the future, but you can't stand on me if you need a ride, please call a taxi. I didn't expect that a delivery robot could also have voice conversations. The blogger, being novel, put a bag of snacks on it, and the little robot asked whether to choose the delivery mode or the follow mode. The blogger, like Grandma Lou, entered the Grandview garden and was curious about everything. She asked, "What are the differences between the two models?" Robot answer, "Shipping mode is when you want to determine the destination to be shipped. I can help you deliver items directly to the designated place, while following mode is when I follow you shopping." The blogger was quite surprised and asked how the robot would be charged. The robot said, "I am free, it is a benefit of this town. As long as you are a registered user of the town, you can use me for free. It is now in trial mode. Everyone in the town can use me." Bull beep, so bull beep. The blogger was completely conquered. Just looking at these kinds of smart robots, this Beatty town is the world's #1 high-tech town, and all the benefits are too good. I originally thought that free charging was the limit of welfare in Beatty town. I didn't expect that the free electricity on the streets was for children. The real welfare is these smart facilities. There are robots helping him pick up things when he walks in shops. There is no cashier required to enter the store. He can just pick it up and leave. It is suitable for people with social anxiety. The guardrail above the transport robot was then closed, so that no one but the blogger could command the guardrail to open, effectively protecting the safety of the items. Really cool, this town is so cool, I have to live here. The blogger was very excited. He felt that this video was going to go viral today, so he quickly sorted it out and posted it on his account. Soon, other netizens saw a story about the blogger in Beatty town and were shocked at that time. "I'll go, no way, isn't this a science fiction movie? Is there really such an advanced place in our country? It's all robots and smart AI, which is so cool, I love it here. I want to live in Beatty town, give me a spot, I'm going to borrow money to buy a house now." Netizens saw the video blogger posting about shopping in an unmanned store and a transport robot helping to pick up things, and exclaimed on the spot, "Wow, this scene has only been seen in science fiction movies, and in reality, there is only a similar application in a certain laboratory in the news, but it is very far away from the people. However, this is really happening in front of everyone. Reality is so magical." What's even more terrifying is that this is something that a blogger took a quick photo of, plus that invisible traffic light, and wireless charging on the roadside bench. Existing wireless charging phones can be charged for free when placed on them. This kind of thing shows the magic of Beatty town. Before, everyone came here to work on cheap houses and bags, but when they arrived, they found that the magical place could not keep up with their thoughts at all. This did not seem like a scene that appeared in reality. Blogger, let's explore again. I also want to see how many secrets the White Emperor town has. In their excitement, the audience asked the blogger to continue filming and update quickly. They all paid special attention and wanted to watch the video as soon as it was released. The video that the blogger just posted became a hit on the website unexpectedly, with millions of views in just over an hour. This made the blogger very excited, and he wanted to continue filming here. At this time, the group of people at the sales office were already choosing houses. Led by the sales team, they toured the model home before going to the room to inspect it in person. You are welcome to conduct your own home inspection here, or you can bring a professional home inspector. Anyway, Joe Yang personally supervised the construction of the house, so he can live there without worry. The quality of the house is absolutely reliable and he is not afraid of inspection. In order to avoid disturbing the public with renovations, the simple water and electricity lines are carefully installed. Basically, users don't need to open the walls for renovations, just decorate the house. If you don't have high requirements for room decoration, then you can just buy furniture and live in it. Most importantly, houses in Beatty town are really cheap. Except for a few houses in the city center that were reserved for technicians from Beatty Chip Company, all other buildings in the community are available for sale. The houses in the community near the town center are about 3,000 yuan a square meter, which is not high in small towns across the country. The houses slightly off-center are only about 2,000 yuan per square meter. At this price, it is almost the same as giving away free gifts in such a good area of Beatty town. After working in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen for a few years, I basically had enough savings to buy it in full. At worst, I could save up a down payment and then get a bank loan. As for some people, it doesn't matter if they can't even afford a building of 3,110 square meters. As long as they have a skill, they can apply for low-rent housing. However, applications for low-rent housing need to be strictly reviewed to prevent welfare houses from being rented out by people who are not short of money. The renter's family situation and personal income flow must be reviewed here. In any case, those with bad records or wealthy families will not be approved for the time being. This ensures that those who truly need it can rent a house as much as possible. That's just how people are. If you know that this house is expensive and the price will rise in the future, then those who have worked hard will also buy it. However, the houses in Beatty town were prepared for those netizens who said they could not afford to buy houses. They were absolutely cheap, and the official also promised Zhou Yang that the housing prices would be absolutely controlled in the future and would not let housing prices become a factor affecting the occupancy of the town. Therefore, the houses in Beatty Town are not financial products and will basically not appreciate in value. A house so cheap it won't appreciate in value makes these buyers hesitate, fearing it will become a ghost town or that they'll buy it and smash it in their hands. Is it really worth giving up your hometown environment and coming to a strange town? After having this concern, many home buyers said they should consider it. The salesperson said, "No problem, but consider that the date must be within 7 days. Expiration will be considered automatic waiver of eligibility to live in the town, and we will not keep any houses. Good floors may be taken away by others." The on-site payment was about 60, and a few and a half people hesitated or regretted it, so they decided to wait and see. It was soon evening, and some people were taken away by bus, while a few lucky ones who were selected could stay in the official hotel of Beatty Town. This is the only hotel currently open in the town. Because it is not yet fully staffed, only 3-story rooms are open, so the reception capacity is limited, and only a small number of people can stay here at night to experience it. The town is currently in the investment promotion stage, so all stays are free. At the same time, we also want some people with self-media experience to promote the town and the hotel. The blogger who posted a video during the day was among those invited to stay in the hotel. He experienced a smart assistant along the street all afternoon, which could solve many problems for him, such as giving directions, calling robots for help, calling taxis, and even calling the police and ambulances. The smart assistant could complete these operations without a mobile phone. Moreover, there are wireless charging places on chairs in the town. When the blogger put his nearly dead phone on the chair, a charging icon appeared. In addition, each chair has a place to store mobile phones. You only need your own fingerprint information. A hidden storage compartment will appear on the side of the bench. After you put your mobile phone in, the storage compartment will close. Only the person hiding the mobile phone can unlock it with their fingerprint or voice, which is very convenient. The blogger put his dead phone on a bench to charge in the afternoon. He took photos of other places along the street and came back to pick it up when it was fully charged. The town is still very quiet at the moment. There are musical fountains in some parks. Bloggers sing to the fountains, and there are fountains there to match the rhythm. It is very interesting. The blogger also saw the playground, but it is not currently open. The blogger stood outside and took a photo, and could see some children's amusement facilities such as carousels, but there were no common entertainment facilities such as Ferris wheels and pirate ships. The blogger asked the wisdom assistant, "Why is there no Ferris wheel?" Smart assistant said that Ferris wheels, pirate ships, and even haunted houses are somewhat dangerous. This entertainment city is a public welfare city with very low fees. Children can play in it, and children's safety is the top priority. There are no water activities here because of the fear of drowning accidents. Oh, so there is no swimming pool in Beatty Town? The blogger asked in confusion, thinking that this was a case of choking and giving up food. The smart assistant said, "The town has a professional swimming pool, but it is not open at present. It will be open after most users move in." Not only is the pool equipped with underwater rescue robots, but there are also professional rescue personnel to ensure user safety. Ox. The blogger also wants to see underwater robots, but they can't be seen here. We can only wait until the swimming pool opens before checking them out. The blogger's question is of interest, so, Beatty Town is a world of AI robots. What other robots can I tell you about? Sorry, because the town is not fully open yet, some robots are not equipped and professional training is needed for maintenance, so all robot information will not be unlocked until the town is fully open. The blogger expressed understanding and then called a taxi to go to the designated restaurant for dinner. The taxi arrived, but it startled the blogger because this was no ordinary taxi, and there was no driver in the car. A taxi without a driver is certainly not a supernatural event. In fact, it is a driverless taxi. There are many smart robots in Beatty Town, and the same goes for this taxi, which is driven by an intelligent driving program. Compared with industrial products such as cars, labor is the most expensive. After all, a driver also has an annual salary of nearly 100,000 yuan, and needs to arrange dormitories, food and accommodation, etc., while an ordinary taxi can be bought without 100,000 yuan. Beatty Town is currently equipped with all driverless taxis, which are free to ride. If there is a lot of operational pressure in the later stage and more people use them, a cost fee may be charged when maintenance is needed. It is definitely more than 2/3 cheaper than the current Diddy. This purely electric self-driving car is very cheap to run, as long as you pay the electricity bill. This is thanks to the photovoltaic power generation in the town, and of course to the national power grid. Only they made my national electricity bill so cheap, which allowed the town to provide benefits. Unmanned, is that okay? The blogger was still a little scared when he said that, after all, he was not worried about driverless driving. However, there is actually the voice of a smart assistant in this self-driving car. Because the camera inside the car detected that the blogger's face looked a little worried, it came out to chat with the blogger and played music for him to relieve his anxiety. The blogger was really surprised. "I didn't expect that this smart assistant had memory and internet access. He actually remembered everything he said to him and could tell jokes to make people feel bored. It was really thoughtful." The blogger's concerns have also disappeared, because this driverless car is driving at the prescribed speed and will stop at traffic lights. It runs super smoothly and feels similar to the old driver of many years. "I didn't expect it to be so good when driven by a driverless car." The blogger praised it. The smart assistant said, "Yes, this is an unmanned driving technology jointly developed by Mensin Automobile and other domestic automobile companies. It has reached the level of L3 and can basically replace manual driving. The accident rate is also lower. In the future, it will be one of the preferred ways for humans to travel. For level 3 autonomous driving, no human intervention is needed, and sleeping in the car is no problem. If even the internet is connected and cars across the country use L3 self-driving cars, the vast majority of traffic accidents can be eliminated, because even if you are drinking, the driver can just sleep in the back seat and the car will take the person home. When all cars on the road are connected to big data, they will automatically meet the car, automatically avoid it, automatically overtake it, and even the speed at which the car drives can avoid red lights, which can be clearly calculated by the backend AI. L3 intelligent driving will make people's travel more convenient, but there is currently no relevant intelligent driving law in China, so it can only be tried on a small scale. Beatty Town is an experimental site, and all taxis have been used to see how traffic will change under fully intelligent driving. The blogger then returned to the bench where he stored his phone and got his fully charged phone back, lamenting how convenient it was and how he really didn't need to bring a power bank when going out in the small town. Then a self-driving taxi pulled him to the hotel, where he finally met someone. A waiter came to greet the blogger and asked him to place something, or he could go directly to the restaurant for dinner. The transport robot had already helped the blogger get the hotel for the things he had bought before, so he just turned on his phone to take pictures and went to the restaurant. There were already dozens of people dining in the restaurant, and everyone was basically holding up their phones to take pictures because the dining environment here was really nice. His is the standard for many high-end buffet restaurants, with chefs cooking ingredients on site. However, as a restaurant in Beatty Town, it is something that other restaurants do not have: robot chefs. The robot chef can shave the noodles evenly, and there are various voice and visual guide signs to remind you how to eat here. Even if it is your first time to this high-end buffet restaurant, you can eat at ease. The blogger specially chose a robot chef and ordered a freshly baked dessert. The robot's robotic arm placed the dessert on a plate. Here, you can even choose to let the robot help transport the customer's order to the seat, which is equivalent to a restaurant version of a transport robot. The blogger was used to having robots to help him pick up things. He ordered a little of everything and loaded multiple plates. However, this restaurant robot has many insulated grids and can hold up to 10 plates of food. The robot will then avoid walking guests and automatically place the food at the guests' designated seats for their convenience. After waiting for the selection, the blogger returned to his seat and saw that the food on the table was arranged very neatly. The restaurant robot was just capable. He then set his phone aside to film, and he had a food broadcast. "Well, it's not bad. Both the human chef and the robot chef make it delicious." The blogger gave a thumbs up. This restaurant is definitely worth a visit, even if it's these robot chefs. You can experience it as an attraction. After finishing his meal, the blogger returned to his room. He didn't have a room card, which made him a little uncomfortable. However, there were hints along the way about where he lived. Whenever he didn't arrive, there were virtual projected arrows on the ground, asking him to go to his room. When you get to the door of the room, there is a display screen showing that the blogger's information is correct. After scanning the face, the door opens and locks automatically when you enter the house. There are no cameras in the room to protect guests' privacy. The room was very clean, just like a standard room in an ordinary high-end hotel, with a warm and homey feel. This is also whole house intelligence. You can control the appliances in the whole house with just a word. Of course, a smart assistant is indispensable, as it can meet most of the guests' requirements. For example, if a blogger wants to take a bath, the smart assistant will put bath water in him and heat it to maintain a constant temperature. If you are hungry, you can order food in the restaurant and a robot of the same model will deliver the food, allowing you to experience an undisturbed accommodation environment. Anyway, the blogger feels that living here is too smart. He doesn't need to use his brain at all. It's like having a considerate housekeeper who doesn't have to worry about anything. When evening came, the blogger took out the computer in his bag, edited the video he shot today, and posted it online. The viewers on the website were already looking at it and finally waited for the follow-up at 10 p.m. Then, through the blogger's perspective, everyone saw him spend an afternoon in the town. There was an unmanned taxi, and a restaurant with a robot chef. It felt that this place was too advanced, as if it combined the country's advanced smart AI. It's true that intelligent robots used to exist only in certain places or companies, and you wouldn't normally see them in reality. However, Beatty Town has made all of this a reality, which is amazing. How to get here? I want to experience tourism. It seems that it is not open to the public now. Wait, Joe Yang said that once the town is fully open, you can apply for a place to visit the town. Why do I need to apply for travel? Is this a military restricted area? Some netizens complained. Someone explained there is no way around it. You can go and see the official notice of Beatty Town. As mentioned above, the town is not large and its reception capacity is limited. If people from all over the country treat the town as a tourist attraction and travel there, it will be crowded. Like other attractions, it will be crowded. So when the town cannot accommodate too many tourists, it will limit the number of passengers entering. I see. Then there's only waiting. This town is really nice. It feels better than my second-tier city here. As long as you don't like to play, it's nice to come to this town and enjoy a modern and leisure life. By the way, many of the town's facilities are free. I can't imagine it anywhere else. Even the first village in the world couldn't compare. I've spotted Beatty Town and I'm applying to stay there. I hope the next batch will choose me. Most netizens were inspired by this video and wanted to visit or live in Beatty Town. This suddenly made Beatty Town the #1 hot search in the country. Everyone left comments under the videos posted by the blogger. Even a considerable number of netizens did not believe it was true, thinking that the blogger was a director and filmed a science fiction film full of special effects. It can be seen how advanced the town of Beatty is, to the point of being unbelievable. At this time, the first batch of residents who did not buy houses during the day saw through the video that Beatty Town was so good, so they all gave up their doubts and planned to go and choose houses tomorrow. Anyway, houses here are not expensive. If you buy a small apartment, you can even buy it for hundreds of thousands of yuan in full. The parking space is given away directly with the house. It is so discounted that no one has any friends. This small town that people all over the country envy seems to have no reason not to stay here. After this day of publicity, the popularity of Beatty Town has increased again, and it has now become a town envied by people all over the country. Many people were trying to find ways and connections to move into Beatty Town, and the town servers were almost overwhelmed at once. Beatty Town has received a candidate in recent days. There are millions of applications, which is not the size of a town at all, but can directly make it a city. Joe Yang also made a rare mistake. A few days ago, he was worried about recruiting residents for the town and used 2 call-up cards. Now it seems that there is no need for call-up cards at all. The crowd applying for accommodation has almost overwhelmed the town server. Some people even drove directly to the small town of Beatty, wanting to go in and experience it. However, Beatty Town is not fully open at present and is under control, refusing tourists entry. Some people are highly qualified and choose to go back if they are rejected, but others just curse and insist on breaking in. On the 4th day of the opening of Beatty Town, an accident occurred. The owner of a gasoline-powered BMW ignored the obstruction and took advantage of the bus entering the town to sneak into the town. Beep beep beep. This triggered an alarm in the town, and the town's previously unannounced security system faced its first challenge. The owner of a BMW 320 with license plate number 4387 entered Beatty Town without permission. Please ask security personnel to dissuade him. On the communication channel inside Beatty Town, the voice of a wise assistant came out. The smart assistant not only serves the residents, but also serves as the smart housekeeper of the entire town, and can participate in both big and small matters. Then several driverless cars started moving towards the location where BMW might go, blocking the traffic in advance. In addition, police cars were also dispatched to pursue the man. This was a newly appointed officer from the town police station, and this was the first police report they received after going to work here. Originally, illegal vehicles had to be controlled by traffic police, but now that the traffic police team has not been formed, they police officers will take them to solve the problem. The police car they drove was actually a special version of Nirvana 01. The current large central control screen displayed the drone's perspective, and a BMW could be clearly seen running around on the street. As a modern smart town, drones are of course indispensable. Drones used for daily patrols will replace some fixed cameras and fly around the town. If they find danger there, the AI backend will issue an alarm to remind people to go to the police or provide assistance. The intruding BMW was immediately locked by patrolling drones, which provided signals to the pursuers. This is equivalent to opening the full map in the game, which is very convenient. Fortunately, there are fewer people and fewer cars in the town nowadays. BMWs with unfamiliar routes are driving randomly on the road, but nothing has happened. This BMW has some nerves. It doesn't even look at the traffic lights, it runs around everywhere. Attention all units, the BMW is parked in the central square. Police used drones to check and saw 4 energetic men with strange hairstyles getting off the BMW, and they began taking photos and live streaming them in the square. The central square of Beatty Town is located in the center of the town. It is built with great style and is a landmark building of the entire town. The BMW staff really know how to choose, so they chose this place to take photos. Then the police found that the four of them were also live streaming with their mobile phones, and it was probably a few internet celebrities who were trying to attract attention and forced their way in. The town is small, so driverless vehicles arrived first and played warning voices to prevent them from wandering around. Hey, no one's driving in this car. Old friends, the legendary self-driving cars are here, and they still want to leave us alone. Are you saying it's funny? The four young men were laughing at the driverless car, but soon they heard the alarm bell. Brothers, Taiazi is coming to arrest us, let's withdraw first. Play peekaboo with them today, family, give me a rocket, I'll let you sneak past the police. These mentally challenged guys have a low moral character and don't take law enforcement officers seriously. Then they have to get in their cars and run away. However, the driverless vehicle anticipated the mental boys' actions. As the two driverless vehicles drove forward, one left and one right blocked the four doors of the white BMW, and a vehicle sandwich arrived, preventing the mental boy from getting in the car. Holy crap, get out of here and block Lao Tzu's car door. The mentally ill man was furious and kicked the unmanned vehicle violently. Another person roared at the drone, trying to access the voice channel so that AI could drive away. However, AI did not listen to them and remained still, only warning them that they might face compensation if they smashed the vehicle. Soon, the police car arrived at the scene. The four energetic boys saw that things were not going well, so they separated and slipped away. But they couldn't run on two legs or four wheels and were quickly caught up. The police shouted at them not to run and to accept the investigation. However, these energetic guys did not listen to advice. They were bragging to the people in the live broadcast room while running, saying that they could run 5 kilometers without breathing a breath. The police officer didn't panic and drove behind him. However, after more than 2 minutes, the energetic young man couldn't run anymore. He couldn't catch his breath one by one and couldn't run while bending over. At this time, the police got out of the car, arrested the four young men, and took them back to the station. They are definitely provoking trouble, detaining them for a few days is irrelevant. But netizens saw someone breaking into Beatty Town from the short video and were paying attention to the follow-up. The police station in Beatty Town was very aware of online publicity and then issued a notice. The four internet celebrities, led by Pan, entered Beatty Town illegally despite warnings, were detained for 5 days, and compensated for the punishment of smashing vehicles. Hey, I know these four guys. They're called Northeast F4. They're all sensationalists, have low moral standards, and always produce sensational and shocking live broadcasts. This time, they made a bet with the audience and deliberately entered the White Emperor Town. They should be caught. Netizens expressed their support, mainly because these four internet celebrities are very unpopular. But no matter how trashy the internet celebrities are, they also have fans. The fans of F4 are not happy about it and criticize the small town police for meddling in other people's business. F4 is also a citizen of our country, so why can't they enter the domestic territory? This is an abuse of power. Upon hearing this, a lawyer came out and explained it to him. Beatty Town is now a place with formal administrative departments. Where there are administrative units, there are regulations, which need to be enforced in accordance with local laws. It's like when the virus was raging, lockdown procedures were being implemented. Failure to comply would be illegal. The town's officials are also functional departments with law enforcement effectiveness, so they have the right to set up no-go zones. The town issued reminders and warnings at the entrance using posters, voice messages, etc. in advance, which complies with the law. However, the F4 personnel insisted on going their own way, vandalized vehicles, challenged the law, and detained them in a reasonable and legal manner. The lawyer explained a lot, but the people didn't need to listen at all. They just said there was nothing to explain. Normally, there are limited access policies in big cities, but those are traffic regulations that everyone can consciously abide by. How can you go to Beatty Town to restrict access and feel that what they are doing is wrong? The punishment is still lighter. Just like a ban on driving, if you damage it, you will be fined and your driver's license will be deducted points. Naturally, no one dares to violate it. Beatty Town also fines those who intrude. If there are too many fines, naturally no one dares to break in. This is simply the principle of people being popular and having too many right and wrong. Beatty Town is too popular now, which has caused many people to want to ride on traffic, which is why there are so many right and wrong. If you want me to say it, just sentence these four people and let them enter the town randomly. I have no right to go in. What are they so much? Netizens all chose to stand on the side of Beatty Town. But everyone actually wants to go in and play, they are more concerned about when they can go out and play? The official account of Beatty Town came out and issued a statement saying that tourism or sightseeing services would not be launched until residents had moved in normally in about 2 months. After all, everyone was renovating or moving things in the early stage, and there was nothing to see. In addition, various hotels or privately owned shops also require a certain amount of preparation. Reservations will only be opened after they have the ability to receive tourists. After all, small towns also want to generate income through tourism, otherwise those small town welfare benefits would not be able to be paid. With such sincerity, everyone waited patiently. Anyway, everyone had been waiting for more than a year, not less than 2 months. During this period, I can see some bloggers' reports, so I get to know Beatty Town better and have a stronger sense of anticipation. I will definitely have fun when the time comes. This part of Beatty Town occupied the top of the traffic, and soon all the houses were sold. The official website of Beatty will release the number of residents every now and then. Currently, more than 3,000 people have purchased properties, and some people bring their families with them, so the actual number of residents has exceeded 6,000. It has only been a week, so it is not surprising that Beatty Town will be full. Next came the more complicated process of buying a house and moving in. Official personnel were also running in and increasing municipal construction, and Beatty Town prospered at a visible speed. Zhou Yang left the town at this time and went to the western border, because our country's automobile industry sales ceremony was held here. Hello, distinguished guests from afar, welcome to our automobile exhibition and sales conference in Wuzhou. Today, outstanding automakers from all over the country are bringing their products. Many of their products have been loaded onto trains and are ready to go abroad. This conference has very favorable promotions, and we welcome friends from home and abroad to come and buy. In the square of Wu City, the leader of the Ministry of Commerce spoke above, and thunderous applause came from below. Zhou Yang was on the side of the entrepreneurs, applauding along with many of his colleagues from other automakers. Today he was wearing a suit made for him by Liu Xiao. In terms of appearance and temperament, he was comparable to many middle-aged bald and greasy entrepreneurs. He looked just like Pan An. Today they are also the protagonists. He came with Liu Xiao, and their various products of cute new cars are all placed in the square for customers to choose from. Mensin Auto has the Nirvana series, Longtang Supercar series, as well as special vehicles and agricultural machinery series, which are all best-selling products. Products from other car companies are also displayed in the square, and many foreign customers come to visit and buy them. Those who come to this conference are not retail investors who buy themselves 1 or 2 cars, but big foreign bosses invited by business leaders. As soon as they purchase, they may buy dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of cars. The Commerce Department has successfully negotiated with several countries before. The vehicles on this promotion will be exempt from most tariffs, so the purchase amount will be similar to that in China, much cheaper than the price sold abroad in the past, which is very affordable. For example, BYD's Dynasty series sedans, which sell for more than 200,000 yuan in China, generally have double the price abroad. Because transportation costs and tariffs are combined, when you go abroad, you become a high-end foreign car with hundreds of thousands of units. The sales volume will definitely not be as good as that of domestic cars of the same level, and the price will be much different. This conference has opened up the tariff link, which allows domestic cars to compete with foreign cars at the original price, and allows foreign customers to enjoy the price of first-hand goods. Relying on the help of peers including Zhou Yang, domestic automakers have developed rapidly in the past 2 years. They have all made efforts in new energy, avoided the patent barriers for fuel vehicles that have been operating abroad for decades, and opened up another development path. Now they have become the world's leading companies. The domestic auto industry is no longer an era where every Santana has to be imported. Today's domestically produced cars are no worse than joint venture cars, and many cars are even far better than joint venture cars. That is, the joint venture car has been operating for too long. It can still nourish itself for a while by relying on its old roots, but once the domestic car has won the international market and gained popularity through this conference, the good days for foreign car companies will come to an end. They will no longer be able to be comfortable. A car with a cost of 100,000 yuan will have to be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan to harvest users. Next, Zhou Yang and many of his colleagues went to his own vehicle exhibition area to receive foreign customers. Oh, how much is this ambulance outside Regood? A bearded foreign customer took a fancy to the ambulance produced by Mensin Automobile and gave it a thumbs up when he saw the many functions on the ambulance. Mensin's ambulance is also unique in the world, so it's normal that foreigners haven't seen it. 1.45 million RMB. The salesperson on the side said. The ambulance was priced at 1.35 million yuan in China, but it was sold abroad for only 100,000 yuan more, which is equivalent to multiple shipping costs and after-sales expenses, which is quite generous. Okay. Very good. Foreigners think the price is very good. One thing they can't buy is the same model ambulance, and the other is similar ambulances. European and American manufacturers have to sell them for millions of yuan, and their functions are not as good as the new one. Therefore, in comparison, foreign customers do not think that more than 1 million is too expensive. Then the sales staff made enthusiastic sales and introductions, and arranged for people to go for a test drive to experience the feeling of not trying to save the car. They were all very good. Okay, I want this ambulance, 30, and a city needs a few. This foreigner actually asked for 30 cars at once, and the business of more than 30 million yuan was completed in this way. This also depends on the platform of automobile exhibitions and sales conferences to attract so many high-quality customers. It also depends on the efforts of business personnel to negotiate with various countries to eliminate tariffs, allowing customers to enjoy benefits. Therefore, this exhibition and sales conference is a win-win situation. This is similar to an air show, where foreign customers come here because of the good cars and buy dozens or hundreds of them. In fact, there are already many orders, all of which have been loaded onto trains and are to be transported abroad by rail. Because there were so many foreign orders this time, there were even special car trains, and they were shipped abroad one by one. Mensin Auto alone has already sold more than 3,000 vehicles of various types. This number will increase today because many foreign customers are learning more about Chinese cars for the first time. They have been relatively uninformed before and have always used foreign vehicles. When they came into contact with the domestically produced new energy vehicles with a strong sense of technology, they all called on Allah and God. They felt that the domestically produced vehicles were so advanced, as if cars had evolved to such a degree overnight. This is also their fault for the foreign media. They don't report on good things in China. They only report on various forms of poverty in mountainous areas. The workers in the factory who turn screws, and even some bosses, don't know that Chinese cars have become so advanced. They saw the name of this exhibition and sales conference and originally thought pay it and then travel around China, and they're pleasantly surprised by these Chinese cars. There are so many models they're interested in. These foreign bosses were keenly aware that buying these cars back would deal a dimensionality reduction blow to the expensive imported cars sold in their own countries, so they all started calling the country, contacting businesses, and seeing how many people were willing to buy Chinese cars, and they could make a profit by buying them back. Even if you buy dozens of them for your own company, it is quite cost-effective to give them to some executives in the company as rewards at such a low price. Cars worth 100,000 RMB can only be bought as entry-level sedans in their country, that is, the level that can be driven. But at this exhibition and sales conference, you can buy new energy vehicles of the Nirvana 01 level for 100,000 yuan, and experience crushing fuel vehicles in various ways. The bosses decided to buy a car for their wives. Driving it out among her sisters will definitely save face. The boss himself has attracted many people to the Longtang supercar, which also has many unique designs and has not been bought elsewhere. In this way, the number of orders for Mensin cars increased one by one. Not only Mensin cars, but other domestic car companies and their peers also had good sales. This can be seen from the red-faced faces of their bosses. Soon, the 3-day automobile exhibition and sales conference ended, and the vehicles sold this time made domestic history. Never before have so many orders been negotiated, and many domestic automobile companies have made very considerable profits. Subsequently, both domestic and international media reported on this incident, which is a source of pride for the domestic automotive industry. There is a name that cannot be avoided in these reports, that is Zhou Yang. It was his promotion that led to the rise of domestic cars. Zhou Yang deserves great credit for the achievements of this conference. For this, he also received generous rewards from the system. Complete the desired mission, make domestically produced cars sell well around the world and dominate the world, special reward points of 2,000, technical drawings of marine fission reactors. The Gigafactory system has issued rewards to Zhou Yang, and the points reward is very high. After all, this time Zhou Yang has revitalized an entire domestic industry and deserves the commendation. The other drawing reward was even more impressive. Surprisingly, it was a nuclear reactor drawing. Nuclear energy is currently the most advanced technology. If mankind wants to achieve energy peace of mind, it has only been able to obtain almost endless energy through nuclear energy for nearly 100 years. Marine nuclear reactors are basically used by warships, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and nuclear-powered submarines, which all sound like super bullbeep equipment. The prerequisite for these equipment is to have a nuclear reactor. Then Zhou Yang now has shipyards and marine fission reactors, so it is really possible to build nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration, exceeding the technological limit of Lanti shipyard. It should be noted that my country's latest aircraft carrier is still conventionally powered, and nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have not yet been officially built. Therefore, a civil shipyard in Lanti currently has no capacity to produce nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. However, this does not mean that nuclear reactor drawings are useless. These drawings can also be used to produce other types of nuclear-powered ships. Zhou Yang opened the blueprints and first looked at whether the reactor was advanced or not. Marine fission reactor uses highly enriched uranium as raw material, has advantages such as miniaturization, high safety, and simple maintenance. Zhou Yang had a feeling after looking at this fission reactor. Why is it so small? He remembered seeing photos of the nuclear reactor when he visited CSSC Heavy Industries. The entire power compartment was filled with nuclear reactor equipment. However, the nuclear reactor in this drawing is very small, only a quarter of the reactor he visited. Isn't this technology a bit ridiculous? Of course, Zhou Yang did not know anything about nuclear reactors and was not clear about the technical content of these reactors. It would be a bit too much to just take them out and build ships. It would scare the shipyard workers. Moreover, the shipyard did not have the authority to manufacture nuclear reactors, so it needed to be approved. In short, now is not the time to build nuclear-powered ships. Zhou Yang will hide them from people for the first time. He will look for an opportunity to learn about the nuclear industry in private, and then find relevant technicians of CSIC Heavy Industries' key nuclear reactors so that nuclear-powered ships can be built. Next, Zhou Yang began to consult with some nuclear physics experts, gradually understanding the current state of the nuclear industry, and finally realized how impressive his blueprint was. Today's nuclear-powered ships, such as the most technologically advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carriers on Earth, have huge reactors and come with many cooling devices. It may seem like decades without changing fuel, but its safety maintenance time is not short at all, and its cost and consumption are only significantly higher than those of conventional powered aircraft carriers. Today, the only country in the world with nuclear-powered aircraft carriers is the United States. Their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are repaired and maintained in docks for a long time every year to ensure the normal operation of the nuclear reactors. Therefore, Zhou Yang's small-size, safe and low-maintenance nuclear power reactor is definitely a king-class product when released. This allows nuclear aircraft carriers to increase combat time and reduce costs, which is tantamount to optimizing nuclear aircraft carriers in disguise. So Zhou Yang has a good idea. He has a super awesome nuclear reactor, but it is still difficult to apply it. Their shipyard is currently full of production capacity and is building tankers and speedboats. Once these orders are digested, they will recruit professional nuclear reactor talents to produce nuclear-powered ships. So in the time that Zhou Yang was immersed in understanding nuclear reactors, domestically produced cars have become famous internationally. Now abroad, it is no longer uncommon to see Chinese cars running on the streets everywhere. This is all thanks to the recent auto show, which brought domestically produced cars to the international market. 5 years ago, joint venture cars were everywhere on the streets. However, in just 5 years, domestic cars have dominated the world. According to statistics from relevant survey departments, domestic car sales now account for 50% of the world's total. All car companies in other countries together account for the other 50%. This number will eventually tilt towards domestically produced cars over time. In addition to the huge progress in domestic vehicles, with sodium-ion batteries provided by Zhou Yang and others, it also facilitated the alliance of domestic automakers. His election as the leader of the alliance shows how much everyone respects him. This has allowed domestic car companies to say goodbye to mutual competition and internal strife, and everyone is united in their efforts to deal with the outside world. Now they are making much more money in the international market than before, and everyone has tasted the sweetness, so they are also willing to listen to Zhou Yang's call. Zhou Yang alone changed an industry. This is a positive feedback, and also because the bosses of domestic car companies have a structure. Unlike the domestic home appliance industry, which knew about the conflict with Beatty before, they successfully broke themselves into trouble. The domestic automobile industry has made a good start. They have tasted the sweetness of sugar when cooperating with Zhou Yang. It is estimated that other industries will also choose to cooperate with Zhou Yang in the future, and everyone will make money together. The domestic automobile industry has gotten on track, and the popularity of Beatty Town has faded from its initial days and is now gradually returning to rationality. To put it bluntly, Beatty Town is not suitable for most people. If everyone lives well in their original place, there is no need to come to the town to redevelop. It is even more inappropriate to bring the family along. One issue is the child's education, which will be different from the previous school progress. The family's work will also have to be reconsidered, which is obviously unrealistic. Most of them are suitable for young people who are not married yet and have not been able to get along well in their original place. They can come to Beatty Town to change their working environment and experience the life of a smart town. This makes the applicability very narrow. So after the initial popularity, it seemed that everyone wanted to come to Beatty Town to buy houses. Later, the popularity passed, everyone began to be rational, and not so many people came to apply. The number of candidates had reached tens of millions before, but in the following days, most of them withdrew their applications, mainly because they could not come for various reasons when they were actually selected. It is true that the smart life in Beatty Town is excellent, but it does not have the warmth in front of relatives. Moreover, the town is open to tourism. If you want to experience the town, come and travel without having to settle down in the town. In recent days, more than 10,000 people have signed contracts to buy houses in the town and are confirmed to settle down. Judging from this momentum, it is very simple to have more than 20,000 people. As for whether the first batch can recruit 50,000 people, it is still uncertain, but it is certain that the town will not be short of people. Zhou Yang's career was thriving, and he subsequently inspected various of his subsidiaries. That day Zhou Yang received a phone call from Deputy General Su of the China National Military Group, asking Zhou Yang to come and talk. Vice President Su usually had important matters to attend to him, so Zhou Yang pushed away several drinking parties and interviews and rushed to the Zhongbing Group as soon as possible. Zhou Yang, come here, this is the latest Biluakan, you try it. At the China military group, as soon as he met Vice President Su, he smiled and invited Zhou Yang to taste tea. Zhou Yang took a sip, the aroma of tea hit his nose, and he praised it good tea. But Vice President Su didn't come to me just to taste tea, did he? Zhou Yang asked directly. He is still not used to the business world's habit of going around in circles and saying everything directly. Haha, there is indeed one thing, and it is related to this. As Vice President Su pressed the remote control, a door in his office opened, and a large yellow ran in and squatted on the ground in front of the two of them. This is the complete version of the rhubarb robot dog produced by Beatty, which was later donated to the Zhongbing Group as 5 pieces for their use in research. Zhou Yang didn't expect that Vice President Su always came for rhubarb, so he asked him, "Are you interested in rhubarb?" "Yes, but not exactly." Vice President Su then explained that after their research, they found that rhubarb has really good functions, and its AI is super high, and its body movement control is also perfect, comparable to that of a real dog, and far superior to the robot dogs they are currently studying. The robot dogs studied by China National Military Group are used to assist soldiers in combat. For example, when entering complex areas or fighting in street fighting, the robot dog rushes in front. If there is a problem, it will fire first or issue an early warning. Even if the robot dog is destroyed by the enemy, it is better than filling it with human lives. After all, no matter how expensive the robot dog is, it has a price, and a soldier's life is priceless. So after thoroughly studying rhubarb, the leaders of the China National Military Group felt that their robot dog weapons needed to be upgraded, and this naturally fell to Zhou Yang, who created rhubarb, so Vice President Su invited him over. "You mean, applying rhubarb to the battlefield?" Zhou Yang asked in a low voice. "Yes," Vice President Su said. After all, this rhubarb is a security robot, and it can perform tasks such as bodyguard, defense, and riot control, but it cannot be used on the battlefield. It cannot be used for hand-to-hand combat or biting just by getting close to the body. However, rhubarb used on the battlefield cannot be used by simply strapping a gun to the body. It needs to be significantly different from the security version of rhubarb and must be adapted to the battlefield. "It's not difficult, but tell me about your specific requirements," Zhou Yang said. He can modify the drawings in the system at any time, but Zhou Yang does not understand the needs of the troops and needs to hold a seminar. "We're ready, let's go to the conference room." Vice President Su stood up and said. Zhou Yang smiled. It seemed that Vice President Su was really eager to wait for him here. Zhou Yang was not pretentious either. The two of them went to the conference room together and saw that there were many people in uniforms and some scientific researchers in white coats. When they saw Zhou Yang coming, they all stood up to greet him. "You're welcome, everyone." Zhou Yang nodded in motion. "Zhou Yang is here, welcome everyone." Vice President Su led the applause, and warm applause broke out in the conference room. Zhou Yangqian expressed his gratitude to the head of the group. After everyone took their seats, Deputy General Su would speak first. "I'm inviting Mr. Zhou over today amidst all my busy schedule, just to research the rhubarb robot dog." Vice President Su pointed to the rhubarb that came after him, and everyone felt it was magical after watching it. Although they had seen it many times, the realism of this rhubarb was still more than they expected. It's outrageous that a civilian product is more advanced than a military product. However, considering that the owner of this device is Zhou Yang, everything can be explained. Zhou Yang has always been so magical. Some of the equipment used in their troops was made by Zhou Yang and is better than the original ones. For example, the Sonic Gun and Falcon drone combat platform have filled a gap in weapons. Next, Deputy General Su invited Zhou Yang to speak. Zhou Yang asked everyone to tell him what the demand was for the military version of rhubarb. One uniformed officer said, "The first is to be safe and reliable, which can help soldiers enter unknown areas for reconnaissance and combat. They will also carry out auxiliary operations during the battle, such as carrying ammunition chains on their backs, covering their backs and warning them." Zhou Yang nodded and wrote this down. Another researcher preached, "I think the military version of rhubarb should be lightweight, have a simple internal structure, and be easy to maintain. It is best to have a modular design, such as replacing it with tracks in the desert and replacing it with chains and cold-proof insulation devices in the harsh northern winter." Others then suggested that the weapons should be powerful enough, have a variety of attack methods, and preferably have the ability to bear weight. In addition, the battery should be used for a long time and should not die while being used. These all seem to have solutions, and a uniformed leader said that it would be best if the robot dogs were smarter, able to understand their tactical gestures and combat formations, and could act as warriors to assist in the attack when critical. Other small functions such as being able to act as a mount and being able to charge are all mentioned. Zhou Yang laughed. "If this continues, this robot dog will become a flawless magical species. Let's list them first. Of all the conditions you've raised, which one is the most important? Which ones can be ignored? After all, some functions conflict. The more functions there are, the more complex the internal structure will be, and the relatively larger the volume will be. Therefore, maintenance is not easy and it is easy to damage, so these requirements have to be made with trade-offs. Everyone nodded, feeling that the demands just mentioned were too many, and that it would be too much of a stretch to ask a robot dog to do what a soldier might not even meet. Zhou Yang is right, we need to cut some features and keep the most important ones. That's not what I meant, Zhou Yang said. I think a good military robot dog must be versatile in some ways. Vice President Su asked Zhou Yang to share his thoughts. Zhou Yang did not answer immediately, but said to De Huang next to him, let him summarize the many suggestions he just made, and then print them out. De Huang had just started recording, and Zhou Yang asked De Huang to produce the meeting summary. This was testing AI's ability. Word processing is AI's strong point. Rhubarb quickly sorted out the things to pay attention to and then tried to a printer connected to the local area network. Next, Zhou Yang asked Deputy General Su to find a White Emperor printer, and De Huang connected it via wireless network, and then printed out the key points of the meeting that he had just summarized. Seeing the neat format above and that the excerpt was completely correct surprised everyone else. I didn't expect Rhubarb to be so smart that he could complete the instructions with just a few words. As you can see, this ability has already exceeded half of the clerks, proving that De Huang's wisdom is definitely sufficient. He has this wisdom on the battlefield and can be regarded as a machine teammate. In addition, I think its athletic ability is excellent. As long as there is electricity, it will not get tired. If there are even more robot dogs, it can directly form a robot dog brigade to fight an unmanned battle. As for weapons, it's nothing more than guns, grenade launchers, and even sonic guns. Modularity is definitely necessary anyway. If you need any firearms, just install them on the robot dog. Wonderful! The others were stunned by Zhou Yang's brilliant idea. They had never thought that a robot dog could do this before, and in doing so, it even opened up a new set of combat methods. If studied, this could even be used as a teaching material example in a military university. The uniformed leaders were excited at this time. Zhou Yang seemed to have many good ideas, so when they were added to the robot dog, they dared not think about the extent to which the robot dog could reach. Go on, is there anything else? The leaders are all asking questions sincerely. In that case, Zhou Yang stopped hiding and told him all his remaining thoughts. Zhou Yang went on to say that he had ideas about military mechanical dogs. I think it's possible to avoid making it into a dog shape. Military use is mainly for practical purposes. It's possible to avoid using imitation fur. It needs to have a certain degree of deformation ability, be able to walk on all fours, and also have waterproof functions and motor drive to achieve amphibious operation. Yeah, not bad. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the leaders nodded in approval. These ideas are all good, so it depends on whether Zhou Yang can develop them. Afterwards, the military personnel put forward their suggestions. What they wanted most was a robot dog to assist soldiers, with the same functions as their existing robot dogs, and then add a few more new functions. After all, there had never been a robot dog with such powerful functions in the world before, and there was no accurate concept. It also depends on the samples that Zhou Yang has studied, and they will conduct experiments in actual combat. After the meeting, Zhou Yang was also given an active military version of a robot dog for his research. The robot dog was still carrying weapons, but the ammunition could only be used in the China National Military Group. Of course, Zhou Yang wanted to try target shooting, so he let the robot dog fire thousands of bullets. This robot dog is still very powerful. It carries a gun barrel on its back and a camera on its head. When it sees people, it makes a clatter. The targets responsible for the experiment are all shot into hornets. The mechanical dog also has a grenade launcher on its body. If the gun can't handle it, it can be solved by explosion, which is very convenient in street fighting. To be honest, this military robot dog is still quite good, but it cannot be denied that it also has many shortcomings. The first drawback is that it is not very responsive. Because it imitates the appearance of a dog, it stands on all fours and shakes when moving around. Therefore, the front sight is not stable when moving and shooting, and you need to stand to shoot. Because quadrupedal locomotion is not agile, it is suitable for urban environments. Once in the wild, the terrain is undulating and there is gravel. The robot dog will often step on the air and trip. After tripping, it is difficult to get up and needs the help of warriors. This is a common problem of robots today, which is inconvenient to move around. This is also the reason that troubles the application of robot dogs. In wild environments, especially jungles and deserts, this robot dog is useless and will lie down after just 2 steps. The second drawback is that it is not intelligent enough. Currently, it has only one application, which is to replace soldiers in street fighting, enter some corners or rooms, and conduct fire reconnaissance. This application range is somewhat narrow, so the teams equipped with robot dogs are relatively small, and most of them are teams with internal defense tasks, so they are only equipped in small quantities. Because robot dogs are a bit useless, they are usually only used when shooting promotional videos to show the high-tech content of our army. However, when it comes to actual exercises and training, nobody wants to use it. The reactions of frontline soldiers were the most realistic, which shows that robot dogs are very useless nowadays and almost no one is willing to use them. The third drawback is its short battery life, requiring battery replacement or charging after a period of operation, resulting in poor sustained combat effectiveness. Now Zhou Yang has discovered 3 major shortcomings in his multifaceted tests on the robot dog. Therefore, if he wants to modify the rhubarb drawing, he must make improvements in these 3 points. Zhou Yang then opened the drawing editing interface and began to modify the rhubarb drawings. The action system was modified to address the first drawback. The original military mechanical dog imitates a dog, but the real dog has a good motor system, is adapted to running in the wild, can get up immediately after falling, and has a well-developed sense of smell and hearing, all aspects that robotic dogs do not have. The original rhubarb is also quadrupedal, very sensitive in movement, and can even run at high speed. However, it will still have problems when encountering some particularly complex terrain. However, when rhubarb trips, it will get up immediately. This is thanks to its multi-section joint design. Rhubarb can even bend its joints in the opposite direction, unlike a dog's joints that can only bend in one direction. Rhubarb has advantages over active military robot dogs, but the advantages are not obvious. For example, rhubarb is not suitable for environments such as swamps, deserts, and dense forests. Machinery that can operate in such places mostly uses tracks. Based on the results of previous discussions, rhubarb definitely needs to be modularized, so several sets of detachable moving parts must be designed. First, the original quadrupedal movement was improved. At the foot joints, it was set into a snap-on method, which can be disassembled and assembled into a new foot at any time. The quadrupedal state is suitable for urban environments, with the advantages of running fast and having flexible movement methods. The second type of foot is the belly pulley. A small track can be designed to mount the robot dog without its 4 legs on the track, which will make it run more smoothly and achieve a high accuracy in mobile shooting. It can also pass through environments such as deserts, swamps, and even some jungle environments. The tracks can allow it to pass through areas covered with weeds and branches. The third mode of movement is the use of amphibious feet. This type of foot is also a quadrupedal design. It is normal to run on 4 legs on land. After entering the water, the dog's claws will turn into frog webs, and it can swim on and underwater using a dog planer. Rhubarb is waterproof, so it can swim normally and will not leak unless the water pressure is too deep. This design can cover most military terrain, greatly improving the application scenarios of mechanical rhubarb. This enriches the robot dog's movement methods, solving one drawback. The second drawback, intelligence, should be solved below. The original rhubarb is very intelligent and has received unanimous praise from users. It is at least unique on the market and can communicate normally with voice and execute various instructions. However, this instruction cannot be directly applied to the military version. This intelligence must be transformed into military wisdom. For example, adding judgment of tactical gestures to the database can also allow soldiers to set the robot dog's priority instructions. For example, when rescuing hostages, the first priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages. There is no need to be sure and you cannot provoke the bandits. In war mode, you can choose to prioritize killing or capturing the opponent, and these settings can be made. In this way, with the addition of rhubarb's original various intelligent commands, it becomes very intelligent. As for the functions of accessing drones, satellite signals, etc., they are also added. In this way, rhubarb will become the ultimate form, which is much more powerful than the original. The third drawback is the battery life. The original mechanical dog used lithium batteries, but replacing it with Beatty's latest sodium-ion batteries can greatly increase the battery life. At the same time, a solar panel is also added. On sunny days, the back will absorb sunlight to charge, which is suitable for outdoor environments. With this design, the military version of rhubarb has eliminated the 3 shortcomings of the original version currently in service, which is really a shame. But the optimization was not over yet. Later, weapons and aiming systems were modified. This was a drawing that Zhou Yang redeemed separately from the military section of the drawing supermarket, spending 15 honor points. With the addition of the aiming system, the robot dog's shooting accuracy has been greatly improved. In a fixed state, it can reach the level of an excellent sniper. When strafing in mobile warfare, the hit rate will also be as high as 50 or more. With sufficient ammunition supply, it can basically sweep a large area, and there will be no surviving enemies under the muzzle. With the addition of a riding function, it can lead soldiers on short-distance rapid marches, but under such high load conditions, the robot dog's endurance will be shortened and it can only be used in emergency situations. Because of rhubarb's height, it will be uncomfortable for warriors to ride, so it can only be used for short distances and is considered a backup function. After this design was completed, Zhou Yang also modified the materials of the robot dog. Instead of using the original rhubarb material, he used all various metals that have good effects but are expensive, such as titanium alloys. In this way, the design of the primary version of the military version of rhubarb is completed. Zhou Yang also has the ability to optimize once. Now the optimization improvement is 50. Zhou Yang added it to the solidity attribute to make it more solid, and it will be fine after a few shots. Now that Zhou Yang has completed the design, he will let the system help him complete the final step. The military version of rhubarb has been optimized and the drawings are being integrated. Please check. The Gigafactory system optimized rhubarb, resulting in the final drawing. After receiving this drawing, Zhou Yang did not hand it over to his own factory immediately. After all, he had just returned from there and the results were produced in one day. This thought knew there was something fishy going on, so it had to be left for at least a week before it could be taken out. The military version of rhubarb was put on hold for now, and Zhou Yang began to work on something else. Because real estate in Beatty Town is hot selling, many relatives and friends come to Zhou Yang to go through the back door and leave them a house. China is a society of personal emotions. Generally, if someone asks for something, if they disagree, they will offend someone. In view of this, Zhou Yang specially reserved an entire building for relatives and friends to live in. Of course, those with close relationships will not be charged, and Zhou Yang personally advances the house price, such as Lin Shui and others. But the relationship is average, just giving them a place to buy a house still requires spending money to buy a house. After all, although Beatty Town was nominally donated to the state by Zhou Yang, the income from selling houses and other income here belongs to the town collective. In the future, some of this housing money will be used to make up for Zhou Yang's investment, and the other part will serve as the startup funds for the town collective. In the future, these funds can be used to do business and benefit the town residents. Those free charging and free robot services, it all depends on the profit from this fund to support it. In addition to recovering funds from real estate, Beatty Town also rents out some billboard locations. Other individuals and businesses want to advertise in places such as the town square, and the advertising revenue also belongs to the town collective. Zhou Yang will not withdraw this money and leave it to the town for use. Although he is only an honorary deputy mayor, he has a veto power over the town. This is to check the local officials. If there is a disagreement between the two sides later, Zhou Yang has the right to put the town's business direction back on the right track. This cooperation model was acceptable to both the province and Zhou Yang, and it was implemented in this way. At present, many people have started to move into Beatty Town. Some people are renovating it in the early stage, so it is a bit noisy and not suitable for living yet. Thousands of people have already moved into the town, and facilities such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation have been opened one after another. The town currently has a vegetable market, a large supermarket, a hotel, and 2 officially operated restaurants. As long as some departments of the hospital are open and subsequent medical staff are still waiting to join, it will be almost ready in about half a month. Because the small town hospital has the medical equipment of Jiankon Pharmaceutical, it can perform some small surgeries. It is also prepared to be equipped with the latest ambulances produced by Beatty. It also has medical assistive robots. In this way, for some major surgeries, experts can also perform surgery on patients in the town and other cities. This is also one of the benefits of this town. It provides a high level of medical care. Looking at town hospitals across the country and hospitals in Beatty Town, the medical level is definitely at the top level. In addition, free parks and barbershops and other shops and facilities used for daily use have also been opened, which can basically meet the daily activities of residents. After these people checked in, they had the town's ID card. The first batch of ID cards is still in the intensive production process. If they are produced, these residents will have official local household registration and become residents of the glorious White Emperor Town. Zhou Yang then inspected the town and asked some residents on the street what problems they encountered living in Beatty Town. Everyone said it was good, but there were some libraries, swimming pools, schools, etc. that they hoped to open as soon as possible. After all, some people had children and wanted to bring their children to live with them as soon as possible to handle their studies. Zhou Yang replied, "Okay, all of this will be arranged. The campus has been built and will officially start recruiting students in the fall. When that time, please pay attention to the town where there will be registration notices." Everyone was quite satisfied with this answer. After all, there were people who told them before they came that there would be a preparation period for Beatty Town before it was officially opened. Everyone had to overcome it, or they could move in after it was officially opened. Beatty Town is thriving, with new residents joining every day and various public facilities opening one after another. Zhou Yang stayed here for a few days and felt that the development speed was very good. After not staying in the town for a few days, Zhou Yang was called away again. This time he was called the deputy president of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China. He was asked to go to Shenzhen to hold a meeting, and it was said that he could only come alone, and it was a secret meeting. Zhou Yang said he knew, so he spoke to his girlfriend, then packed his things and went to Shenzhen. When he arrived in Shenzhen, he was picked up by a special bulletproof vehicle with high specifications. This made Zhou Yang make a little guess. Why is it similar to the last time he studied submarines, and is he going to ask him to study some important aircraft this time? After arriving in the aviation industry, we arrived at the new location. Before entering, we had to go through security checks. After verifying our identity, we also had to go through security checks and use instruments to scan whether we had spy equipment. The specifications were quite high. When Zhou Yang got inside, he found the atmosphere very solemn. In addition to some researchers and leaders of the aviation industry, there were also some personnel wearing Air Force uniforms, and their shoulder insignia were of a high rank. This meeting is similar to the last time I went to CSIC to hold a submarine seminar. Zhou Yang took a look and it seemed that he was just a person from a non-state-owned enterprise, which was enough to feel the trust his superiors had in him. The meeting began, and the vice president of the Aviation Industry Corporation of China spoke first. He mentioned the theme of the meeting, which turned out to be my country's ever-mysterious stealth strategic bomber. Netizens have long been interested in this strategic bomber named H-20 and gave it the nickname H-20. Some say that it has been studied long ago but has not been announced. Others say that the country does not need to study strategic bombers, which is inconsistent with national defense concepts. As for the specifics, no one has an accurate answer. At this meeting, Zhou Yang learned that there was indeed a scientific research project for a stealth strategic bomber. The internal aircraft code was H-9. Its development entered the final process, but it got stuck at this time. The bomber currently designed, internally codenamed H-9, is currently complete in appearance, with a very small radar reflective surface, but its stealth effect is not ideal. Now that foreign radars have been upgraded, the original stealth effect cannot be achieved on the enemy's new radar. This is a major event. It cannot fall behind before it is produced, so the stealth link must be modified. The aircraft's exterior can no longer be changed, so we are now pinning our hopes on stealth paint. Because of the need for combat readiness, the research and development mission had to be completed as soon as possible, so Zhou Yang came to mind. He was the only one in the country who had made achievements on the aircraft and his identity was trustworthy, so he was named and recruited. This is, after all, a top-secret scientific research project, because Zhou Yang is not a member of the system. Although he mentioned the H-9 project, the appearance and various data of H-9 have not been released. The leader asked the research institute to research an exterior paint that could help H-9 become invisible. The researchers all frowned because the task was difficult, time-sensitive, and demanding, and they didn't have much confidence that they could develop a new stealth paint in a short period of time. Zhou Yang, are you qualified to develop the H-9 stealth coating? Suddenly, the deputy director of the aviation industry named Zhou Yang. Now everyone is looking at him together, pinning their hopes on Zhou Yang. Perhaps only he can accomplish this arduous task. Seeing everyone in the conference room looking at him, Zhou Yang said firmly, "It should be possible, I'll give it a try, but I need to know some information about the H-9 before I can develop a special stealth coating." The troop leader said, "Okay, then engineer who will assist you with your research, but please be sure to keep it confidential." Zhou Yang nodded, then this matter should be accepted. The meeting ended later, and the others came over to chat with Zhou Yang. A group of engineers from the aviation industry are very familiar with Zhou Yang, and the two sides have collaborated a lot before. However, some people in the team, as well as some experts who specialize in studying H-9, are meeting Zhou Yang for the first time. They are very eager for this nationally famous young entrepreneur and are willing to come and make friends. Zhou Yang treated these experts very politely, but they were all true pillars of the motherland. Before he appeared, they were all this group of scientists who worked tirelessly to build our country's military aircraft from scratch, from backward to world advanced. The atmosphere between the two sides was very pleasant. They both exchanged mobile phones with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's strength in the aviation industry is getting stronger and stronger, and there will definitely be a lot of cooperation in the future. This week, Zhou Yang came here for free and met a group of top fighter jet manufacturing experts. If he encountered problems in manufacturing aircraft in the future, someone would ask for advice. Zhou Yang then met Expert Hu, and they went to the confidential room to communicate. Expert Hu first asked Zhou Yang to sign a confidentiality agreement, and then showed him relevant information about the H-9. The internal parameters were not disclosed, but Zhou Yang saw the strategic bomber that netizens were thinking about. It must be said that the strategic bomber designed by my country has a very cool appearance, which is very different from the old and beautiful B-21. The B-21 has a somewhat sci-fi appearance, appearing angular, while my country's overall design is somewhat spindle-shaped. In the rendering, it is silvery white, like the flying silver shuttle in Chinese mythology, and has a deformation design similar to that of the hairy white swan. In normal flight, it will shrink into a spindle shape to reduce the radar reflection surface, so that it looks like a slender spindle-shaped aircraft. There is almost no head-to-tail distinction, and when combat begins, the entire wing is deployed to increase maneuverability, and then bombing is carried out. Sure enough, their country used to cross the river by feeling the eagle sauce, but now, the domestically produced military aircraft have developed their own path, and their ideas are different from those of the other two strategic bombers. Zhou Yang saw some material data, and later a piece of the same material from the H-9 will be sent to the Beatty Aircraft Manufacturing Department for its experiments. Hu Gong said, "I've heard about your company's R&D speed for a long time, so I won't tell you the development time. I just need to do it as soon as possible. The international situation is very serious now. We need the H-9 to be announced as soon as possible. I can't wait. I try my best." After Zhou Yang nodded, he returned to Shenzhen with Hu Gong. This time, Hu Gong was very anxious. As soon as he arrived in Beatty, he came to visit the production line and urged Zhou Yang to start the test plan as soon as possible. Zhou Yang was supervised by Hu Gong. He didn't even go to see his girlfriend, so he threw himself into his work. He first summoned relevant R&D personnel to prepare for research and introduced them to Hu Gong, asking them to do more research in consultation with Hu Gong. This is also one of Zhou Yang's tricks. He can never expose the facts of the system, so he has to pretend to arrange scientific research plans and hand over the results when the time comes. But as China's top aircraft manufacturing expert, Hu Gong felt something was wrong after more than a day. Because many of these people in the Beatty Aircraft Manufacturing Department come from aviation industry groups and have no problems with their academic qualifications and abilities, but they are all technicians who manufacture civil passenger aircraft, which is still very different from military aircraft. Moreover, to develop stealth coatings, it is necessary for experts with a doctorate in chemical engineering or an academician level in polymer materials to take the lead, so that there is an opportunity to quickly research stealth coatings. However, the polymer materials engineers here at Beatty Manufacturing Department have postgraduate degrees and their level is far from good. This is not a research group capable of studying stealth coatings. Hu Gong was very confused. He had clearly seen that Falcon drones had stealth paint on them, which showed that Beatty had stealth paint technology, so his superiors asked Zhou Yang to study it. But now it seems that this group of people is clearly not a group studying stealth coatings for fighter jets, so what's going on? It was the experts who discovered the problem. Because the previous drone stealth paint also came from Zhou Yang's drawings, they all relied on Zhou Yang to conduct scientific research. There really wasn't much technical reserve in the stealth paint area. This is a highly advanced materials technology that is used globally. If a group of academicians in their Academy of Engineering can't figure it out, they can't expect people with master's degrees like Beatty to do the research, right? Hu Gong thought there was some backup plan on Zhu Yang's side, but after waiting for 3 days, he found that there was still no movement on Zhu Yang's side. If he dragged it out like this, he was afraid that he would not be able to study it for 10 or 20 years. Hu Gong simply couldn't wait any longer, so he went to his office to block Zhou Yang and made sure he made it clear. Mr. Hu came here with the expectations of his superiors and couldn't waste his time here. During these 3 days, he was teaching the engineers of Beatty the experience of military machine manufacturing, and he didn't accomplish anything major. This situation is not going to work. Mr. Zhou, you must be accurate. When can you research stealth paint? Also, is that R&D team in the workshop the same group that developed the Falcon drone stealth paint? The stealth material of the Falcon drone mentioned by Hu Gong is very clever. When applied to a small drone, it can achieve a good stealth effect. However, it will not work when placed on a large volume of H9. If the brush is thin, it will evaporate quickly or the effect will be poor, while if the brush is thick, this paint will have various problems, such as excessive internal stress causing coating cracks, etc., and will lose its effectiveness. Therefore, the stealth paint for Falcon drones can only be used on small drones and cannot be used by H9s. The group of people in the Beatty workshop couldn't even figure out the stealth paint for the Falcon drone, let alone the stealth paint that the H9 could use. Zhou Yang smiled when he saw the serious-looking Hu Gong. He was deliberately delaying the process. The drawings for the stealth paint were already in the system, but he couldn't just take out this kind of stealth paint in a day, right? No matter what difficult scientific research project is completed in 1 day, it is equivalent to a problem with the name card. Therefore, Zhou Yang planned to take out the drawings and technology of the bomber stealth paint in a while, and during this time he allowed his group of scientific researchers to learn from Hu Gong and learn more about military aircraft manufacturing. However, Hu Gong couldn't hold on for only 3 days and came to ask him questions. Hu Gong is a stern academic in his 40s. We can't keep him waiting too long. Zhou Yang thought about it and simply found an excuse that the other party could accept. So Zhou Yang extended a finger to Hu Gong and made a promise. Give me a month, and I should be able to research stealth paint. Zhou Yang proposed a 1-month deadline. The discovery of stealth paint at this time is not shocking. Hu Gong pressed, where was the research conducted? It can't be those guys in the workshop, they don't even understand a few of the technical terms I mentioned. Hu Gong was clearly disappointed with the quality of those young men. Made Mr. Hu laugh. Zhou Yang is at a loss. He is a private enterprise, and the people he found are naturally not as good as top scientists at the academician level like Hugong. Those young master's students also have excellent studies in school, but when compared with Hugong, the gap in professional level is too big, just like when comparing college students with kindergarten children. Zhou Yang then asked that he must come up with an invisible paint suitable for the H9 in a month, but also asked Mr. Hu to do him a favor and help him take these young men from the factory, and if he had time in the future, he would be asked to come to Beatty for guidance often. Hu Gong also promised, no problem, if you research invisible coatings within a month, it doesn't matter if I help you bring out a few doctoral students. Okay, one word for it. Zhou Yang was very satisfied. With just one drawing, he could find a top fighter expert like Hu Gong to personally guide him. This was a rare opportunity. He felt that he had made a profit and that Hu Gong could bring out several apprentices. In the future, Beatty would have a firm foothold in fighter manufacturing. After Hu Gong left, Zhou Yang checked again the stealth paint drawings he had exchanged for specifically for strategic bombers. This drawing belongs to the production process of chemical paints, so the drawing and process flow cannot be modified. However, Zhou Yang can use optimization capabilities to enhance the stealth effect by 50, which can make this relatively general stealth paint the world's top fighter aircraft stealth paint. This drawing was redeemed in the military industry zone, costing 12 merit values, and it was quite cheap. It's not that there are no better stealth coatings in the system's supermarket, Zhou Yang didn't talk about it. Firstly, the demand for merit value is high, and secondly, those coatings are too advanced and difficult to manufacture. Moreover, they are coatings applied to the next generation of fighter jets, so it is still this cheaper coating, which is more suitable for the H9. In the future, there will be no drawings of stealth paint in the system's supermarket. Zhou Yang has already gained experience, which means that stealth paint will no longer be needed in the future, and there will be more advanced counter-reconnaissance methods. In other words, the fighter jets in the future no longer care about not being detected by radar, and there is nothing they can do to detect. Zhou Yang thought about it and tended to think later, because his goal was to create an aerospace fighter with the same model as the statue of the White Emperor. If they all reached the level of aerospace fighters, could fly out of the atmosphere and soar in space, there would be no need to consider radar stealth. It is estimated that there are not many weapons on Earth that can be launched from Earth and successfully hit the fighter jet flying in space. Thinking about it this way, whether you are invisible or not really doesn't matter anymore. Of course, this is still too advanced and will take at least a few years of effort to get this paint done first. The process drawings have been prepared and will be taken out for handover in a month. Zhou Yang then went to the ordnance workshop, where a military robot dog was being developed. Robot dogs are a piece of equipment that China National Military Group is in urgent need of. Zhou Yang is now carrying an increasingly heavy burden, and many departments are relying on him to produce products. But this is also because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zhou Yang does not feel that it is hard work. He can lead the development of all walks of life in our country, especially the military industry. He also has a great sense of accomplishment. This robot dog is halfway through its development, and we can now see its prototype. This doesn't look much like a dog, after all, the troops want results, not more like dogs than products. The overall height is 65 centimeters due to stability considerations. The interior is made of aviation-grade metal material, and the exterior has a skin-like coating that is comfortable to the touch. This coating also absorbs solar energy, allowing it to be charged in the sun in an emergency. Now the robot dog has been built in shape, with a rotating head and different functions in different directions. There are cameras and perception modules on the top of the head. There is a machine gun hidden in the dog's mouth on the front. At the same time, if the firepower is not enough, a gun can be added to the back. There is a grenade launcher on the chest. Turning the back of the head is the detection mode, which can detect infrared, human thermal sensation, etc. The robot dog has a hidden charging port and various control interfaces on its back neck, making it easy to set various parameters in factory settings. The robot dog's appearance has been polished, but the modular joints are still being slightly modified. In addition, the combat-type intelligent AI is also being trained. Training AI takes a long time. Technicians input various modern combat videos to train the robot dog to encounter various combat methods. Artificial intelligence itself is not very intelligent. To put it bluntly, it uses exhaustive methods to try all possible options, eliminate most wrong options, and only keep qualified options. When a robot dog actually encounters the same situation on the battlefield, it will immediately find similar data from the database and use it to react in 1 second. This is like the invincible alpha dog in the Go world, which improves Go skills through high-intensity data training. Because the advantage of computers is that they can perform infinite calculations in a short period of time, as long as a computer has electricity, it can complete various Go games for many generations of humans. Therefore, when playing Go with humans, no matter how humans play, AlphaGo can know the game with the highest winning rate from the database and thus defeat humans. The training of this war AI is similar, that is, to find the combat method that is most conducive to your victory in many war situations, so that the robot dog will immediately become the best assistance on the battlefield, allowing other soldiers to save their lives in dangerous robot dogs. If a soldier encounters danger and a robot dog can block a gun and do these things, then the robot dog has been successfully developed. Now that the main design of the robot dog is completed, we can wait until the AI big data model is also trained, and then we can make the difference. Just as Zhou Yang was waiting for the successful development of the robot dog, he suddenly encountered unfavorable remarks from him. In an interview with the media, his eldest brother Lu Xiyuan criticized Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao for stealing his property, kidnapping his father, and arbitrarily preventing him from visiting. In the show, he belittled and slandered Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, and exposed a lot of false and black material. After hearing this, those netizens who were doing good things felt that they had eaten melons, so they didn't think it was a big deal when they saw the excitement, so they came to ask Zhou Yang. He said, as Lu Xiyuan said, was he the one who made his fortune eating soft rice after Lu Xiao? Is Lu Xiyuan sick? Running over and making rumors about me and his sister? Zhou Yang was very angry, and Lu Xiao was also unhappy, because the more she explained the matter, the more confused it became. After all, the netizens who ate melons did not come to hear the truth, they came to join in the fun. They did not believe the truth when they said it, but were willing to believe the most explosive rumors. Zhou Yang saw his girlfriend getting angry, so he decided to deal with this big brother who didn't know the sky was high and the earth was thick. So he picked up the landline and called a leader. That's what it is, leaders. Someone is maliciously spreading rumors and affecting the online atmosphere. Zhou Yang told his superiors on the phone that his brother-in-law was interfering with the matter. Okay, we've noticed that, rest assured, it will be addressed immediately. The leader is fully responsible for maintaining social stability. He also usually has worked with Zhou Yang, so this kind of matter is handled directly by this leader. After hanging up the phone, the leader asked his subordinates to deal with Lu Xiyuan's rumor-mongering. The case was transferred to the local police station, who directly asked Lu Xiyuan to have tea and warned him not to cause trouble, delete the video as soon as possible, and not to cause any adverse effects. At the same time, the internet police also sent letters to relevant short video companies and major online communities, asking them to limit the popularity of the Lu Xiyuan incident, delete what should be deleted, and ban what should be banned. Major online platforms took action and began to limit the flow of events. However, Lu Xiyuan promised good things when he was invited to have tea, but after letting him go back, he did not restrain himself at all. He ran abroad and continued to publicly say that someone had persecuted him abroad, preventing him from telling the truth and threatening him. If he did not restrain himself, he would be imprisoned. This is a complete distortion of right and wrong. If everything he said was true, it would be understandable to say so, but Lu Xiyuan was completely spreading rumors and pretending to be a victim, causing a group of people who did not know the truth to start talking for him, and then he said that there is no freedom of speech in the country, and a businessman named Joe used his power to deceive people, etc. At the same time, foreign media reporters are like flies that have been spotted and come upon hearing the news. Foreign reporters like to report some negative news about China, especially people like Zhou Yang who are hated by foreign countries. Foreign journalists followed and interviewed Lu Xiyuan. Lu Xiyuan happened to use the foreign journalists' words to tell the fabricated rumor again. Now the rumor became international news. Foreigners who did not understand the reason only thought Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao were disgusting, which caused an even worse impact. How did you get this done? This is too ugly, deal with it quickly. The leader who spoke with Zhou Yang was recently reprimanded by his superiors for not doing his job well. The leader was furious. He verbally admitted his mistake and said he would definitely handle it. After finishing the call with his superior, the leader looked frosty and then came to deal with the matter like thunder. Now Lu Xiyuan is hiding abroad and making outrageous statements. If he can't find the man at one time, then he can't run away from the monk or the temple. Lu Xiyuan still has a large industry in China, so he can't just make a fuss about it? As a result, several companies under Hunta Group were investigated one after another. Hunta Group under Lu Xiyuan's rule was definitely not clean. After checking taxes and industrial and commercial affairs, it was found that there were violations to varying degrees. Subsequently, more than 10 companies under Hunta Group were found to have evaded taxes and operated in violation of regulations, and were suspended for rectification. However, more than 20 other small and medium-sized companies under Hunta, although not suspended, all had very severe penalties. Hunta Group was suddenly put in a very passive position. The company stopped production, its stock price plummeted, and it lost billions of yuan in a few days. If the rectification cannot be carried out within the limited period, then the entire Hunta company may have to close down. These were all brought by Lu Xiyuan himself. Originally, after Hunta company took office under Lu Xiyuan, various negative news came out. The relevant departments only warned him and did not take any real action. Later, it was also because of Zhou Yang's face that they did not take any action against him. However, Lu Xiyuan committed his own evil deeds and could not survive. He wanted to mess with his future brother-in-law, and he himself could not see the facts clearly. He repeatedly challenged the bottom line of a certain department. So this time there was a thunderstorm, others ran away, but the company was still there. It depends on whether Lu Siyuan is willing to abandon the industry and continue to spread rumors. This time, the superiors have taken Hahaha Group seriously. Hahaha Group is facing an unprecedented crisis, and if it cannot be resolved as soon as possible, there is even a risk of bankruptcy. The shareholders of the Grand Plan could not sit still and immediately contacted Lu Siyuan. At this moment, Lu Siyuan had just experienced a late-night party. On a silver party, he met 2 foreign girls and took them back to the hotel for an indescribable night. As a result, I was woken up by a phone call while I was sleeping. I saw that it was a call from the group director. As soon as I answered the phone and heard what the other party said, I was stunned. He just hated Zhou Yang and his sister so much that he wanted to spread rumors to discuss them, but ended up stabbing such a big basket. Lu Siyuan is a dandy and a bit of a straw man. He used to patronize himself and was happy, completely ignoring the fact that he represented the Hahaha Group. He was smart enough to go abroad, thinking that the relevant departments would have no choice but to take him, and as a result, his industry suffered. This will result in direct losses of billions of yuan, and there will be more reputational losses in the future. I don't know how much. Hahaha Group was found to have so much black material at once, and it is very difficult to launder it. Lu Siyuan was still hungover and suddenly lost his mind. Come back and apologize to me, or the grand scheme will go bankrupt, you prodigal son. This old director followed Lu Hengtu all the way. In terms of seniority, he is Lu Siyuan's uncle, so scolding him is not vague at all. Got it. Lu Siyuan felt regretful. Why did he become like this? He pushed away the foreign girl around him who looked like an octopus, put on her clothes and left. Oh, is that how you're going? Where's our money? Both women also sat up from their beds, indicating that they wanted money. Get lost. Lu Siyuan turned against him after eating dry food. He was in a bad mood and naturally didn't want to pay attention to the 2 foreign girls. He just ran away with his bag. The 2 foreign girls were played for nothing by him. Lu Siyuan returned home and then filmed an apology video and posted it that evening, saying that what he had said before was biased. However, at this time, some viewers were still asking whether Lu Siyuan was threatened, and if so, he would wink. Lu Si was angry when he mentioned this, and he was forced to apologize. However, as soon as he returned to China, he received a call from the branch office asking him to take the initiative to return the case. Because he has repeatedly spread rumors and fled for fear of punishment, he has violated the criminal law and will be detained this time. Lu Siyuan was still obsessed with money yesterday and was about to be imprisoned. He was very reluctant and asked for connections everywhere to intercede, not wanting to be detained. As a result, his incident became a big deal and no one could cover it up. Lu Siyuan deliberately avoided going out somewhere, but the room leaked and it rained overnight. Foreign media suddenly revealed that Lu Siyuan was shocked. 2 foreign beauties cried in front of the camera. They said that they were forced by Lu Siyuan and did a lot of heinous things. It turned out that Lu Siyuan had picked up 2 girls on his stomach that night and promised to stay with him for only one night, and then gave each of them $5,000. As a result, Lu Siyuan ran away the next day without getting any money. 2 foreign girls called the police, and the evidence was conclusive, so Lu Siyuan's coercion case was considered solid. So foreign police made extradition requests. If Lu Siyuan was sent abroad, he would definitely go to jail, and he might even have to pay a lot of money back. This was to save $10,000, and this incident broke out. Lu Siyuan cursed the 2 women at his residence as Baichi, and actually dared to call the police. But the matter still had to be dealt with. The old director went to the door in person and scolded Lu Siyuan when they met, and even wanted to smoke him out of anger. Lu Siyuan begged his uncle, the director, to help him, but he didn't want to go to jail. The director said, as long as you don't go out and take the initiative to run to other people's territory, it should be fine. I will arrange a settlement for the plaintiff. You must go to the branch station. You can't delay. Go stay there for a few days and I'll find a way to get you out. Lu Siyuan has no other choice now. He also created this situation himself. It is up to him to see what happens. This time it will be his turn to be unlucky. If he didn't report to the branch office again, his Hahaha Group might close down, so Lu Siyuan followed the director to surrender himself, and then he was locked up. This time it involved defamation. Anyway, Lu was far from out in the blink of an eye. He was kind of honest and paid the price for his irrationality. The result of this incident was reported to Zhou Yang, and his brother-in-law, who was not in a good position, was now locked up, which was very pleasing to the heart. As the victim in this case, Zhou Yang can be big or small. After all, Mr. Lu Hengtu is here and he cannot bear to see his son suffer, so Lu Xiao will also give due consideration to her father's opinion and will not let Lu Siyuan die. But even if the death penalty is spared, the living penalty is unavoidable. Lu Xiao needs to let her brother reflect on himself in prison. We'll talk about it later. It seems he still dares to chew his tongue randomly. After some twists and turns, Zhou Yang's public opinion crisis was finally resolved, and after this period of time, one of his products finally came to fruition, which was the military robot dog. The military robot dog has been basically successfully developed, and the workshop technicians also gave Zhou Yang a surprise. It has an additional replaceable sports device. Zhou Yang previously designed 3 sports chassis systems himself. There are quadrupedal legs suitable for urban terrain, tracks suitable for forests, swamps, and deserts, and frog legs suitable for amphibious warfare. The factory technicians also developed another type of universal wheel chassis. This type of universal wheel is mostly used in some special vehicles, such as multi-dimensional engineering vehicles. It can translate, turn in place, or even drive diagonally, that is, it can drive in any direction. This type of universal wheel has the advantages of tires and the convenience of 4 legs. It is a very good model. Apart from the higher price, it really has no disadvantages. Moreover, this universal wheel is suitable for flat and hilly areas, which also enhances the robot dog's movement ability. If it encounters a specific environment, using a universal wheel is indeed more convenient than 4 legs or tracks. These days, the robot dog's combat AI has also been trained, and after the universal wheel is designed, it can be tested. In order to keep it secret, Zhou Yang conducted the test indoors. The first test environment was the messy terrain in the workshop. Using 4 legs is easier to avoid various obstacles. Let's see the obstacle avoidance ability of this military version of the robot dog. Once started, the black-shelled robot dog began to move around the workshop. It has precise visual imaging and autonomous driving functions, allowing it to avoid obstacles on its own and complete some jumping, rolling, and other actions according to instructions. The voice interaction aspect is inherited from the original rhubarb, which is very convenient. After a simple test, there is no need to worry. It is just as flexible as the original rhubarb. Then it was time to try out the latest combat AI and set up imaginary enemies for this military robot dog, so they released a few drones and 2 original security rhubarb in the workshop to see what this military version of the robot dog would do. The military robot dog set both the drone and the original rhubarb as enemies. It first hid behind the machine, which was a shooting blind spot, and then used radar to scan the surrounding area. Even if there was a blocking area, it could take a 360-degree image and see the surrounding scene. The military version of the robot dog then determined that it had thrown 2 smoke bombs, then burst out from behind the machine and fired at the original rhubarb. Of course, military robot dogs are not equipped with weapons, and these current reactions rely on computer programs to determine whether they are complete. On the screen Zhou Yang saw, he could see the results of the computer simulation. He saw a military robot dog jump out from behind the bunker and strafe at the original rhubarb. The program determined that it was a hit. Then the military robot dog suppressed the fire again, avoiding the reconnaissance of the aerial drone, and it actually stood upright on its hind legs and fired its barrel diagonally into the sky. Then, in the computer program, it was determined that the drone had hit again. That's a bit strong. Zhou Yang felt very surprised. Now it was a program simulation. The military robot dog completely defeated the original rhubarb and the civilian drone, and it was simply crushing them all. This situation fully met the design standards and was better than expected. Zhou Yang was very happy and asked the technicians to replace it with other modular components for testing. Next, the venue was changed and the moving parts such as tracks, universal wheels, and frog feet were tested separately. The results were very good. The feet could be disassembled and assembled in just a few minutes, which was convenient for quickly forming combat effectiveness. So the military version of the robot dog is considered developed, and now it needs to be equipped with weapons and have a real exercise to see how it goes. So Zhou Yang brought his newly developed military robot dog to the China National Military Group and asked them to accept the results. Vice President Su personally welcomed Zhou Yang and was very pleased to see that Zhou Yang had developed a new robot dog in such a short time. When he first met the military robot dog, Deputy General Manager Su noticed that its appearance was quite different from that of the current robot dog, and it didn't look much like a dog. This time, the prototype was not even made into a bionic form. An animal's torso was equipped with a universal wheel. This is no longer bionic, because there are no such animals on Earth. I've tested it over there, and now I need to test it in actual combat. Zhou Yang said. No problem, I'll arrange it. Deputy Manager Su said. Zhou Yang said, I want to find some decent opponents and see the limits of military robot dogs. You mean? Vice President Su asked. I mean, treat the current robot dogs as opponents and let the new and old robot dogs compete in a showdown. Deputy Manager Su was also shocked by Zhou Yang's words. He directly engaged in a battle with the active robot dog. Zhou Yang was very confident. Vice President Su also wanted to see what Zhou Yang's robot dog was like. He immediately arranged for the battle to begin in the afternoon. The venue is also ready, right at the China National Military Group's exercise ground. There are various terrains here that allow two types of mechanical dogs to fire live ammunition. The robot dog was not very controllable, so it used blank bullets and went directly into actual combat. Next, technical engineers from both sides appeared and debugged the two robot dogs, allowing them to fight each other. After the setup was completed, Zhou Yang, Vice President Su and others sat in a safe place and used the drone in the sky as a camera to observe the actual battle. At the same time, this actual battle was also filmed from multiple angles. I will go back and show the troops how the robot dog made by Zhou Yang performs. Soon, the actual battle began. To be fair, the first game was a one-on-one match between a White Emperor robot dog and an active military robot dog. Both sides' robot dogs emerged from their bunkers to search for the enemy. Soon, they met, bang bang bang, and the White Emperor robot dog took the lead in firing. This is because the White Emperor robot dog had the upper hand in terms of reconnaissance distance and reaction speed, so it opened fire from hundreds of meters away. Although the distance was long, the bullet hit the body accurately, actually hitting the active robot dog. When, a piece of the active robot dog dented, but because it was a blank bullet with limited power, it did not damage the active robot dog. The robot dog that was in service immediately did not fire a shot because its shooting skills were not very good. It was not set to fire randomly within a few dozen meters of the set distance. However, the White Emperor robot dog continued to suppress the enemy with firepower. Although both sides were moving and the hit rate was not high, the impact points fell not far to the left and right of the active robot dog. Vice President Su asked in shock, how can this shooting technique be so accurate? Because of the robot dogs in service, shooting has always been not very good. To put it bluntly, they are a bit naive. Generally, the hit rate is only a little higher at close range. If it exceeds a few dozen meters, it will basically miss people. The White Emperor robot dog is different. It keeps firing, which is quite accurate and seems to be hanging. This is certainly not a trigger, but comes from the shooting ability in the system drawings. Not to mention the hit rate, but the hit rate is also extremely high. The active robot dog is shot from time to time. At this point, the active robot dog has not fired a single shot, but has been shot multiple times. The gap between the two dogs is a bit too big. Deputy Manager Su was shocked and asked Zhou Yang questions. Why does this robot dog you made shoot so accurately? Vice President Su asked in surprise. Zhou Yang said, this is the result of excellent programming, limb stability, and a combination of factors. In short, during movement, the body fluctuates, which affects shooting accuracy. However, when the body rises into the air and reaches its highest point, it remains stationary for a very short period of time, at which point shooting is relatively accurate. Our robot dog, the White Emperor, uses this brief time in the air to shoot, so its hit rate is still considerable during mobile warfare. It's amazing. In terms of marksmanship, it can be considered a well-trained sharpshooter. It can be used with all its might in the future. When the soldiers charge, they first send a group of robot dogs up there, and the enemy will have to be beaten. Vice President Su was very excited. He seemed to have seen a completely new way of fighting. Military robot dogs were not widely used before, mainly because they had many hard injuries, such as poor mobility, lack of intelligence, slow reaction time, and poor shooting skills. Sometimes when waiting for a robot dog to carry out a mission, it will miss the opportunity. The soldiers can't wait any longer and usually don't use the robot dog, but get on it themselves. However, in actual combat, it was discovered that the military mechanical dogs produced by Beatty are particularly intelligent and flexible. They are not on the same level as the active robot dogs. It can even be seen that there is a generational difference. The Beatty robot dogs can be completely crushed. The active robot dog only started firing back when it reached within 30 meters, but it was already covered in bullet marks and had been hit by at least a dozen bullets. If it were replaced with 7.62 bullets, it would be estimated that the robot dog had already been penetrated. The active robot dogs also began to fight back, while the White Emperor's robot dogs hid. Both sides have reconnaissance capabilities and roughly know where the other side is. The active robot dog bypasses the obstacles and intends to attack the White Emperor robot dog. However, after it circled the building, it suddenly noticed that the enemy in front of it had flashed away, so it opened fire. However, its clumsy movements caused the White Emperor robot dog to circle behind it when it fired, directly knocking the active robot dog over from behind. One of the major shortcomings of the active robot dog was exposed at this time, that is, after falling, it was difficult to turn over. While still struggling, the White Emperor robot dog pointed at the active robot dog on the ground and fired randomly. The blank bullets hit the robot dog like raindrops, and soon the robot dog stopped moving. Although it was a blank bullet, the high-frequency vibration still caused the opponent to malfunction. This time, the White Emperor robot dog completely defeated the active robot dog in a 1v1 operation. Moreover, the process is a complete crushing, both in terms of performance and the intelligence level of combat AI, which is all one step higher. That's amazing. Vice President Su stood up and applauded in surprise, and other employees of the China National Military Group also applauded. This robot dog made by Baidu really surprised him. It is much more powerful than the original. It is not an auxiliary weapon at all, and can even be used as a real combat weapon. However, no device can be justified by a single test result. 2v2 or even 5v5 tests are required next. Soon, the next few rounds of combat began, which once again surprised Vice President Su, because the more White Emperor robot dogs there were, the more effect one was greater than two. Before, when there was 1 versus 1, it was crushing, and when there were so many, it was crushing twice. The White Emperor robot dogs also know how to cooperate and are very close to each other. This mainly depends on their communication system. At close range, they can communicate and cooperate with each other without even relying on the network. Victory in 2v2 is easier, but the battle in 5v5 is even more surprising because there are battle formations similar to the 33 system charging between the White Emperor robot dogs. Perhaps having learned from previous battles, after initially suppressing the situation with shooting, the 5 White Emperor robot dogs began to change their tactics, shifting from defense to offense. The White Emperor robot dogs clearly have the weaknesses of the existing robot dogs. Knowing that they need to stop shooting to make a decision, the White Emperor robot dogs keep making S-shaped forward routes so that the opponent cannot hit them. While running at full speed, the White Emperor robot dogs started to engage in close combat again. The 5 of them were still circling, and the active robot dogs were unable to turn their heads and were still arched to the ground. Next, the White Emperor robot dogs, like 5 monsters, went up and shot and ravaged them, defeating their opponents once again. Too strong. Vice President Su was finally convinced. He had never seen such a powerful combat AI machine before. No need to ask, it will definitely pass the acceptance. Everyone was happy with Zhou Yang Deoxy next, and he once again completed an incredible scientific research task. I'm going to call the leaders right now. I want to see how stunned they are too. Vice President Su laughed heartily and then left with Zhou Yang. He first let Zhou Yang go target shooting, and then he called the team leader to inform him. Wait until you hear how amazing the White Emperor robot dog is. Not only can it completely defeat the existing robot dogs, but it can also learn from the experience in combat, find the enemy's weaknesses and defeat them. In the 1v1 battle, the White Emperor robot dog discovered that the opponent's shooting skills were not good and his turn was slow, so it turned into a melee attack around the back. After winning easily in 2v2, he found that his opponent was too weak, so he took the initiative in the third set of 5v5 battle, because in the AI judgment, the battle time is also an important assessment indicator. If the battle can be completed 1 second in advance, then the robot dog's AI will definitely make a choice. It turns out that the White Emperor robot dog's combat learning ability is amazing. It can understand the reality of unfamiliar opponents in 2 games and crush them to victory in the third set. Vice President Su believes that if the competition continues, then the White Emperor robot dog will definitely win faster and faster. This is still blank ammunition. If live ammunition is used, then there may be no need for close combat. The active robot dog has been reduced to a hornet's nest and a pile of scrap metal. Leader, come and see it on the ground. This robot dog is really amazing and can definitely become a new force in the team. After hearing Vice President Su's assurance, the leader couldn't sit still and immediately sent his acquaintance Li Weifeng to inspect it. Li Weifeng arrived at the China National Military Group that night. He didn't even care about resting, so he suggested a night battle to test the robot dog's night battle ability. And this time he planned to use live ammunition. The robot dog's bullets flew wildly, so this actual battle required clearing the area to prevent people from being accidentally injured by stray bullets. This is not difficult, there are not many people here at night. Moreover, this area is surrounded by wasteland and farmland. Drones use infrared and thermal sensors for aerial reconnaissance, so as long as there are creatures moving around, they can be detected in advance, thus ensuring the safety of actual combat. The 2 sides in this actual battle are 3v3, which is still a battle between 2 types of robot dogs. The difference is that this time they are all live ammunition, fully armed, and the bullets are tracer bullets, so they can be seen more clearly at night. At 8:30 p.m., the preparations were over, and the robot dogs on both sides were 200 meters apart when the actual combat exercise began. This time, the White Emperor robot dogs are still fighting in daylight, charging at their opponents. However, after firing, they hit the enemy robot dogs one after another, especially within 100 meters. The White Emperor robot dog had a higher hit rate. In the dark night, countless red tracer bullets were fired in one direction, and a few even produced sparks, hitting the enemy robot dogs. As a result, the battle was even shorter. The White Emperor robot dogs won directly by relying on their gun skills without waiting for contact. All the active robot dogs were hit and damaged, and fell to the ground as scrap metal. White Emperor robot dog, crush victory again. Why is it so exaggerated? Li Weifeng, who was watching the battle, was shocked. He had expected to see a robot dog battle that was evenly matched and would only be won after a long fight. However, the live-fire exercise ended after only a few minutes, with the White Emperor robot dog achieving a resounding victory. The disparity in combat power is a bit outrageous, and the White Emperor robot dog's marksmanship is too accurate, stronger than that of ordinary warriors, especially when charging at high speed, and it can hit the enemy so accurately, which is a bit exaggerated. Within about 100 meters, the White Emperor robot dog's hit rate increased to more than 2, which means 100 bullets, and it can hit 2 rounds. Of course, this is just a rough estimate and not an accurate calculation. Don't think this data is too low. This is mobile warfare, and it is not a sniper with accurate shooting. It is a robot dog that can be mass-produced. If this type of dog becomes popular in the team, when the army is fighting, the first batch of charging will be robot dogs, which can stir up the enemy's positions and basically eliminate the remaining enemies. Only then will the real soldiers go to reclaim the battlefield. In this way, the casualties of soldiers can be greatly reduced, and even after development, various combat AI machines can be developed, and unmanned warfare can be started directly. Maybe the enemy has surrendered and not seen a living person yet. Perhaps the White Emperor robot dog can truly drive changes in modern warfare tactics. Li Weifeng couldn't sit still. He reported to his leader late at night, sent the video of the incident to him, and expressed his thoughts. Li Weifeng said, "If this White Emperor robot dog can be deployed in batches to troops, it will play a vital role. We can even develop new combat tactics with the White Emperor robot dog." The leader pondered, "This is a good idea, but it's a big deal. I will send another group of people to observe. I want to conduct a real-world combat exercise between humans and dogs. I would like to see where the limits of this robot dog are." So the next day, a 5-man combat team rushed to the China National Military Group. The soldiers received instructions from their superiors, saying that there was an exercise mission here and that they should participate and must win, because the opponent this time was not a human, but a robot dog. It would be a great shame to lose to the robot dog. The 5 soldiers assured their leaders that they had completed their mission and then arrived at the scene. The scene has been restored to its previous state, with well-trained active-duty soldiers on one side carrying standard army equipment, and 5 White Emperor robot dogs on the other. The 2 sides also engaged in actual combat this time, but the soldiers used laser receivers specifically for the exercise, which caused smoke to come out of their bodies after hitting them, while the soldiers used real bullets. This was to see how strong the White Emperor robot dog's defense was. At 10 a.m., the actual battle officially began. The White Emperor robot dog did not charge immediately because it had changed enemies and become human. Most of the data stored in their AI database consists of battles against humans, so several robot dogs occupy advantageous terrain. This time Zhou Yang was also watching the battle. Under his suggestion, he set a defensive counterattack strategy for the White Emperor robot dog, so the robot dog would not attack easily, but would defend. When the soldiers saw that the robot dog could not come out, they made a gesture, and then several soldiers covered each other's advance. Bang! At this time, there were still more than 100 meters away, because the robot dog saw the warrior in the outcrop and fired, making a sound. These blank rounds sent plumes of smoke and dust through the earth pit, moving the soldiers. These robot dogs are pretty accurate. Everyone, be careful not to underestimate the enemy. The team leader warned his comrades to be careful, and then they leaned against the terrain as they approached the robot dog. At a certain distance, starting at 100 meters, the soldiers began to try to shoot. Their squad is the general soldiers of our army. In terms of marksmanship, one soldier suppresses the enemy with firepower, giving his teammates the opportunity to rush forward. However, the robot dog was also firing, and the hits were not far from the soldiers. The shooting accuracy was indeed excellent, and it would be hit if it was not careful. Seeing that he had fired multiple shots but none of them hit him, the White Emperor robot dog gradually reduced its shooting. Because they have limited ammunition to carry and cannot replenish their own ammunition during exercises, they need to save some and only fire when necessary. The soldiers took the opportunity to approach a distance of 50 meters, which was a relatively dangerous distance. Basically, the soldiers could shoot accurately. At least if they were shooting at a target, they would all be on the target. The robot dogs also seemed to sense it. They did not stay in place and began to move. The soldiers suppressed the fire for a while, but found that they gained nothing except wasting bullets, and the robot dogs could not get out by hiding behind the mound. The soldiers stood up and advanced along the mountain bag, but suddenly a robot dog jumped out from behind a dirt bag. As it jumped out of the bag, the robot dog fired a shot. When the soldiers saw the robot dog, they also began to fight back, and for a moment, gunfire broke out. The robot dog picked out and fired, then fell back to the back of the hill. The other robot dog was also prepared as usual, suddenly jumped out, fired a few shots and then retracted, which was quite obscene. Puff! At this moment, yellow smoke billowed from one soldier's arm, indicating that he had been hit in the arm, was seriously injured, and needed to withdraw from the battle. "Little King, what did you do?" the captain shouted. "No, this dog is really good at shooting. When I hit the gun, I hit it, and it hit me too." That name received wounded, said the little king warrior. Xiao Wang was about to withdraw from the battle. The captain was furious and felt ashamed. He took out his grenade and threw it out with the pull tab. Boom! This was a real grenade, thrown behind the mound where the White Emperor robot was hiding, and it exploded, but they did not receive any warning that the White Emperor robot dog was not injured. The soldiers had no choice but to continue approaching, wanting to get closer and give the White Emperor robot dog a pot end. At the exercise command center, many people saw this scene and sounded surprised, because when the gun was fired just now, the White Emperor robot dog was indeed shot, and the grenade it threw also exploded next to a robot dog. However, when the grenade was thrown out, the robot dog quickly used the computing power of the chip to calculate the throwing parabola and explosion radius of the grenade. The robot dog fell into a small dirt pit. The shrapnel from the grenade explosion was close at hand, but it was all hidden. The White Emperor robot dog that was hit had a bullet hole in its body, but it only damaged some superficial lines, and the robot dog could still fight. Being hit and still able to fight proves that the White Emperor robot dog has no problem with its defense, at least it is stronger than the robot dogs in service. The warriors and the robot dogs were then very close. Throwing the grenades proved ineffective against the robot dogs, they were all very good at hiding. The remaining 4 soldiers discussed it and planned to attack from the east and west with one teammate to contain them, while the other 3 would go around to the back and attacking from both sides. This tactic was fine, but the enemy they encountered did not have any actual White Emperor robot dogs. The soldiers mistakenly estimated the combat effectiveness of the robot dogs and paid the price for it. The soldiers executed a tactic of attacking from the east and attacking from the west, and attacking from both sides. This move is also commonly used in their daily training and is a classic coordination for squad operations. When an enemy is attacked from behind, they will panic and lose sight of the enemy, so they can take down the enemy at a lower cost. However, the soldiers encountered robot dogs that were emotionless and did not understand fear, and their tactics were completely useless. Under the robot dog's reconnaissance, the soldiers' movements were clear, and the robot dog even set traps specifically for the soldiers who were copying from behind. They had matched the soldiers' tactics from the database, knowing they would throw mines before attacking. So the robot dogs first hid in hiding, and after a grenade was thrown and exploded, the soldiers rushed out from behind. However, at this time, they were greeted by the muzzle of a robot dog. Da-da-da! The 2 soldiers who rushed forward were shot multiple times, and then red smoke billowed from their bodies, which was a sign that they had died in action. They had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. The 2 soldiers were very upset. Was this robot dog playing tricks on them so that none of them broke? It's not like they haven't played with active robot dogs before. Those dogs are so stupid that they are useless with just one shot. As a result, these are just robot dogs with different names and appearances. Why are they so hard? The hand mines exploded so many times that they couldn't kill anyone, and there was also that feeling of holding back when fighting against people. They were clearly playing smoothly, but the result was inexplicable. If there is a hang, it must be a full picture hang. There was a warrior game that I played a lot, so I thought of this possibility. Indeed, the reconnaissance equipment on the robot dog is relatively advanced. It not only has visual imaging, which is similar to the function of human eyes, but also radar scanning. It can even pass through some thinner places and see images from behind. If a drone cooperates, it can have a full field of view, which is no different from opening a full picture. However, this time there were no drones to help open the field of view, but relying on the White Emperor robot dog to rely on its own reconnaissance was enough, and it gained a huge advantage at once. There are still 2 soldiers left. At this time, Zhou Yang was excited to watch from the rear. He did not expect that the robot dog he produced would be so strong in actual combat, and could even be more powerful than a real soldier. At this point, the robot dogs are still on the defensive, because the program is set up to defend against counterattacks, and they will not take the initiative to attack. Zhou Yang then said, I suggest changing the robot dog's combat command to attack so that its full capabilities can be seen. Yes. The troop leaders watching the battle nodded in agreement, so Zhou Yang asked the technical engineers to change the robot dog's instructions to attack and annihilate the battle. In this mode, the robot dog's first command becomes to annihilate the enemy. At this time, it cannot consider its own damage, but must prioritize annihilating the enemy. The robot dog began to shift from defense to attack, while only the 2 remaining warriors were still shooting and suppressing. However, at this time the robot dogs had the advantage in dog numbers. They split into 2 teams and launched a counterattack against the soldiers. 2 robot dogs jumped out simultaneously from 2 directions and fired left and right double clamp shots at a warrior. The warrior also discovered the robot dog, but he only had a gun and could only retaliate against one of the robot dogs. At this time, a mechanical dog and a warrior were shot at the same time. Red smoke billowed from the warrior's body, indicating that he was killed. A White Emperor mechanical dog also fell down. Now its limbs showed ghostly movements, but it could not stand up and was damaged. The 3 robot dogs on the other side also attacked the last soldier, with the same idea. The 3 robot dogs jumped out together, and in the end, they paid the price of one being shot and successfully hit the soldier. All 5 soldiers were shot, and one was seriously injured. Logically, the exercise should continue, but the unit leaders have decided to suspend it, so they don't need to watch any further. When the leader came to Zhou Yang was still thinking in his heart, this hurt the leader's face, and he was going to come to cause trouble? However, Zhou Yang underestimated the leader's heart. The leader solemnly saluted Zhou Yang, shook his hand, and excitedly said, "Thank you, Comrade Zhou, for producing such an amazing robot dog. I think it can fully meet the standards of actual combat deployment." If the leader approves, it means that the White Emperor robot dog has passed the acceptance. Deputy General Su and others began to applaud. They also witnessed a product from Zhou Yang that had obtained military industrial certification. Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed. After all, he had just wanted to go wrong. He would be humble enough to say that it was nothing. "Don't be humble, you robot dog, you are more powerful than our soldiers. Then after being equipped, you can charge for our soldiers. If there were such robot dogs in previous battles, then we would not have to sacrifice so many soldiers. This is a good weapon that will be used for thousands of years." The leader was deeply moved. He saw the fighting ability of the White Emperor robot dog. Its marksmanship and speed were still ordinary, and these could be achieved with equipment. However, what amazed everyone about the robot dog was its intelligence. It could even use tactics to defeat human warriors head-on. Currently, there is no small-scale intelligent equipment in the world that can do this. So the White Emperor robot dog once again leads the world. The unit leader left, and he had to go back to report to his superiors, striving to designate the White Emperor robot dog as a special equipment for the army, and use it as the core to study the tactics of small-scale operations. After the leaders left, Vice President Su also came to congratulate Zhou Yang. His robot dog was successfully developed, and this time there would be no reward. If the entire army were to equip robot dogs, then mass production would be required. If Baby couldn't do it himself, he would need the help of the military factory. Therefore, the licensing patent fee would be estimated to be more than 9 figures. After all, this is the world's most advanced army equipment, and in some cases, it is more useful than heavy equipment such as tanks, so it has the potential to be promoted. Zhou Yang did not rest for the next time, but went to the exercise site with the engineers to check on the robot dog. After a battle, the robot dogs all had varying degrees of scars on their bodies. 2 of them were shot, and one was completely scrapped and could not be turned on, injuring the circuit system. The other one could still receive commands, but it couldn't move, and the bullet damaged the movement system. Zhou Yang squatted down and saw the bullet holes in the robot dog's body, and found that it still could not completely prevent bullets. After all, with today's materials, if you want bulletproof, you can only increase the thickness and hardness. Otherwise, you can do something similar to tanks, with external reactive armor, but this is not suitable for small and quick-moving devices like robot dogs. This time, it can be seen that robot dogs are still relatively fragile. Basically, after being shot, their combat effectiveness will be affected to some extent, and they are likely to be damaged. This is not possible. Zhou Yang needs more rigorous destruction test data. Next, Zhou Yang asked Deputy General Su to pull out all the expired shells from their group and greet his robot dog. The bullets had been tried, and now the impact of the shells needed to be tested. As for why hand thunder detection is not used, it is because the robot dog hand thunder is very easy to avoid. It can react and dodge when in the air and basically will not be shot. Vice President Su laughed when he heard this request. "We don't have expired shells here, but we can test them for you with some regular shells. How about mortars and 155 howitzers?" "Yes." Zhou Yang nodded. "Don't feel bad if it blows up." Vice President Su smiled. Zhou Yang knew Su was always joking, and he laughed and said, "What a heartache, it's just industrial products, and these corpses can be pulled back to recover metal, so there won't be much money lost." Next, Deputy General Su arranged to place all the robot dogs he brought with him in the shelling area. Vice President Su was also very interested in the White Emperor robot dog. He and Zhou Yang went to the observation deck together and used a telescope to watch the scene. Now placed in the line drawing area are 6 normal robot dogs and 2 damaged robot dogs. This time, we will test the extent of damage caused by the shells to the robot dogs. "Getting started?" Vice President Su asked. "Yes." Zhou Yang nodded. Then Vice President Su used the walkie-talkie so that the employees could fire. "Fire!" Vice President Su shouted out Li Yunlong's classic quote, "Boom boom boom." Then we heard a deafening roar of artillery fire in the distance. The artillery fire started over there, and then a cloud of smoke and dust erupted from the line area. The robot dogs were placed in different circles to test the effects of different caliber shells on them. Boom! The people who set off the artillery here were employees of the China National Artillery Group. Because they were not professional artillerymen, their artillery fire was not very accurate. They wasted a few more shells before hitting the circle part as required. When the cannon fire stopped, the engineer reported all the robot dogs had lost their connection. It seems the robot dog did not withstand the test and was heroic under fire. Next, Zhou Yang and Vice President Su Du came to the scene. The engineers saw that there were many scratches on the robot dog, but its appearance was relatively intact. However, none of them can start. Seeing where the robot dogs were hiding, they could predict where the shells would land, but the shells were too fast and powerful for them to successfully dodge them like landmines. There were no obvious external injuries on the robot dog, so the circuits inside were probably shattered by the shock wave. The engineers put away the remains of the robot dog and did not study it in the China National Military Group. They transported it directly back to Shenzhen for further study. Although his superiors have approved the robot dog he built, Zhou Yang is not satisfied. It is not that he is dissatisfied with the performance, but that he is dissatisfied with the anti-creation attributes. Being shot and bombarded is useless, which is not acceptable on the battlefield. He doesn't want to be a disposable robot dog. This anti-manufacturing performance can definitely be enhanced. When Zhou Yang returned to Beatty, he gathered various military technicians in the company and worked with them to dismantle and damage the robot dog. First, disassemble the robot dogs that have been shot. After disassembling them, you will see that the circuit boards have been shaken off and soldered, and the areas where they were shot are also rotten inside. At present, this structure is basically damaged by being shot. Especially the shells, the shock waves were too strong, none of the internal circuits could hold up, the chips were damaged, the motherboards were broken, and the defense was not good enough. Then they disassembled the other robot dogs and found that they were all similar. The inside of the bombarded ones was rotten, while the outside was good. This was a real internal injury. Zhou Yang said everyone should come and see how to improve the robot dog's defense. It's fine if the shells can't be defended, but if they can't be scrapped after 2 shots, that's too brittle. The military technicians were quite experienced. They carefully examined the damage to the robot dog and proposed 2 solutions. Because the robot dog can avoid artillery shells and will not be directly hit by shrapnel, it is damaged by huge instantaneous shock waves that damage internal circuits and components. Therefore, if we need to strengthen protection capabilities, the circuit board should not be soldered, because this mode is not shockproof and will desolder when encountering strong earthquakes. The damage rate of thin chips and circuit boards is extremely high, which makes it reasonable to be afraid of dropping them, just like mobile phones. Therefore, in order to improve, the circuit board cannot be soldered and uses one-piece molding technology. In addition, anti-vibration devices must be installed in key parts so that small shells or explosions at a distance will not cause much impact. This makes it more difficult to make and costs a bit more, but it makes it sturdier and worth it. Then there is bulletproof. This military robot dog, the rhubarb robot dog derived from security, does not need to consider rifle bullets for security. Ordinary small pistols and the security version of rhubarb can be defended, but it is not the rifle bullets on the battlefield. Without increasing weight or sacrificing flexibility, there is a way to minimize the damage caused by rifle bullets. That is to shrink the important parts and change the internal structure, moving the important parts to the part where the neck and torso are least likely to be shot. Because robot dogs have the most prominent heads, and ordinary people have developed the habit of holding their heads, they are prone to being shot in the head. The body has a large cross-section and is also the easiest to be shot, so circuit boards and chips cannot be placed in these places. Zhou Yang was greatly inspired by the advice of military technicians. It turned out that the difference between military and civilian products was so great, and the focus was completely different. He had little contact with them before, but this time he finally had a lot of experience. After Zhou Yang returned to the office, he opened the system editing interface and began to modify the drawings of the military robot dog. He first changed the welding circuits into one-piece molding, which was not difficult, and added some anti-vibration devices, which is not uncommon in industry. There is also a quick anti-vibration module in the system editor, which can be installed directly in the interface. The real difficulty lies in the transfer and modification of the internal wiring, which is completely different from the original and can be called a major overhaul. The changes are so big that they can even be made and a new drawing has been redeemed in the system. However, Zhou Yang felt that this was an excellent opportunity to hone his drawing editing skills. He couldn't rely on the system for everything, but he also needed to hone his abilities. So Zhou Yang worked about 12 hours a day these past few days, except for eating and sleeping, which he used to modify the drawings. Zhou Yang didn't return home due to his busy schedule. Lu Saiyao hadn't seen her boyfriend for several days and even cooked dishes he liked to eat to visit him, which was considered a way of expressing her condolences. With the support of Xian Niazu, Zhou Yang finally completed the revision on the 5th day. After the previously modified military version of the robot dog was completed, the system did not confirm it, saying that the product had serious defects and could not be manufactured. Zhou Yang consulted military experts and other engineers many times, and kept deleting and revising, and finally completed the design of the robot dog. This time it was really changed so that my mother no longer recognized it, which was very different from the original rhubarb. Apart from the exterior, the internal structure has been modified. Shock-proof devices and integrated circuit boards have been added, which can greatly improve protection against shock waves. The most important change was that the chip and motherboard were placed in the back of the neck where the chance of being hit was the lowest, and the thickest armor on the front was added to prevent them from being directly penetrated by bullets. This makes the robot dog a size larger, but the size doesn't have much of an impact, and other performance doesn't change much. The biggest change is that it is more resistant to manufacturing. Next, Zhou Yang looked for an opportunity to experiment. Because the Zhongbing group was too far away, Zhou Yang came up with a simple way to test the strength of the robot dog. He had no bullets, so he replaced them with industrial-grade nail guns. These nail guns have greater force than ordinary pistols, and some can penetrate steel plates, so they are best used for testing. Zhou Yang personally operated the knife, pointed the nail gun at the robot dog, and then pressed the start button again. Chirp! With a clatter of metal, a massive nail gun pierced the robot dog's body. Although the body also has a certain degree of protection, this nail gun still cannot prevent it, and most of the nails enter the body. At first, the robot dog's body shook a little, and it was actually still able to move. This is much stronger than the previous version. In actual combat on the battlefield, the gun was basically scrapped after being hit, but this time it was only partially damaged by the nail gun. At least most of its functions are good. The technician checked and found that the motion module was somewhat damaged, but the system could temporarily shield the damaged plate without delaying operation, which limited the ability to perform complex actions. That alone is much better than the protection before the revision. Getting shot is no big deal. Zhou Yang then had the technician fire, and another nail gun hit the other side of his body. This time, most of the nails were still not inside the robot dog's body. A red light came on in the robot dog's controller, indicating that there was a lot of damage this time. Some circuits were damaged and the solar charging module was damaged. This shot could not charge the solar energy. Continue shooting next. Going down with a nail gun will always bring some damage, but most of the lines that Zhou Yang has carefully modified have independent modules. Even if one module is damaged, as long as it is not the main line, it can still maintain basic functions. The poor robot dog was then shot 5 times, which happened to damage the motion module. Now the robot dog could no longer maintain stability and lay on its stomach, with the back half unable to move. However, its reconnaissance, calculation, and command receiving modules are all fine. It can also stay in place to serve as a liaison station and shared computing unit for other robot dogs, and can share the surrounding field of vision in real time. The White Emperor robot dog can continue to work as long as it is constantly powered on. The shooting continued, and after hitting the 8th nail, the robot dog finally short-circuited. Finally, only one coordinate sending module was retained for use, so that people could locate and retrieve it afterwards. It broke after being hit by 8 nails. This robot dog is already very good. Next, we need to test the protective capabilities of other parts of the body. Then a new robot dog was replaced, and the staff pointed a shot at its head. After this shot was fired, the camera module was damaged and could no longer capture real-time images. However, the thermal sensing and infrared detection modules can still be used, so you can also see the surrounding scene, but the imaging effect is a bit strange. Then a shot was fired directly at the junction of the robot dog's neck and body, which is the area where the motherboard and chip are located and is a key protection area. Ding with a sound, the nail was actually ejected this time. This part is the last part of the armor of the whole body. It is normal for the nail to be impenetrable. Next, everyone gathered around to see the extent of the armor damage. There is a pit on the armor, which is still a bit obvious, but it should be able to protect against a few rifle bullets. However, if it is a heavy machine gun, the armor will probably not be able to protect against it and will be damaged by a single shot. But the robot dog is not stupid. Its AI intelligence will not rush into the machine gun position at all. Moreover, the role of the robot dog is not to learn tank propulsion. It requires high defense. What the robot dog needs is flexibility and can protect against rifle bullets on the front. Then there's the back of the neck, which is the main control panel. For easy charging and external devices, there's no armor protection here. But with just one shot, after the nail was driven in, the robot dog indicator light went out, damaging the motherboard this time, and there was no hope. It seems that this robot dog also has a dead end, but the robot dog is always in motion. As long as it is not directly hit by the enemy from behind, there should be no need to worry too much. After that, the nail gun continued to fire, shooting the robot dog into a hornet's nest. It can be basically confirmed that as long as it is not directly shot into the dead hole in the back, the robot dog still has a certain degree of movement ability, and its ability to defend against bullets is several times better than before. The following will be a test of the ability to defend against artillery fire. The White Emperor Company did not have artillery, but the artillery exploded immediately. They could not get shells, but they did have explosives. White Emperor has a quota to buy explosives, which he can then pull directly into the wild and use to blow up robot dogs. The robot dog was placed in different areas from the explosion site to test its shock resistance. Boom! The explosives exploded, and a cloud of smoke and dust formed on the spot. Then everyone gathered around and saw that the robot dog at close range was already moving horizontally and vertically. 4 meters away from the explosion point, the robot dog did not move, and there were small scratches on its body, which were caused by flying sand and rocks. The robot dog at this distance did not report any errors. It lay on the ground and avoided the explosion. Referring to the practice of soldiers on the battlefield, it would lie down when encountering artillery fire and do push ups so that its body could not touch the ground, so as to avoid the shock waves on the ground. The robot dog also learned this trick, suspending its body in the air while on all fours, which ensures that it is not affected by shrapnel or ground shock waves. This trick is really good. There's nothing wrong with the robot dog at this distance. The robot dog, which was 1 or 2 meters away from the explosion point, was already blown away by the blast wave. Currently, the 2 robot dogs have lost power, and the most recent robot dog has a tattered appearance and was blown up quite a bit. The one 2 meters away had some damage to its body and was also without power. The robot dogs were then taken back to the lab for testing. The robot dog 1 meter from the explosion point was completely beyond saving, and what was surprising was that the robot dog 2 meters away actually restarted successfully. It was just that many modules had been damaged, but the main program was still good and could participate in the operation, and it still had certain repair value. The robot dog, which was 30 meters away from the explosion point, did not suffer much damage, which also proved that the modified robot dog was much better than the original and at least could withstand the cannon. The explosives they detonated today, somewhere between the power of mortars and howitzers, achieved this result, proving that as long as they are not at the center of the explosion, they have a high probability of being able to carry it. After Zhou Yang obtained detailed test data, it was proven that this modified robot dog had much better defense than the original. It no longer breaks down immediately after being hit by a gun, nor does it break down near a shell. After being modified, this robot dog has become qualified to participate in actual combat. Zhou Yang himself felt that the original robot dog could not participate in the war because the design was too brittle and the rate of scrapping of the crispy skin on the battlefield was too high, which was destined to become a chicken rib with shortcomings. The improved military robot dogs can now take on great responsibilities, even charging on behalf of soldiers, and can also show their skills and rescue hostages in some extreme events. As soon as Zhou Yanggang decided to make a batch of prototypes of the modified robot dog, the red phone in his office rang. After picking it up, they talked about the robot dog. Comrade Zhou Yang, I would like to solemnly inform you that the military robot dog you designed has passed the acceptance inspection. Recently, personnel will visit your department to discuss procurement matters. Okay, thanks for the notification. After Zhou Yang put down the phone, he thought that it was just the right time. He probably didn't know that he had modified all the robot dogs, so he could give them a surprise. 2 days later, on Monday, the superiors sent someone to the company. The vehicle with a special license plate of one color was parked in the Beatty company. Zhou Yang personally came to greet him, including an acquaintance named Li Weifeng. However, the leaders who came this time obviously had some origins. Li Weifeng actually looked like a follower. He introduced a big leader in his 50s who came to visit this time. Li Weifeng said, "Leader, this is Zhou Yang. The robot dogs, sonic guns, and other weapons come from his company." The leader looked at Zhou Yang and shook his hand with a smile and said, "Comrade Zhou Yang, you are young and promising. Wherever we are, we serve the people." Zhou Yang said politely, "Leaders please." Zhou Yang will then invite his leaders to visit the company. First, we visited the high-tech and standardized production workshop and the ordinary process. The leaders nodded frequently. Beatty company is really good, even more advanced than ordinary state-owned enterprises. This advanced technology not only has advanced equipment and products, but also advanced management. The employees here are energetic and fundamentally different from other companies. They have a strong sense of ownership, are full of energy, and are passionate about their work. The big leader couldn't help but nod. Zhou Yang was really capable of managing an internationally renowned company so well. No wonder he produced so many advanced products. After a tour here, Zhou Yang led his leaders to the military workshop, where a new robot dog was being manufactured. Oh, is this a robot dog? It feels like it's changed a bit. This big leader has a unique vision. He could actually tell at a moment that there were some changes in this robot dog. It seems that he had done a lot of research before. Zhou Yang replied, "Yes, I have upgraded the robot dog, and now its defense has been greatly improved, which can protect it from some gunfire. This is good, not stuck in one's ways, and has the courage to improve. It deserves praise." The leader laughed. Others followed suit, and the uniformed reporters who followed captured this classic scene. Then it was noon, and the leaders declined the offer to eat at the Grand Hotel. Finally, they had a meal in the cafeteria. In the afternoon, after Zhou Yang asked for permission, he had to conduct another destructive experiment in front of the leaders. With leadership involved this time, there's no need to simulate using nail guns and explosives. Instead, it's about getting real people. Next, Bankrupt Company drove a truck with a newly produced version of the robot dog on it and went to the nearest restricted area together. A team is stationed here, and they have received instructions from their superiors to prepare a place for experiments. Soon, White Emperor technicians placed the robot dog into the shooting range, and the soldiers took out several commonly used weapons to shoot. Among them are pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. If there are shells, they are mortars. As long as the mortars can be carried, then even if you win, after all, it is time to use heavy artillery, which means that the war is very serious. The enemy has not yet disarmed the basic weapons and basically will not consider using robot dogs to carry out charging missions. Therefore, as long as it can withstand the power of mortars, it can already be used on the battlefield. On your marks, get ready, let go. With a shout from the bugler, the shooter opened fire. Da-da-da. Boom. A burst of gunfire passed, and when the smoke cleared, the soldiers went over to check the results. Most of these dozen robot dogs are broken. However, there were also surprises inside, with many robot dogs still working normally. First, the pistol fired, hitting 12 shots, which is a magazine. The robot dog only damaged a few modules, and the bullet lodged in the skin. You can see the bullet with your eyes, but the robot dog can still operate, indicating that the pistol bullet can be defended. Next came the rifle bullets, which were quite harsh. Many of the bullets had a hole in them, and the surrounding materials were damaged. One of the robot dogs was scrapped, and one had a more serious malfunction. It was still a bit difficult to defend against 10 rifle bullets. In actual combat, the robot dog will run away and should not be hit by so many bullets. The anti-material sniper rifle was the most severely damaged. One shot split the robot dog into 4 parts, almost breaking it in half. Those that are scrapped cannot be scrapped again. This is not the robot dog's fault. Some thin armored vehicles cannot withstand anti-material sniper rifles. There is no shame in the robot dog. Next came the mortar bombardment, and the surprise came from here. All the robot dogs tested against the gunfire turned on normally, except that the 2 closest ones had some module failures, while the others were intact inside and out. It can be seen that weapons of the mortar level have less lethality against robot dogs. Good, the leader applauded. He knew all too well that on a real battlefield, the hit rate of real bullets was not high. It was good that the robot dog could withstand a few stray bullets. The resistance to artillery fire surprised the leaders. Because the report I showed him said that this robot dog is not resistant to artillery and will break down if it explodes, the leader is still wondering whether it can be upgraded in the future, otherwise he can only avoid participating in some missions with explosives in actual combat. However, the surprise came so suddenly that Zhou Yang solved what the leader had just thought of in advance, eliminating a major drawback. Then you can hold a drill, this time a 2-on-2 one, the leader said. He also wanted to witness a showdown between a robot dog and a warrior. Yes. Zhou Yang had the 2 perfectly good robot dogs ready and charged them. Seeing that the exercise was on normal ground, the robot dog was replaced with 4 legs and the program was set to wait for an opportunity to move. In this state, the robot dog has the highest degree of freedom and can judge what action to take based on its own timing. After the equipment for the exercise is installed, the exercise will begin. The 2 soldiers sent out of the team this time looked extraordinary. Their sharp eyes and javelin-like standing posture clearly showed that they were the elite of the army. In fact, this is indeed the case. These 2 soldiers were specially selected by the army and are award-winning contestants in various military competitions. They are referred to as the King of Soldiers and want to try out the robot dog Jin Liang. After all, he was completely defeated last time with 5 ordinary soldiers, and the leader felt that there was no light on his face. Although it was not explicitly stated, these warriors were unwilling to lose to a machine and wanted to find their place this time. So under these circumstances, the test is about to begin. Zhou Yang was invited to the exercise command room, which has a wide field of view. He can not only observe from the perspective of a drone in the sky, but also directly watch the actual situation through a telescope. It is a VIP seat. The leader politely asked Zhou Yang if he could start the exercise. Zhou Yang said that the robot dogs were ready and could start at any time. Well, I announced that the 2v2 fighter versus robot dog exercise is now starting. The exercise began with a shout from one of the personnel. This exercise was completely different from the last one in intensity, and it was filled with gunpowder from the start. Bang! After the show began, the man and the robot dog were about 200 meters apart when they started tentative shooting. The King of Soldiers had only heard some data about the robot dogs and had seen the video of the robot dogs defeating 5 warriors last time. The robot dog's AI intelligence in the video was amazing. However, after watching it, Bing Wan was not afraid. After careful research, they found that the various AI judgments of the robot dog were still a bit stiff. The reason why they were able to completely defeat 5 soldiers last time was because of surprise, and those 5 soldiers were a bit light on the enemy. They did not expect that the White Emperor robot dog would be so much more advanced than similar products used by the previous troops. Once he knew that the White Emperor robot dog was not simple this time, the Soldier King would not underestimate the enemy and treated the White Emperor robot dog as 2 cunning enemy ace soldiers. Although he said the opponent was a machine, the technical and tactical level he demonstrated made Bing Wang admire him. Therefore, from the beginning, they no longer despised it, but took it seriously. This opening shot is testing the reality of the robot dog. The robot dog also retaliated, and the robot dog was also testing. Both sides shot quite accurately, hitting the mound in front of them. If neither side had taken evasive action, they might have actually hit. The King of Soldiers now knew that the robot dog's shooting accuracy was comparable to theirs, so he must not expose his flaws, otherwise he would be caught by the other party. Then the 2 soldiers coordinated, and when one approached in a roundabout way, the other suppressed them with firepower. What they have an advantage over robot dogs is that they have a lot more magazines. Without additional equipment to help reload, the machine gun attached to the robot dog has a limited number of bullets. Zhou Yang also has a plan for reloading bullets. One is for the accompanying soldiers to reload the robot dog, and the other is to design a machine specifically designed to assist the robot dog in loading ammunition. This machine for robot dogs is not in the drawings, so Beatty has to design it himself. Zhou Yang doesn't have to worry about it this time. The China military group has relevant ammunition loading equipment, so just ask them to come with one for modification and imitation. A machine that serves a machine doesn't need to be high-tech, it just needs to be usable, so it will be designed soon. The scene returned to the scene, and this time it was both the King of Soldiers and the robot dog trying to get closer to resolving the battle. The distance is now close to 50 meters, which is a distance with a high shooting accuracy rate for the Soldier King and the White Emperor robot dog, so they will no longer be easily exposed. The Soldier King also tried to use the barrel of his gun to lift his hat out of the ground, causing the robot dog to shoot. Then his comrades next to him would shoot the robot dog in the hiding place. The robot dog actually fired a shot, but it used the jump shooting method, suddenly jumping out of the ground and using the 0 seconds of floating air to shoot. Moreover, because this is a shooting technique modified by the AI program, it can lock onto the target and shoot faster than humans. In just this short time, it hit the hat. When Bing Wang's teammates saw the robot dog emerging, he ambushed it and shot it, but the robot dog had already fallen behind the bunker, and Bing Wang's teammates missed with 2 shots. Then another robot dog determined the location of the shot based on the gunshot, then took off again, and after the camera caught the opponent, it fired in less than a second. Bang! The robot dog fired 2 more shots. The Soldier King's pupils constricted and he felt danger. He rolled sideways and was shot in the mound behind him that he had just lay on his stomach. If he hadn't dodged so quickly, he would have been hit this time. They originally devised a plan to lure the snake out of the hole, but they almost fell for it in reverse, which shows how powerful the robot dog is. We can't do this anymore. In terms of shooting accuracy and reaction time, AI will exceed us, so we need to use some special strategies. The 2 military kings gathered together, discussed it for a short while, and came up with a plan. They didn't show up for a few minutes just to see if the robot dogs would come forward to attack. The robot dog really touched more than 10 meters closer. The terrain in front of both sides was relatively stable now, and there was no good cover, so it refused to move forward. Next, the King of Soldiers began to fire his cold spear, then crawled forward, trying to get closer. The robot dog continued to shoot cautiously. At the exercise command center, Zhou Yang could see the continuous gunfire on the battlefield, and both sides were testing the attack. It is not yet time for a decisive battle. Looking at the situation, it is estimated that the final decisive battle will not take place until the 2 sides get closer. At this time, everyone in the command center began to discuss which side would win. Of course they are our warriors, Li Weifeng firmly believed. Technician Beatty said, I think it's our robot dog. It's too powerful. Its shooting skills are comparable to those of a sharpshooter. Moreover, the modified version has faster reaction time and stronger fighting ability. It should win. There was a heated discussion in the command center, but the big leader did not express his opinion and just looked at everyone with a smile. The leader then looked at Zhou Yang and asked for his opinion. Which side did he think would win? I think the warriors will win. Zhou Yang said something that shocked the others. As the boss of White Emperor, he should support his own products, so how can he support soldiers? Don't you have confidence in your own products? Of course not. It is precisely because Zhou Yang carefully revised the new version of the robot dog and has a deep understanding of robot dogs that he came to this conclusion. Admittedly, robot dogs are far superior to humans in some aspects, such as computing speed and reaction speed, but they also have the common problem of all ace, which is a lack of emotion and creativity. They will only process scenarios that have been trained in big data models. If they encounter scenarios they have never seen before, they will make mistakes in judgment. This time, Zhou Yang saw that his opponent was the best in the team and belonged to the elite level of our army. If even the elite in the army were defeated by the robot dog, he would be a little hesitant to think about it. Judging from the current strength of AI, it is not yet strong enough. Zhou Yang also has a concept that no matter how smart the AI program is, it cannot compare to human creativity. Even if AI can write 100 essays in 1 minute and generate several novels a day, these contents are all generated by big data. The probability of those sentences just appearing is relatively high, so they are used. Although the words may be gorgeous, they have no soul. And truly good authors, their works can resonate with humans. Only humans understand humans best, and AI is just imitation. Good AI is imitative-like, while bad AI is imitative-like. By the way, Zhou Yang believes that his robot dog AI is only slightly stronger than the most advanced artificial intelligence currently available, and is far from reaching the level in science fiction films where mechanical life can be born. Therefore, Zhou Yang believes that today's robot dogs are not yet human opponents, because the battlefield is not like Go, which emphasizes rules. The reason why alpha dogs can kill all directions in the Go world is because of the limitations of the board rules. On the battlefield, the goal is to defeat the enemy, whether with guns, explosives, fists, or even teeth. There are no rules. As long as you can win, you can do whatever you want. At this time, the big leader said with a smile, "Oh, it seems that Comrade Zhou Yang and I are in agreement. Let's watch the result together. I think the winner will be determined within 5 minutes." Next, everyone in the command center focused on watching the battle situation. They wanted to know who was losing and who was winning the battle between the King of Soldiers and the robot dog this time. The battle scene was already at a fever pitch. Because both sides fired very accurately, the King of Soldiers was no longer visible. He roughly judged the enemy's position and adopted the blind shooting method, raising the gun out of cover with his arm and shooting, mainly to suppress the firepower and prevent the robot dog from attacking wantonly. After a round of gunfire between the two sides, the gunshots on the robot dog side gradually subsided because the robot dog was running low on bullets. The program determined that ammunition should be saved and no shots would be fired unless the hit rate was high. The strategy the King of Soldiers initially devised was to consume it first, and then when the robot dog ran out of ammunition, it would be time for them to attack. Okay, let's go ahead and do our original plan. The two soldiers crawled forward together at an extremely fast speed and soon approached the robot dog. Now the two sides are only a dozen meters apart, and basically the winner will be determined when they meet, and the winner may be in an instant. Kill! The two soldiers jumped out of the bunker together and faced the back of the bunker where the robot dog was. Now 2 people versus 2 robot dogs, and they were facing each other. At this point, it was about the same as the cowboy in the West, faster than who fired. Both sides pulled the trigger, and as intelligent ace, the robot dogs were of course more responsive. They fired first, turning a soldier king in front of them into a hornet's nest. Why are there 2 pawn kings, but the robot dogs hit 1 person in each? Of course, it wasn't a procedural error, but rather a very special situation. Because the 2 soldiers attacked together, the person in front served as a meat shield, while the comrades in the back were responsible for the output. The soldier king who blocked the gun in front immediately decided, killed in action, to withdraw from the battle, but the soldier king in the back was well covered. With a fierce spirit, he held the gun in both hands and poured 2 shuttle bullets on the 2 robot dogs respectively. This time, the King of Soldiers also used blank bullets. After hitting the robot dog was also judged killed in action. The victory was decided now, and the King of Soldiers had 1 man left, which was the victory of this exercise. This is really dramatic. It was Zhou Zhonghe who had the foresight to lead. Sure enough, our soldiers won. Everyone else is discussing this situation enthusiastically. But the White Emperor engineers felt unwilling, and the soldiers were suspected of cheating. Under normal circumstances, how could one person be used as a human shield while another person was responsible for output? As long as they are not wearing body armor, rifle bullets may penetrate the human body and cause harm to people behind them, so the King of Soldiers is playing tricks this time. If it is a real battlefield, their robot dog must have one. When Zhou Yang saw that his engineer was not convinced, he smiled and advised him that it was nothing. This was an exercise to see the robot dog's capabilities. It was not a win-win situation that could make a final decision about the robot dog. Being able to fight the elite soldier king in the Army 2:1 is already the glory of the robot dog. So don't worry, their robot dogs have already demonstrated their abilities, just look at the leaders' expressions. In fact, the leaders have already given high praise to the White Emperor robot dog. This war equipment has very strong capabilities and can achieve optimal combat effectiveness when fighting in a small team. Of course, looking at the scene, it seems that the robot dog has been suppressing the Bingwang team, but this is limited to this rule of the acting venue, just like AlphaGo playing Go, so the Bingwang's ability is suppressed. If it is a real battlefield environment, after discovering the robot dog, the soldier king will not be stupid enough to confront it. They will call the drone team or report the coordinates to the artillery in the rear and strike with long-range firepower. In actual combat, no commander would choose to trade a soldier's life for a bunch of enemy machinery, so if robot dogs were on the battlefield, they wouldn't be as powerful as in the exercises. But this has already pleased the leaders, who have decided that the robot dog is now being popularized within an army group to practice and explore how to cooperate with it. If it works, then promote it throughout the army. Next, the leader invited Zhou Yang to the conference room for a detailed discussion. Zhou Yang only brought engineers with him, and they went to rest first, so the intention to cooperate was determined first during this meeting, and then all the details were finalized, and then they found some time to sign a real contract. Li Weifeng received instructions from his superiors and said, "We initially want to purchase 10,000 sets of improved robot dogs. I wonder when President Zhou can deliver them." 10,000 units is not a small amount, and his military industry department cannot arbitrarily find contract workers and expand production like the home appliance department. If 10,000 units are produced, it may take 2 to 3 months. Yes, you want to ensure the quality and quantity are met. So what is the unit price of the robot dog? The leader asked. Military equipment is different from civilian equipment. Civilian equipment must consider price factors and be affordable for all people. Military industry is related to national defense and the lives of soldiers. Quality and performance come first, and price comes second. Therefore, in order to ensure quality and quantity, Zhou Yang will not pursue the ultimate cost-effectiveness for military products, but the ultimate quality ratio. The price of a set of military robot dogs is 35,000 yuan. After checking the costs, Zhou Yang offered a wholesale price. 35,000? Li Weifeng was a little shocked because their original robot dogs were worth 50,000 to 60,000 won, and such an advanced White Emperor robot dog, which could even be on par with the King of Soldiers, was only sold for 35,000 won, including various replacement wheels and feet. The price was too favorable. According to their previous estimates, the conservative price of such a robot dog, which is comparable to the individual capabilities of a soldier king, is over 100,000 yuan. As long as it does not exceed 200,000 units, their purchase volume of 10,000 yuan will not change. If this robot dog were to be exported, it is estimated that 500,000 to 600,000 would be sold in Liaomei. After all, sometimes the White Emperor robot dog is more useful than an armored personnel carrier. But they still overlooked the fact that this was a product made by Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang never asked for prices all the time. At this price, Beatty is also profitable, and there is a lot of profit surplus to cover the various product scrapping costs brought about by high standards, so that he can produce a fully qualified new version of Beatty robot dog. With a price of 35,000 yuan, the superior leader decided on the spot to increase the purchase volume to 30,000 pieces, as long as they can be supplied this year. The amount they prepared was 100,000 units. If they suddenly found that the unit price was so low, they would not return the money and would just double the order quantity. If it is found in the future that robot dogs are really suitable for actual combat, they will be promoted by all personnel. At that time, border guards will carry robot dogs to guard the border, which will make combat more powerful and make it easier for the soldiers. If the entire army was deployed at that time, Beatty's production capacity would not be enough, so he would consider buying the patent at a price of more than 1 billion yuan so that Zhou Yang would have funds to recover and develop more good military products. The Beatty robot dog was among the first batch of orders. Zhou Yang personally modified a product that was reused, and he was quite proud of it. This time, a verbal purchase intention was established. The leader was grateful for Zhou Yang's contribution to national defense and asked Li Weifeng to entertain Zhou Yang well. So these men stayed with Zhou Yang for a few days. During these days, they made wine together for every meal, and it was really dark. Zhou Yang also wants to establish good relations with these military workers so that his military product production will be smoother in the future. So he sacrificed his life to accompany the gentleman. At every banquet, several people who drank had to be carried away, and the battle was very brutal. But Zhou Yang hadn't been drinking for a few days when a group of people came to see him with their documents. They also had some serious matters to deal with Zhou Yang. Seeing this situation, they took Zhou Yang away from the banquet. How willingly Weifeng and others were to do it, a conflict almost broke out between the two sides, and a group fight was imminent. Don't fight, you're all brothers. Zhou Yang, drunk and hazy, stopped everyone from fighting because he knew both groups. Li Weifeng is from the army, and the people who came to find him are from the aviation field. They came to Zhou Yang, definitely to conceal the paint. This is indeed the case. Zhou Yang has been busy with the military robot dog thing during this period. He has not returned to the company for more than a week. The 1-month development time he promised for the paint is about to expire. The aviation department is also in a hurry. After learning Zhou Yang's location, they came over and wanted to take Zhou Yang away. It's time to work on the stealth paint thing. Zhou Yang stopped both sides of the conflict and then explained the situation. There was indeed an emergency there, so let's drink this wine here first. Next, he was going to say goodbye. You can't go like this, and the brother unit must have a drink too. Everyone in China values face. At his own banquet, he asked others to take Zhou Yang away. Li Weifeng felt that he had no face and definitely couldn't just let it go. He placed a bottle of liquor on the table, and the visitor needed to drink a bottle before he could take the person away. The people on the aviation side also knew that it was not good to offend the brother units. One of the men looked at it and picked up a bottle of Yang He. Without using a cup, he just blew on the bottle by tilting his neck. Then the man turned the bottle upside down, and not a drop of wine flowed out. It was indeed broken by an ox. Good. This was indeed generous enough, and Li Weifeng took the lead in applauding. Now they had some face and sent someone downstairs. Li Weifeng also exchanged contact information with the person drinking with him, so they made a friend. So Zhou Yang followed these people away. However, he didn't make it tonight. He drank a lot of wine, so he pulled Zhou Yang to the hotel first, slept and woke up, and will talk about it tomorrow if he has anything to say. After sleeping like this all night, Zhou Yang woke up, washed up, and the people from the lower airline were waiting for him. It was really urgent. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, Zhou Yang said apologetically. It's okay, Mr. Zhou, you should all know our purpose. Do we want to go back to Beatty first? One person asked. Okay, let's go back first. Zhou Yang nodded. So they flew back to Shenzhen together. After Zhou Yang arrived, Hu Gong was already anxious about waiting. During this period, he served as a mentor to Beatty's technicians, training them in a lot of knowledge. He also agreed to help these people enter universities for further studies, and Beatty's talent pool has been enhanced since then. But Hu Gong always remembered that his purpose was to wait for Zhou Yang to give him the invisible coding process. As the time limit for the task given by his superiors became closer and closer, he was very anxious. Okay, I'll go get in touch. Zhou Yang went to his office and started making cross-ocean calls, pretending to contact his overseas friends. But in fact, he took out the invisible paint production process that he had exchanged earlier. This stealth paint has excellent performance and can be applied to the surface of fighter jets, allowing them to evade most radar detections. Advanced radar designs are all in the same vein, and as long as the radar is based on popular principles, then this stealth coating is effective against it. After waiting for an hour, Zhou Yang was in the office, copied out the drawing documents, and then walked out of the office. How about it? Hu Gong had been standing outside waiting. When he saw Zhou Yang come out, he hurried up to check. Luckily, my buddy actually sent me a paint process they used to make. Zhou Yang then gave a portable hard drive to Hu Gong. Hu Gong was very excited to receive it, but instead of looking at the drawings first, he asked worriedly, "Give us such good craftsmanship, is your friend okay? If he gets disciplined by that institute over there, let him go back to China. I guarantee he'll get into our best research institute." This worker who is still very enthusiastic and is worried about Zhou Yang's friend's work. "He's fine, you go check out this stealth paint first," Zhou Yang Weiner said. "Okay, I'll be right there." Hu Gong immediately returned to his studio to check the contents of the external hard drive. He was immediately drawn to the paint's approximate formula, because this component distribution ratio is somewhat similar to their previous research. However, Hu Gong's research always had difficulties that could not be overcome, but the paint Zhou Yang gave him actually took a different approach, replacing the conventional ingredients with an extremely rare ingredient, thereby solving the insurmountable drawbacks in the paint he studied and achieving the stealth effect of fighter jets. How could it be designed like this? Hu Gong felt that he had been taught a lesson. This component cannot be imagined by imagination. It is estimated that he had to conduct many experiments, thousands of times, to obtain this final result through exhaustive methods. However, the effectiveness of chemical coating formulations cannot be determined with the naked eye, and production and experimentation must be carried out immediately. Because stealth paint is of great importance, Hu Gong immediately resigned from Zhou Yang. He wanted to take the paint formula back to his scientific research institute to reproduce it. Only if he can reproduce it and apply it on a fighter jet can the final effect be determined. Zhou Yang didn't care how to reproduce it, and there was no problem with the drawings provided by the system. He took advantage of his spare time to visit the small town of Beatty. Beatty town is now officially in use, and more than 10,000 residents have already purchased houses. The number of people living in the town has now reached 9,000. So when Zhou Yang came to Beatty town this time, he could clearly feel the popularity, and people could often be seen walking on the streets. However, there are not many cars on the street, mainly pure trams. Of course, there is also Ismensin Automobile Company, which has specially developed wireless charging vehicles for Beatty town, so that the vehicles can be charged at any time when driving on the town road, and can achieve unlimited battery life. Even if it leaves a small town, this new energy vehicle equipped with the latest Beatty sodium-ion battery has a super range of 2,200 kilometers. This battery life can span half of China. The range problem that plagued new energy vehicles before has been basically eliminated. Normal people drive themselves to fatigue, and this car still has half of its power. In the future, the term mileage anxiety will become a historical term, just like pager, telephone booth, boss Joe. When Joe Yang inspected the town, he could often see people greeting him. Almost everyone who can come to settle in Beatty Town knows Joe Yang. After all, it is a small town founded by Joe Yang. It was precisely because of Joe Yang's personal charm that these people were attracted to this newly established town. Otherwise, even the top 10 economic towns in the country would not be able to attract tens of thousands of people to buy houses and settle down in an instant. Joe Yang was instrumental in the establishment of the small town of Beatty. Hello. Joe Yang smiled and waved to his fans, and then he went to the town's administrative building to meet the mayor, Yang Jeshung. Deputy Mayor Joe, you're here. Yang Jeshung was very happy to see Joe Yang and shook hands warmly. Now, thanks to Joe Yang's promotion, houses can be sold in Beatty Town every day. Of the 50,000 houses reserved, more than 20,000 have been sold, and many people are still interested in buying them. Now their town's waiting list also has tens of thousands of people, which can basically meet the demand for a full period of residence. Yang Jeshung said, now we expect that in 3 months, the town's permanent population will reach 30,000, and then shops and various consumer and public places will be open one after another. In 6 months to a year, all 50,000 houses can be sold. I think it is time to hold a meeting to discuss the town's second phase of construction. Okay. Joe Yang nodded in agreement, and then their town's leadership team held a meeting. At the meeting, Yang Jeshung first reviewed their achievements. In such a short period of time, they managed the town to become a nationally famous town and received praise from the provincial and national authorities. In addition, there is already confirmed news that Beatty Town will be awarded the title of National High-Tech Town by the end of this year, becoming the only one in the country. Not only the whole country, but the whole world, there is no town with a level of technological advancement that can surpass Beatty Town. No one in the world would object to this title. However, they cannot be complacent yet. After all, there are people outside of each other, and they still need to keep going in and exploring, striving for greater achievements. The following discussion will focus on the content of the second issue. Judging from this fierce occupancy movement, the second phase of the town will add several times the area to the outside and build a new area that can accommodate another 150,000 people. These new areas will add more schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and other facilities to make the population larger and meet the people's yearning for Beatty Town. There is no objection to this. It is estimated that this newly built area will take more than a year to build at the earliest. Then in the next year or the year after, Beatty Town will have a population of 150,000. This is a very good result, and this population basically meets their expected plans. If nothing unexpected happens, they expect that Beatty Town will have 3 more phases of construction, but the final population will not exceed 300,000, otherwise it will be a city of this size. Moreover, after the superior leaders came to inspect, they decided to use Beatty Town as a pilot unit. Just like the original special zone, any advanced policies were piloted here first. For example, there are some regulations such as the AI Robot Management Law and the Autonomous Driving Vehicle Usage Specifications that are not used elsewhere, and only have the opportunity to be tested in their Beatty Town. These new measures will first be held in Beatty Town. If Beatty Town expands into a city, the management difficulty will increase exponentially. At that time, technological progress and other aspects will lag behind, and the benefits created by their town's productivity will not be enough to cover more people. After Yang Jeshung conducted research, he also believed that the optimal population of the town was 250,000 to 300,000, and that it would stop recruiting people at this size. Joe Yang has no objection to this. Basically, the town affairs are handled by the mayor and deputy mayor, and others can just raise their hands and agree with the opinions of the 2 leaders. Next, Yang Jeshung asked Joe Yang, does Beatty Town have any new scientific and technological experiments to conduct? Joe Yang said, it has high technology. Once my flying car is successfully developed, it will be deployed in the first batch in the town and experiment with flying car management regulations. Flying car. The civil servants present were all surprised. They had just accepted the unlimited range electric vehicles that could be charged by driving in the town. How could even flying cars be coming? Sometimes after being in contact with Joe Yang for a long time, everyone feels that they are in a science fiction world. The endless high technology that comes out makes them overwhelmed. Yang Jeshung is an administrative talent who is not very good at technology. He also expressed doubts about whether cars can fly. So he asked, can cars really fly? So we need to build traffic lights in the air? Or should I apply for flight access based on drones? Joe Yang said, this requires the country to introduce regulations on unmanned vehicles. In my personal opinion, flying cars must have a special driver's license, a special altitude for driving in the air, and all must be connected to AI big data for management. Most of the flight process must rely on autonomous driving. At that time, autonomous driving could reach level L5, and it didn't matter if the driver got in the car and slept. The flying car will take the user to the designated destination under the processing of the backend AI. Everyone couldn't help but look out the window and see the blue sky and white clouds. It can be imagined that soon there will be many cars flying in the air in the town, which will really become a science fiction film. Zhou Yang saw that everyone was a little stunned, so he laughed and said, maybe next year, a prototype of the flying car will be released, and then various experiments will be carried out. If it is to be popularized and put on the market, it may take 2 years, not so fast. Anyway, this is a trend. Flying cars are equivalent to a new type of transportation and will not replace traditional cars that travel on the ground. This is just like the emergence of airplanes, which did not eliminate cars. Every type of transportation has its own suitable scenarios. The emergence of flying cars will greatly alleviate urban traffic congestion, and can also reach the destination faster and more conveniently. They can exceed the speed of high-speed railways in the air because it's autonomous driving the entire time. There's no need to worry about the dangers of speeding. Zhou Yang concluded, the speed of the first generation of flying cars will be the same as that of high-speed rail, while the speed of the later flying cars will be comparable to that of airplanes. Can you imagine how convenient life will be in the future where you can get on and fly without waiting for a flight? Amazing! Other civil servants couldn't help but be thankful that they had come to Beatty Town right. After all, when they came here, they were exposed to fresh content. Compared with other civil servants, their decades-long work was much more interesting. After the technology discussion, let's move on to the town's welfare. At present, various industries officially operated by the town have also been launched one after another. The profits generated will be used to upgrade infrastructure and benefit the town residents. Anyway, the residents of the small town receive all 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund according to high standards. Their wages may not be the highest in the country, but this welfare benefit is absolutely first class. An ordinary worker in a small town may earn 8,000 yuan a month, but the combined benefits of pension, provident fund, medical insurance, etc. will exceed 10,000 yuan, which is higher than the salary received. This is the sincerity of the town in attracting talents. The original intention of Zhou Yang to establish Beatty Town was to provide everyone with housing and well-paid jobs. It is intended to be the Eden of today's humble social animals. Zhou Yang also produced a brand new product that benefits the people this time, but this product is a town. Of course, with such high welfare in this town, there will definitely be people who take advantage of the situation, such as taking the back door to send relatives in to receive welfare, but they don't work and play games at home every day, traveling in the mountains and playing in the water. The town will resolutely investigate and deal with this matter. If woodworms are found in the town, they will be cleared out directly and there will be no leniency. The taxes collected by the residents of the small town should be spent on the residents of the small town and should not be occupied by people with ulterior motives. In addition, Zhou Yang's shares will be in the industries directly under these towns. He is an extremely special existence. After all, Zhou Yang founded the Beatty Town and his superiors also allowed Zhou Yang to have this benefit. Beatty Town is revitalized because of Zhou Yang. If Zhou Yang leaves it alone, Beatty Town will become a second or third-rate town within a few years, and everyone will be wiped out. Therefore, the superiors also want to use these equity dividends to win over Zhou Yang and continue to build the Beatty Town. In fact, his superiors do not give him personal dividends, so he will also come to build the White Emperor. He also has a sense of pride in building this town from scratch, just like others playing virtual city games. Others are the mayors in the game, but Zhou Yang is building a town, and being the deputy mayor in reality is also very interesting. Anyway, for someone like Zhou Yang who has long been wealthy and free, making money is no longer important. Meeting new challenges is what he likes to do. Therefore, Zhou Yang will put more effort into building Beatty Town, making this town a benchmark for high-tech towns around the world. After the meeting in Beatty Town, Zhou Yang came to his own heavyweight Beatty chip company. The level of secrecy here is very high at present. There are guards on guard duty arranged by superiors, and even air defense and radar. After all, this is related to the national science and technology strategy and cannot be careless. Currently, Beatty Chip Company is divided into 2 major parts. One is responsible for producing a large number of carbon-based chips in China, which are produced at full capacity. Construction is underway on another new plot of land, where the project is also confidential. It is not an ordinary expansion, but a next-generation microelectronics production plant. This factory is not used to catch up with the international advanced level, but to lead the international advanced level. Beatty's new generation of microelectronics technology will produce 1 to 3 nanometer super-processed chips, which are ahead of foreign technologies. By then, Beatty's high-tech chip products will be produced here in the next stage. The nanorobot projects that Zhou Yang should have undertaken before also need to be produced here, otherwise advanced nanorobots cannot be built by relying solely on old equipment. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that this new factory area is the cradle of Beatty's future high-tech products. All high-tech products must be produced here. It has high-precision production equipment redeemed in the system drawings, which are products that can win scientific and technological awards. However, it is still in the confidential stage. Many leaders from the Academy of Sciences come here for research and visits and give it high praise. Some academicians and bosses even said that high technology in the world is one stone, and Beatty has the only 8 dough, which shows their admiration for Beatty Company. As the boss of Beatty Company, Zhou Yang has a unique reputation in the domestic technology circle. After coming to the company, the employees are very happy. They also want to be recognized by their boss for their achievements. Zhou Yang came here for inspection and saw a thriving scene. The workshop was full of employees wearing anti-static suits. The technical staff here have very high academic qualifications. Basically, except for a few top universities, all undergraduate graduates have master's degrees or above in related majors. Even PhDs are not uncommon. There are many experts and professors in microelectronics who are at the doctoral supervisor level. These people can only come in through connections. A doctoral supervisor brings several doctoral students to learn and practice in the factory. After all, there is only Beatty Chip Company in China. Having such an environment allows these experts and professors to come here to conduct research and study, rather than provide guidance. At present, almost all the chips used by domestic companies have placed orders with Beatty Chip Company. After all, Beatty chips not only have good performance, low energy consumption and cheap price, but the world cannot find a chip with a higher cost effectiveness than Beatty carbon-based chips. Many companies that previously had bad relations with the home appliance industry are now also coming to buy chips. The owners of those families were worried that Zhou Yang would hold grudges and not sell them chips, but they were worried too much. Zhou Yang's mind was not that small. His goal was the stars and the sea, and he would not get involved in holding grudges with some domestic companies. Moreover, the size of Zhou Yang's current companies has become one of the top high-tech enterprises in the country. Now other companies have begun to curry favor with Beatty, and there is basically no direct competitive relationship. Beatty has long since transformed from the home appliance industry to an all-round enterprise at the forefront of technology. Zhou Yang inspected the area for a while, and then came to the company's office. Although he has an office here, he rarely works here. However, even if he doesn't come, someone will clean it every day. It's spotless here, just waiting for the arrival of their company's spiritual leader, Boss Zhou. Zhou Yang sat down in his boss's chair and began to review various reports from the chip company. The company's profitability is very good. Although each chip is low profit, it cannot sustain high sales. Domestic companies order millions of chips every time. For example, domestic manufacturers come to pre-order tablets, car computers, and various small electronic products almost everywhere chips can be used. China is the manufacturing capital of the world, and Chinese-made products are spread all over the world. Naturally, the number of companies providing chips to the entire manufacturing capital is astonishing. By selling chips during this period alone, Beatty Chip Company has already partially recovered its costs. Currently, investments in Beatty Chip Company have long exceeded 60 billion yuan, and some of this investment has been recovered, thanks to ultra-high sales chips. Currently, chip orders have been scheduled for several months, but even if they have to wait, domestic manufacturers are willing to buy chips elsewhere because the performance is not strong and the price is several times higher. As long as it is purchased by a normal-minded company, everyone knows to buy Beatty chips. Therefore, although Beatty chip has not been advertised since its release, its popularity in the industry has risen to number 1. Wherever there is a demand for chips, the first thing to consider is Beatty's products. Zhou Yang was very satisfied when he saw the financial statements of Beatty Chip Company. He really didn't expect chips to make so much money. No wonder the market value of Intel and AMD has been getting bigger and bigger over the years, just because chips are so profitable. However, Intel and AMD now rely on their strong foundation, and there are many chip types that Beatty does not make. They are still the world's number 1 and number 2 chip companies, but this situation can be reversed soon. Now Beatty chips are also gradually developing new products, covering more industries, such as server chips, supercomputing chips, etc. When these chips are launched on the market, the title of the world's number 1 chip company will have to be replaced by Beatty. This is the modern interpretation that the emperor takes turns doing, and it will come to my house next year. A few days after working at Beatty Chip Company, Zhou Yang's phone suddenly rang, ringing again and again, as if there was something urgent. Zhou Yang picked it up, and across from him was the voice of Hu Gong. Boss Zhou, I have good news for you. The stealth paint has passed the inspection and has passed the acceptance. Hu Gong was excited. The scientific research problem that had troubled them for a long time was actually solved here in Zhou Yang in just 1 month. Of course he was happy. This allows the bomber to achieve complete stealth. Really? That's great. Now that he had passed the test, Zhou Yang felt relieved and had finally settled his concerns. The scientific research task this time was at the confidentiality level. He provided the paint formula, but there was no news after that, and Zhou Yang would not be notified of how to produce it later, nor would Zhou Yang ask for information. However, Zhou Yang knew that he would definitely learn about the H9, and at that time he would appreciate it together with people all over the world, and my country's latest stealth strategic bomber would be launched. Although Zhou Yang's name will not be left in the credit book of the stealth strategic bomber, his superiors will not forget his achievements. For this research and development mission, his superiors are still preparing rewards, but they have not been distributed. They will definitely wait until the H9 is truly announced to the world before they will reward him based on his merits. Zhou Yang left the chip company and went to the shipyard to implement another new product for him. Zhou Yang's new marine product is naturally his marine nuclear reactor. This is an incredible product. All nuclear-armed products require the consent of the state to be manufactured, so Zhou Yang went to the relevant departments and submitted an application. There is no need to apply for a patent for this type of equipment, because even if the drawings are made public, not many countries can copy it. This belongs to the military category, so there is no patent issue. If it can be made, it is a oxknock. As soon as I heard that Zhou Yang had the idea of building a nuclear reactor again, I was shocked. Several nuclear energy bosses and some top ship designers from CSIC Heavy Industries immediately came to Landy Shipyard to see his new technology. However, the technology for this nuclear reactor has not yet been implemented, and there is not even any equipment, it is just a technical drawing. A nuclear reactor is something that Zhou Yang alone and a shipyard would definitely not be able to handle. It requires the help of these experts to build it, so there is no need to keep it secret from them. Zhou Yang generously shared his nuclear reactor technology. Miniaturized marine nuclear reactor. Experts were shocked when they saw this. This is much smaller than the nuclear reactor of existing nuclear-powered warships, but the power has not been reduced. Moreover, according to the drawings, this type of nuclear reactor is safer and easier to maintain. It is an upgraded version of the current nuclear reactor. Was this also what Mr. Zhou researched? The chief engineer of CSSC asked in surprise. He didn't understand why Zhou Yang always had some high-tech technologies. Shipbuilding, car manufacturing, military products, and chips were all the best in the country. What a strong level of scientific research was this. However, they did not see any nuclear energy researchers at the shipyard. It seemed that this technology was developed by foreign aid. Yes, this is the latest technology my friends secretly transferred to me. Zhou Yang Defang admitted it. All the experts are numb. This world's top nuclear power reactor technology will not be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan, and there is still no market price. Owning this reactor will determine that it will lead the world's nuclear energy level for 20 years. However, it was this ultra-advanced nuclear energy technology that Zhou Yang got just like ordinary drawings. What kind of life-threatening friendship would it take to hand over the drawings of the nuclear power reactor? Experts can't imagine it anyway, but they're not detectives, they just need to see the results. Because it was Zhou Yang's drawing, they could not take it away, so they set up a confidentiality office in the shipyard and began to verify the feasibility of the drawing and whether it could really be manufactured. After several days of verification and with the help of high-performance computers, nuclear energy experts have reached a preliminary conclusion that this reactor is entirely feasible to manufacture and is a viable physical object for the next generation of nuclear energy reactors. Now the experts look at Zhou Yang differently. With this kind of nuclear reactor, my country's nuclear submarines and even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers can be put on the agenda. We have been launching nuclear submarines for many years, but nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have not yet been launched because some parameters and performance have not been improved. Now that we have this new type of nuclear reactor, it can be fully applied to nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. This is a strategic scientific research achievement. When the experts reported the news, the Landy shipyard became lively, with more than 40 bigwigs from all over the world coming in at once. These big guys are generally middle-aged and elderly people. Although some of them are wearing casual clothes, they are not angry and look like military personnel. Zhou Yang even discovered an old acquaintance who was actually the boss. Good seat. Zhou Yang came forward to say hello. When he was in college, he watched various videos of the game as funny jokes. At first, I thought it was funny and thought the person in the bureau was just a fool. There was no accurate prediction, just a retired old man who talked about running trains. But when he grew up, Zhou Yang realized that Zhuzuo was a wise man who was foolish. Others thought he was naive, but he was a true wise man. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared among this group of experts. Zhou Yang, I finally met you, young man. Your reputation is as impressive as thunder. The boss laughed, and when they met and shook hands, he started joking. Where, the bureau seat was famous before me and is famous. I grew up watching your videos. Zhou Yang said modestly. Haha, for those of us who are famous, it's not necessarily a good thing. We still need to know how to keep a low profile. Zhuzuo said something thought-provoking, and Zhou Yang vaguely understood it. This was Zhuzuo reminding him of the way to do things and not to be too arrogant. Thank you for the tip. Zhou Yang thanked him again. Why do you two kind of hate meetings so late? You don't want to be friends without age. The other leaders were joking around, and the atmosphere was relaxed. After some pleasantries, everyone came to visit the Landy shipyard. Seeing that these are all advanced factories and equipment, and the personnel management is also very scientific, I couldn't help but nod. This place does have the ability to build military ships. These bigwigs who can't see the end of the dragon can come to the Landy shipyard, of course because of Zhou Yang's nuclear reactor technology. Zhou Yang was also not pretentious. He immediately took out the drawings in the conference room and let everyone study and discuss them. These people are all experts in shipbuilding and warships. They quickly discovered that as long as the nuclear reactor can be used, it will definitely improve the level of nuclear-powered ships in our country by 20 years. This is an epic breakthrough. This nuclear-powered reactor needs to be tested as soon as possible, but the big guys are a little difficult on how to do it. If it was a product of the research institute, they took it directly to the shipyard for experiments, but this was Zhou Yang's own research result and it could not be forcibly plagiarized. The experiments had to be conducted at the Landy shipyard. As is customary, nuclear-powered warships must be tested on civilian vessels before they can be built, so nuclear-powered icebreakers are the most suitable. Icebreakers are special vessels operating in polar regions, facing thick ice. If the ship wants to move forward, it must break through the ice. Steel is certainly harder than ice, but the weight of an ice sheet is incalculable. To break through the ice, sufficient power is needed to propel the icebreaker forward. Ordinary diesel generator sets do not operate ideally in low-temperature environments, so nuclear power is a good direction. Nuclear-powered icebreakers are installed, with almost unlimited power, capable of breaking through ice barriers and providing unimpeded access in the polar regions. This ship is generally used for ocean ecological exploration or scientific research teams. These are all national units, so nuclear-powered icebreakers have no worries about having no sales. These bigwigs suggested that Landy Shipyard produce nuclear-powered icebreakers, and as long as they were produced, they would be responsible for sales. Once civilian-grade nuclear-powered ships are successfully manufactured, the next step will be to build nuclear-powered warships. Landy Shipyard will also become one of the few shipbuilding factories capable of building nuclear-powered ships. However, we do not have any nuclear energy technicians at our shipyard. Zhou Yang presented his difficult problem. He. The big guys smiled at each other. If they could come here, would there still be a shortage of technicians? The person here is not an industry leader. If 1 or 2 companies are sent out, Landy Shipyard will become one of the world's most technologically advanced shipyards in a heartbeat. After all, there aren't many shipyards capable of producing nuclear-powered vessels. Thank you to all the leaders then. Zhou Yang stood up and bowed in gratitude. He drew up the drawings, but the most valuable ones were various technical talents. This type of nuclear energy talent could not be recruited, and these leaders and experts had to come forward to support it. Moreover, they contracted out the funding, and then people from the local bank would sign the loan agreement, and the technical personnel would be in place within 2 weeks. As for various equipment and nuclear energy raw materials, they will be in place soon. In short, with the support of superiors, Zhou Yang's nuclear-powered shipbuilding division was built at a breakneck pace. The nuclear-powered shipbuilding division of Blue Emperor Company was quickly established. The storage workshop for radioactive elements here also has the highest protection. Next, technical engineers from the relevant nuclear industry came to report and began research. This time, the nuclear power division, except for the site which is Landy's own, all other materials, equipment and researchers are supported by superiors. The superiors would not miss this opportunity to improve the level of my country's nuclear industry ships, so they took the initiative to give money to people. Zhou Yang did not need to go through any procedures. Some civil servants directly took the stamped documents and came to Zhou Yang to sign them. Once signed, they took effect immediately. This time, the superiors attached great importance to it and even set up an observation station at the Landy shipyard with dedicated personnel to report on the research progress at any time. Since there are people in charge of the shipyard and they are all top nuclear energy experts in the country, Zhou Yang can let them do it with confidence. It is estimated that this nuclear-powered icebreaker will take about a year. Then came midsummer, the weather was hot, and it was the hot season for refrigeration equipment. Sales of Beatty air conditioners, refrigerators, freezers, bladeless fans and other products are still very considerable. At this time, a piece of news broke all over the country, that is, Zhong Shuigao popsicle became an ice cream assassin. Many people spent dozens of yuan to buy a popsicle, and they couldn't even afford ice cream. However, just like that, Zongsu Cake Company still championed the idea that this was their business strategy, which was to make light luxury products in the ice cream industry. You can be extravagant, willing to fight one person at a time, but what does it matter if you fill up the containers? In convenience stores, there are no clear prices and people often take the wrong ones. In some small shops in the service area of highways, they are even full of Zhong Sui Jo popsicles, and anyone who wants to eat them will lose money. As a result, a trend of people wanting to enjoy ice cream freedom arose. They wanted to buy cheap ice cream, but they couldn't buy old popsicles that cost 1 yuan each as children. As a fast-moving consumer good, ice cream belongs to a category that is frequently consumed. Each stick costs dozens of yuan to buy, which is really painful. The key is that many workers only earn a few thousand yuan a month. I really can't afford such expensive ice cream. Zhongshui cake occupies the freezers of various small shops, and people cannot find several cheap ice cream varieties. When everyone was eager to eat cheap ice cream, Zhou Yang suddenly came to mind. In terms of electrical appliances, there are only some that people cannot afford, so Zhou Yang makes cheap appliances of this type so that people can afford them. Now, workers save too much money by having almost a full set of White Emperor appliances in their homes. Now that everyone can't afford ice cream, many people log into Beatty's official website to leave messages for Zhou Yang, hoping that he can regulate the ice cream market and produce Beatty ice cream so that everyone can afford it. Zhou Yang is so popular that such a small matter has become a hot search. Many media outlets have even contacted Zhou Yang to ask him to answer, can Beatty make ice cream? If he can make ice cream, he will definitely step under the feet of Sun Tzu's company, Zhongshui Cake, and let them know what happens if they become detached from the masses. Zhou Yang has been working in a large industry such as military industry recently. Suddenly receiving the expectations of people such as ice cream is really novel, as if returning to the early days of Beatty's business. Now, with such a small expectation, the system no longer dispatches tasks, and Zhou Yang can solve it himself. Zhou Yang once said that he would not be a food company, but he could not bear to reject the people's expectations. Suddenly he thought of a solution that seemed to solve this problem. Zhou Yang does not open a food company, but they have processing plants within Beatty that do not serve the outside world. For example, the catering company that specializes in feeding tens of thousands of employees under Beatty does not provide external services. So he set up a White Emperor ice cream factory and then provided summer ice cream to his employees for free, giving their customers a little benefit. This method is good. So Zhou Yang waved his hand and asked Tanglan to open an internal ice cream factory, which could supply all the employees of Beatty in Shenzhen with free ice cream, which was considered an employee benefit. Moreover, this ice cream will be put on the Beatty Point store. They can redeem one with 10 points, which is valid for a long time as long as it is summer. This complies with Zhu Yang's promise not to open a food factory, and also allows Beatty users to enjoy at least one box of ice cream in a summer. As long as you buy Beatty products, you will get points, and these points can usually be exchanged for some handmade paper, cooking oil, and other products. The various flavored ice cream produced this time can also be exchanged. These points can be redeemed for ice cream with an additional bonus, equivalent to 50 cents a stick with less cream, which is equivalent to ice cream priced under 2 yuan on the market, while varieties with more cream and chocolate are worth 1 yuan a stick, which is equivalent to ice cream priced between 3 and 6 yuan on the market. This is cheaper than other ice creams on the market, which is a benefit for fans. Such a factory is very easy to establish. As soon as the Beatty equipment department called, a manufacturer shipped the equipment for producing ice cream. There are many empty factories in the Beatty factory area, so you can make an ice cream factory at will. It wasn't until he produced ice cream that Zhou Yang realized how low the cost was. Mass production only cost a dime or two for those popsicles. However, cold chain transportation and production account for a large proportion of costs, so the cost of ice cream cannot be reduced to a very low level. However, production is easy, and the ice cream is ready within a week, but how to transport it to the user's home is a problem. Because if you build your own fresh cold chain, the cost is much higher than Skyrim. Opening a cold chain transportation across the country is estimated to cost billions of dollars, and you have to pay these people wages, which is higher than the value of the ice cream itself. Therefore, building your own cold chain transportation channels will not work, so you can simply borrow other people's channels. Now there are certain groups, certain treasures, and certain duo, all of which have offline group buying channels. They have cold chain transportation. The goods ordered by users one day can be delivered the next day, including frozen products. So borrow their cold chain and you can save money. If most people borrow money, they will definitely take the opportunity to increase the price. It is estimated that the price is not cheap. After all, they are a company and need to make money. But once the cost is added, the user will eventually have to pay for it. Therefore, Beatty ice cream definitely cannot be priced so high. Zhou Yang is about to call their boss himself. Hello Mr. Dai, I'm going to borrow your cold chain. Yes, just in the summer, I'll deliver some welfare ice cream to Beatty's fans. Zhou Yang called the general manager of one of the large companies, who answered respectfully, saying there was no problem. Zhou Yang asked him what the cost was, and Mr. Dai just laughed and said, then we must charge the cost price. Boss Zhou usually takes good care of us. How can I charge you money? Mr. Dai is right. Beatty's products are now hot selling all over the country, including various vehicles under Zhou Yang. As long as they are domestic companies, they basically have to buy products produced under Zhou Yang. When Beatty's products are hot and unavailable, they will ask Zhou Yang for help in coordinating the supply, and Zhou Yang will supply them in advance accordingly. These companies all accepted Zhou Yang's favor, so this time Zhou Yang asked them for help, and they charged him the cost price. At the same time, this is also a good time to promote his own group buying products for free. The traffic driven by Zhou Yang himself is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In fact, this is considered a courtesy exchange, which benefits both parties and also solves the transportation problem of ice cream. Soon, Zhou Yang announced the fan welfare ice cream plan on Beatty's official website. Users of Beatty or Mensin Auto can use their points to redeem ice cream in the Points Mall. After redemption, the ice cream will be shipped through the group purchase channel. At that time, everyone can get the ice cream from the collection point near their home, but only the entire box can be redeemed. Please bring your own refrigerator or freezer for storage. When Zhou Yang announced the good news, his fans were excited again. Zhou Yang really cares about the people and produces whatever everyone wants. Soon, the first batch of people applied to redeem points. A few days later, they received their favorite ice cream at a collection point near their home. These ice creams usually cost several yuan to buy, but now you don't need to pay cash, just redeem them with points. Everyone usually uses Beatty appliances. This is the first time they have eaten Beatty food, and they are all very novel, so these users posted their experience of eating ice cream online as soon as possible. This ice cream is delicious. For 5 cents, it's cooler, while for 1 yuan, it is cream and chocolate, each with its own unique flavor. I like this dark chocolate one, bitter with sweetness. It's not that you can't afford chocolate, but White Emperor is more cost-effective. Awesome, you can get ice cream for 5 yuan elsewhere for just 1 yuan, so affordable. Zhongshui cake, go to hell. Beatty fans are praising this ice cream. The key is to spend some points and you can eat it at your doorstep. It is so affordable. It's a pity that their points are running low. I will buy a few more Beatty appliances later. In this summer, I can eat ice cream. For a moment, the entire network was filled with news about Beatty Fulai ice cream. This made other ice cream manufacturers wail that their ice cream could not be sold. This is no wonder. They have high costs and need to make profits. However, Beatty's ice cream factory is originally a welfare company, distributing it to employees and fans without accepting cash, which has a different purpose. At this point, many ice cream factories are on the verge of bankruptcy due to lack of orders, and some are preparing to change careers. Many people blame Zhou Yang for this situation, saying that he caused many bosses to go bankrupt and employees to lose their jobs. In fact, this is why Zhou Yang didn't become a food company, because food is related to people's livelihood and everyone has to eat every day. Although some food is more expensive, as long as real ingredients are used, there is actually not much huge profit and all the money earned is hard work. However, if Beatty enters the food industry, its scale and popularity will compress costs to the extreme, which makes it impossible for ordinary food factories to do so. Then, facing the giant-level Beatty company, it seems that it has no choice but to go bankrupt. Therefore, Zhou Yang does not engage in the food industry because he wants to give domestic food factories a way to survive. If he participates, a company will go bankrupt. Moreover, food is people's livelihood, and if the impact is too great, it will shake the people's fundamentals. Zhou Yang does not want to interfere. Ice cream is a fast-moving consumer goods product, and making it has little impact on the market. It doesn't matter whether there are more or fewer ice cream factories, so Zhou Yang came up with this method to make welfare ice cream. Soon, many Beatty fans in China started eating delicious ice cream and basically stopped buying those expensive ice creams, especially Zhongshu cake. Others who did not buy Beatty products were saying that this was unfair to them and strongly demanded that Beatty's ice cream be open to everyone. Zhou Yang explicitly refused this request. This is welfare ice cream, and it is not intended to enter the ice cream field, so everyone should eat and cherish it. It will stop after summer. If you really want to eat it, you can find other people in the same city who have exchanged ice cream to buy it. This caused a craze for Beatty ice cream, which later became a must-have for everyone to cool down in the summer. The word ice cream assassin will never be used again, but everyone will always remember Zhou Yang's achievements. With just a little action, they helped them achieve ice cream freedom. This summer passed without me noticing, accompanied by Beatty ice cream. Soon the temperature dropped and it became crisp autumn weather. Beatty Company recently shipped several containers, and military vehicles were actually accompanying them for protection during the transportation, which has caused some people to speculate. Suddenly one day, a news story broke abroad that there was a border friction between a mysterious great power in our country, and dozens of their high-caste soldiers were beaten by a robot dog. Several were eventually killed and dozens were captured alive. The news also included a video showing robot dogs speeding across the plateau, hunting down captured soldiers of a major power. The video is not very clear, and it is not known whether it is true or false. After all, videos can be processed now, so the authenticity of this news is questionable. This was reported anonymously on the external website, and soon reporters came to interview both countries separately. A mysterious great power said that this was absolutely not the case. Their soldiers were all brave and skilled warriors, all fierce men who could defeat 10 with one enemy, and it was impossible for them to be defeated by a bunch of machines. My country has not issued any public statement. Even at the public press conference, when a foreign reporter asked questions with a video, the spokesperson said that he had not received any relevant information. Please ask the publisher of the video specifically. At this point, it seems that the video is fake, but netizens around the world have become interested in the robot dog that appears in the video. They transform into Sherlock Holmes and begin to analyze the video frame by frame. First of all, from a technical perspective, I saw that the robot dog used a universal wheel design. This design is very fresh, and it has a gun barrel tied to its body. It moves super fast and can shout the language of a certain big country. It feels very intelligent. Some netizens said that this was absolutely fake and a composite video. After all, both countries denied this fact. Moreover, there is no such advanced robot dog in the world. Looking at some of the shots in the video, I feel that the robot dog can fly over eaves and walk on walls, and can accurately shoot and hit. The soldier of a certain major country who hit it knelt down and surrendered. There is no such advanced AI machine in the world. Some people also talked about the configuration of our army. They took out the official video they found earlier, which did show a robot dog, but the appearance was very different. The robot dog was quadrupedal design. Moreover, those robot dogs feel a bit silly and can't speak voice. They are so naive. When shooting, they need to be still and the muzzle cannot be adjusted in a large range. These are all far removed from the robot dogs in the mysterious video. Of course, some netizens believe that this is true. The reason why a mysterious great power does not recognize it is because it is so shameful. The soldier number 50 was actually captured by several robot dogs. Only when he can admit it can there be ghosts. After all, they also need face. China has always disliked showing off its military power and rarely releases details of friction, so it may be true. This matter is not accurately determined, and 60% of the people who believe that the video is fake are among them. After all, the robot dog in the video is too advanced and intelligent. They found a robot dog from a science fiction movie. The robot dog in the movie is similar to the one in the video, so some people suspected that the video was a special effect. Everyone thought this was unreliable, so most of the judgments were false. However, Zhou Yang was very excited when he saw this news, because the robot dog that captured soldiers of a certain great power this time was produced by Beatty. Zhou Yang could tell at a glance that the video was real because the military robot dogs were all produced by Beatty, who had been immersed in the production line day and night for countless days, and the ones that were cooked couldn't be cooked any better. In the videos released abroad, the location is the plateau border, and the combat power displayed by the robot dog in the video is exactly the same as that of the Beatty robot dog. In fact, that is his product. Zhou Yang is the person on the entire network who is most qualified to answer whether the video is true or false. However, he could not say, because none of his superiors had made it public, and it was definitely confidential. He remained silent, but did not say that he could not celebrate. That night, he arrived at Liu Xiao's villa and had a meal with his future father-in-law. He and Liu Xiao opened a bottle of fine wine to celebrate the event. Although no one acknowledged it, the information revealed in the video showed that it was indeed a border friction, and our soldiers did not appear on camera. The robot dog fought all the battles. The video showed that the robot dog hit several soldiers from mysterious powers and captured a group of enemies. This must have been a glorious victory. There are rumors abroad that a mysterious great power has captured dozens of prisoners this time, some of whom were captured by robot dogs and some were killed. This is really not a good news to spread, and it is probably why their own country does not recognize this matter. Zhou Yang is very happy that the weapons he produced have been used on the front line. Now it seems that they have withstood the test of actual combat, so this is a very useful product. The products he produced were already used to defend the country. Zhou Yang felt proud when he thought about it, so he drank 2 more cups. By the time the dinner was over, Zhou Yang was already slightly tipsy and walking a little unsteadily. It was getting late, so Zhou Yang said goodbye to the old man and it was time for him to go back. Lu Hunta said, "Don't leave after drinking, Yao Yao, pack up a room for Zhou Yang upstairs. This one isn't very good." Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed and even got pretentious. Old man Lu gave Zhou Yang a meaningful smile. Zhou Yang and Liu Xiao often have trysts. The old man is from here, so he doesn't know that he has already recognized Zhou Yang as his son-in-law and doesn't care about that little nonsense. Moreover, it is not as feudal as it was in the last century. The old man can accept couples living together unmarried, so he took the initiative to ask his daughter to arrange a room for Zhou Yang to live at home, saving the 2 young men from having to carry him on their backs all day, which is inconvenient. I said, "You two can consider getting married." Before the old man went back to the house to rest, he said something. Zhou Yang nodded, then yes, Liu Xiao's girlfriend is not found anywhere else, and he will definitely marry her. However, now is not the time. His career is in a period of rapid development, and he will have to run around a lot. After a few years, he brought the country's technological level to the top of Blue Star. At that time, his success and fame faded, so he got married to his girlfriend. Then, following the advice of the bureau chief, he became a behind-the-scenes boss, and traveled around the mountains and rivers with his girlfriend and toured the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland. That was the beauty of life. However, Zhou Yang's task is not yet complete, and he still needs to continue his efforts. But tonight, Zhou Yang decided to live with his girlfriend instead of being respectful. He took a shower, and when he was getting ready for bed at around 10 o'clock, the door suddenly opened quietly. Lu Saiyao walked in the dark, went directly into Zhou Yang's bed, and hugged him tightly. At this time, they didn't need to say anything. The two of them turned over a cloud and had a pleasant night. The next day, Zhou Yang went to work with 100 times more energy, and even the employees praised their boss for his good performance. Zhou Yang just smiled and said nothing. With his girlfriend's thoughtfulness and gentleness, he certainly looked very good. A few days later, Li Weifeng suddenly visited. Judging from his expression, there was something good going on. What happened? Zhou Yang asked him in his office. You should have heard that the robot dog showed off its power at the border last time. Li Weifeng's mysterious statement. Yes, dozens of them were caught? Zhou Yang asked curiously. Li Weifeng said mysteriously, it's not even close, we have no losses anyway. When we saw Asan, we let the dog go and then caught so many. Ha ha, good, if you see a scoundrel coming in, close the door and let the dog go. Zhou Yang smiled. Li Weifeng exclaimed, it's great to have robot dogs now. They can fight autonomously and can completely replace our soldiers. We no longer have to have the tragic scenes of our martyrs defending the border with their lives. Zhou Yang nodded. He remembered that many years ago, when he was still in school, he had sacrificed 4 soldiers in one fell swoop, which was very sad. Now, with robot dogs around, soldiers can capture enemies who infringe on our country's interests without having to step in, and they can still fight them and find their teeth. This robot dog is worthy of being recorded in history, and Li Weifeng also came here for this purpose. This time, practice has proven that robot dogs have a great role for army soldiers and can be widely adopted. Therefore, the higher authorities decided to order another 100,000 military robot dogs and need to accelerate production. The military workshops here in Beatty are not easy to expand and have limited output. Therefore, it is better to leave the task of increasing production to other military industrial enterprises. He was able to produce good weapons to defend the frontier on behalf of our soldiers, and he didn't care about any gains or losses in interests. He directly contributed the drawings and let other military factories do it. Thank you, Comrade Zhou Yang. Li Weifeng gave a solemn military salute, and Zhou Yang didn't even mention the price before letting people prepare the drawings. This kind of thinking is worth learning from all Chinese people. Of course, the superiors would not let Zhou Yang give away the patent for this robot dog in vain. They purchased it according to the highest specifications. The superiors directly invested 6 billion yuan to buy out the blueprints for the military robot dog. The price was quite high, but the superiors thought they still made a bargain, because even if they used 6 billion yuan for research and development, they might not be able to develop a product comparable to the White Emperor robot dog, so the 6 billion yuan was still too little. But it was just a robot dog drawing. Zhou Yang didn't care. In his drawing supermarket, there were many weapons more powerful than robot dogs that needed him to produce. Of course, when his superiors gave him the 6 billion, he was no longer pretentious. He felt that it was more than enough. With the 6 billion, he could invest in the research and development of more good equipment. It was a win-win situation. After Li Weifeng completed the transfer contract, he asked Zhou Yang what they were planning to develop next, so they had a plan. Such funny words are only asked here in Zhou Yang. In other research institutions, they develop whatever tasks are assigned by their superiors. Here in Zhou Yang, the troops use whatever Zhou Yang researches. Because the research and development is stronger than the current ones, and much stronger, Li Weifeng came to ask about Zhou Yang's research plan, and he was able to have a clear idea. Zhou Yang was considering that land warfare already had robot dogs that could stand on their own, while the Navy had more, including deep-sea submarines and nuclear-powered ships that were about to be launched, and the Air Force had the Falcon Unmanned Combat Aircraft Group, all of which had new equipment developed by him. Li Weifeng's side is the Army, and he definitely wants to develop things for the Army. Zhou Yang doesn't want him to be a layman and decide the direction of the Army's scientific and technological development. So he asked Li Weifeng to show him the catalog of key products he wants to develop so that he can learn from his experience. That's fine, I'll get it to you when I get back. Li Weifeng attached great importance to it. He then flew back to headquarters, and in the evening, he actually flew to Shenzhen again. On his way home from get off work, he found Zhou Yang. This suitcase is confidential and should not be opened outside, and the password is facial recognition. Li Weifeng handed the code box to Zhou Yang. Okay. Zhou Yang agreed and took the suitcase home. When he got home, he opened his suitcase, browsed around, and soon he had his next development goal in mind. The product Joe Yang set his sights on for the army was a military exoskeleton. The word exoskeleton sounds awesome, but it's actually been done much better in science fiction movies. Similar to humanoid mechas, Iron Man and his ilk, they were the outer shell of a machine on their bodies, allowing the wearer to become a weapon super soldier. Most of the exoskeletons in movies are full envelope structures, which are large robots built to wrap people inside. This can protect the fragile body and allow them to fight the enemy safely. This exoskeleton looks particularly cool, just like the humanoid Gundam, but it only exists in movies and TV series. In reality, as long as it has been studied, an exoskeleton with an all-inclusive structure will not be made. Because this design is too bulky, current materials science is insufficient to develop a bone structure that is as light and protective as clothing. The best style that can be made is a spacesuit. As can be seen from some space videos, astronauts are so bulky in their spacesuits that it is difficult for them to walk outside the cabin, let alone wear an all-inclusive exoskeleton to fight in war. Therefore, the military exoskeletons currently used by various countries are just a few steel or polymer material supports, just like the splints used to fix fractures. They support key parts such as the soldier's waist, legs, and arms, providing additional assistance, allowing the soldier to easily lift heavy objects weighing hundreds of kilograms and support long-term running. As long as the exoskeleton has electricity, it can greatly reduce the wearer's physical exertion. Current military exoskeletons are only for auxiliary purposes and cannot be like Iron Man, taking people to the sky and earth and fighting monsters. Exoskeletons also have civilian products that can be provided for some heavy physical labor positions, such as processes that require frequent bending to carry heavy objects. However, this is not widely used because exoskeletons are expensive, which is why bosses would not equip their employees with such good equipment. Joe Yang set his sights on military exoskeletons because he thought they were cool enough. Who hasn't dreamed of driving a Gundam when watching science fiction movies? So he decided that the next army item would be an exoskeleton. He wanted to call Li Weifeng, but found out it was 11 o'clock at night, so forget it and talk about it tomorrow. The next day, Joe Yang contacted Li Weifeng and said that he wanted to develop a military exoskeleton. No problem, I'll have someone send you a few sets of our products and you watch the optimization. Li Weifeng also spoke very interestingly, having several sets of exoskeleton products currently in use shipped over. A male technician was also sent to explain to Joe Yang. Currently, our exoskeletons are mainly used in some departments that require heavy physical strength, such as logistics soldiers who carry artillery shells. They can easily lift artillery shells weighing tens or hundreds of kilograms, effectively protecting their lumbar spine. Some female medical soldiers also wear exoskeletons, which allow them to carry their injured comrades on their backs on the battlefield and walk as fast as they can. However, their use is limited because soldiers find them obstructive. Exoskeletons are not yet detailed enough, and they feel like foreign objects and are not very comfortable. Therefore, many soldiers would rather practice endurance than use exoskeletons. After listening to the technician's explanation, Joe Yang nodded. If any product is not liked by grassroots personnel, then the design must be imperfect. The robot dogs that were in service before were not disliked and rarely used, but now the robot dogs built by Joe Yang are loved by the troops, completely solving the pain points of the previous products, and everyone likes to use them. Joe Yang believes that the same is true for exoskeletons, and there must be something wrong. Without research, there is no right to speak. Joe Yang personally put on the machine exoskeleton and felt it. After putting it on, he felt supported by something hard on his body and felt a little bound. When he made a movement, the exoskeleton first had a force feedback, and then bent and moved according to the user's force. This can have a significant impact on movement when performing delicate activities. Joe Yang had to jump rope to wear the exoskeleton, and after a few jumps, he knew why the soldiers didn't like wearing exoskeletons. This exoskeleton is a bit heavy at first. Although it can help with force when worn, it is always very twisted. Moreover, after landing, it is a bit uncomfortable due to the weight gain. After jumping the rope, I felt that this exoskeleton was particularly bulky. Joe Yang could have jumped hundreds of times in one breath, but now he made a mistake after jumping a few times. This exoskeleton is not suitable for wearing during exercise. Joe Yang will then test the power of this exoskeleton. After he got dressed, he went to the gym of Bankrupt Company. Bankrupt provides its employees with various leisure venues, including a gym. In addition to the large gym used by employees, this gym also has a small gym set up specifically for leadership. Because this was to test a military exoskeleton, Joe Yang had the small gym closed in advance to prevent leaks. He waited until no one was around before going to the gym. Joe Yang was certainly not here to work out. He was running on the treadmill wearing an exoskeleton and found it really uncomfortable. He had just put it on and had not yet adapted to it. He felt that although the exoskeleton was helping him to exert force after running, he was more tired. He had to adapt to the feedback of the exoskeleton. Then I practiced arm stretching. Using an exoskeleton really saved me effort. I couldn't feel myself pushing hard, so I could pull the heaviest gear. The same applies to leg fitness programs. It's as easy to complete the heaviest loads as if you don't need to exert force. After testing for a full lap, Zhou Yang saw that half of the battery had been used up. He knew the advantages and disadvantages of this exoskeleton. First, most exoskeletons require help to put on, require additional support staff, and are troublesome to maintain. Second, the power is not enough. The battery used above is still a traditional lithium battery, so after a period of heavy load use, the power will not be enough. Either charge it or replace the battery. Third, it is uncomfortable and the mechanical feedback is rather stiff. After using it for a while, Zhou Yang felt that the joint skin was always rubbed, which was not very comfortable. Fourth, it is not suitable for fine sports. If you wear an exoskeleton jump rope, play table tennis, dance or other sports, it is worse than death. Skilled craftsmen have also become paralyzed on one side of their bodies, which is very lame. If soldiers wear exoskeletons to fight, they probably feel that they are restricted, so when they actually fight, regular troops will basically not be equipped with exoskeletons, and only logistics and medical staff will be needed. There is only one advantage of exoskeletons at present, which is that they save physical strength for users, especially when doing heavy physical labor. This exoskeleton really saves physical strength. After studying the advantages and disadvantages of exoskeletons, Zhou Yang already had an idea in mind. He wanted to make an advanced exoskeleton so that soldiers could become supermen in the future and could fight wearing it. After coming up with the idea, Zhou Yang opened the military industry section of the system and began to browse the drawings of military exoskeletons. However, after looking around the military industrial area, although he liked many of them, such as the advanced exoskeletons that could be piloted like the Gundam, or mechas were more appropriate, the merit value to be exchanged would take hundreds of points, and Zhou Yang really couldn't afford to exchange them. The military industry sector uses merit values to redeem drawings, and merit values can generally only be rewarded for selling military industry products and completing system tasks. Zhou Yang has not accumulated many merit values and cannot redeem such advanced equipment. What a shame! Zhou Yang sighed after watching it. It would be great if these mechas could be exchanged. The soldiers put on them and became humanoid tanks one by one, and could walk sideways on the Blue Star. However, things continued. If no good ones were found in the military industry sector, Zhou Yang went to look for them in the civilian sector. After all, Zhou Yang's points in the civil sector are vast and remain in the 5 digits all year round, which can basically be exchanged for any required drawings. Soon, Zhou Yang searched for the word exoskeleton in the search bar and got a batch of search results. He also quickly noticed a civilian exoskeleton that was very much in line with his wishes. King Kong Land and Air Multi-Purpose Exoskeleton. The exoskeleton Zhou Yang liked was named King Kong, which sounded very solid. This exoskeleton is different from the current mainstream exoskeletons in the world. It is a fully enclosed structure, and the exoskeleton covers the entire body surface of the wearer. Moreover, the entire exoskeleton is made of very thin and light material. When it is not powered, it can even be folded and placed like clothing. This is made of a magical composite material. After the human body wears it, it will shrink according to each person's body shape until it reaches a comfortable level. The material is skin-friendly and has an air conditioning system inside. Even if you wear it shirtless, you will not feel too uncomfortable. It is like wearing a special piece of clothing. When the user feels the force, the material will immediately charge and harden, providing support to the joints and muscles, while other areas that do not require force remain soft. When the assist is completed, the hardened parts will immediately lose power and become soft, which can maximize the feel of clothing, greatly reducing discomfort, and the charging and discharging speed is extremely fast, without affecting some fine movements. According to the drawings, wearing this exoskeleton will not cause much problem in jumping rope or dancing. The helmet of the Vedra exoskeleton has air purification capabilities and can provide oxygen briefly, so it can be used as a biochemical protective suit. In addition to providing protection, it also has various built-in smart devices, glasses that can display the surrounding terrain, and 360-degree images, which is comparable to having eyes on the back of the head. These are all that matters, and they can't be considered high-tech. The function that Zhou Yang can appreciate is that it has short-range flight attributes. The Vedra exoskeleton has multiple jet devices, including a jet skateboard base on the soles of the feet, and jet devices on the back and arms, which can provide huge lift and allow people to fly short distances. The flying posture is also optional, and you can fly standing up like Edgeworth in my National Fairy novels. It can also fly on its stomach like a foreign Superman. The base of this exoskeleton provides flight energy storage and is an external device. After landing, if there is no energy, the base can be replaced with a new one to continue flying. This device can provide a single person to fly up to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Any higher and the temperature will be lower and the oxygen content will be low. The drawings do not recommend high-altitude flight. This exoskeleton is a civilian product that allows individuals to trek on roads at medium and close distances and fly in the air while stepping on the base at any time. In the civilian field, it will be used in entertainment projects. Of course, this exoskeleton cannot be made with current technology. This is still a future technology that will not be born for several years. Zhou Yang likes future technology the most. It seems that the products made from various black technologies are scary. Zhou Yang had already redeemed the drawings for 1,700 points. After getting them, he realized that the cost of this thing was really not cheap. The skin-like material and the soft and hard bone support material alone cost 5 figures. In addition, the bases are not cheap. The fuel and other materials inside are worth thousands, and together they cost tens of thousands of yuan each. However, this is still the cost of the original version. Zhou Yang is going to make military equipment, so he doesn't need to consider the cost. So he also wanted to add military functions to this exoskeleton. For example, adding external weapons can make it easier for the wearer to shoot. Moreover, the base needs to be enlarged, and the energy storage of electricity and chemical energy needs to be increased, and a storage space needs to be opened up to place items or bombs, which can be thrown down when in the air. That is a humanoid bomber. Although this is bulkier than the original, it does not require a base for ground movement and can be ignored, but it can be used when flying is required. The original version was a civilian device, designed for lightness, while military equipment is designed for stability and versatility. In addition, Zhou Yang also added a military communication system and beta-positioning navigation to the helmet. In addition, a special intelligent AI can assist soldiers in auxiliary aiming correction. The helmet comes with a high-power mirror, and the rifle can produce the effect of a sniper rifle. Therefore, after installing these military functions, Zhou Yang had only one optimization capability left, which was optimized for stability, making the exoskeleton more durable and minimizing failures. Optimization complete, please name it. After the system was optimized, I came to ask Zhou Yang to give me a name. Let's call it Congo Exoskeleton War Armor. Zhou Yang then received the blueprints for this future exoskeleton. A lot of military functions have been added here, which has freed the active exoskeleton from being used only to carry heavy objects, and can even be worn by special personnel to carry out missions. Imagine a few members of a special operations team taking advantage of the night, wearing a land-air exoskeleton, like a divine soldier descending from the sky, directly reaching the enemy headquarters, dropping the bomb on the base, and firing a machine gun in the air, which can easily kill the enemy leader. Alternatively, the hostages could be rescued silently from a single location and taken out of the air, largely undetected, because if powered entirely by electricity, it would be as quiet and silent as a tram. Zhou Yang has already thought of a use case for this exoskeleton, which is suitable for special operations. After Zhou Yang received the drawings, he immediately approached General Manager Tang Lan and asked her to build a new workshop specifically for producing exterior composite materials. The production of this composite material is relatively complex, requiring reaction engineering with chemical knowledge and chain reactions that can be carried out for multiple consecutive days to obtain the final product. When Tang Lan saw this new material, Zhou Yang didn't say where it would be used, so she didn't ask. Now her boss has many secrets, so she just needs to complete it according to the boss's requirements. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Tang Lan called immediately and asked someone to take charge. He asked for money to be given and someone to recruit people. He insisted on completing the boss's orders as quickly as possible. Tang Lan is so efficient in his work, and Bankrupt Company is also thriving under her management. Zhou Yang usually keeps his hands on the cabinet, and it is Tang Lan who is in charge of the overall situation. Therefore, the current stable business status of Beatty is inseparable from her credit. So Zhou Yang has given her a raise. Her current annual salary starts from 6 million. Although it is not the top among large groups, the benefits are definitely quite large and there is still room for improvement. Tang Lan can also realize her workplace value in Beatty. She likes it very much here, so she is very committed and active in her work. Under her control, this new material of unknown purpose began to be put into production. In fact, Beatty has its own chemical division. It only needs to install special equipment and equip it with personnel before it can start production. Chemical industry is a good thing. There are many talents and the principles are similar. As long as you know the reaction formula, you can do it. These chemical plant employees don't know what the material is used on, but it doesn't prevent them from successfully producing it. After 2 weeks of preparation and production, the first batch of new materials was officially launched, which is also the world's first material of the same nature. This material is not only skin-friendly, but also has the ability to deform when electrically powered, and can be soft or hard, making the exoskeleton comfortable to wear. This is the credit of this material. This material is also very expensive. Basically, it costs about 60,000 yuan to make a set of clothing. Including other materials, the cost of a set of military exoskeletons reaches more than 70,000 yuan. Therefore, Zhou Yang feels that setting the wholesale price at 100,000 pieces is more appropriate. Because this price is easy to settle, military supplies don't need to be too close to cost. Once the materials were made, they were immediately secretly transported away. The destination of the transport was a mysterious workshop of the White Emperor Company, namely the military workshop. Give you a new mission to build this military exoskeleton. Zhou Yang handed over the relevant materials and drawings to the military industry department, asking them to produce them as soon as possible. Currently, the military workshops focus on producing military robot dogs, and robot dogs can be seen everywhere. Now that we are going to make equipment for human use, the technicians were also surprised to see the design of this exoskeleton. The drawings the boss produced were as magical as the performance in science fiction movies, which opened their eyes. An exoskeleton that makes people fly? So imaginative. What's really amazing is this outer material, this electrically deformable material, which can be mass-produced. I think we are the first in the world. This power system design is also amazing. It can be driven by both chemical energy and electrical energy, which is more stable. If one of them fails, the other power supply system can also be maintained for a short time. During the high-load takeoff phase, chemical energy is used as an aid, while during the stabilization phase, electrical energy is the main source, ensuring safety, reliability, and ease of replacement. That's so cool. I think if this trend continues, there will be the Gundam from the cartoons, where people are driving a big robot to dry it out. The technicians themselves started discussing it. They were all very interested in the exoskeleton, wanted to produce it as soon as possible, and wanted to wear it. Most of the technicians here are men, and men are teenagers until they die. They all have a dream of becoming mechas, and this Congo exoskeleton war armor can fulfill their dream in this regard. There was no need for Zhou Yang to rush him from now on. Researchers from the military industry department consciously worked overtime and began the development of the exoskeleton. Because the exterior materials are already made, they focus on making the base, the electronics inside the helmet, and the training AI. Electronic products are the right path for Beatty. They started out making electronic products and making these handheld pinches. Therefore, the research is progressing very quickly. It's this kind of chemical energy that's encountered some minor problems here. There is a chemical complex energy storage in the base, which is also a chemical complex here and needs to be prepared by a chemical plant. Although the preparation is a bit troublesome, it is much safer than conventional gasoline, solid fuel for rockets, etc. It will not explode or decompose in the air and has high energy density, but it is not cheap. Fortunately, not many are used in the base, but it only plays an auxiliary role of boosting. The real main function is still the sodium-ion battery. Sodium-ion batteries are relatively light, while the improved model has a higher energy density and can support flight distances of up to 50 kilometers. This is already very powerful. No other aircraft can fly such a high distance. Imagine a soldier running at high speed on the ground, able to run 100 meters in 9 or 10 seconds, without looking red or breathless, because he didn't use any force at all, and it was the King Kong exoskeleton armor that helped him exert force. As he ran, he found a cliff in front of him. The warrior immediately jumped onto the base, activated the flight function, and the man took off. During flight, with the gun in hand, the intelligent shooting AI inside the mask assists in shooting and aiming. The auxiliary display has indicators such as altitude, air humidity, and wind speed to facilitate soldiers' judgment. This is the usage scenario that Zhou Yang imagined. He asked the animators in the company to make it into an animation. At that time, he would show it to Li Weifeng and his superiors to scare them. Although there were drawings, the production of the Congo exoskeleton armor was not easy because there were no relevant products for reference before, and the employees had to cross the river by feeling the stones. In addition, there are too many new materials and new technologies here. Even if it is training auxiliary AI, it requires running many large models and a certain amount of time to prepare. So this design took more than 20 days. Zhou Yang has not participated in the production of other new products in the past 20 days. His current new products are all very time-consuming and hugely invested projects, and most of them are confidential projects, so the outside world does not know about them. Some fans of Beatty and Zhou Yang themselves suddenly discovered that their idols had not appeared in public for a long time and rarely responded to their messages online. Many people were worried that there was something wrong with Zhou Yang, so they kept adding him online. Zhou Yang only had a small online meeting a few days ago. He replied after seeing it, saying that he was busy at work and delayed. Please rest assured and don't worry. Some people let Zhou Yang live broadcast, even if it was just listening to him chat. However, Zhou Yang basically stopped live streaming if he was not recommending new products or promoting goods. Because he listened to the advice of the bureau chief, he had to learn to keep a low profile. A person who is too high profile is not good because he is not a pure businessman. He has many secrets and needs to keep a low profile. As for Musk, the boss of Tesla, he just wants to be famous. After a while, he will have to do something to increase exposure. Sometimes, before he is ready, he finds other rich people to box to attract attention. That's his business secret. The more exposure he gets, the higher his stock goes and the richer he becomes. Joe Yang has moved beyond this stage. When he first founded the White Emperor, he interacted with netizens online frequently to listen to everyone's opinions due to the need for publicity. However, he has now become an entrepreneur and even a military designer, and is no longer suitable to appear in the public eye frequently to avoid being targeted by hostile forces and potentially affecting his business. There are often businessmen with great success, but military entrepreneurs who keep a low profile are rare. Joe Yang just wants to be a maverick and will not lose money. Keep it low-key. After a while, fans will think about Joe Yang and watch his old videos to make a living. I miss you for the next gathering. I believe that Joe Yang will bring new surprises to his fans when he appears again. After nearly a month of hard work, the military industry department finally produced 5 King Kong exoskeleton armor. This is their official product. They had failed many times before, but after producing these 5, they mastered the relevant technology. As long as they pass the approval, they can start mass production. However, there is no special production equipment for this thing, and these 5 were made by them semi-mechanically and semi-manually. If you want to officially produce it, you need to design special equipment. Joe Yang also handed the design work over to military personnel. There should not be many orders for their exoskeleton equipment, but the quality must be guaranteed. Joe Yang then called Li Weifeng and said that his exoskeleton was ready, so should he come and see it or send it to him? So fast? I'll go see it from you. Li Weifeng was very anxious. After receiving the call, he arrived by plane the next day. He came to Beatty Company to meet Joe Yang and immediately asked to see what Beatty's exoskeleton looked like and whether it was the same as theirs. Come with me over here. Joe Yang smiled mysteriously and took Li Weifeng to the military workshop. Before Joe Yang even entered the door, he called the employees and asked them to be ready to greet Leader Li. Li Weifeng is still a little strange. These are all old acquaintances. Do you still need to prepare any ceremony? As a result, when he entered the workshop, he was stunned instantly and the bag he was holding fell to the ground. It's truly astonishing that he saw a serving military member lose his composure like this. In the White Emperor's military workshop, 2 ancient gods were seen flying in the air. Some were holding whisk dust in their hands, and some were holding pagodas. They had vividly turned the modern workshop into the set of Journey to the West. What is this? Li Weifeng, who came to visit, was frightened and didn't know what was going on. He also took a special look at the sunny outside, which didn't look like a haunted scene. So why did the gods appear here? Was he not awake? Welcome Leader Li to visit the White Emperor Military Works workshop. This time, 2 gods landed and greeted each other. Li Weifeng just realized what was happening. The 2 gods had facial makeup hanging in front of them, and their clothes were bulging in hidden things. What they were stepping on was not some flying sword or gourd, but a special base with stickers stuck on it. This was obviously a human costume. Mr. Joe, your welcome ceremony is so special. This is the first time I've seen you. Li Weifeng laughed and praised Joe Yang's brilliant ideas highly. After the group of gods took off all the props and costumes on their bodies, Li Weifeng was shocked to find that what these people were wearing was extraordinary. Wait, these people aren't wearing the exoskeletons you're talking about, are they? Li Weifeng asked in shock. Yes, it's the exoskeleton we designed. Joe Yang admitted it. Oh my god, this is nothing like us. Li Weifeng was surprised to gather around the 2 staff members who were taking off their clothes. He touched them and found that the exoskeleton was so soft, just like a piece of cloth. How could this help people carry heavy objects? Influenced by the exoskeletons currently in service, Li Weifeng believes that the primary task of exoskeletons is to help soldiers solve heavy physical labor. Joe Yang asked him to bring over a King Kong exoskeleton armor and explain its purpose to Li Weifeng. He said that this is a full coverage exoskeleton that can help with flight. The 2 power systems can greatly improve safety and are particularly stable during flight. In the past 2 days, technicians have developed a new usage. When running on land, the flight power device is instantly energized, which can help people float briefly, and then land again, achieving the situation of astronauts jumping several meters away from the moon. This also allows for super fast operation on land. If exoskeletons from all over the world came to compete in the sprint, King Kong exoskeleton would definitely win first place. That's good, but it's tiring to run, right? Li Weifeng is still concerned about whether this exoskeleton can help the wearer. I'm not tired at all. Should Leader Li try it himself? Joe Yang suggested. Good, Li Weifeng was just thinking about this, so he chose an exoskeleton that was about the same height as him. Others helped him put it on and found that it was very simple to put on and it didn't feel like much. This is the benefit of skin-like materials, there is rarely a foreign body sensation. Because this is a confidential item, it cannot go into the yard to avoid being detected by enemy satellites or high-altitude drones. Li Weifeng conducted a running and jumping experiment in the open space of the workshop. To drive this exoskeleton, you need to learn in advance and get used to the various numerical displays and control requirements on the holographic glasses. Once Li Weifeng learns the key operating techniques, he can walk briskly in the workshop and easily run a feat of completing a 100-meter race in a few seconds. This is not the most important thing. The key is that Li Weifeng did not feel uncomfortable, which is very different from other exoskeletons he has worn. It is really a nonsensical exoskeleton. His flexibility is also guaranteed. When he is in motion, he can complete various tactical movements, which once again shocked Li Weifeng. That's so flexible. Li Weifeng was amazed. He's convinced now. This exoskeleton is amazing, and it has air conditioning inside, so it won't get hot or cold. It's really comfortable to wear. Li Weifeng then tested the heavy lifting he cared about most. He tried to move a trailer, which weighed several hundred kilograms and was impossible for a normal person to lift. As soon as Li Weifeng moved his hands and shouted up, he really lifted it up. He was certainly not a strongman, it was all the extra power this exoskeleton gave him. Li Weifeng looked shocked. After he applied force, the exoskeletons of his arms, waist and abdomen suddenly hardened, helping him support his weight. After he put down the heavy objects, his clothes became soft again. This magical material alone refreshed Li Weifeng's cognition. What material is this? Li Weifeng asked by touching the exoskeleton, which was as soft as clothing. Zhou Yang said, this is a new type of composite material, which is a bit expensive. Basically, more than half of the cost is spent on it. Okay, that's great. Li Weifeng touched the exoskeleton, but he didn't like it. Leader Li, should you try airplane mode? Zhou Yang asked him. Oh, yes, I forgot I can fly. Li Weifeng then remembered the shock that the gods had brought him before. Zhou Yang then helped him step onto the base and set it to fly at a low altitude of 1 meter to avoid danger because Li Weifeng was not familiar with the operation. Li Weifeng then felt the lightness of his feet and floated into the air. Just now, a stream of heat was ejected from the base, which was chemical energy to assist propulsion. After it was put into operation, it turned into electric propulsion. The scene was very quiet and not noisy, which was very different from some personal aircraft. Although a personal aircraft can also carry a single person into the air, its noise is the same as that of a motorcycle and can be detected from a great distance. If it is put on the battlefield, it will be a live target. This King Kong exoskeleton is silent, allowing soldiers to avoid exposing their targets and has military applications. Li Weifeng quickly fell in love with the exoskeleton. He played with it for a long time and changed many positions. In addition to not being able to fly upside down, this exoskeleton can fly standing up, lying down, and can also do swimming movements in the air. It is good for swimming practice with this, at least much better than the land swimmer in the movie. Really useful. That's great. Li Weifeng played for a long time before landing, and he still looked reluctant to leave. Zhou Yang, you really made a fantastic piece of equipment. Li Weifeng was deeply impressed. Zhou Yang has also made many groundbreaking products before, which have been deployed in the military. However, those high technologies are understandable, such as robot dogs, which are better than those currently in service and have the best performance. They are also researching these technologies, but they are not as good as those researched by Zhou Yang. However, Li Weifeng couldn't understand this King Kong exoskeleton armor. First of all, he had never heard of this soft or hard material. Moreover, as far as he knew, the existing materials science was not yet up to this level, which was another black technology. This exoskeleton armor was created, which was another global first. Li Weifeng could have imagined that when it was unveiled to the world, the people in Europe and the United States would be shocked. Can I take one back? The question Li Weifeng was looking forward to. Certainly. Zhou Yang suggested that it was okay. They are currently making special equipment for producing King Kong exoskeleton armor, which will be mass-produced in the future. This armor is certainly not uncommon. Li Weifeng was very excited. He organized the armor himself and learned how to store it. Just like folding clothes, the exoskeleton clothing part is folded up, and the helmet and base are placed separately, so that such a small suitcase can be taken away. At that time, the soldiers carried their armor on their backs to carry out missions. When they arrived at the place, they changed into armor and directly became flying warriors, catching the enemy off guard. Li Weifeng couldn't wait any longer. After he got the armor, he chose to take his leave from Zhou Yang. He also apologized, saying that he came and went in a hurry this time and would definitely make up for the owed amount of gifts next time. You're welcome. Zhou Yang smiled and walked Li Weifeng to the car, then watched him leave under the escort of his colleague's convoy and go back to his next job. Zhou Yang had just been busy for a short time when he received an important phone call. Something big was about to happen. Zhou Yang received instructions from a red phone call to come to the capital to observe the ceremony, and a mysterious plane made its maiden flight. Oh? Zhou Yang's keen premonition was that things were extraordinary. He immediately packed his bags and set off. On the plane, he was checking the news on his phone and actually found the clue. A senior American official recently made a statement praising their country's B-21 stealth bomber, which is the only stealth bomber in the world and has super powerful performance. It is understandable to blow your own country's planes, but this high-ranking official has also stepped on our country. He said how many years ago, a certain Eastern power was still using the classic H-6 aircraft as a bomber. Then he sarcastically and belittled him, saying a lot of unpleasant things, but the audience laughed and applauded. This statement immediately caused criticism, and Chinese netizens were very angry, but they could not refute it. After all, our main bomber is still the H-6, and the lack of the latest hidden H-6 is the pain of Chinese military fans. Afterwards, the high-ranking official came to visit our country with great arrogance. Before getting on the plane, he was still giving a speech in the local area, which was full of criticism. He said that he had no illusions about this visit and it was destined to be a boring trip to a boring country. While the high-ranking official was still on the plane, Zhou Yang received a red phone call asking him to come to the capital to attend the ceremony. Then the facts are connected. If you think that the first flight of the J-20 was during the visit of US officials, the other party was not good and gave a blow to the head. And this time was the same. Even this high-ranking official was even more excessive than he had done in the first place, looking like he was nobody. So the plane that appeared this time must be very small and must be able to hit him hard in the face. If Zhou Yang's expectations were correct, it would definitely be the stealth bomber codenamed H-9 that was about to make its maiden flight. I still feel a little excited when I think about it. Zhou Yang also helped at the beginning. The invisible paint on the fuselage was developed with his help. When you arrive at the capital Daxing Airport, from the airport looks like a starfish, which is unique in beauty. The Chinese people's aesthetic taste is indeed unique. Zhou Yang likes the design of this airport very much. If he builds a factory next time, he will definitely make one more beautiful. After arriving at the station, someone came to pick someone up, and there was someone secretly protecting them. Given Zhou Yang's current importance, and the fact that he was called here by a red phone, everything was treated with high standards. Zhou Yang was taken directly to the guesthouse by special car. This place is not open to the public, and those who can stay here are all given internal identities. Zhou Yang will rest today. Early tomorrow morning, someone will pick him up and take him to the airport. Zhou Yang saw many vehicles accompanying him along the way, and this time many other people went to watch the ceremony. When they got to the airport, they could see many TV stations and media broadcast trucks. It was really quiet this time. Zhou Yang also saw on his mobile phone that there was news about a mysterious plane making its maiden flight in my country, and the news remained mysterious, so he had to save the secret until the last moment. When Zhou Yang arrived at the scene, he was wearing a suit and a special identity sign. The colors showed important VIPs, and the area where he was surrounded by famous and important people who often appeared on the TV news. Of course, Zhou Yang is not bad either. There are not many people in the whole country who don't know him. This time there was a live broadcast from CCTV. When the camera scanned here, it deliberately paused for a few seconds in Zhou Yang because of his high popularity. People here have been discussing privately what the aircraft is this time. Many people are speculating that it is the H-20, while others are speculating that it is an upgraded version of the J-20, which may be the next generation of fighter jets. However, the J-20 has only been launched for about 10 years, so it is unlikely that the next generation of fighter jets will emerge yet, because an explosive technological revolution has not yet occurred. In short, there are many different opinions. These people don't know what to test fly this time, but Zhou Yang is more certain. It must be H-9, but he doesn't know what codename the official gave it. Then the live broadcast began. CCTV reporters were reciting their opening remarks, and a mysterious plane slowly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the magical shape, everyone opened their eyes wide. What kind of plane is this? How come I've never heard of it? Not only have they never heard of this cool-shaped plane, they have never seen it before, and it feels particularly cool. Moreover, this aircraft is quite large, larger than the J-20. This type of aircraft is unlikely to be an upgraded version of the J-20. If it is an upgrade, the upgraded area will be too big. The entire aerodynamic layout and appearance are different. This is obviously a new aircraft. Could it be H-20? Military fans who watched the live broadcast were all super excited, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Have they finally developed the hidden bomb they like? Afterwards, the CCTV host also started broadcasting. Hello, viewers from all over the world. Today, our country solemnly announces to the people of the world that our country's new generation of stealth strategic bombers, codenamed H-60, officially began flight today. As soon as the host finished speaking, the viewers watching the live broadcast were all over the place. Such a beautiful fighter jet is really my country's stealth strategic bomber. Our country finally has strategic stealth bombing. This is a memorable day. Next, the H-60 slowly took off from the runway and saw it soaring into the sky, flying low in the air, but it did not make any deafening sound. The sound of the aircraft flying by was surprisingly light and did not scare the audience. This design is what stealth bombardment should have. It not only needs to be invisible in front of the radar, but also has a quiet sound, which makes it less likely to be detected. The host then began to introduce the parameters. This strategic bomber can hit 60 in one flight. It reaches 14,000 kilometers and can fly anywhere in the world at once. Moreover, this strategic bomber can carry a large amount of ammunition and is currently the world's #1. These parameters are all very impressive, but what everyone is most concerned about is whether they can carry nuclear weapons and what are their stealth capabilities. However, none of the hosts mentioned these issues. If it can be called a strategic bomber, nuclear weapons can definitely be used. This is one of its missions. As for the invisibility ability, it is not written in the reporter's manuscript, so let Lau Mei go in a hurry. If it were arrogant Americans, they would surely think their new radar could detect all active aircraft, including the H-60. But in fact, this H-60 is different from what it was a few months ago. The stealth paint has been changed to give it the world's best stealth capability. In the future, the radar will become blind here and will not detect it. The H-60 circled over the airport several times. Feeling the unique charm of the H-60, one person held up his mobile phone to take pictures. This is so beautiful. With its silver white body, it has a particularly mythical beauty, making people want to think of myths and legends. If we compare it with the most advanced B-21 bomber in the United States, there is no comparison in performance, but in appearance, the H-60 has an atmosphere and toughness unique to the East, and it looks beautiful. The US B-21 looks a bit evil, similar to their country's behavior. In terms of appearance, a home run of 60 is a sure win. Not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of other performance, the H-60 is not only superior, but even better. Fighter code, H-60. Category, 4th generation stealth strategic bomber. Captain, 55 meters. Wingspan, 35.7 meters before folding, 22.8 meters after folding. Height, 11 meters. Crew, 2 people, pilot and co-pilot. The parameters of the H-60 are quite eye-catching. These public data can be seen from the outside. As for the weight, bomb load and other data, they have not been released. This is also my country's usual style. For example, the classic Fujian ship weighs more than 80,000 tons. If the parameters are not complete, let the enemy guess. It is best not to sleep at night. Sure enough, after releasing these data, reporters Clicka took photos, which was definitely the front page headline today. Foreign journalists are even more ruthless in their filming. They also want to ask for more information, which will turn out to be valuable intelligence. When the H-60 is flying in the air and pulling colored smoke, it looks particularly handsome. From this perspective, the H-60 is a work of art and has no murderous aura. However, if a country is inconsiderate and insists on provoking our country, then the H-60 is a great weapon to make them sleep and eat in peace. Its belly can even carry nuclear bombs, and it can also drop aerial bombs anywhere in the world. Those countries that are unkind to China will have to speak quietly from now on, fearing that bombs will be dropped on their leaders' heads while they sleep at night. At this time, many people have questions. Shouldn't this 4th generation stealth bomber be called the H-20? Why is it called H-60? When interviewing the aircraft designer, the designer answered this question. Because our H-60 is a tribute to the H-6, which has protected our country for decades, netizens jokingly said that the adaptation number is about to reach Z, and our new bomber is to continue to defend the motherland in place of the H-6, so it is named H-60. We hope that the H-60 can replace the H-6 and defend our country. It turns out that the H-60 is actually a replacement for the H-6. This is definitely a romance and sentiment unique to my National Army workers. For a moment, everyone felt that the name of the H-60 was indeed more meaningful than the H-20. This news immediately made it onto the domestic news list, and it was also very popular abroad. Everyone was very interested in this third stealth bomber, which was very different in appearance from the American B-21 bomber and the Damas Figure 160. My country's H-60 also became the second country after the United States to have a stealth strategic bomber. President Dama once said that 10,000 diplomatic protests are no more than a strategic bomber flapping its wings. Indeed, stealth strategic bombers are a very deterrent weapon in modern times, and China now has the world's strongest army, 3 aircraft carriers, and 4th-generation stealth fighters such as the J-20 and H-60. Looking at the world, if one humbly says that this strength is the second military strength of the Blue Star, no one dares to argue. At this time, the surrounding countries such as Benzi and Bangzi are probably more honest, otherwise they will have to sleep unsteadily at night. The person who was the first to be hit by the 60-hit bomb was a visiting senior official from the Magnesium country. He was still meeting with Chinese officials in a high-spirited manner that day, but when he came out of the meeting room and got his phone back, he was shocked to find dozens of unread messages and missed calls in it. After he checked, he suddenly found out that it was the first flight of my country's H-60, and his face immediately felt hot. China didn't release it sooner or later, but waited until the first day of his visit to China to release it. This was obviously to give him eye drops, or to fly to him for the first time. This made the senior officials very angry, and they immediately exposed the essence of the country. He then called people in the country to confirm the authenticity of the news. When they realized that the H-60 was a real entity, but its performance was likely to exceed their expectations, they couldn't sit still at all. No wonder when he mentioned his own B-21 fighter jet today, domestic officials were all smiling. It turned out that they had known about the first flight of the H-60 for a long time. Now the high-ranking official could no longer sit still. He hurriedly cancelled his visit and returned home. The aftermath of the H-60 has not yet stopped. My country claims that the H-60 has flown around its airspace and is in good flight condition. The surrounding countries couldn't sit still because their radars didn't detect any large military aircraft flying by at all. As everyone knows, rabbits don't like to lie. If they say the H-60 flew by, then it flew by. If their radars don't detect it, it proves that they are truly invisible. If friction really occurred and the others secretly dropped the bombs, they wouldn't even know who hit them and would think it was a missile bombing. Therefore, after the departure of the senior magnesium official, the leaders of the Hanzi and Bangzi countries came to our country for friendly visits one after another. As for what the content of the visit was, it is unknown, but when the top leader came over, his cautious appearance was obviously scared. As for what we are afraid of, it is certainly not what we had before, but what we have recently, which is undoubtedly the H-60. This is not just about an airplane, but also a deterrent, even more fear-inducing than nuclear weapons. After all, everyone knows that nuclear weapons cannot be launched at will, but stealth bombardment is different. If you really provoke people, then stealth bombardment will fly to your country with some ordinary bombs to drop bombs. After the explosion, there will be no evidence, because people are invisible and no one can find it. So after the release of the H-60, the international situation became more subtle. In the past, the group of dog legs who wore a pair of pants with the Magnesium Kingdom followed their Magnesium Kingdom master to contain China, but now they can no longer do so. Their orders to their master have begun to be disobedient and slow, which means they are afraid of China's military power. The superiors were very satisfied with the super effect brought by the first flight of the H-60, and then the commendation meeting began. Of course, this commendation meeting was not announced to the public, but was given to relevant departments and individuals in the interior regarding the design, research and development and manufacturing of the H-60, all of whom were rewarded based on their merits. This commendation meeting was also held in Beijing, and Zhou Yang was one of the invited participants. Without the stealth coating he developed, the H-60 would definitely not have been able to make its maiden flight this year and would not have achieved such a beautiful effect. Therefore, when Zhou Yang went on stage to present the award, he was in the second batch and was also a very important scientific researcher. He received a trophy, which was quite unusual and also earned Zhou Yang the honor one. This makes Zhou Yang's importance in the domestic military-industrial system even more prominent. At this award ceremony, many professional experts took the initiative to leave contact information with Zhou Yang, and they may have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Hello, Zhou Yang. While Zhou Yang was chatting with other tech giants, a male leader in his 50s came over and took the initiative to talk to him. This is Director Xia, the main person in charge of my country's aerospace industry. The person on the side introduced. Hello Director Xia. Zhou Yang quickly greeted him and shook his hand. Zhou Yang, your name is as thunderous as the year. I have always wanted to find a chance to meet you, and I finally met you today, Director Xia said happily. Wherever Director Xia wants to see me, just call me and I'll go over there. Zhou Yang was humble. Hey, that's so rude. I should go to your place. I don't know what to do with the food, right? Director Xia joked, and the two met in a very harmonious atmosphere. Afterwards, the two didn't talk about anything in depth, but just got to know each other. Director Xia is an important leader in my country's aerospace industry and the leader of many aerospace projects. He comes from a technical background and therefore particularly likes scientific researchers. Although Zhou Yang is an entrepreneur, he is well known in the R&D capability system. As long as he is a project leader, there is nothing he doesn't want to know. Scientific research is a difficult process. If there are capable people to help in the process, maybe we can overcome the difficulties years in advance. Director Xia knew Zhou Yang and also held this idea. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has any ideas for entering the aerospace industry? Director Xia asked. Zhou Yang had this idea in his mind. Who wouldn't want to hold the moon for 9 days? He had realized his dream of building an airplane. Landing in space, or even leaving a footprint on the moon, became Zhou Yang's new romantic dream. If you want to come now, entering the aerospace industry is also a good option. Moreover, if Beatty has aerospace capabilities, it can launch its own satellites, which will be a major driving force for the development of the company. For example, the satellite calling function of mobile phone applications means that if you can own a satellite, you will no longer be afraid of being monitored by others, which can establish an absolutely secure communication environment. Of course, communication satellites are only one application method in aviation. In the future, the White Emperor aerospace fighter will definitely need the support of aerospace technology to fly out of the atmosphere, so entering aerospace is a necessary process. Ding! Research mission, enter the aerospace industry, and develop an aerospace technology. The Gigafactory system sent a new task. Zhou Yang's spirit was shaken, and this task would depend on Director Xia. Okay, that's what I meant too. When can we talk more about it? Zhou Yang asked. The sooner the better. If you have time, please come to my workplace for a detailed discussion. Director Xia left Zhou Yang's contact information. The two had a very pleasant conversation and then dispersed. Zhou Yang returned and stayed at the guesthouse for one night. The next day, he rushed to the Aviation Design Institute to find Director Xia. When Director Xia heard that Zhou Yang was coming, he personally went to the door to greet him. He brought several people with him, and Director Xia introduced them to him. Those people were all important designers in the aerospace industry, experts in the Long March series rockets, Mars rovers, and space stations. Hello everyone. Zhou Yang didn't expect that he would meet so many powerful technicians as soon as he arrived. These technicians are all amazing people who can send such a heavy guy into space. Then they went inside the building, and Director Xia personally took Zhou Yang to visit the Aerospace Museum, which has many things with a sense of the past, including the simple satellites and rockets we had before. Today, the rockets and satellites we produce are among the best in the world, and we have even become the world's #1 in space station construction. Moreover, my country's upcoming manned lunar landing will become the world's #1. My country is already in the first echelon of the world in the aerospace industry, and these are inseparable from the scientific researchers in the aerospace industry. After the tour, they arrived at the conference room. An assistant made tea for everyone, and they sat down to talk in detail. Zhou Yang expressed his interest in entering the aerospace industry, but this is difficult. My country does not have a private airline yet. If Zhou Yang wants to establish his own airline, first of all, the approval process is very difficult, and in addition, it is impossible to achieve profitability. The aerospace industry is currently unlikely to be profitable. The country has been subsidizing investment, making it even less likely that private companies will engage in such an industry where there is no profit to be seen. What Zhou Yang wants is not to make a profit from the aerospace industry. He wants to see his rockets and satellites go into space and see the moon in person. These can be done without running an aerospace company, that is, to cooperate with Director Xia. Therefore, both parties quickly determined their intention to cooperate. Director Xia will work with Zhou Yang to develop aerospace technology. They can share information and technology with each other. When Zhou Yang wants to launch a satellite or acquire some rocket technology, it will be possible. In exchange, Director Xia hoped that Zhou Yang could solve some scientific and technological problems for him. After all, Zhou Yang is well known outside the country. Not only can his company conduct research and development, but he also has a foreign research institute friend who is a generalist. His friend is proficient in all industries such as physics, chemistry, chips, artificial intelligence, automobiles, and electronics, and always comes up with eye-catching technologies. Director Xia wanted Zhou Yang to participate in their scientific research, and he also wanted to experience the joy of other department leaders who had made major breakthroughs within a few months. Zhou Yang asked what he needed to do now. Since Zhou Yang said that, Director Xia was not polite. He asked Zhou Yang which aspect of scientific research he wanted to do, or which aspect of scientific research he had a relatively strong level of. Zhou Yang can't say it well this time because he has a system. No matter how strong he is in aerospace, it depends on what difficulties Director Xia has. Zhou Yang specializes in solving problems for the domestic scientific research community. Director Xia thought it was strange that there was such a discussion about cooperation, and he asked him directly what he could develop. If someone asked Director Xia this, they must not have woken up. He can't understand any random project that others can read. Zhou Yang is the exception, and Director Xia believes he has the ability. So Director Xia had someone bring him a document. The above are the technologies they have recently mastered, which are very difficult projects that require years of research. This was his first collaboration with Zhou Yang, and he could use these projects to train his skills and see Zhou Yang's strength. Even if Zhou Yang can't do the research, they can still do it after a few years of normal progress without delaying anything. If Zhou Yang really does make a research in a short period of time, then it means that his reputation is well-deserved and he can establish himself in any industry. Zhou Yang looked through the materials and was suddenly attracted by a project. That was part of the lunar landing plan, which required a set of effective landing measures on the moon, one of which was to build a lunar base. There are already many bases in the scientific community. The plan has both advantages and disadvantages, and there is no effective plan yet, so it has been shelved. After 2030, my country will have to fully begin exploring the moon. The technology of the lunar base must be mastered within a few years before there is time to prepare. Zhou Yang was thinking. He landed on the moon and looked at the Earth from afar. What a beautiful scene that was. Zhou Yang had a natural yearning for the moon, so he chose the lunar base as his first scientific research project. Director Xie said, "Okay, that's certainly possible. If you ask the technician to give you all our immature ideas, it would be best if you can leverage your strengths and avoid your weaknesses and design a relatively perfect base structure map." Afterwards, a technician brought over some documents and explained to Zhou Yang on the spot several design concepts they currently have for the lunar base. I don't know if you hear this, but it will scare you. These lunar base designs are really 1,000 strange things. Lunar base plan A, similar to the Martian base in the movie The Martian, build a space capsule-like base on the moon, build the various components on Earth, and then send them to the moon one by one with a spacecraft. After combining them, it becomes a base fixed on the moon. Astronauts can live, research and grow vegetables inside. This is the most suitable lunar base in the public's impression, and it is basically the same in movies and TV series. Admittedly, this type of lunar base has the most supporters, but it also has a drawback: the cost of construction, maintenance, and transportation is extremely high, requiring a large amount of money. Because of the presence of solar wind, meteorites, and cosmic rays, the base will cause irreversible damage. It will have to be overhauled every few years due to aging materials, and basically rebuilt in 10 years. The prerequisite for choosing this method is to prepare a large amount of funds to fill the hole, which requires a lot of funding. Therefore, Director Xie of the Aviation Design Institute and others have not yet made up their minds to choose this plan. Choosing this option costs too much money, which is equivalent to delaying the research and development and execution of other projects, which is very troublesome. Apart from this most mainstream lunar base proposal, the concept of Proposal B is more advanced. Design an oversized lunar RV, launch it directly from a rocket to the moon, and live on this lunar rover. The advantage of option B over option A is that it saves money, but the living conditions of astronauts will be very cramped and difficult. The advantage is that the RV can be moved, can be driven everywhere, and can even be driven to the far side of the moon, and it is more convenient to repair and replace. This is a way to save money. Of course, option C is more sci-fi, which is to build a space elevator on the moon to transport personnel and supplies from the space station through the elevator. The advantage of this is that there is no need to build a lunar base. Astronauts live in a space station and go to the moon again when carrying out missions. It is easy to transport lunar samples back and forth without having to rely on rockets to transport them back and forth every time. This sounds like a combination of the advantages of the first two options, but the only difficulty is the sky elevator, which, although theoretically feasible, has not been built on Earth and is even more difficult to build on the moon. Most importantly, the materials used to build space elevators are still not yet mastered, and there is not enough high strength to support materials that can withstand huge tensile forces. The premise of this method is to study space elevator materials, which is a bit off topic. Moreover, if this material research fails, the entire lunar landing mission will be dragged down, which is unacceptable to the leaders. You can't gamble on a low probability event when you're doing your career. Director Xie rejected this plan early in the morning. Now this plan is also shown to Zhou Yang, which only allows him to learn some experience and be inspired by many plans. There are several other solutions, all of which are similar, always with more disadvantages than advantages, and no single solution is perfect. After Zhou Yang looked at it, he said that he knew and he needed to take the information back to study it. This information is also an internal secret, but Director Xie is very confident in Zhou Yang. He knows some of Zhou Yang's past experiences. Each of the military products Zhou Yang studied is confidential. Take the H-60 this time for example. The fact that Zhou Yang can receive the award here shows everything. Therefore, Director Xie believed in Zhou Yang's ethics and did not need to sign any confidentiality agreement to let him take away these lunar base planning plans. Zhou Yang then returned to Bankrupt Company. He looked at these plans in his office. Instead of checking the system first, he thought about whether he could come up with a good plan on his own. However, this involves disciplines such as architecture, astronomy, physics, and chemistry. His knowledge base alone is far from enough. After consulting the engineer in charge of construction at Bankrupt Company, the other party also shook his head. He is good at building houses on Earth, but when it comes to building houses on the moon, first of all, the gravity is different and the building parameters are different. Secondly, there is no air on the moon, so cement cannot be used. He also doesn't know what materials are used to build houses in space. Metal cannot be used directly. How many times does the weight have to be transported by rockets? Consumption alone is an astronomical figure. If metal were really used to build a lunar base, it would be equivalent to wasting people's money. So after asking around, I found that there are currently no relevant technical personnel in Beatty who can give a satisfactory answer. It seems that Zhou Yang's scientific research projects are getting closer and closer to the highest end of the Earth. Few people can provide effective suggestions anymore, and we still need to act systematically. He then turned on the Gigafactory system, entered the word lunar base into the drawing supermarket, and immediately 5 solutions popped up. Compared to other products, which will produce dozens or hundreds of pages of drawings, there are very few lunar base plans. This is because there are only a few feasible solutions based on current Earth technology, and unlocking more is not supported. After Zhou Yang took a look, his eyes widened. He saw a very advanced lunar base. Its technology was comparable to that of aliens. He had never heard of any of the various materials, and only a small part of the names on the material list had any hope of being created. Moreover, this exchange requirement is worth more than 800,000 points, which is even an order of magnitude higher than the points required for aircraft carrier drawings. This is the pinnacle of human technology. But this can only be seen once. Even if it can be redeemed on credit, Zhou Yang's exchange of this blueprint did not take decades to digest, and no country on Earth can build a lunar base of this level. This lunar base is a comprehensive place integrating life, scientific research, defense, and war, which is inconsistent with the existing purpose. Now it is just going to the moon for scientific research. Moreover, China will be the first country to build a base on the moon, so war factors do not need to be considered, so this blueprint will not be selected. Soon, Zhou Yang was selected for a lunar-based map paper with the lowest points requirements and that met the current national conditions. After watching it, Zhou Yang also blurted out like Daigo empowerment, "I didn't expect it to be like this." This drawing is somewhat similar to Plan A on Director Sha's side. It is also about building a large, movable base, but the way it is done is different from Plan A. This base is not built on the surface of the moon, but in an underground cave on the moon. This avoids radiation from lunar meteorites, solar wind, and cosmic rays, allowing the base to have a longer lifespan and lower cost, making it a solution well suited to national conditions. That's amazing, you can even think of that, it's genius. Zhou Yang was impressed by the design after seeing it. He had no room to modify this set of drawings. Zhou Yang had not covered much of the high-end knowledge in aerospace, materials science, physics, etc., so he did not make any changes. However, his optimization ability could be used, which added stability, making the quality and lifespan of the lunar base more reliable. Ding! The lunar base plan has been successfully optimized. With the feedback from the system, Zhou Yang bought fresh lunar-based map paper. Now that we have the lunar base map paper, the question is, when should we hand it over to Director Sha? Before, Zhou Yang would only hand over his research results after a period of time, in order to hide the fact that he had the system. However, this also delayed the progress of scientific research. It could have been completed in one day, but it took another month or two, which was a bit frustrating. However, this is Director Sha's first collaboration. If his friend from the Overseas Research Institute is particularly good at the aerospace industry, and he has many idle plans, it doesn't seem unacceptable. So after thinking about it, Zhou Yang decided to send the blueprints there tomorrow and just treat his friend as an aerospace genius. The next day, Zhou Yang personally took the drawings to Beijing again. After arriving at the Research Institute, he met Director Sha and unfolded the drawings on the table. Zhou Yang said, "Director Sha, my friend sent me a proposal they had studied yesterday. Please see if it is feasible. Let me take a look." Director Sha took up a magnifying glass and carefully observed the large drawing, but when he looked at it, he was suddenly shocked. "How did you think of this, building a base underground?" Director Sha, a professional, was shocked, which shows how amazing this plan is. This breaks through the expert's inherent cognition that lunar bases can only be built on the surface. Such a bizarre idea should not have been designed by professionals. "Which research institute is your friend? I need to ask him for advice," Director Sha said respectfully. Director Sha is a top aerospace technology expert in China. He speaks in this tone, which shows his satisfaction with this drawing. Zhou Yang said in a low voice, nagging the situation, "He's in a research institute abroad, so he needs to keep it secret. You know how to do it, so just secretly look at the plan and don't contact him." "Okay, I'll look at the drawings first." Director Sha immediately called in other technical personnel to watch. Everyone was amazed when they saw it. This idea is so wonderful, and every step is written in great detail. This is not an idea, but a work plan that can actually be constructed. The content is: first, the lunar surface robot and probe are used to select a site on the moon. It is best to choose terrain with caves to avoid the need for mining operations. After site selection is completed, the space station releases a ground-boring bomb bombardment, and then the interior is cleaned and reinforced by robots. Once the project is expanded to sufficient space, the pre-built core module of the base will be released from the space station and landed in a tunnel at a designated location. During this period, materials can be collected on-site, and lunar soil can be collected to make concrete for irrigation to save money. Therefore, this solution can be realized with current technology, and it saves more than half the cost of Solution A. It is currently the most perfect lunar base solution, none of which I believe foreign institutions would not have thought of. Great, this is a great solution. After research, Director She confirmed that the plan was feasible, and that the mapping and various records of the drawings were correct. They could then take the drawings and start operating. This actually made Director She a little confused. In the past, his scientific research projects were all carried out over many months as an adult, and it took a lot of effort on his brain cells. Researchers had to peel off their skin to get a scientific research result. However, after coming into contact with the legendary scientific researcher, blessed General Zhou Yang, he brought the feasible plan drawings on the third day, which made him not know what to say for a while. Thanks to Mr. Zhou and your friend from the Overseas Research Institute, then I will take this drawing. We will talk about other things later. Director She and Zhou Yang shook hands warmly and thanked him for his support. It's okay, you can tell me anything you have, Zhou Yang said with a smile. I have a question. A technician raised his hand to signal, and Director She nodded, signaling him and Zhou Yang to speak. The technician said, the composition of the lunar soil analyzed here is somewhat different from our latest sampling. Where is the data source of this expert who produced the drawings? If you want to make lunar soil concrete, which one should you use? Zhou Yang did not expect such a detailed problem. He did not doubt the rigor of my country's aerospace personnel. There must be no errors in their sampling, so the system will not make any errors. Zhou Yang quickly figured out the key. Zhou Yang said, the composition of soil on Earth varies depending on the region, such as black soil in the north and loess in the south. I wonder if lunar soil has different compositions depending on the sampling location. Yes, there's not much of a difference. Anyway, we're all pouring concrete. As long as the on-site construction isn't too outrageous, it can be carried out if it passes the test. Finally, Director She took the lead and decided to ignore this detail. If there was a dispute, he would proceed according to the drawings first. He chose to trust Zhou Yang, which is also the practice of leaders of other departments. If you trust Zhou Yang, you will have countless high-tech technologies. As for the term scientific research, blessed General, it is actually the name given to Zhou Yang by their internal scientific researchers. Many difficult problems that cannot be overcome and are time-sensitive have been habitually solved by Zhou Yang, and he always fulfills everyone's expectations to complete the tasks. The same thing happened at the lunar base this time. In just 3 days, the problem that had plagued everyone for years was solved, and Director She also experienced Zhou Yang's magic for the first time. He decided from then on that he would hold Zhou Yang's thighs tightly in the future, so other aerospace scientific research problems seemed to be not far from being completely solved. On that day, Director She stayed in Zhou Yang at the institute. In the evening, he invited Zhou Yang to a big meal and accompanied many scientific researchers in the institute. These are all academic elites, and they are usually big names in their respective research fields, but in front of Zhou Yang, they dare not feel proud. Because Zhou Yang could produce lunar-based technology in 3 days, according to Director She, whoever could produce any aerospace scientific research project in 3 days would become the deputy director in the future. 3 days is so short for scientific research that it can be ignored. Basically, the data is not collected evenly. However, Zhou Yang took out the blueprints in 3 days. Although it was given to him by his friends, networking is also a kind of strength. Zhou Yang's ability has been acquired by aerospace. The unanimous agreement of all members of the institute. So at the wine table, everyone took turns toasting, and their attitudes were very sincere. It's either Mr. Zhou or Mr. Zhou. Director She also hopes that Zhou Yang can come to the institute more often. Of course, Director She wanted to solve all the difficult projects in the institute for Zhou Yang, but he was just thinking about it and could not put his own tasks on others. Besides, he and Zhou Yang had a cooperative relationship. Zhou Yang completed his part of the responsibility first, and he also had to fulfill some of Zhou Yang's requirements. So he asked Zhou Yang what he needed. If it was money, Director She probably wouldn't want it either. There are regulations in the office, so he can't give money directly. The maximum bonus is 100,000 yuan, so if he wants to repay Zhou Yang's favor, he must mainly do things for him. If possible, you may need to borrow your rocket and take a few satellites into space, Zhou Yang said. He wanted his own communications satellite, and of course, other satellites. There were no conditions before, but now Zhou Yang has such conditions. Of course, he must realize all the ideas that were not implemented before. No problem, this is a small matter, you bring it over by satellite and I'll help you arrange it. Director She agreed on the spot that this was a matter of words for him, and that China now has multi-satellite technology, so carrying a satellite is not a big deal. So the matter was settled. Zhou Yang used a blueprint to gain Director She's friendship and was able to build the aerospace line. Now that Zhou Yang had the opportunity to launch a satellite, he returned to Shenzhen and began designing the satellite. To design a satellite normally, you must find a group of experts in satellite-related disciplines. A team of dozens of people may not be enough, and many satellites require a R&D team of hundreds or thousands of people. Before this, most of them were state-owned enterprises in charge, and there were no private satellite research companies. Zhou Yang was the first one. Zhou Yang is in a hurry to use it now. While recruiting relevant personnel, he first looks for drawings in the system himself. What Zhou Yang wants to do is a communication satellite, so that everyone can connect to the satellite for internet access and calls anytime and anywhere. Unlike ordinary base stations need to be built on a large scale to provide a signal in the covered area, and without a base station in an uninhabited area, it is impossible to make calls. Satellite communication can connect to satellites in the sky, so as long as you can see the sky, you can make satellite calls regardless of whether there is a base station or not. However, due to the high cost, satellite phones have been very expensive for many years, and only some sailors, expeditions, hikers, etc. will buy satellite phones. Not long ago, Huawei developed the Mate 60 Pro satellite calling terminal, which can also receive satellite phones with mobile phones, breaking the monopoly of satellite phones in one fell swoop and adding satellite calling function to everyday smartphones for the first time. But this is not enough. Zhou Yang tested the satellite calling function of Huawei Mate 60 Pro, and it can make calls in some places where there is no signal in the wild. However, he also found the disadvantages of satellite calls, namely that the connection time is slow, and searching for satellites and connecting them takes at least half a minute. Moreover, the call quality is not as good as that of base station communication, and it does not support connecting to the network via satellite. Because this communications satellite was launched by a telecommunications company and was not led by Huawei, there are some issues with its adaptability. Huawei is currently doing very well in the fields of mobile phones and communications. It has always been known as the twin star company made in China together with Beatty. Therefore, Zhou Yang does not want to be a rival to Huawei. It is not because he is afraid of the other party, but because he does not want internal competition and has taken advantage of the foreign capital giants like Hungry Wolves. This time he wanted to cooperate with Huawei. He developed advanced satellite technology and asked Huawei to produce a high-end mobile phone that could be used as a companion. Although Beatty also has its own mobile phone and has released the third-generation Beatty mobile phone, it now only retains the entry-level mobile phone for 199 yuan, which is convenient for low-income people to make phone calls. As for high-end flagship phones, they are all under Huawei's control. Now Huawei phones equipped with Kirin chips are selling out as soon as the new models are released, which shows the popularity of Huawei phones. Therefore, after Zhou Yang completed the first generation of Beatty 1 Pro mobile phones, he did not update new products. The main reason is that Huawei mobile phones have become a unique high-end flagship mobile phone brand internationally and have a large audience. There is no need for Zhou Yang to force competition with them in the flagship market. After all, his cheap mobile phones are beneficial to the people, but those domestic mobile phone parts companies have meager profits. Everything has its pros and cons. People can spend less money to buy phones, but if mobile phone parts manufacturers have no profit, then these companies will not be able to have the money to do research and development, and mobile phone technology will be restricted and stopped. After all, research and development requires huge investment. We need mobile phone brands like Huawei that can sell at high prices and have people pay for them to make profits. In this way, for every mobile phone sold by Huawei, a large amount of profits can not only support their research and development, but also leave a lot to domestic mobile phone accessory manufacturers, allowing them to research more advanced accessories and drive the comprehensive upgrading of China's mobile phone industry. Zhou Yang's strategic vision saw the future of the mobile phone industry. He needed cheap mobile phones, but he also needed high-end brand mobile phones that represented Chinese manufacturing. That's why he stopped the development of Beatty Pro mobile phones, allowing Huawei to show its skills in the high-end mobile phone market. Now, Zhou Yang feels that satellite communication phones need to be upgraded. It is not easy for Huawei, a company that competes with many overseas giants, to be severely sanctioned. They do not have the energy to develop satellite communication technology. Then Zhou Yang will have to make up for this domestic deficiency. He wanted to design a communication satellite that could perfectly work with smartphones and achieve the same effect as a base station. He predicts that the first generation of Beatty communication satellites will enable higher satellite call quality, faster connection speeds, and internet access. The most critical thing is to reduce tariffs so that most people can afford satellite phones. This will allow people in uninhabited areas and barren mountains to use telephones, which will reduce the number of missing and injured people outdoors. When it comes to the second generation of satellite communications, Zhou Yang will reform the communications industry. He will eliminate outdated ground base stations and retain only a small number of large base stations for transit signals, so that people across the country and even the world can communicate directly via satellite. In the past, base station communication was used because of large investment and insufficient technology level. Now, it can communicate directly with satellites. This way, there is no need for many satellites to cover global communications, and there is no need to worry about no signal somewhere. As for the meme about Apple phones not having a full signal, it will also become history, because due to the full satellite coverage, the signal is the same full state all over the world. This was Zhou Yang's satellite communication plan. After thinking it through, he immediately began to search through the blueprints. Soon, he picked up a satellite drawing in the system's supermarket. This satellite drawing is based on Zhou Yang's idea of making satellite phones available to popular satellites. Of course, these satellites need to be networked, and there is more than one, so a satellite workshop needs to be set up for production, and then the launch can be carried out using the channels on Director She's side. This satellite drawing is worth 1,100 points, which is not very high and can be directly redeemed by Zhou Yang. After exchanging it, he was very satisfied with the satellite's functions and it fully met his expectations. However, he does not understand satellite-related knowledge. This satellite has an independent development module that can add additional functions. Zhou Yang cannot modify it if he does not understand this knowledge. If we join forces with Huawei, then this satellite drawing can play its greatest role, which requires communication and collaboration with the other party's scientific researchers. So Zhou Yang took out his phone and called Mr. Yu, the head of Huawei's consumer business. "Hello, Mr. Yu," Zhou Yang said after being connected. "It's Mr. Zhou, I haven't seen you for a while, haha." Mr. Yu is very cheerful. He comes from a scientific research background and doesn't like to go around in circles, so he thought that Zhou Yang must have something to say when he called, so he asked him directly. Zhou Yang said that he wanted to cooperate in developing mobile phone satellite communication technology, and Mr. Yu was very happy and thought it was a good thing. Moreover, the two companies are in love with each other. Mr. Yu attaches great importance to cooperation this time. He immediately arranged to meet and discuss the matter in detail. In order to express his sincerity, Mr. Yu brought people to visit Emperor Bai. Zhou Yang also called in a few of his company's few communications technical engineers to greet Huawei's Mr. Yu at the door. The two sides met at the White Emperor's gate. Yu Zonghao. As a younger junior, Zhou Yang still respected Mr. Yu. He is exceptionally capable of transforming Huawei's consumer business from a global hater to a global hot seller. Mr. Yu also has great respect for Zhou Yang. He was able to develop Beatty from a small electrical appliance foundry that was on the verge of bankruptcy due to debt into a leading high-tech enterprise in the country. The time required was very short, and every product could occupy the top position in the industry. This ability is unprecedented. Mr. Yu held Zhou Yang's hands and looked very happy. The two, business geeks of old and young, also felt a mutual pity for each other. After a few pleasantries, they came to the conference room together to discuss satellite communications plans. When Mr. Yu and Huawei communications experts saw Zhou Yang's satellite functions and some of the blueprints and designs, they were all amazed. This is quite different from the satellites commonly used in China. It uses many advanced designs. Some of the designs are still under demonstration abroad. This drawing has already been used for physical objects, and the advanced ones are not just a little bit. This satellite is of such high technological content that these experts are seeing it for the first time, and it is no less advanced than the country's most advanced satellites. Moreover, this satellite also has uncompiled modules that can be equipped with some additional functions. Zhou Yang invited Huawei technicians to participate in the design and designed a mobile phone that can connect to this satellite. This satellite is very advanced. If we were to develop that blank module, we could actually achieve contactless communication with mobile phones and access the internet via satellite without increasing the cost of mobile phones. Huawei communications experts excitedly reported to President Yu. "Oh? So strong, then we can really collaborate, the two of us developing this new generation of satellite communication technology together." Mr. Yu decided on the intention to cooperate on the spot, and he and Zhou Yang hit it off immediately. Then the technicians from both sides began to communicate enthusiastically. After several days of exchanges, the basic terms of the cooperation were determined, and a week later, the two companies formally signed a cooperative development agreement. At that time, the profits of the two companies will be split evenly. Beatty will be responsible for the design, construction, and launch of the satellite, while Beatty has a weak reserve of technical personnel. Huawei will take full responsibility and fill all the blank modules that the satellite lacks. In this calculation, Huawei still took advantage of Beatty because satellite technology is relatively more difficult. After all, Huawei does not have satellite-related business and the ability to launch satellites. This can be said to be a blank industry for Beatty to fill Huawei. Moreover, the performance of this White Emperor satellite exceeds that of existing satellites by too much, making it a groundbreaking communications satellite. Mr. Yu is also a cheerful person. He feels that he cannot take advantage of Emperor Bai for nothing, and he also wants to promote his style. Suddenly, Beatty is strong in all-powerful drawings and ideas, while Huawei is strong in the number of R&D personnel and R&D capabilities, so the two companies will sign a memorandum of cooperation starting today. In the future, Huawei's technical team will be open to Beatty, and Mr. Yu will personally make the decision. If there are any technical aspects that Beatty lacks, they can communicate and learn from them, and share what they have. In addition, the technicians of the two companies can communicate and collaborate with each other to carry out cooperation in more aspects. Zhou Yang is also very supportive of this. He has almost unlimited high-end drawings, but it is difficult to recruit relevant technical personnel. For some less commonly used projects, Beatty builds from scratch, which costs a lot of money and energy. If Huawei can support them in the future, with their comprehensive number of technical personnel, it will bring more technical support to the more specialized Beatty company. This allows Beatty to quickly implement more advanced technologies on the drawings. This collaboration was beneficial to both companies, so the two parties quickly signed a contract. However, they only reported the matter to their leaders and did not publicize it to the outside world, lest foreign forces come and cause trouble again. Huawei is leading the technology research and development this time, so some of the engineers newly recruited by Beatty all go to Huawei to work and develop together. Zhou Yang is building a satellite production workshop in his own company and is about to start producing satellites. Satellite drawings already exist, but to add direct connection functions that can correspond to satellites to mobile phones, and to make mobile phones exquisite and beautiful, Huawei needs to work hard, so it will take some time to digest these satellite technologies. Then Zhou Yang was waiting when he suddenly found that some netizens were atting him, because his iron fans were now disgusted by another incident. The reason is that TV operators and other TV software that can watch live TV broadcasts have been completely banned, and no one can use TV to watch live TV programs directly. The TV I paid for can now only see on-demand video content with a built-in set-top box. If I want to watch programs, I have to pay a membership fee. The key is to pay the membership fee. After all, the TV station also has to survive, but it's disgusting. There are many video providers in the country, and they opened a TV membership for this one, but if they change the brand of TV, they have to open another one, which costs them wrong money. What's worse, if you want to watch sports, you need to open a sports membership. If you want to watch children's channels, you need to open a children's membership. In addition, there are film and television members, variety show members, etc. All of them cost more than 1,000 yuan a year, which is much more expensive than a TV. Moreover, the operation of the TV is also very complicated. The elderly cannot understand it at all. When they were young, they would turn on the TV and there would be programs. Now they have to press the remote control all at once. They watch commercials first, but they can't find the live TV station. They finally find a TV series. When they click on it and see that they need to top up their membership, it is very frustrating. In view of this, Beatty previously produced a smart TV that also came with an antenna, which could receive some satellite programs, which was a solution to the urgent need. However, now the antenna attached to Beatty TV can no longer watch the live broadcast of satellite TV, and it has been banned along with the TV software. People are getting more and more annoyed with the TV, and would rather use their mobile phones than watch TV. This has led to a decline in television sales every year. Therefore, the television industry is a forced industry of video manufacturers and broadcasting companies, which has disrupted the industry's economic downturn. These netizens came to AT, wanting him to develop a new TV. They didn't want to watch all the movies and TV programs for free, but they wanted to be able to watch the public live broadcast of satellite TV for free, as well as many TV stations on CCTV. Even in the last century, these TV programs were free to watch. We can't enter the new century anymore. Instead, we have to be charged by broadcasters and video companies in the middle. This money can't even be given to TV stations, which makes users angry. Being it there are more. Not only does Zhou Yang feel that this affects the quality of life of the people and needs to be managed, but the system has also sent a reminder. Please help solve the problem of people having difficulty watching live TV. If successful, you will be rewarded with a mysterious item. The Gigafactory system has another task to complete, and of course Zhou Yang has to complete it, so he has to solve the problem of the difficulty of watching TV for the people. This requires first understanding my country's broadcasting and television laws. Zhou Yang went to look through the relevant regulations and found that these satellite TV and CCTV programs are indeed free, but reception is restricted. It is illegal to use a satellite receiver, commonly known as a big pot, to receive signals yourself, so you can only transfer signals through a company with live broadcast rights. However, these companies charge very high fees, and because of their monopoly, there is no private capital to compete, so they are fearless. If viewers want to watch free CCTV channels and provincial satellite channels, they have to spend money to fatten them up. It was a contradiction, but Zhou Yang quickly found an opportunity to resolve it by bypassing the broadcasters and, just like when he was a child, turning on the TV and watching TV programs. This function also requires satellites to implement. When I was a child born in the 1980s, I would have live TV programs as soon as I turned on the TV. At that time, watching TV was free. Cable TV became popular after 1990. At least you can watch it casually by paying a little money. However, after the 2000s, the televisions were destroyed by several industries, which has caused complaints from the public. There are several remote controls, set-top boxes, and the televisions themselves. Not to mention the elderly, even young people have to operate a TV for several minutes, which is quite tedious. Zhou Yang also has a deep understanding of this, so he did not need to conduct any research to solve this task directly. His previous White Emperor 43 smart TV also considered the chaos of TV charging. At that time, a small antenna was given with the TV, which could also achieve the effect of a small satellite receiver and allow him to watch CCTV live broadcasts at home. But now this small antenna has also been banned, and Beatty has also received a ban document from the relevant departments, prohibiting them from giving this antenna with the TV. This is because some departments have set their sights on the cake of television broadcasting. They don't really want to think about how to develop the market and expand users. Instead, they want to bring down all the companies that can harm their business so that they can continue to monopolize and make money. It can be said that they are extremely greedy. Now Zhou Yang wants to break this monopoly. He will broadcast the signals of various satellite TV stations through his satellite, so that TV users can receive free live TV programs anywhere in the country. These programs from CCTV and provincial TV stations are free, and Zhou Yang certainly won't charge any fees, so the TV satellite he launched will not be profitable and will have to be purely for the benefit of the people. However, since he was willing to pay these prices for the mission and to crack down on those disgusting middlemen, he should be considered as a benefit to the people of the whole country. First of all, it had to be achieved technically, and Beatty's technicians were not yet able to directly build satellites, so Zhou Yang contacted Huawei's experts by phone and asked them how much it would cost to build a television broadcasting satellite. A Huawei expert asked Zhou Yang clearly about his purpose and suddenly laughed, "Mr. Zhou, you don't need to build a separate TV satellite. For such a small thing as a broadcast signal, you can just share it with our communication satellite. As long as you allocate a little transmission bandwidth, you can also receive TV signals in the wilderness." "So good?" Zhou Yang said happily. This way, television satellites don't need to be invested separately and don't require much additional funding. Then the satellite issue can be resolved. Just let Huawei experts design it for you, while he will handle the policy issues. When he suddenly sends satellite TV signals to thousands of households, he will stir up trouble for certain interest groups, who will definitely be behind the scenes. So Zhou Yang decided to take the initiative first. He took the information to the capital and directly found the Bureau of Culture, Sports, Radio, Film and Television. Zhou Yang's name has been circulating among the heads of state-owned enterprises and state-owned enterprises, but other departments are of course aware of Zhou Yang's strength, so when they see Zhou Yang coming, the on-duty leader here attaches great importance to it and welcomes him personally. After Zhou Yang met with the leader, he stated his purpose. He wanted to let audiences across the country see the live broadcast program for free so that the ratings would not get lower and lower, just because it was inconvenient for people to watch TV. Many families only turn on the TV on New Year's Eve to play the Spring Festival Gala as background music, and do not turn on the TV all year round. That's a great idea. The leader of the Culture and Sports Bureau highly praised him. As the leader of radio and television programs, he was of course aware of the current state of television programs, but there were many issues involved. It was like a buggy program could run, so he tried not to change it, so the leader did not reform it. Now there is this opportunity of Zhou Yang. As Zhou Yang, even if some people are dissatisfied, they can suppress it. The leaders of the Culture and Sports Bureau felt that this was a good opportunity to revitalize television ratings in one fell swoop. "Okay, I think this is feasible, but what are your profit considerations?" the leader asked. In his opinion, Zhou Yang is a businessman and must make a profit, and he probably needs to do something in the broadcasting rights. Zhou Yang said, "My satellite broadcast is free, without any text or advertisements, and there will be no charges later. This can be included in the contract. All I need is for people to be able to turn on the TV and watch live programs. I don't want a delay in the regulations." Zhou Yang said it rather tactfully. He did not come here to ask for financial support, but for policy support. Oh? The leader lamented that Zhou Yang was indeed worthy of his reputation. He did not seek fame or profit, but actually provided free broadcast satellites. This kind of heart is worthy of admiration. "Well, since Zhou always has this kind of dedication, then I can promise that your idea will definitely come true." The leader made a promise on the spot, and he then discussed some details with Zhou Yang. After a few days, the relevant details were basically finalized. First, Zhou Yang provides satellite TV signals covering the whole country free of charge, and TV programs can be received as long as they are not in a tunnel or other place that isolates long-wave signals. Second, major TV manufacturers are required to modify the software kernel, requiring that the next generation of TVs must be able to connect to live broadcast signals when turned on, and include a module for receiving satellite signals in the TV. Third, relevant units across the country cannot charge free CCTV and CCTV channels, and will be punished if they discover it. Once these three measures are implemented, they will basically ensure that Zhou Yang's plan can be implemented and people will no longer have difficulty watching TV. This is an internal matter of the Culture and Sports Bureau, so no research is needed and it can be implemented directly. Subsequently, major news channels reported on this matter, and everyone then realized that Joe Yang was actually leading television reform again. Cow batch. Joe Yang changes as soon as he takes action. He really does what he says. Joe Yang is amazing. It took him many years to report that it was useless, but he did it right away. I only care about when I can enjoy watching TV. Many netizens expressed their praise. However, there will be different opinions on anything online. Some people think that Joe Yang is harming others and himself. He made watching TV free. So how many people will lose their jobs because of the huge investments in enterprises and units that have lost their businesses? This kind of argument is very funny. Joe Yang looked at Xiao Xiao but ignored it. His current identity does not bother to answer such childish questions. Joe Yang's fans defended him. What kind of brain-dead remarks is this? Joe Yang works for everyone's benefit, but he still fails? First of all, those fees are unreasonable. No TV station charges fees. Those two-way vendors charge fees. It's really ugly to eat. Second, Joe Yang is regulating the television broadcasting industry and promoting social progress. This progress always comes with some sacrifices, such as the emergence of mobile phones, which has caused the unemployment of BP machine typists and telephone operators. Is this also the fault of mobile phone manufacturers? You narrow-minded people only see backward and unreasonable industry workers losing their jobs, but you don't see that people's lives are becoming more convenient. When more people watch TV and the efficiency of TV stations improves, they will recruit more people. You will eat up these extra positions? What's going on in my head? Isn't it water? Some of Joe Yang's fans were quite sharp-tongued and immediately couldn't utter a single word that the speakers who made those childish remarks had to criticize. So this online debate quickly ended with Joe Yang's victory. So Joe Yang solved half of the problem of difficulty in watching TV as soon as he took action, and only waited for the last satellite to go into space. After Joe Yang finished his work on television satellites, he devoted himself to other tasks. Time flies, summer goes to autumn, and the heat is over. During this refreshing autumn harvest season, many large manufacturers will release new products and hold autumn new product launches. For example, the latest phones from Huawei and Apple have already revealed some news. Intel, the leading chip company, also announced the news of their new chip products. After being severely defeated by the White Emperor carbon-based chip in the spring, they learned from their mistakes and returned to the familiar x86 architecture. At their autumn press conference, they released several chips for laptops, which still squeezed out toothpaste. The performance was good, but in terms of price, it was still difficult to compete with Beatty's chips. Because Beatty's carbon-based chips have excellent energy consumption and functions, many laptop manufacturers are willing to change the design and change the internal motherboard to a model that can match Beatty chips. In this way, the price of laptops equipped with Beatty chips can be reduced by a significant amount, and they can take the initiative in market competition. So Intel's reaction to this press conference was still mediocre. Their executives were only embarrassed by the sparse applause below. In order to reverse the decline, he quickly announced their new product next spring, which will reach an unprecedented frequency of 7.7 GHz, consume less energy, and have a historically low price. Not many people are looking forward to such a shout-out, because they feel that Beatty's press conference in the spring will definitely have more powerful new products. Before we knew it, Beatty had become the brightest company in the chip industry. That is, their market value was not as good as Intel, otherwise they would have been the top brother in the chip industry long ago. Such a cold reception made Intel executives break their defenses on the spot. He cursed in the stands. 5ID is a clown company. Their low-price dumping business model will be punished by God sooner or later. Even the invisible and intangible God has moved out, and it seems this executive really has nothing left to endure. Finally, the staff came up and persuaded the supervisor to go down, which ended the farce. As colleagues, AMD executives watched Intel's live press conference and were inevitably a little bloating. He knows the character of Beatty boss Joe Yang very well. It's okay if you don't mess with him. Once you do, you will have to bear his revenge. It seems that Intel will be unlucky again recently. They did a smarter job, working with Nvidia to manufacture graphics cards for White Emperor so that they could have a new generation of graphics card technology for free in a little over a year. Since OEMing for Beatty, AMD has had a very comfortable life. Their chips are only used in specific markets, which can avoid competition with Beatty. Graphics card OEM can also bring some profits. More than a year later, it was the opportunity for AMD to rise. Next, AMD will wait to see Intel's good show. One night later, Joe Yang was halfway around the world when he saw a video of his company being scolded by Intel executives. Say my company is a clown? Joe Yang snorted and laughed. It seemed that Intel just didn't improve its memory. He had only beaten them hard once more than half a year ago, and the scar was healed and he forgot to hurt. Then Joe Yang seems to have to teach Intel another lesson. His mission to beat the first Blue Star has another chance to be updated. Joe Yang then went to Beatty Chip Company to check on the research and development progress of their new generation of carbon-based chips. Report overall, our 3 nanometers carbon-based chip technology has achieved a breakthrough and is now entering mass production. The chief technical engineer was reporting to Joe Yang that at a certain outside SMC company, when the 3 nanometer chip was still in the development stage, Beatty had already been quietly carrying out mass production. If we use the local seat, it is this 3 nanometers, not that 3 nanometers. The 3 nanometers of carbon-based chips have lower power consumption and stronger performance, while the 3 nanometers of silicon-based chips mean higher heat generation, which are two extremes. After their engineering samples were made and tested, the heat generated was quite surprising. They could be pressed down with their own White Emperor leafless radiator. The entire baking process did not exceed 60 C, and the maximum performance had reached 8.5 GHz. This is just over half a year after they launched their second generation 7 GHz carbon-based chip, which has seen such a huge improvement. In the era when chip companies were squeezing toothpaste, it would have been enough for them to develop for 10 years. Joe Yang doesn't have the habit of squeezing toothpaste, so he makes his employees perform as well as they can, and they want to elevate the level of human technology to a new level. There is a joke in the PC circle called 10G on the CPU frequency. All mankind must thank him, and the White Emperor chip seems to be not far away from the goal of 10 GHz on a single core. Now that the energy has been produced, Joe Yang will not wait until the originally scheduled release in November or December, but will release his new chip directly on National Day, a day celebrated by the whole world, so that Intel can taste the truth about what disaster is. In September, Joe Yang posted a new product preview on his personal account, saying that he would release a new product on National Day, so everyone should stay tuned. Now that Joe Yang is about to release a new product, fans are all guessing what this new product is. Some people guess new cars, some guess new ships, and some guess new airplanes, but basically none of them could guess correctly. What Joe Yang actually released was a new chip, because it is customary in the chip industry to release a new generation of products every year. It has only been more than half a year since the new chip released by Beatty in the spring. Basically, no one would have thought that Joe Yang would release a chip on National Day. Soon it was National Day. After live-streaming the military parade in the morning during the day, Joe Yang live-streamed the new product launch in the afternoon in the auditorium of Beatty Chip Company. This press conference attracted the attention of all walks of life around the world. As Joe Yang is now a global technology leader, every new product is a product that dominates the market. Therefore, his peers are concerned about what new product Joe Yang is. Many business owners are praying, but please don't crash into their own company's products. It's really interesting that a White Emperor press conference turned into a worship site. Joe Yang walked onto the stage with chip R&D engineers this time, and they all held the new chips in their hands. Hello everyone, I'm Joe Yang. The new product I released today is the Beatty carbon-based chip in my hand. As soon as the answer was announced, there was a sudden outcry from the audience. A new generation of products will be released in half a year. This Beatty chip is too powerful. Doesn't it take time to develop? While the audience was shocked, Joe Yang released his new product this time. Beatty 3 nanometers process flagship chip, single core 8.5 GHz. When Joe Yang said this, the whole audience was shocked. I'll go, no way, the 7 GHz carbon-based CPU was only released at the beginning of the year. I was using Zhengshuan, and you told me it was outdated? A 1.5 GHz boost in 6 months is enough for Intel to squeeze toothpaste for 4 or 5 years. Is Joe Yang funded by aliens? Why is technology advancing so rapidly, I can no longer keep up? Netizens in the live broadcast room were all exclaiming that although they did not expect the new product to be a chip, the performance was too explosive, increasing by 1.5 GHz after half a year. There has never been such a large improvement in the history of chips. It is Joe Yang who does things without being pretentious. He shows as much strength as he has. Unlike foreign companies, he is not so petty and likes to hide his humble roots and cut leaks. Enterprises like Beatty are the ones that the people like, and if there is money, Joe Yang must make it. Therefore, in the live broadcast room, countless netizens are asking Joe Yang to link to it. They want to buy chips, and they want to buy them now, even if they don't need them. These netizens didn't even ask about the price of the chip, which was unnecessary in Zhu Yang's live broadcast room. People have never sold things that everyone can't afford, and the products have always been the lowest prices in the world. Joe Yang smiled and asked everyone to be calm. He first introduced the various parameters and characteristics of the chip. Next, Joe Yang gave the stage to the chip engineer and asked him to introduce professional performance and data to everyone. Seeing the excellent performance, ultra-low power consumption, and significantly improved performance of this third-generation chip series, this is what high-quality chips should look like. Chips before Intel and AMD knew how to stack materials. If they wanted high performance, they would stack transistors. As a result, the power consumption of CPUs became higher and higher with each generation. Passive heat sinks were enough in the past, but later air-cooled heat sinks were needed, and later flagship chips needed water-cooled heat sinks. If Beatty doesn't come to compete for chips, it might be a few years before the chips are equipped with an air conditioner for heat dissipation. Fortunately, Beatty Chip Company emerged and defeated Intel and AMD in one fell swoop, forcibly reversing the bad development direction of chips. The third-generation carbon-based chips supplied to computers are just one type. Now, Beatty chips cover various electronic devices, and are even developing CPUs for servers. At the same time, it also accepts manufacturers to customize various special chip models. According to this development trend, Beatty will become the world's leading chip company after that, comprehensively leading the development of the chip industry. After introducing the performance, netizens were already eagerly waiting for Joe Yang to announce the price and link. The third-generation carbon-based CPU, the flagship version, is priced the same as the previous generation. Don't worry, although you can buy it. At the same time, our company has suspended the previous generation of chips, while other types of customized chips are subject to price negotiation. Welcome to Negotiate. After Joe Yang's announcement, exclamations erupted in both the live and live broadcast rooms. The performance was super doubled, but the price remained the same as the previous generation. What kind of spirit is this? If Intel and AMD had such a beep chip, they would dare to sell it for $1,000. Fortunately, the chips are now controlled by Beatty Company, so netizens can afford such good chips. A few hundred chips can produce 8.5 GHz 3 nanometers process powerful chips. This was something the Chinese people really couldn't dream of when they were 2 years ago. So after the press conference, everyone rushed to buy the third-generation Beatty chip, regardless of whether it was used or not. Even if it was to contribute to Joe Yang, they were willing. Now everyone has discovered that as long as Joe Yang has money, the speed at which he launches high-tech products will shock everyone. A few years ago, Beatty was just an electronics company that made cheap home appliances, but now it has developed into a high-tech group. The products produced by its various companies are all full of technological content, and people's living standards are improving rapidly. However, Beatty's third-generation chips have just been put into production, and its production capacity is still limited. In the initial 1 month, it can only be partially supplied. But Joe Yang promised that in a month, they would have as many third-generation chips as they wanted. Now with the continuous reform of technology, their chip production can really be described as a sunken fish. That's called a lot. With the addition of modern industrialization, chip manufacturing speed has increased significantly and costs have dropped sharply, so that Beatty still has money to make from 3-generation chips that cost a few hundred yuan each. And this is just computer CPU products. Beatty Chip Company supplies other types of chips to the outside world, which are their company's best-selling products. There are also many confidential chips that cannot be disclosed, which are also pulled out in containers. After applying the production plan of the ring lithography plant, Beatty Company has completely turned chips into cabbage prices. The ultra-high output has reduced costs to the lowest level. This low cost has also led to a decrease in the prices of other products, thereby enhancing the product competitiveness of other domestic companies. It is an enterprise that has revitalized the country's high-tech industry. Joe Yang not only makes comparable contributions to military industry, but is also the country's leading enterprise in civilian technology. Therefore, Joe Yang has been able to get rewards from various departments again in the past. While Joe Yang was enjoying the honor, there was a company on the other side of the world in the United States that was having a very difficult time, and that was the former chip giant Intel. The reason why formerly is prefixed to its name is that it has been surpassed by Beatty Chips to become the world's second largest chip company. Beatty has successfully topped the sales throne with its most recent 3 generations of 3-nanometer carbon-based chips. If competitors steal the show, Intel's previous press conferences become a joke. Their new products next year are already lagging behind before they are even launched. With performance and price being completely suppressed, their new chips next year are meaningless, and no one will buy them even if they are forced to launch them. Because they had already bought Beatty's third-generation chips for research, the results were much better than the new products they were still developing, which made Intel's technical engineers feel powerless and they didn't know how to catch up. Beatty Chip Company is too scary. It launched a generation of products in just 6 months, and each time it increased by more than 1G. This is not a company that humans can own. Intel's technology director had to admit at the board meeting that they had completely lost the competition with White Emperor and would not be able to surpass them technically for several years. They cannot surpass the technology, and their high-tech company has no place to stand, so we need to consider the future. Their stocks have hit rock bottom, and if they don't change, they'll just have to sell their assets. If they cannot come up with an effective rectification plan within 6 months, their company will go bankrupt. Gentlemen, we at Intel have faced one of the most dangerous crises in decades, and we must make a decision, Intel CEO said in a somber manner at the board meeting. Their chip industry inexplicably failed, and the loss was complete, with no possibility of turning over. After discussion, they made a difficult decision. Starting today, they would stop the research and development of PC chips and instead develop and manufacture IC chips and research technologies such as biochips. It's not because these technologies make money, but because Beatty doesn't involve these areas, so they still have food to eat. Now Intel, like many other companies, is afraid of Beatty and has taken the initiative to avoid it. As for their original silicon-based chip industry, it is estimated that only the official magnesium country will place orders in the future. They only keep a small silicon-based chip research laboratory as the last face of the former chip industry overlord. A few days later, Intel publicly stated that they had completely stopped developing a new generation of PC chips such as Core, had completely cleared out their inventory of existing products, and had transformed into a manufacturer and service provider of IC chips, biochips, and integrated circuit equipment. It can make a big company give up an industry they were once proud of simply because they encountered a player who was too powerful to beat. At this point, the chip industry giant Intel no longer exists, and Beatty Chip Company, from its establishment to the present, has only launched 3 chips, knocking down the world's #1 chip company. There is no second chip company in the world for this achievement. Therefore, domestic netizens were jubilant and came to the internet for a national carnival to celebrate this glorious moment. Beatty is so awesome, he actually forced Intel to change careers. 2 years ago, I didn't believe 100 people who said a company could take down Intel, but today White Emperor has shown me a lot of insights. It's really awesome. Zhou Yang is the godfather of science and technology in my country. What I said is irrefutable. Netizens praised Zhou Yang online. The key point is that this is not just embarrassing, but real achievements. A career change that can defeat a company among the top 500 in the world without any resistance will definitely be recorded in the history of science and technology. Moreover, this will also change the entire chip industry landscape. Intel switched careers, and AMD chose to contract graphics cards for Beatty. In the past, the world's 2 largest PC chip companies were all growing thinner and thinner, but now chips are Beatty's world. This is not only the certification of netizens, but also the fact that major manufacturers around the world have come to Beatty Chip Company to purchase chips, which shows what position Beatty Company occupies among the world's commercial companies. There is no domestic company that can achieve this global monopoly situation. Now, global manufacturers want to obtain the most advanced and cheapest chips, so they have no choice but to come to Beatty Company to buy them. Otherwise, they can only buy expensive and backward silicon-based chips elsewhere. After signing the ordering contract, representatives of these domestic and foreign companies went to Beatty Town and applied for a visit. Because this is the most advanced town in the world selected by netizens, especially foreign representatives, they also want to see what kind of town China's top technology company is responsible for building. Visitors from the country can visit for free. As long as the number of applicants does not reach the upper limit on the day, they can enter the town for a tour. Foreigners holding passports will be charged a certain entry fee. This has caused dissatisfaction among some foreigners, who say it is discrimination. In response to this, the official response of Beatty Town was that there are many free welfare facilities in Beatty Town. As a foreigner, I do not pay taxes for domestic affairs. If I want to enjoy these services and facilities, I naturally have to pay a certain fee. If you feel it is expensive, you can go to other towns in the country to experience it first, such as Wu Town, which is good. The official answer was simply outrageous. It was clearly to tell foreigners that if they were too expensive, they could go to places that did not charge fees. This town only welcomes foreigners who have no money to spare. After seeing this situation, netizens laughed so hard that they all gave a thumbs up to Zhou Yang, one of the policymakers. At some point, there were many people among our people who admired foreigners and fawned over foreigners. They seemed to still be alive in the Qing dynasty, and they were as respectful to foreigners as they were to foreigners. For example, some universities always treat foreign students better than Chinese students. Some universities even provide foreign male students with exclusive beautiful female students to accompany them. This is simply eye-opening for the Chinese people. The administrators of those schools are just about to kneel down and recognize foreigners as their ancestors. Some airlines and scenic spots also prioritize foreigners. Our compatriots have become second-class citizens, which is infuriating. This symptom of admiring foreign things has a long history and is difficult to change for a while. Zhou Yang set an example in this regard. His products are cheap to sell to Chinese people but expensive to sell to foreigners. This is jokingly called the foreign tax by netizens. If the White Emperor dares to call a company that dares to collect taxes from foreigners second, no one dares to say that they are first. Nowadays, Beatty Town is open to applications from Chinese citizens free of charge, while foreigners who want to visit it have to pay a fee. The entrance fee is not high. A foreigner who spends 10 to 1 or 200 yuan a day charges cheaper fees for tourists from countries with which our country has good relations, such as Bati and Mezi. However, countries with which we have festivals, especially Xiaoban and Xiaomaizi, charge according to the highest standards. This is also a good lesson for those fake foreigners. What? Sorry if it's too expensive, our Beatty Town has limited reception capacity and is not open to you for the time being. If you want to complain, please contact the province. Now the foreigners are all stumped, and there are still places in China that don't give preferential treatment. These clamoring foreigners are basically just used to enjoying preferential treatment in the country, and they did not change their habits when they came to Beatty Town for a while. For most foreigners who have just come to China for business, this situation is very common. Their country has a habit of tipping. This entrance fee is equivalent to tipping in advance, which is no big deal. Therefore, most foreigners still choose to pay to enter. Once inside, they were struck by the high-tech facilities of the small town of Beatty. Holographic traffic lights, rechargeable roads, free wireless charging seats, unmanned smart supermarkets, robots that can be summoned at will. There are smart ace in the whole city who can help, free self-driving taxis. Living here, it's like traveling to the future. Omega. Very advanced. These foreigners are like Granny Lou who is entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. They don't have enough eyes for each one and can only shout God and Mammy. They have seen so many high-tech products in countries with backward infrastructure. In their own words, it is like they have come to the city of God. They then experienced the robot chef and enjoyed a variety of excellent services at the hotel in the evening, all of which were highly praised. Of course, foreign tourists have to pay according to normal standards for eating and staying in shops, and this is the same for everyone. Foreigners who come here are simply happy. They all become anchors, filming everything in the small town of Beatty, and then spreading it abroad, attracting a lot of attention. Many foreign netizens said that this is a film and television city and such a town cannot exist on Earth. However, they were forced to disbelieve it. Even if they didn't believe it, they could come to China's Beatty town and experience it for themselves. This attracted more foreigners to visit and brought income to the town. This income will be converted into self-employed individuals who open shops in the town, and will also become a benefit for the town residents in disguise. Therefore, the more people come to visit, the better the welfare of the town residents will be. The town residents were just as enthusiastic about these domestic and foreign tourists as they were about meeting the money-gathering boy. After all, the more people came, the better their lives would be. This creates a positive cycle, where the town's residents welcome these tourists from the bottom of their hearts, and the tourists' experience is fantastic, thus attracting more tourists. This realized the initial plan of Beatty Town to develop tourism. Unexpectedly, this part of the tourism revenue was so high, which suddenly made the account funds of Beatty Town very sufficient, and it was possible to continue the second phase of construction. In order not to affect the current tourism industry, the second phase of infrastructure construction has been decided to be carried out on different plots of land, and a new urban area in one direction will be built first, so that there will be no construction sites all over the mountains, and tourists will not be delayed. After being promoted by foreign tourists, Beatty Town actually became popular abroad. There are many different opinions among them. Some say that China is putting on a show and must have used film and television special effects. Some people say that China is truly remarkable, but they never expected it to develop to this extent. They need to learn from advanced experiences. Subsequently, a group of officials and entrepreneurs from abroad came to Beatty Town to visit and conduct research and learn from advanced experiences. In the last century, foreign countries were advanced countries, and ambitious young people in our country had to study abroad to learn the most advanced technologies in the world. If foreigners come to China's Beatty Town to visit and study this year, it's really a matter of feng shui taking turns. Come to my house this year. The person who caused all this phenomenon is the entrepreneur Comrade Zhou Yang, who is loved by the people. Nowadays, companies from all over the world come to buy Beatty chips, making China the country with the largest international chip sales. This brought a lot of foreign exchange and reputation to the country, and China's position in the world's high-tech field was upgraded to an epic level. Now no one dares to underestimate China, otherwise they would not have any chips to use. China has won too much international fame with its Beatty chips, which has made the old global overlord, Lighthouse Lau Mei, unable to sit still. They held a meeting overnight. They still want to maintain Intel's position in the chip industry. After all, they are no longer making money, have too little tax revenue, and have lost a considerable number of high-paying jobs, resulting in a large number of white-collar workers losing their jobs. These are very painful problems for Lau Mei. But Intel engineers have already answered that they are no longer technically able to surpass White Emperor and can only find another way. Loss of recruitment is the specialty of old American politicians. They thought that since CPU could not do the White Emperor, they could do the whole thing. If some external tactics are used to prevent Beatty from producing computer accessories, then the market will still be theirs. So they secretly studied it for a few days and came up with a bad move. They immediately summoned computer hardware experts from all over the world. They wanted to study a computer model that could only be produced by the Magnesium Kingdom and its allies, and excluded the White Emperor. The United States also made a killing, using half threats, half inducements, and heavy bribes to get these experts to show their true abilities. After more than half a month of discussion, they also came up with a sinister plan. Subsequently, Magnesium Country announced that it would hold a new Computer Federation conference on their territory, and Beatty Chip Company was also invited to participate in this conference. Beatty Chip Company sent a representative to the conference. As a result, it was suddenly announced at the conference that the future development model of computers had all become on-board integration. In the future, there will be no need for DIY. Those parts will be welded to the motherboard at the factory, which can reduce the failure rate and increase the operating rate. This is another major reform, which can be said to have completely overturned the computer assembly solutions that have been popular for decades. This is similar to what the ITTF does, because the Chinese table tennis team is too strong. That is to modify the rules in some aspects to weaken the advantages of Chinese players and allow foreign table tennis players to achieve better rankings. The same applies to the new proposal put forward at this joint computer conference, which completely negates the previous structure. The patents for the new structure are firmly held by many interest groups led by the United States, who continue to formulate the rules. At the meeting, companies that wanted to join and produce new computers had to pay huge patent fees, which each company wanted to produce had to pay. But it seems fair, but in fact, Lau Mei has already discussed with those companies and will return all the patent fees to the companies after the meeting, leaving only by these patent fees to be divided among them. This clearly shows that they are trying to rip off Beatty, so that the cost of the new generation of computers produced by Beatty will naturally be higher than others, and they will not be able to fight a price war with foreign manufacturers. This is the greatest advantage that sealed the White Emperor. I protest. The White Emperor's representatives objected. However, the opposition was ineffective. The Magnesium Nation was already well-intentioned at the beginning of the meeting and wanted to unanimously target the White Emperor Company. They formed a group specifically to exclude the White Emperor, so other people raised their hands in agreement. Therefore, this new policy will be officially implemented in 1 year. If that's all, it won't limit Beatty, just like the previous integrated CPU, and Beatty can continue to produce the current cheap accessories. Lau Mei had thought of this relationship for a long time, so they strongly announced that the previous computer assembly plan, including individual CPUs, motherboards, memory, hard drives, monitors, etc., also included laptops, affected the national security of the United States, so global production was banned. In other words, many of Beatty's computer products suddenly became illegal and could no longer be produced. Lau Mei also felt that this was a bit excessive, so she proposed a 1-year buffer period. The 1-year period from today is the final production time. Once the year arrives, production or sales cannot continue. Otherwise, it will endanger the security of the Magnesium country, and they have the right to make any counterattack. This is the shamelessness of Chi Kuo. He actually produced computers that have not changed much in decades, and he can still affect American security. Zhao Gao's point of calling a horse is not so excessive. These two combined punches are equivalent to preventing Beatty from producing existing computer accessories, and if it wants to produce new computers, it will have to pay exorbitant patent fees. That is a death-defying rhythm. I object. Representatives from Beatty Chip Company again objected. However, the opposition was still ineffective. A show of hands was held on the spot, and only the representative of Beatty Company did not raise his hand. The rest raised their hands and agreed with Lau Mei's approach. This is tearing the old beauty's great power to pieces, regardless of face. The White Emperor representative was so targeted that he could only leave the meeting in anger. Upon returning to China, he immediately reported the matter to his boss, Zhou Yang. Lau Mei bullies people and won't let us produce computer accessories. The representative was angry abroad and his face was still tense. Well, I get it. Zhou Yang nodded. It was more blatant for Lau Mei to make such unscrupulous excuses than to use laundry detergent to frame Yi Guo in the first place, but he was not afraid or worried. If you have a system, are you still afraid that Lau Mei will play a gangster? The more difficult it is, the more sense of accomplishment he feels after winning. Zhou Yang didn't care, but his superiors took it very seriously, so Zhou Yang was called to hold a video conference. The meeting was filled with leaders from science and technology departments. They told Zhou Yang directly that they would fight hard to get Magnesium to take back its policies and could not unreasonably suppress a Chinese company like this. Zhou Yang said, I think since the Magnesium Kingdom has done something absolutely wrong, it will not regret it. We have lodged a protest, but they may not listen. Even if they do listen, they will put forward conditions that we cannot accept. So I suggest not protesting at all and letting them ban it, which will treat the national credibility of Magnesium as a bedbug. Zhou Yang said it well. If the United States can be so unreasonable and illogical, their image in other countries will quickly collapse. Because they can deal with the White Emperor of China so brazenly today, they will deal with his current allies in the same way later. So the United States' domineering behavior seems smart, but it is actually stupid. In the future, they will be backfired by today's decisions. The leaders saw that Zhou Yang was not in a hurry at all, so they tentatively asked, "Oh, from what you're saying, you have a way to deal with it?" Yes. Zhou Yang firmly said that he could stop producing existing products or not use the patent technology proposed by Lau Mei, because Zhou Yang had more advanced technology and a completely different patent line from Lau Mei's current one. Can you tell me about it? The leaders were also curious about where Zhou Yang's confidence came from, so Zhou Yang took out the PPT he had made in advance. Is this a computer? When I saw the PPT slideshow played by Zhou Yang, a concept diagram of a future computer appeared. It was a box in all directions. Judging from the size, it was about the same as my home set-top box. Therefore, these leaders suspected that Zhou Yang had taken the wrong information. Yes, this is the next generation of personal computers designed by my company. The main features are high integration and small size. Due to low power consumption, passive heat dissipation, a set-top box is large enough, and the performance is at least 15 better than the top-of-the-line configuration of today's personal PCs. How is this achieved? Some computer hardware experts around asked in surprise. According to their understanding, today's computer technology is impossible. This is more complicated and very different from the current technological path, so I will only introduce the theory. Zhou Yang then began to introduce that his new computer and chip manufacturing materials were replaced with carbon silicon composites, because both carbon-based chips and silicon-based chips have shortcomings, and the carbon silicon composites synthesized using the new method perfectly solved the chip heating and performance bottlenecks. Chips can even be made with an accuracy of less than 1 nanometer. 0.9 nanometers is the process accuracy of the first generation of carbon silicon composite chip computers. Only in this way can the chip be reduced to the size of a small fingernail, and its performance is more powerful and its power consumption is less than that of the third-generation Beatty chip. This design not only significantly reduces the size of the chip, but also adopts a multi-layer composite structure for the motherboard, allowing a single motherboard to accommodate multiple functional units including the chip. Moreover, this computer design has eliminated the graphics card. Due to the algorithm, the image parsing function is uniformly handled by the carbon silicon central chip, and the performance is completely sufficient. This computer also opens up the boundary between memory and hard disk. The next generation of products will use a brand new quantum hard disk, which only needs the size of a square to accommodate more than 1 PB of storage content, combining the storage functions of memory and hard disk. PB is a storage unit one level higher than TB, 1 PB equals 1024 TB equals 2 to the power of 50 bytes. This is not much higher than a digital hard drive. There is a quantum hard drive. All previous hard drives can be thrown away. Because this type of hard drive uses quantum theory, the stored content will not be damaged by power failure. Moreover, the reading speed has exceeded 1000 GB, which is basically a second read. Therefore, the startup speed of Beatty's new generation computer is 1 second. If Master Lu wants to evaluate the startup speed ranking, that estimate needs to be accurate to 2 decimal places on the second hand. As for image processing, it can output 12K super high-definition images and play current game frames. Even the most demanding games can reach hundreds of frames. This level is now difficult to reach even with some outdated supercomputers. Moreover, this host also has a brain-computer interface device reserved. If the brain-computer interface technology matures in the future, this computer will be able to get rid of the mouse and keyboard, and instead use brainwaves or line of sight for control, becoming a landmark change for computers in the new era. After listening to Zhou Yang's series of science fiction-like introductions, the experts were already stupid and felt like their brains were about to dry up and smoke. Don't mention these new technologies, you just haven't thought about them. This is exactly the configuration in science fiction movies. What carbon silicon composite CPU, what high-density motherboard, quantum hard drive, 12K high-definition picture, etc. are all original terms that experts have never seen. Is this possible? Yes, let's not talk about something as exaggerated as a quantum hard drive, but about 12K high-definition graphics. No monitor or TV manufacturer now has such a high-end product. Even if they can produce graphics, they cannot display them, the expert said in a seven-tongued manner. Zhou Yang smiled and began to answer the experts' questions one by one. This can definitely be achieved. I am not just a PPT, I have drawings, so please take out some of the drawings and let everyone take a look. Zhou Yang then produced a drawing. This is the production drawing for the carbon silicon composite chip, showing the specific process. These experts were all big hands on the chip, and they all squeezed in to check it out, and soon all kinds of exclamations came out. This works too. This is such a clever design that it completely overturns the existing CPU theory. Great, with this, the Magnesium Kingdom has banned it. Even if it weren't banned, we wouldn't produce the outdated products we used to. Many experts danced happily. They had previously been worried about the unreasonable behavior of Magnesium Country, fearing that White Emperor Company would be crushed all at once. But now it seems completely superfluous. Beatty's chip technology not only avoids the previous CPU design concept, but also elevates CPU design to the level of art. Being able to carve so many functional units in a place as small as 0.9 nanometers makes people sigh. This new carbon silicon composite chip technology is truly the crystallization of humanity's highest technology. The chip experts watching this are very excited. Their global chip technology is entering a new era. At this moment, these experts looked at Zhou Yang with different eyes and were able to propose the concept of carbon-silicon composite chips. Zhou Yangzu can be called the father of modern chips, because carbon-silicon composite chips are not only used in computers, but also in most electronic products that require computing cores. Low power consumption and strong performance, these 2 points mean that electronic products will basically no longer need to be equipped with fans and water cooling, because they no longer generate much heat. Currently, major companies build their servers in the mountains or sea because they can save huge cooling costs. Once Beatty's composite chip technology is applied, the heat generated by electronic products can be ignored. Even for large server arrays, only a fan or ordinary air conditioner is needed. This can save humans a lot of electricity without worrying about overclocking and burning down electrical appliances, completely changing the pattern of the electronics industry. Therefore, this chip is a great product that will benefit the present and future generations. Chips are worthy of being the heart of modern industry. Today's major core and dirty replacement may even allow mankind to enter the fourth industrial revolution ahead of schedule. What it develops into then, perhaps science fiction can really become a reality. Okay. The leader heard that the experts praised him so much. It seems that Comrade Zhou Yang has brought another Wangzhou level product. Then the leader asked Zhou Yang what help he needed. Maybe some funding is needed, but it's a small thing. What I really need is talent, the kind of real talent, not students who study for exams. Zhou Yang put forward his requirements. The talents he wanted had the ability to innovate independently and develop projects independently. Even graduates of the 2 universities in northern and western China may not meet the requirements. The leader nodded, and he discussed it in a low voice with those around him, quickly stating their decision. The leaders were very supportive of Zhou Yang this time. They discussed and decided to open a direct recruitment bus for Beatty in all major universities across the country, as long as there are undergraduate, master's and doctoral schools that produce chip-related majors. Beatty Chip Company can recruit people from schools, and the admission criteria are determined by Beatty Company itself. The state will provide a certain talent subsidy for each admitted talent, which can also be considered a form of organization. For some particularly outstanding talents, the state allowance will be directly issued. In addition, Beatty Chip Company can also cooperate with universities across the country to carry out joint education, recruit and train targeted students in accordance with Beatty Company's requirements, and work at Beatty Chip after graduation. After operating like this for a few years, basically all the outstanding chip talents in the country will be recruited by Beatty Company, and Zhou Yang will not have to worry about the lack of talents. Thank you all for your help. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. Now the chip company was in place. With the support of his superiors and the blessing of outstanding talents from across the country, Zhou Yang was confident that in 2 years, he could run Beatty Chip Company into the world's largest chip company, with sales exceeding the combined sales of the latter few. The leaders nodded with satisfaction, and they greatly appreciated Zhou Yang's drive. The leaders were adamant, and after the conference call, they began implementing the talent policy. Led by leaders, a seminar was held in collaboration with universities and relevant education departments. The meeting clarified the plan for screening talents for Beatty Company. Not only did it open a direct recruitment channel, but it also designated several top universities in the country to start Beatty Company's targeted students. As long as the candidates apply for this major, Beatty Company will be responsible for all the students' tuition and miscellaneous expenses. After graduation, they need to join Beatty Company and work for at least 5 to 10 years. The annual salary generally starts from 6 figures. For outstanding students with master's and doctoral degrees, the annual salary is 7 figures, and there are also free parking lots. With such favorable conditions, it is natural that you can be selected based on your high score. Beatty's college orientation class majors require political review to apply, and after passing the written test scores, they also need to be interviewed by Beatty Company personnel. Therefore, it is not enough for students to just know how to brush questions. They must have logical ability and independent thinking ability to ensure that Beatty recruits real talents. These universities also very much hope to cooperate with Beatty Company, because Beatty Company has many nationally famous production lines. After these universities have established a relationship with Zhou Yang, they also hope that their students can go to Beatty for internships, which will bring the best extracurricular teaching to students. After Zhou Yang spoke with university staff by phone, he was also interested in such cooperation. He then visited major universities and negotiated with university leaders, and quickly finalized specific cooperation projects. In order to deepen the relationship with universities, Zhou Yang also donated money to universities so that when recruiting students, the schools would be more inclined to recruit good students for the White Emperor targeted classes. This time, Zhou Yang has solved the problem of future talent, which has put a damper on his heartache. Otherwise, even if he has many high-tech blueprints, he will lack the talent to turn them into reality. Now that's good, the top talents in China will tend to come to work for Beatty in the future. He can also be like Huawei and invest hundreds of billions of yuan in research and development every year. That is the healthy development situation he wants to see. After solving the talent problem, Zhou Yang started to go to the hard drive department again and held a meeting with the hard drive department. He produced departmental drawings of the quantum hard drive, classified the project as top secret, and secretly conducted research, development, and production. This quantum hard drive technology is more than 10 or 20 years ahead of its time, so even if the drawings are intact, it cannot be made with the current level of knowledge and materials of the current personnel. Therefore, in the next year, the R&D department of the hard drive process will close down and conduct scientific research, buying a year to build the quantum hard drive. These hard drive researchers could not hide their excitement when they saw quantum hard drive technology, which was really too advanced. They originally thought that digital hard drives were the mainstream technology of hard drives in the past decade, but they didn't expect that quantum hard drives would appear in just over a year. This is a concept that even industry experts had never thought of. A lot of quantum physics knowledge is applied here. Even if some undergraduate physics students from universities look at this drawing, they may not be able to understand it, which is enough to show the technological value of this drawing. Among them, hard drive expert Su Chao expressed his emotion that his boss could win the Nobel Prize with this drawing. "We don't have those rare biased awards." Zhou Yang snorted and laughed. The world is no longer the same as it was more than 10 or 20 years ago. At that time, China was just in a stage of revival and needed the recognition and support of other countries. Therefore, it attached great importance to the Nobel Prize. Once, writer Mo won the Nobel Prize in Literature, which really made the whole country jubilant. However, the Chinese people soon discovered that although the awards were boundless, the people who awarded them had boundaries. They suppressed countries that had bad relations with the United States and deliberately prevented the Chinese people from winning the awards. President Magnesium, who has waged war for years, has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which has become a tool for Europe and the United States to entertain themselves. It is not uncommon for Chinese people nowadays to receive the Nobel Prize. They do not need a small group of people to award themselves. When people around the world are unified and say that Beatty products are good, that will be the best award in the world. Yes, the boss is right. Zhou Yang's views were supported by many technicians, including Su Chao. They are not rare Nobel Prizes, and in the future their people will establish their own science prizes. Subsequently, many hard drive technicians began closed-door research and development, vowing to spend a year to develop the world's leading quantum hard drive technology. The reason why Zhou Yang wanted to make a quantum hard drive first was because the two hard drive manufacturers who manufactured it for him had a disagreement. The contract he had originally signed was that the hard drive manufacturer would work for him for 2 years, and after 2 years, they would give them the digital hard drive technology for free. This was supposed to be a win-win situation, but the two manufacturers suddenly turned against it. At the computer conference previously held in the Magnesium country, they threw themselves into the arms of Lao Magnesium and became members of the alliance against the White Emperor. Since they are not kind, then don't blame Zhou Yang for being unrighteous. Zhou Yang first took out the quantum hard drive and the new generation of computer accessories for research and development, which was to punish the two hard drive companies Zizha and Zishu. The two companies thought they had taken advantage of the situation and obtained digital hard drive technology for free. Then they wanted to take advantage of Lao Mei's monopoly and produce digital hard drives at will. But little did they know that by this time next year, Beatty's quantum hard drive will be completely empty. At that time, the storage space of about 20 TB will be reduced to dross in seconds under the powerful space of PB of quantum hard drives. The two hard drive companies are expected to go bankrupt. Their products have a generational difference from Beatty's quantum hard drives, which is basically incomparable in the computer world, just like smartphones comparing with calculators, a complete crushing game. So the good days of those two anti-water hard drive companies will only have 1 year left, and by this time next year, basically only one road to bankruptcy will be left for them. Next, Zhou Yang came to Beatty Graphics Card Company in Zita City. Now, the executives of Beatty Graphics are worried because their company has been forcibly sanctioned by Lao Mei. A year later, they will no longer be able to produce graphics cards, otherwise it would threaten American security, and they will take many shameless measures. Although Lao Mei did not dare to use force, it would also bring very passive measures to the country, so these executives were all waiting for Zhou Yang to convey his spirit to them. Whether to fight to the end or to give in depends on what your boss means. But in fact, all the executives who know Zhou Yang know that if their own boss had soft bones, he would have compromised with Lao Mei many years ago, so he will not compromise this time. The executives are waiting for their boss to cheer them up. After Zhou Yang arrived, he inspected the factory and was very pleased to see that the workers were still actively producing and were not frightened by Lao Mei's policies. It seems that his senior executives managed the company very well. He then went to the graphics card company's office and called all the executives in for a confidential meeting. The topic of this meeting was that they would stop producing all White Emperor Ziqiang series graphics cards in a year and make a transformation. The executives were shocked. They didn't expect the boss to be so determined. They would rather not produce the world's best-selling graphics card than compromise with Lao Mei. So what are we transforming to produce? the general manager asked. Zhou Yang said, I will give you some drawings, mainly mentioning Beatty Chip Company, which produces some supporting originals for new computers, the most important of which is the new computer motherboard. Motherboard? The general manager was puzzled because there was a workshop specializing in motherboard production at Beatty head office. Their graphics card company was a chip company, and making motherboards seemed like a knife to the ox. Besides, Laomei doesn't let them produce graphics cards anymore, and motherboards are naturally prohibited. Why do they still produce them? Zhou Yang did not speak, but took out some of the drawings and showed them to several senior executives. This is the motherboard? The general manager and chief engineer were shocked. Who had ever seen a motherboard built with chip-level technology? Good multi-element devices on this motherboard all require the use of technology of 5 to 10 nanometers to produce components. Previously, this precision was used to produce chips, but now this drawing requires it to be used to produce motherboards. So, is this ultra-small motherboard still called a motherboard? I'm afraid I should call it large chip assembly. That's exactly what happened. The new computer has an unprecedented density of components, which is why it was able to reduce the size of the existing chassis to a set-top box, and the performance was greatly improved. Seeing the simplified drawings of this motherboard, the general manager immediately realized that this was the confidence of his boss in fighting against Laomei. He just grabbed the motherboard of this new computer and didn't know what the whole computer would look like when it was assembled. Okay, let's organize human and material resources to carry out research and development of new computer components. The general manager immediately stood up to make his statement, and other senior executives also raised their hands to take the oath. Zhou Yang applauded his men's determination, then pressed down with both hands, signaling everyone to listen to him first. Zhou Yang then said, this research and development must be kept secret from the outside world. I am not afraid of leaks. Even if a secret is leaked, Laomei will have no choice. The reason I want to keep it secret is just to give Laomei's company a big surprise. Mr. Zhou, please rest assured, we will keep our secrets strictly and give our foreign business friends a big surprise. The general manager explained his attitude to his subordinates, and Zhou Yang was very satisfied. He then left several technical backbones, including the chief engineer, and gave them all the relevant drawings. A year later, after the ban begins, graphics card companies will specifically transform into suppliers of accessories for new computers. They will produce other high-end components, including motherboards, because these components require a fairly high level of manufacturing. Currently, only the graphics card branch within the Beatty Group has such conditions and technical reserves, so they are the only manufacturers of this computer accessory. In this way, the accessories of the new computer and some other more special components can be studied by the electrical engineers at Beatty headquarters. Then the scientific research layout of the new computer is ready to be completed, and Zhou Yang can prepare the next strategic product. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, winter has arrived, and people are already wearing long johns and preparing for the winter. At this time, good news came from Beatty's satellite process. The communications satellite Beatty 1 satellite jointly developed by them and Hawaii has been made, passed the test, and has the conditions for launch. In other words, the first satellite under the Beatty company has been produced. This is of great significance to Zhou Yang, meaning that his product can finally break through the atmosphere and reach outer space. This is the first step of Zhou Yang's goal of the stars and the sea. When Zhou Yang arrived at the satellite production workshop, he saw a huge complete satellite. Currently, the satellite is being designed with large solar panels, which are the part that provides energy for the satellite. When launching, many parts will be retracted to facilitate launch. Zhou Yang saw that the various designs of the satellite were quite different from existing satellites, and its appearance was more like a science fiction style. Its various internal designs are also ahead of their time. If it weren't for the drawings provided by Zhou Yang, it would have taken at least 7 or 8 years for a communication satellite of this level to be designed. Zhou Yang was very satisfied when he saw the various test results reported by his subordinates. With this satellite, the cost of making satellite calls in the future will be reduced many times over. Moreover, calls transferred through the satellite in the future will have confidentiality measures and cannot be monitored by other organizations. In addition, there is an additional function on this satellite, which is responsible for the satellite TV broadcasting module. This is a trivial function for a satellite that is expensive to build, but it allows Zhou Yang to complete the system mission. After the inspection, Zhou Yang asked the workshop to produce a few more, which would then be uniformly launched into Earth orbit, enabling satellite communication across the country. Zhou Yang only wants to cover the domestic area at present. As for overseas, they are still under sanctions. Zhou Yang is not in the mood to seek benefits for those foreigners, so he just let them make those expensive satellite phones. Once the satellite was completed, Zhou Yang arranged for logistics to be transported to the satellite launch center, and he handed over all the satellites to Director Xia. Director Xia heard that Zhu Yang's satellite was very advanced, so he came here to check it out on the spot and fell in love with it. Mr. Zhou, do you want to share your satellite technology? Director Xia said urgently. Are you optimistic about my satellite? That's fine, the drawings will be given to you later. Joe Yang is not stingy, so Director She gives it to him if he likes it. There's nothing unusual about this satellite drawing, he can redeem it at any time. He didn't show it to Director She before because my country's satellite industry is very strong and Joe Yang didn't want to play tricks on others. As a result, he overestimated the satellite level of my country's aerospace industry. Director She still cares about this advanced satellite. When Director She heard that Joe Yang was willing to share the drawings, he laughed and shook Joe Yang's hand, saying that he had covered all the costs of the satellite launch. Most rockets nowadays launch multiple satellites at once. Carrying a few satellites is not a problem, but in exchange for the drawings of an advanced satellite, Director She thinks this is a very cost-effective deal. Joe Yang was not short of money. He used the relatively easy-to-obtain points drawings to exchange for the opportunity to launch satellites for free, which was a good exchange plan. However, satellite launches are not something that can be launched as soon as you want. You have to wait for the right time. Joe Yang will not be in charge from now on. Director She will send Joe Yang's Beatty-1 communication satellite into deep space during the launch. Joe Yang then returned to Shenzhen to wait for news of the satellite launch. Joe Yang remembers when he was a child, he saw my country's carrier rocket launch successfully on TV, and people all over the country were celebrating at that time. After all, in the 1990s, after the millennium, when my country's economy was just beginning to recover on a large scale, every rocket launch was an important opportunity to promote national strength and enhance the people's national pride. But my country has developed too fast. Just over 20 years later, rocket launches have become general news, and some news is not even reported. Only major events such as manned spacecraft launches or space station shift changes deserve to be in the news. There are only a few countries in the world that can launch rockets frequently. In fact, launching a rocket is not a small matter. Only countries with a certain level of comprehensive national strength can have the funds and technology to develop it. This investment is seriously greater than the output of the aerospace industry. Joe Yang did not notify the public of the satellite launch. He and his girlfriend Lu Sayeo went to the satellite launch center together to watch the satellite take off on site. This time it was invited by Director She. Joe Yang and Lu Sayeo sat in the command room. They could see the actual launch of the rocket from the big screen, as well as various parameters and some processes behind the rocket launch. This is a VIP seat to watch the rocket launch. Although the two of them are one of the richest couples in the country, it was their first time watching a rocket launch live, so it felt very fresh. Time passed minute by minute, and the scheduled time soon arrived. Ignite! With Director She's command, a cloud of smoke erupted from the tail end of the launch vehicle, followed by flames, and the rocket slowly lifted off the ground. The rocket then continued to take off, and everything is currently in a stable state. There were no people on board this rocket. Director She's technology is very mature for this kind of multi-satellite launch, so there is not much pressure. The rocket accelerated very quickly, and at first it was still able to see the entire rocket clearly, but then the rocket became smaller and smaller in front of the camera. It was overcoming the Earth's gravity and heading towards the vast expanse of space. Once the rocket reaches a certain altitude, the booster completes its mission and begins to separate to reduce the rocket's weight. After the booster separated, the engines above started and continued to push the rocket toward the target orbit. Long March Y-type carrier rocket launched successfully. As the monitors spoke, cheers erupted from the command room, and they completed another mission. Joe Yang and Lu Sayeo both applauded to celebrate this glorious moment. Rocket launch is the most difficult stage and satellite separation is not difficult later, so this also means that the first two communication satellites of Beatty can enter the predetermined orbit. Once these two satellites are in orbit, they can cover more than half of my country's area, that is, one in the south and one in the north, and can cover the largest residential area to date. Afterwards, Director She hosted a dinner for Joe Yang and Lu Sayeo. They had a very pleasant conversation at the table, and all they talked about were satellite-related topics. Director She suggested that Joe Yang duo develop more new technologies, which they could take on. Okay, if there's good technology, I'll be there first. Joe Yang agreed with a smile. The aerospace industry has its own development path. Joe Yang doesn't want to interfere too much with Director She's research. He learned the principles that were promoted by pulling out seedlings in elementary school. In order to prevent Director She from developing dependence on him, it will take at least a few months. That evening, Joe Yang drank some wine, and Director She arranged for someone to take Joe Yang and his two young lovers to the hotel for settling in. Joe Yang lives in guesthouses, so safety is guaranteed and there will be no messy people. When he woke up, Lu Sayeo had already gotten up to work, and Joe Yang had his clean clothes on his nightstand. You need to connect with Lisa on this project, which is worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and the funds cannot be delayed. Lu Sayeo wore headphones and held a remote voice meeting with her subordinates. After Joe Yang got up, he dressed himself, came behind Lu Sayeo, and hugged her. Lu Sayeo turned off the microphone and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I woke you up. No, it's already 8 o'clock and I'm already in bed. Zhou Yang kissed his girlfriend and then went to the bathroom to wash up. And when his girlfriend finished the meeting, the two of them went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast. At this time, he looked at his mobile phone and saw a message notification saying that their satellite had successfully entered orbit, and after debugging, it would officially start working in a few days. Zhou Yang and his girlfriend immediately rushed back to Shenzhen and stayed in the satellite department for 2 days. The debugging was finally successful here. Zhou Yang became the first satellite phone user. He went to the mountains in the suburbs where there were no base stations, called his girlfriend through a special phone, and called his father abroad to see if they could receive it. Listen clearly. Lu Xiao returned the call first. Whether it was the caller or the person being called, the signal was very clear. Moreover, the call could be successfully connected without having to specifically search for the satellite direction, and the connection was completed within 10 seconds. This is much better than satellite calls these days, and there's no noise in it, so it's a very good reproduction of human voices. With call quality and speed guaranteed, we need to look at the dad's signal for calling abroad. Son, your satellite phone research is successful. Dad asked when he came up, because the father and son had been chatting on the phone recently, and the old man also knew what Zhou Yang was busy with recently. Yes, how is the communication quality? Zhou Yang asked. The old man said, it's so good, they sent me 2 mobile phones later. Angela and I each got one. The infrastructure here in Australia is so poor that there is no signal when we leave the city. Okay, I'll mail it to you when I turn back. Zhou Yang agreed. Then this time the communication satellite is considered successful and can be used commercially. Ordinary satellite phones can also connect to the Beta-1 satellite, but they certainly cannot provide free service and require a certain fee. Moreover, because the technology of old satellite phones is relatively backward, the connection speed has not improved. To enjoy high-speed, clear satellite calling technology, you must use the latest mobile phones. Huawei has launched its latest flagship phone, the Mate 80, which enables contactless satellite communications. In addition, considering that there are many low-income groups among the people who also have call needs in mountainous areas, Beta also launched their cheap satellite phone priced at 299 yuan, which can send and receive satellite text messages. Generally, in cases of urgent need in the mountains, text messages are sufficient, and satellite text messages will also come with the sender's coordinates. If rescue is needed, the rescue team can find the person directly according to the coordinates, which is very convenient. This also solves the problem that people in remote mountainous areas cannot use external telephones. But this also brings a huge problem that urgently needs to be solved. The huge problem Zhou Yang encountered was that satellite phones were relatively cheap, but satellite communication rates were very expensive. Because my country's communications law stipulates that only the 3 major operators are eligible to issue mobile phone numbers, although Beta has communications satellites, it cannot establish a private communications company to set its own prices because the regulations do not allow it. However, according to the existing satellite communication rates, it will be the same as before, with domestic satellite phones starting at 10 yuan per minute, international satellite phones starting at 20 yuan per minute, calls between satellite phones starting at 50 yuan per minute, and satellite text messages costing 5 yuan each. Even if someone who frequently makes satellite phones takes out a plan, it will still cost 200 yuan a month, which makes it affordable for everyone to buy a mobile phone. Making satellite phones is painful, and it loses the original intention of convenient communication. The price limits the development of the communication industry. In terms of communication tariffs, both Beta and Huawei have talked to the 3 major operators, but with little success. At the communication meeting, the 3 major operators talked a lot about costs and losses. A bunch of excuses were summarized into one sentence, and the tariffs remained unchanged. Huawei is engaged in scientific research and communications. Satellite phones are relatively niche and the cost is higher. They are fine, and Qianlong doesn't want to be a bully. But Zhou Yang couldn't do it. He calculated the actual communication costs and found that they were completely controllable. His Beta-1 satellite can accommodate thousands of times more communications than ordinary base stations at the same time. As long as it transmits more, it can completely replace base stations and realize the next generation of communication 7G technology in advance, that is, base station-free technology. But this has shaken the fundamentals of the 3 major operators. Without base stations and saving investment costs, they have no reason to charge dozens of yuan a month for dozens of grams of data. The era of them making money lying down will end. It is estimated that the 3 major operators saw this potential threat, so they refused to lower prices, which is a disguised way of preventing the development of communication technology. Zhou Yang was very angry that the next generation of communication technology was being interfered with by humans, which could not reduce tariffs and affect the popularization of technology. This has been a phenomenon for a long time. Ding! Please negotiate with the 3 major carriers to reduce satellite calling rates. The Gigafactory system sent a mission, which was exactly what Zhou Yang wanted. He now had to go and talk to the three major operators. Zhou Yang has always done things with courtesy before military action. Previously, their company's personnel were negotiating with the operator, but to no avail. This time, Zhou Yang personally called the headquarters of Sanjia and found their general manager level executives to negotiate. Zhou Yang directly explained his intention. He wanted to reduce the cost of satellite phones. The reactions of the three general managers were surprisingly consistent, that is, their costs were too high, and they said they could not lower the price. Of course, some were more diplomatic, saying that they could not make the decision and needed to hold a meeting with their superiors to discuss it. But this statement was made when they first started researching satellite phones, and after several months, they still didn't understand it, so perhaps they didn't want to research it. This is obviously a play on the ball. Zhou Yang didn't want to argue with them, so he just said that he launched the communication satellite and the big money came and went from him. At best, the three major operators acted as intermediaries for direct satellite connections. What other costs could there be? The other party also claimed that it was labor costs, but their operator had too many employees, so the costs could not be reduced. You guys won't solve it, will you? Zhou Yang's tone on the phone was no longer very good. If these three people were so obedient to Yang, then he would have to resort to a desperate move. Mr. Zhou, please don't talk like this. We all have difficulties, so let's sit down and talk together. This was true for one general manager, but the feedback was similar for all three. They knew Zhou Yang's identity and background, so they didn't dare to offend him, but they also didn't cooperate, just playing Tai Chi and kicking the ball. Anyway, they were fearless because if they wanted to make a phone call in China, they had to go through their three major operators, and Zhou Yang himself could not turn over a wave. Zhou Yang said solemnly, I warn you not to force me. I will look back and study communication technology to reduce the current mobile phone tariff to less than 1/5 of the original. If others say this, it is estimated that these general managers can laugh out loud, laughing at the other party's lack of self-control and daring to challenge their top 500 companies. But what he said was that of Zhou Yang, a domestic manufacturing star. He said it all, and the products he made were all priced far lower than those of his peers, which destroyed many windfall industries and caused many famous companies to go bankrupt overnight. This is a very terrifying strength. Zhou Yang's current scientific research capabilities make it entirely possible to achieve low-cost wireless communication technology. At that time, the cost was much lower than that of their operators. If Zhou Yang reports it to his superiors, then there will be no matter about their three major operators. If they can do the same job but the cost is 1/5 less, they will definitely choose Zhou Yang's technology, then they really have no chance to sing. Mr. Zhou is angry. We have something to say. Otherwise, I'll send someone to your company right away to discuss the price reduction, okay? The general manager is now afraid of the consequences of provoking Zhou Yang. He has learned a lot from the past. Even foreign companies such as Sangxing, ENI, and Jijia are well-known brands. However, because they are against Zhou Yang, they are now in a very miserable state and are no longer as brave as they were back then. The three major operators did not dare to neglect their business. They were originally in a competitive relationship with each other, so they had to meet privately to discuss it. In the end, the three companies sent people to Beatty to discuss it together. 2 days later, representatives from the three operators gathered at Beatty Company. Generally, when companies go to the three major operators, they have to take advantage of the situation. But now the three companies have taken the initiative to come to Beatty and are still in a low position. It can only be said that Zhou Yang is much bigger than their pie. The pie of their big company will not work here in Zhou Yang. After the three representatives arrived, they accompanied them carefully, saying that their journey was not easy. They also made some concessions, saying that they could reduce satellite communication tariffs, so it would be reduced to half of what it is now. No matter how low they go, they really won't lose any more leggings. Not enough, not nearly enough. Zhou Yang shook his head, then he extended a finger, indicating that this was his idea. How much do you want? The three representatives asked carefully. I demand that the cost of satellite communications be reduced to 1/10 of what it was before. Zhou Yang said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The three representatives spoke in unison. They are also lucky the operating cost of satellite calls, which used to be 10 yuan per minute, is now reduced to 1 yuan per minute. How much less money do we have to make? They can't bear it. Difficult to do? Don't do it if it's difficult. Zhou Yang said he was not kind. The crow once said that he had lifted the table. If Zhou Yang hadn't nurtured him well, he would have just lifted his desk and no one would have talked about it. He endured it. After all, these three companies are also state enterprises. They have to look at Buddha's face instead of monks' faces. They bullied the three young ones. He didn't feel good about talking to his superiors when he went to the capital for a meeting, so he asked General Manager Tang Lan to come out and have a good fight with the three companies about cost issues. Representatives of the three operators, I think you are generalizing about the cost issue. You say the cost is high, so the satellite was launched by my company, Beatty. From design to launch, you don't have to pay a penny, but you can connect users to the communication satellite and enable satellite calls. This is a benefit that was picked up in vain, so why are you still talking about the cost? Tang Lan is worthy of being a business elite. She immediately raised sharp questions with representatives of the three major operators. The three representatives were indeed a little stuck because Tang Lan was telling the truth. They didn't spend any money on satellites and said that satellite phones were expensive, which was somewhat unreasonable. But they were also prepared, and then they put forward the claim that they had many employees and high labor costs. These three representatives thought to themselves, this is a fact, and there's no way to refute it, right? Tang Lan then said, not all of your 3 employees serve the satellite phone business and cannot be confused. The revenue from satellite phone communication should not even be less than 2 from your 3 companies, right? The human cost of this part is at least much lower than developing and launching satellites. How about we replace it and you launch satellites, while we, Beatty, do the human cost of satellite communications? This poked 3 people's lung tubes. The labor cost is really not worth mentioning compared to the satellite. The 3 representatives had nothing to say, so they just slapped their noses in the face and said, that's meaningless. The 3 of us also have assessment indicators. The satellite accounting cost is a loss, and it will be difficult to explain when the time comes. I hope Tang Hezhu and Zhou can always understand. Then the people can't understand why our satellite charges in Beatty are so low and satellite calls are so expensive. Zhou Yang stood up and said. After discussing it, the 3 representatives said, or should it be 4.5% off? After spending half a day talking, the result was a 50% discount. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a little angry. Is it so difficult to reduce the cost of people's communications? With his participation, the medical field has almost solved the problems of difficulty and high cost of medical care for the people. He doesn't believe that this communication industry has no solution compared to life-related medical care. Zhou Yang didn't take any more detours. He asked Tang Lan to produce a report they had written, which was a feasibility report on cheap satellite communications. If you don't agree to my terms today, I will go to the leadership of Gongxin to submit a report early tomorrow morning. My company, Beatty, will establish a communications branch specifically responsible for satellite communications. From now on, satellite communications will not rely on base stations, and the cost will gradually be comparable to that of ordinary telephones. You can figure it out yourself. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he put the first few pages of the report on the table and then left straight away. The 3 representatives were a little dumbfounded. Other companies suddenly started to engage in satellite communications, but they basically couldn't do it because those companies were either irrelevant, had no technology, or had no money. All 3 of these were indispensable. However, Zhou Yang's Beatty company lacked everything. If Zhou Yang wanted to run satellite communications business, his superiors might actually agree. The 3 representatives were now scared and immediately called their superiors for advice. When they came to negotiate, their superiors told them that it would be best for them to eat the fat meat of satellite communications. But it seems that Zhou Yang doesn't want to play with them now. He has to exclude the 3 operators and go to satellite communications alone. In that case, not only will they not be able to drink soup, but if people are attracted by the low fees of Beatty Communications, their future users may further decrease. After all, it is the shadow of a person's famous tree. There is no business that Zhou Yang wants to pursue that he cannot achieve. These top 500 companies are also afraid of Zhou Yang and must make a decision now. Just do as he says. The leaders of the 3 major operators have basically made a decision. It is better to have soup than not to have it, but to establish a strong competitor. The 3 representatives were instructed to run back and humbly apologize, saying that they completely agreed with General Zhou's opinion. It's late. Zhou Yang then said, that was the quote from the morning, asking for a 10% discount on satellite phone charges. Now it's not possible. The charges need to be reduced and then discounted in half. On the basis of 1/10, a half-fold is made. Satellite communications cost 1 yuan per minute in the morning, but Zhou Yang now requires only 50 cents per minute. You can make satellite phones anytime, anywhere, no matter what terrain you are in. 50 cents a minute is really not expensive. Sometimes this satellite phone can save lives. Sending satellite text messages has also become 25 per message, and receiving them is free, so many people can afford it. After all, ordinary telephones with cheap rates in populated areas cannot afford satellite phones. If something really happens, then the satellite phone rate is nothing to the average person. Traffic fees are currently more expensive, which is also due to business considerations. If the data cost is cheaper than that of ordinary telephones now, then problems will arise. Everyone will choose satellite internet access, which increases the load on satellites and will also shake the foundation of the 3 major operators. Those who need to access the internet in the wild will not be ordinary people. They can just keep a cheap satellite phone function. Therefore, the data volume of satellite phones is 1.5 times that of the data cards of the 3 major carriers. According to research, among those who use satellite communications to access the internet, in addition to some scientific researchers and companies engaged in various field operations, the most common ones are outdoor anchors. This will make it convenient for these users, allow Zhou Yang to recover some satellite costs, and also make it convenient for the three major operators to make some money, so that they will not have to jump around and claim losses every day. When Zhou Yang set the tariff this time, the representatives of the three major operators had to agree in the end, so 3 days later, the three representatives signed the satellite communication agreement together. Within a few days next week, Zhou Yang had already set the price of satellite communication, and he really did what he said. At the evening celebration dinner, General Manager Tang Lan smiled and said to his boss, "Mr. Zhou, your move is Mr. Lu Sun's masterpiece. The house is too dark and you want to open the windows. No one agrees, but if you want to remove the roof, they agreed to open the windows." Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Yes, to deal with that group of people, you need to use thunder tactics, otherwise they will still be practicing Tai Chi with you in a few years." At this time, Huaiyi's Mr. Yu came over, had a drink with Zhou Yang, and then smiled and invited him to attend Huaiyi's new product launch conference. "Mr. Zhou, you must come this time. Our mobile phones focus on contactless satellite calls. As a co-developer, you are the most qualified to be a representative." "Okay." Zhou Yang happily agreed. He also wanted to promote this satellite communication, so this was a good opportunity. Moreover, he also wanted to try changes and cooperate with Huaiyi, which would definitely set off greater enthusiasm and benefit Beatty's cause. Then the two hit it off and confirmed their collaboration. After the banquet, Zhou Yang went to his girlfriend's villa. The two of them went to wash Xiangxiang in perfect harmony. Zhou Yang finished washing first and then went to the bedroom bed. When he was lying down looking at his phone, he heard a ding sound and received a reward from the system. Successful negotiations with the three major operators reduced satellite communication costs and awarded points 200, and obtained a set of hepatitis B virus injection process drawings. In addition to points, the system's reward this time is also a special drug for hepatitis B. Zhou Yang immediately showed interest, and lying in bed, he prepared to examine it carefully. As a result, the bedroom door opened at this time, and his beautiful girlfriend Lu Xiao, who looked like a water hibiscus, had already walked in and locked the door. What to see? Lu Xiao crawled under the covers, hugged Zhou Yang and asked. She exhaled like orchid, her body was fragrant and soft, her tone was also beeping, and her charm was full. With his charming girlfriend by his side, Zhou Yang couldn't control her no matter how strong her determination was. She just turned off the light and the two of them spent a sweet night. The next day, Zhou Yang went to work in high spirits and opened the blueprints that the system had given him in the office. This set of special injections for hepatitis B is divided into therapeutic injections and vaccines, both of which are special effect drugs for hepatitis B. Needless to say, the vaccine requires an injection tube for 10 years, and the special effect drugs are also very powerful and can eradicate hepatitis B. They have good therapeutic effects on all degrees of hepatitis B. Of course, the more of these healthy medicines, the better. Zhou Yang then went to Jiankang Pharmaceutical, gave the drawings to Kang Ding, and asked her to organize production immediately. Recently, Jiankang Pharmaceutical's various medical devices have been selling well around the world, bringing huge profits and prestige to the company. Basically, most medical experts around the world have paid attention to Jiankang Pharmaceutical's official account, hoping that they will be the first to know what new products Jiankang Pharmaceutical will produce. In terms of medical devices, Jiankang Pharmaceutical is already the world's largest equipment manufacturer. Foreign companies that previously sold hundreds or tens of millions of yuan on a single device basically either changed careers or went bankrupt. Currently, the high-end medical device market has been dominated by Jiankang Pharmaceutical. Having unified the medical device market, Jiankang Pharmaceutical did not take the opportunity to raise prices, but continued to sell affordable devices. They brought good news to patients around the world and saved millions of fellow human beings. In the recent Israeli-Palestinian conflict, hospitals in the conflict area were bombed, and there was a shortage of medical care and medicine there. Jiankang Pharmaceutical donated tens of millions of medical supplies to them free of charge, allowing the affected people to receive effective treatment, which became a great topic of international discussion. Now the people there know that developed countries in Europe and the United States are really not a thing. If you don't see them coming to help, you will only take the opportunity to sell them supplies at high prices. Only Chinese people and Chinese companies will truly consider them and provide them with supplies. After all, the Chinese people can empathize with the pain of the people of Pakistan, because decades ago, our country also suffered aggression, and the little book at that time was even more inhumane. Zhou Yang also took this opportunity to make people see clearly who is the beacon of the world and who is the true peace-loving country. It must be said that Zhou Yang's move has achieved very good results, and now people abroad are saying that the Chinese are very good. Returning to the medical device industry, Jiankang Pharmaceutical has become the industry's #1 in medical devices, but in the pharmaceutical industry, it is still just average. Because Jiankong Pharmaceutical used to make medicines that the people urgently needed, these medicines did not make money. Later, it made targeted drugs, which also involved huge investments, but the prices of the drugs were very affordable. They were also welfare drugs, but they did not bring much profit. In this way, when evaluating the size of pharmaceutical factories, Jiankong Pharmaceutical does not have an advantage, so it can only be considered average. However, Zhou Yang did not care. He demanded that the entire pharmaceutical company adhere to its original intention and not use medicine to make money. Because the money they earn on every bottle of medicine is the people's hard-earned money, and this money is hot. This time, the hepatitis B virus injection drawings that Zhou Yang gave to the director of Kongding were again to be made into affordable medicines. Zhou Yang asked Kongding to set the price according to the cost, so in short, people cannot afford it. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely produce affordable hepatitis B special injections as soon as possible, Kongding assured. Zhou Yang nodded, trusting the young and powerful female factory director. Drug development is not that fast, usually measured in months, but after a week, Zhou Yang was invited to participate in Huai's new product launch conference. When Huai was promoting this time, it said that it would invite a major guest, so please stay tuned. Huai fans were looking forward to it and thought that they must have hired new spokespersons. The previous spokespersons were Andy Lau and Nicholas Se, so should they hire Jay Zhou and Cindy Lau this time? When he arrived at the press conference, Mr. Yu was the first to appear and was warmly welcomed by the audience. Mr. Yu smiled and thanked everyone for their support, then said, "Today, Huai invited a mysterious guest. Everyone must know him, so please come up and meet everyone." Afterwards, Mr. Yu stepped aside and made an invitation gesture, inviting Zhou Yang from behind the scenes to come on stage. After Zhou Yang came up, he waved and questioned the audience in the audience. After a short silence, the audience erupted in cheers. Holy crap, it's the White Emperor's Zhou Zong. Zhou Yang, Huai actually invited him. Aren't the two competitors? Huai bull beep. White Emperor bull beep. Not only did the audience at the press conference get excited, but even netizens who watched the live broadcast cheered. I didn't expect that Huai's press conference would start with Wang Zhao, and it would actually invite another manufacturing legend. Hello everyone. Zhou Yang waved to everyone. Unexpectedly, the Huai fans in the audience shouted very enthusiastically, welcoming Zhou Yang's arrival. In fact, in the domestic technology industry, the two giants, Beatty and Huai, have supported half of the country. This time, the two companies joined forces, which really surprised some fans. Before, the two companies were fighting alone and were already leaders in their respective industries. This time, the audience guessed that there would definitely be explosive content released. That is exactly the case. After Zhou Yang came to power, he came to announce the new generation of satellite communication technology developed together with Huai, with the slogan being sensorless satellite communication. It is called no feeling because you can connect to the satellite and make a call without feeling. Zhou Yang gave a demonstration on site and called the film crew at sea. They talked and said a few words. The number of machines proved that this was a live broadcast and not recorded in advance. Even on the sea without a signal, the call could still be made quickly and clearly, which aroused cheers from fans. Previous satellite phones were dedicated. You had to search for the direction of the satellite before taking it out. Once you found it, you could dial and connect it. Some older models of satellite phones took 1 or 2 minutes to make a satellite call, or even longer. Even Huai's previous generation satellite communication phones, made 60 and 70, took at least half a minute to connect after making a satellite call. Now, no need to, you can connect to the satellite and start communicating in seconds, which is undoubtedly a huge improvement. This is not all new content. This time, mobile cellular data can be connected via satellite, and the internet can be accessed via satellite. Those users who need to access the internet in the wild no longer need professional and expensive satellite receivers. They can do it with Huai's latest mobile phone. At this glance, the standard Huai phone priced at 6,999 yuan is really not expensive. With this contactless satellite communication technology, it is worth the price of admission. Cow beep. Satellite communications have really become more civilian this time. Huai bull beep. White Emperor bull beep. The audience in the barrage area erupted in cheers, witnessing the tremendous changes in the communications industry. However, this is not the full functionality of the communication satellite jointly developed by Beatty and Huai, and Zhou Yang continues to throw out important content. The communication satellites designed by our Bai and Hua families also have a new function, which is to realize satellite networks. In the future, people can connect to mobile data networks through satellites in areas without signals, that is, access the internet through satellites. In the future, you can video with your family in the Gobi Desert, the wilderness, or on the sea with a sea and sky, and live stream anytime, anywhere, watch web pages, and play online games. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, a huge cheer broke out in the audience. I'll go, Zundu and Fudu? Satellite internet access, really? The audience at the scene thought Huawei's new phone was too good to pass up. They originally thought that satellite phones would have better signals and faster connections, but they didn't expect a king to explode so quickly. It turns out that satellite internet access is very inconvenient and requires special equipment, and the initial equipment investment cost is quite expensive. Although satellite internet access has been opened in a few areas, it is inaccessible to the general public. Ordinary broadband can be used normally at home. Only some scientific researchers and special personnel would consider bringing a bunch of equipment to uninhabited areas to use satellite to connect to the network. Now all you need is a small mobile phone to connect to satellite and perform mobile data transmission. Just like Huawei's Mate 60 at the beginning, you can make satellite calls with a small mobile phone. This is a qualitative leap. It's like Huawei wasn't the company that invented satellite phones, but it was the first to design satellite calling functions for smartphones, and Sheng took out most satellite phone companies. Today's Mate 80 connects satellite networks to mobile phones with one click, saving a lot of expensive satellite network equipment and making satellite networks a mass-level service. This achievement is like turning Big Brother into a small functional machine. The original Big Brother was too expensive for only big bosses to use, but later button presses can be bought for 1,000 yuan, and mobile phones have completely entered thousands of households. This achievement is no less than that of the person who invented the telephone. The audience was very happy to be at the press conference. They were all people who liked digital technology, and this innovation was their favorite. However, in the barrage area of watching the live broadcast, there are many picky keyboard warriors. They are saying that it is just a satellite internet access. What is there to cheer about? How many of them are going out to the barren mountains and seas without a base station now? Then someone started spraying him in the barrage area. Just because you don't go to those places doesn't mean others don't go. Many photographers, scientific expedition teams, and forest rangers go to the wild environment. And my country's fishermen also have to go out to sea frequently. Previously, they didn't bring their mobile phones when they went out to sea because they couldn't use them. Satellite phones were too expensive, so they didn't want to buy them. But now it's completely different. With Huawei phones, you can video, live broadcast, watch web pages and check TikTok in the wilderness. What more do you need a bicycle? That is, before, if you wanted to access the internet outdoors, you had to build a bunch of expensive equipment and activate related satellite network services. The expensive batch. Now I think with Huawei phones, it will be much better. The key depends on the price. City signals are too dependent on base stations and electricity. In the past 2 years, during the earthquakes and floods, when there were water and power outages, you knew the usefulness of satellite phones. Think about it, when an earthquake hits you and you're pinned under a building, you send a satellite text message on your phone, give you the coordinates, and then the rescue team comes and digs above your head. What does that feel like? Satellite phones can save lives at critical times. Brothers, do we still need to use this communication technology that is convenient for everyone? You trolls can die if you don't troll people, right? After the popular science education in the barrage area, everyone realized that satellite phones were so useful, and those trolls were attacked by a group. Everyone had long seen that these internet keyboard warriors were not good to them, so they were dealt with together this time. Soon the trolls stopped appearing, and harmony was established in the barrage area, with everyone praising the press conference. Now satellite phones and satellite networks can be easily accessed, and the most important thing is the cost. Satellite phones were still a bit expensive before, costing several yuan a minute, and text messages were also several yuan a piece. If you wanted a monthly subscription, it would cost 200 yuan a month, which was also very expensive. Ordinary people cherished it. Next, Zhou Yang came to announce another piece of good news he brought to everyone, which was the price of cabbage for satellite communications. After coordination and communication between us and the 3 major operators, the 3 companies took great care of everyone and made a huge concession, deciding to reduce the existing satellite communication price to 50% off. From now on, everyone can make satellite calls. After Zhou Yanji finished saying this, cheers rang out again in the audience. Wait, 50% off, did I hear that right? I'll go. This isn't a broken bone. This is just a direct extraction of all the bones. Is Zhou Yang so strong? All 3 major operators can be persuaded. Although Zhou Yang here paid subsidies to the 3 major operators and said that they took the initiative to lower prices, netizens know clearly what virtues the 3 major operators are. They can all do it by disconnecting the internet and speed limiting, forcing users to switch to cats. The people are all too clear about what the operators are doing. Zhou Yang only did this kind of behavior of breaking tariffs and equipment, so this incident must have been led by Zhou Yang to reduce prices. We can thank the 3 major operators, but we cannot thank them. Zhou Yang did not intend to take this credit and wanted to return it to the operator, but everyone was as impressed as a mirror. Whoever should take the credit for the tariff reduction should take it. Those who don't want it can't run away, and those who want to claim it can't. Netizens are getting smarter and smarter nowadays, so it's not easy to be fooled. Zhou Yang then returned the press conference to Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu came out with a smile and shook hands with Zhou Yang, then sent Zhou Yang off to the audience. Then Mr. Yu said, "Our Mr. Zhou brought everyone a gift package of satellite communications. Do you think it was still enjoyable? Exciting!" The audience shouted in unison. Then to experience the latest satellite communication technology, just buy our latest flagship phone Mate 80, the world's first phone to support the next generation of satellite communication technology. Mr. Yu said this, everyone is shouting to put it on the shelves quickly, they want to buy it like crazy. Don't be like before, you can't buy a new machine for a month or two, they want to buy it. Don't worry, we're collaborating closely with Beatty this time, and their powerful production line has helped us produce our phones. All Mate 80s are in stock this time, so there might be some initial pressure, but after 2 weeks to 20 days, they'll be available in unlimited quantities. Within a month, everyone will have a satellite communication terminal that can communicate with satellite networks at any time. After Mr. Yu finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. Afterwards, Mr. Yu began to introduce other selling points of the phone, as well as some black technologies, which made this phone more attractive. Paired with the new generation flagship phone of Hongmeng 6.0, it represents the highest level of technology in the domestic mobile phone industry. This is definitely another hit phone. Afterwards, Mr. Yu released new products such as watches and smart screens before ending the press conference. Overall, the press conference was an unprecedented success, making two large high-tech companies popular again, and everyone was waiting to buy Huawei phones. However, there are still some things to pay attention to this time regarding satellite communication technology and special mobile phones. Zhou Yang said this at his press conference, and he later revealed it on his social software. Zhou Yang added some precautions in the media. For example, the cost of satellite internet access is more expensive than normal mobile phone data. After all, the cost of satellite phones has been reduced to the price of cabbage, which can be afforded by most Chinese people. However, the cost of launching and operating satellites is still very high, so we need to find some compensation in the satellite internet usage fees. Zhou Yang, please understand. In addition, in order to enable everyone to connect to satellites anytime and anywhere, Beatty will launch a cheap mobile phone that can receive and send satellite text messages for 299 yuan. This allows residents in remote areas to contact the outside world in emergency situations using the SMS function. If you want to enjoy all satellite calling services, then you should choose Huawei mobile phones. At present, Beatty only cooperates with Huawei. As for other mobile phone companies, they will decentralize the technology to them in 10 months, so that the new mobile phones of those manufacturers will also have the ability to connect to Beatty satellites. This is an agreed-upon clause in the contract between Beatty and Huawei. After all, it is a satellite communication technology that the two companies are researching together, which allows other mobile phone manufacturers to also enjoy the benefits of modern communication technology, which is quite generous. If you encounter a stingy company, you will definitely not open up this satellite communication technology. Even if you do, you will still be charged high patent fees. This is something that other mobile phone manufacturers often do. After all, Zhou Yang is a person who does big things and will not be appear in such small things. Therefore, after 10 months, he will disclose the access conditions and technology for free, so that domestic mobile phones can enhance their competitiveness abroad. There is another reason why it has to wait 10 months before opening up. That is, there are still relatively few communication satellites in Beatty, which can only cover most parts of the country. As for the two remote border areas, the satellite call signal is relatively weak. In the following months, several satellites will be launched one after another. After 10 months, it is estimated that the country and most foreign regions will also be covered by Beatty's communication satellites. At that time, satellite phones will be available in any location around the world. That is the real welfare of the Chinese people. Anyway, Zhou Yang's communication technology can be open to domestic mobile phone manufacturers, but it will not be open to foreign manufacturers. Zhou Yang will not cooperate with those foreign devils who have their hearts broken and run against the white emperor everywhere. Those who are not of our ethnic group will inevitably have different intentions. Zhou Yang can cooperate with domestic manufacturers, but he will basically not cooperate with foreign manufacturers. This is all a loss. Subsequently, Huawei's Mate 80 mobile phone began to sell well, and it was hard to find both online and offline. This is the product of the strong combination of cooperation between Beatty and Huawei. The initial sales are expected to be more than 20 million units. For a flagship mobile phone priced at 7,000 yuan, it can definitely be called a sales miracle. Moreover, the number of users who have opened satellite phones has increased exponentially. After all, many people did not open satellite phones before because of the high cost. However, the price of satellite phones has now dropped to almost equal to that of ordinary plans. It is still very cost-effective to spend a few extra yuan or more to start a satellite phone business. Basically, users who buy Huawei flagship phones will start it. This is equivalent to booking at least 20 million satellite call users at once, which also effectively protects Beatty's satellite users. The satellites made are not wasted and some costs can be recovered. After the satellite was launched, there was another unexpected good news, that is, a large number of TV users can receive live broadcasts from local satellite TV and CCTV at home through Beatty satellite, and finally say goodbye to the strange phenomenon of having to pay to watch CCTV. Joe Yang only mentioned this news in the media. It is beneficial for everyone to enjoy it quietly. If it attracts the attention of certain interest groups, they will come to grab the cake again, which may ruin everyone's relaxed state of watching TV, so this matter should not be publicized. After Joe Yang mentioned it vaguely, everyone quietly gave him a thumbs up and then happily watched TV. Now the elderly are happy. After buying a new TV, they can watch free TV programs when they turn it on, just like in the 1980s and 1990s. This feeling is great and finally convenient for the people again. This credit, of course, must be counted on Joe Yang's head. Some even call him a living bodhisattva who always relieves people's worries. This time, Joe Yang completely solved the problem of everyone having difficulty watching TV, and the system also gave him a reward. Points 50, reward 1 cold-proof heating clothing drawing. The system suddenly rewarded Joe Yang with a set of drawings that looked like clothing, which surprised him. He immediately clicked to view them. It doesn't matter what you look at, I found that it is really useful in winter baby. Because it is an electrically powered heating suit, similar to a thick vest, it is a type of protective equipment used in the Northeast in colder poles. This vest has a flexible battery panel, heating wires, and heat-resistant materials, which can continuously provide heat to the human body without affecting the wearing. In this way, as long as the vest has electricity, the whole body will be warm outdoors in the severe cold, so that it will not freeze or even freeze to death. This is a very practical heating device during the harsh winters of northern Serbia. There were similar heating clothing devices in the past, but due to material reasons, they were not popular and could only be used in some places that were not too cold. Because the battery did not meet the standards, the battery life was greatly reduced in severe cold, the power was still low, and the cost was expensive, so they could not be popular. This time, after receiving the blueprints for this heating suit, Joe Yang thought it was quite good. Although it was a garment, the core components inside were batteries and electrical appliances, which he wanted to make. However, this appliance needs to be made in cooperation with a girlfriend. After all, people's living conditions are better now, and their aesthetic requirements are becoming more and more high. If Joe Yang were to make the cold-proof heating clothes, he would definitely make them very straight men, just ordinary vests, which are unlikely to be liked by girls. If you want girls to buy this kind of cold-proof heating clothing, you have to make it look good. So clothing design is what Lu Sayeo is good at. Joe Yang then told Lu Sayeo about making winter clothing. She immediately agreed and thought it was a good idea. Moreover, the winter clothing could be sold like crazy before the new year. Can it have such high sales? Joe Yang asked curiously. Because his girlfriend is very optimistic about the prospects of this cold-proof heating suit, she said it could sell hundreds or even tens of millions of pieces. Lu Sayeo said, of course, if you look at the current tourism data to northeast China, and the videos of those trips to Harbin and Duyin, they all say southern little potatoes and news about freezing in northeast China. If they had this cold weather clothing, southern little potatoes would have more fun in the north, and I think the people in the north would also like it very much because it won't be too cold outside. Okay, then we have to hurry. Joe Yang then distributed the drawings to the workshop, asking them to produce them at full speed and produce them before the new year. Lu Sayeo's task is also not easy. She is responsible for clothing design, clothing fabrics, and contacting the clothing factory to urgently add orders. This is not easy, because clothing is produced in different seasons. For example, clothing produced in summer and winter must be put on the market a quarter in advance at the latest. If winter clothing is not produced until winter, then from design to proofing, repeated confirmation and finalization, printing and dyeing fabrics, cutting clothing, packaging and shipping, the set will take several months to complete, and there is no time in a short period of time. So it was too late for the garment factory to rely on the outside for this matter. They also had their own orders, and if they wanted to fill the gaps, they had to pay an expedited fee, but this would make the cost high, and Joe Yang would definitely disagree. Electrical wiring in Joe Yang can be mass-produced, but cutting clothes takes time and requires finding a foundry. After all, clothes are not electrical appliances. There are ready-made equipment and skilled workers. Even if Beatty wants to open a clothing factory, it must start with recruiting people and buying equipment. It is still too late, so he can only urgently find contract workers. At this time, Lu Sayeo and Joe Yankee took the field together, announced the news to the outside world, sought help from the clothing factory to produce it, and explained that they could not give a generous expedited fee. I originally thought that no garment factory would take the order, but after Joe Yang's message was sent, I received a reply very quickly. There are 3 garment factories in total, which said they will help Joe Yang process heating clothing, and will process it at cost price without charging expedited fees. These 3 garment factories are all relatively large, and with their help, Zhou Yang's garment-making tasks can be completed quickly. Zhou Yang then contacted the owners of these 3 garment factories, curious why they helped him for free. The 3 bosses all gave similar answers, saying that they were all fans of Zhou Yang, admired Zhou Yang very much, and therefore helped their idols for free. Thanks to 3 people. Zhou Yang thanked the emperor over the phone and invited 3 people to visit the White Emperor, where he treated them to dinner. Okay, it's an honor to eat with your idol. The 3 bosses agreed, but they had to get things done first and have Zhou Yang send them the clothing information. Costume design is Lu Xiao's life. In order to facilitate production, she changed the heating suit to an assembly design. You can open the inside with a zipper and then put the heating element and battery in, which is also convenient for cleaning. In this way, electronic components and clothing can be produced separately. Finally, electronic components that are easier to mass produce can be sent to the garment factory, where workers can load them, seal them in packaging, and then they can leave the factory. Because winter has arrived, time must be tight. Lu Xiao stayed up 2 all-nighters in a row and only slept for a few hours before finally completing the design. She modified the design of the heating suit, changing it to an assembled style, and added some logo elements and color schemes, such as pink girl style, red festive style, white pure style, gray durable style, etc. I can't do it any longer, as there are only 3 fabric colors available: black, white, and gray. Because these colored fabrics need to be bleached and dyed at the printing and dyeing factory 1 or 2 months in advance, it is too late to dye them now, so we can only buy stock fabrics that others have already dyed. Unlike clothing and electronic products, it is not that inventory is bad. Clothing fabrics often become inventory because the dyed fabrics are not sold for various reasons. Lu Xiao used her connections to find inventory of such colors, which can be directly pulled to the clothing factory for production. Fortunately, the fabric used to produce heating clothing is the same as that used for down jackets, so we can find some inventory, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get any inventory. After the fabric was finished, an emergency order was placed for goose down and insulation materials, thus purchasing the vast majority of materials used in clothing production. There are also some clothing buttons and other products that are too late to be customized, so all of them use the generic versions that can be purchased. Lu Xiao designed many sets of fresh color schemes and different patterns, but because time was not enough, they had to be put on hold. She looks forward to upgrading the appearance next year. This year, in order to rush, we had to compromise and use whatever materials we could buy. There were only 3 styles, black, white and gray, which was better than nothing. This year's main focus is on freshness and functionality, and next year we will add color schemes. So these garment materials were quickly transported to 3 garment factories located in different locations. The 3 garment factories pushed away other orders and produced Zhou Yang's products at full speed. They expect to be able to launch the products in 2 weeks, just in time for the coldest cooling wave in December. A week later, Zhou Yang received a sample of his heating suit, which was a very explosive speed in the garment manufacturing industry. This is also the result of simplifying everything. Some proofing and confirmation processes are omitted. Zhou Yang, as Party A, communicates directly with downstream garment factories with surprisingly high efficiency. After receiving the first batch of samples, Zhou Yang gave them to his girlfriend and several relatives and friends to wear and test the effect. If you want to test it, it's better to experience it yourself. So Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao went to Harbin to play ice and snow activities and experience the effects of cold-proof heating clothing. Both of them brought wind-proof mirrors, masks, neck wraps, and were fully armed. In addition to keeping out the cold, they were also afraid of being recognized, so they could not have a pleasant play. The 2 were pure southerners. After arriving in northeast China, they felt that their nostrils were frozen and painful by the cold air. The weather of -20 degrees Celsius was colder than the freezing layer of the refrigerator. This bitter cold place where prisoners were exiled in ancient times was really not covered. Both of them were wearing heating suits under their down jackets, which they hadn't opened yet. They wanted to experience the effect of not opening the heating suits first. As a result, after playing outside for more than an hour, the 2 felt cold on their bodies, their hands and feet were cold and stinging, and their bones felt cold and painful. No. Lu Xiao's nose never broke, and she was not used to this low-temperature climate. Now it's open, we'll go back to the hotel after testing it. Zhou Yang felt sorry for his girlfriend and helped her turn on the switch. There are 2 types of switches for this heating suit. One is a push-button switch inside the suit, and the other is a small remote-controlled button. Press the button, and after 10 seconds, you will feel the heat inside your clothes. The heat level is around 40 degrees Celsius, which will be slightly higher than the body surface temperature. At this time, you can also adjust the temperature with the remote control to achieve your preferred temperature. If it is close to the skin, the temperature should not be adjusted too high to avoid burns from low temperatures. If it is through thermal underwear, the temperature can be adjusted appropriately. A few minutes after the heating clothes warm up, the severe cold on the body is effectively relieved. Although the body is still cold, the body is hot. This makes the body feel much better. At least the severe cold can be stopped, and the effect is immediate. Of course, the hands and feet are still cold at this time, and may need to be used with other electric heating gloves. Zhou Yang wrote this down and will go back to add and modify it. After the test, the two returned to the hotel, from the outdoor temperature in the -20s to the indoor temperature in the -20s with underfloor heating. It really felt like returning from hell to heaven. Wow, so warm. Lu Xiao took off her coat and other things, and lay in bed lamenting that this winter in northeast China is too difficult. She, a southerner, really couldn't adapt and was almost frozen into a muggle just now. Zhou Yang started working immediately. He took out his mobile phone and recorded his experience on it. Because my hands were a little cold, I mainly used voice recording. In this experience, the heating suit was excellent. They then placed the heating suit outside the window and set it to 40°C cooling. They could use their mobile phones to monitor the heating of the heating suit and see how it heated in the low temperature environment. In fact, there is no need to test this. This heating battery is a brand new sodium-ion battery with excellent cold resistance. It can decay to a maximum of 90 charges at normal temperature, which is already the most cold-resistant and advanced battery on Earth. The two then began working in the hotel. Zhou Yang made supplementary designs for his heating clothes, while Lu Xiao held meetings with his subordinates to guide them in their work. They were busy until evening, so they decided to go out and taste northeastern cuisine. The heating clothes tested outside the window still had 40 of electricity left, which was strong enough to keep the heat warm. The two of them went to a restaurant and ordered a small private room. They ordered some local specialties, such as sweet and sour pork, local 3 fresh foods, etc. At this time, they removed their masks and were recognized by the waiter. The waitress was very surprised and asked them if they were Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao. "It's us, but keep it quiet, we want to have a good meal," Zhou Yang said with a smile. If this spread and they were eating, the box would probably be packed with people as soon as the two of them became famous. Okay, please use it slowly." The waiter happily left, but she still notified the manager, who then knocked on the door and came in. "Thank you to the two big bosses for coming to my restaurant for dinner. I've invited you to this meal today. If you don't mind, I'll give you another bottle of red wine." The boss in northeast China is so cheerful that he wants to offer free orders and wine delivery when he comes in. Zhou Yang didn't want to take advantage of others, but the shop owners started toasting and said that they had to waive the order, otherwise they would not give him face. After all, he could have a big boss in his shop, and their restaurants were all prosperous. Zhou Yang was originally a straight man, but after several years of working hard in society, he was able to cope with this situation. He said that the free order was fine, so let's take a picture together. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou is so open. I did it, you are free." Surprised, the big boss picked up a bottle of liquor and blew it directly into his mouth, which was really amazing. Originally, he wanted to give Zhou Yang a free ticket, but now Zhou Yang wants to take a photo with him so that the boss can hang the photo in the restaurant as an advertisement. This advertisement was for Zhou Yang, who was not necessarily invited by others with hundreds or tens of millions of dollars. Then the shop owner made a lot of money, so he just blew up a bottle of liquor as a thank you. Good alcohol. Lu Xiao also applauded. It is rare to see a boss with such a personality in the South, because people in the North and South have different personalities. Only in the Northeast are there such generous shop owners. Then the shop owner took a photo with Zhou Yang, and then he left without disturbing the two of them while they ate. Afterwards, the waiter brought Zhou Yang a dish, a sturgeon with northeastern characteristics. Sturgeon is a national first-class protected animal, but it is currently farmed and edible, with at least a few thousand pieces per piece, so this dish is an absolute tough dish in the local area. This is a courtesy exchange, and Zhou Yang has nothing to lose. First of all, this is not a commercial endorsement, nor is it a peer company. It is not a big deal to solicit business from their restaurant. Zhou Yang is very generous in this regard. Besides, the boss's personality is very much in line with Zhou Yang's temper, and it's nothing to do him any good. When the two had finished their meal and were leaving, the shop owner personally escorted them out and hired a driver to take Zhou Yang away in his car. The boss left his business card and asked Zhou Yang to call him when he came to Harbin again. He would pick him up and drop him off throughout the trip to ensure that he felt at home. "Thank you." After Zhou Yang thanked him again, he drove back to the hotel. When I returned to the hotel, I found that the heating clothes outside the window were still heating and warm to the touch. Working for hours in temperatures exceeding -20°C without insulation is considered excellent. Then the heating clothing is considered a successful test and can be put on the market next. The two then flew back to Shenzhen. After getting off the plane, although the temperature was only a few degrees above zero, it felt super warm. After all, the two were used to this climate. Then Zhou Yang will start promoting his new product. He edited a post, and the photo showed some photos of him and Lu Xiao visiting Harbin. There was also an introduction to their cold-proof heating clothing. Currently, the heating clothing comes in 3 colors: black, white and gray, with a uniform price of 159 yuan per piece. Pre-sales have already started. Regarding this livelihood product, Zhou Yang felt that it was a small commodity and not worth holding a new product launch conference, so he said it directly on his account. This heating suit is suitable for friends in the north and people traveling to the north. It is super warm. In addition, this year is too late. Next year, we will develop matching self-heating gloves and electric heating insoles to facilitate playing in Northeast China. Zhou Yang explained it on his account, and the post subsequently received tens of thousands of replies and nearly 1 million likes. I was just about to criticize you for always working on big projects and forgetting about your fans, and you ended up with a dress? Beatty's cold-proof heating clothes are great. Beatty has finally started to diversify and has started making clothes. Forget about anything, this is a bike for the price. At 159, it's hard to buy a down vest. The Beatty one is heated, which is a great deal. Just buy it and you're done. Netizens have endless confidence in Zhou Yang's products. Although they did not see the actual products, they directly clicked on the pre-sale to purchase them. Zhou Yang's products are always bought first and then seen, ensuring that there will be no pitfalls. Everyone is curious about heating clothing. Are they wondering if it works well? Zhou Yang said the clothes were not bad because he had worn them himself and it was not easy to find him. He said he would get a refund within 7 days without any reason. However, Zhou Yang reminds everyone that it must not be used in direct contact with the skin to avoid burns from low temperatures, and must be worn over clothing. One of the bosses acted as customer service to explain to everyone, and these netizens were very satisfied and clicked to order. The following week, this White Emperor cold-proof heating suit was officially launched for sale. Because the 3 manufacturers are selling while doing, the supply is limited every day. Relying on Zhou Yang's super high popularity, this product sold well even without any promotion. The 30,000 heating clothes launched on the first day were all sold out. Many people expressed frustration that as friends in Northeast China, they could not get a single piece of clothing. At this time, Zhou Yang called on everyone that they had 3 garment factories that were speeding up production and their production capacity was guaranteed. Everyone should not rush. In about 2 weeks, they would be able to meet everyone's requirements and would start to have stock. Soon, the first batch of people received the White Emperor heating clothes. After putting them on, they felt that they would feel hot when they went outdoors in the north, and they really used them well. Niu Pai, this clothes are so affordable. 159 can keep the cold outdoors all day, so that outdoor workers in Northeast China no longer have to endure the bitter cold. It works really well. White Emperor products are very affordable. I bought a down vest 2 years ago and spent 188 yuan on it. The material of this heating suit is really good. It also has down in it, but it gets hot. After using it, the whole person is warm and comfortable. Netizens in the north have given good feedback because they have the most say in the winter in Northeast China. After using it and not using it, there are 2 states. One is to use a small body to endure the cold, and the other is to have a large size heat pack on the body so that it will not get cold. But some netizens in the south also express doubts. If it is cold in winter, just put a few heat packs on your body. As for spending more than 100 yuan to buy a piece of clothing that will get hot, northern netizens immediately explained, in the northeast winter, it's over -20 degrees Celsius, and any heat pack you have is in vain. Only this clothing has any effect. With the extra heat, the body's consumption will be reduced. Even people with weak bodies will not feel depressed when going out. What a great product. These people received the goods and used them for a few days before giving them a 5-star review. They are very practical for friends in the north. Moreover, the quality of this heating suit is great, better than some brands that cost hundreds of yuan. Netizens are worried that Zhou Yang will lose money. Zhou Yang explained that he did not lose money and the price was just right, mainly because the cost of making clothes accounted for more than half. In fact, his electronic products can be mass-produced and the cost is very low. Zhou Yang also announced a preview. Next year, this heating suit will be upgraded, the battery will increase power and battery life, and there will be many more colors and accessories. Not only are there more colors and styles of clothes, but there are also matching self-heating gloves and even insoles. I just don't want to make electric pants because I have joints on my legs. If I use them, it will affect my exercise and I will feel uncomfortable. Basically, my body, hands and feet will be warm, and I will not feel cold. Great, this heating suit is another masterpiece from Beatty, everyone come buy it. Many friends who have bought it are calling for it, which has driven a new wave of sales. As soon as the Helang Beatty cold-proof heating suit was launched, it became the best-selling cotton suit this season. This has indeed affected the winter life of northerners. In the past, people in Northeast China would spend the winter in a large cotton jacket and 2 cotton trousers, with cotton inside and cloth wrapped around the outside. Especially for those who work outdoors, ordinary down jackets cannot withstand the biting cold wind at all. Those who work the night shift even have to wear 2 layers of military coats and often have to bake fires, otherwise their bodies will freeze to the root of the disease within a few days. These workers in the north are really hardworking. They have been here this hard for many years. Now, with the White Emperor's heating clothes, their winters are much better. When outdoors, you have a radiator on your body, which makes you feel comfortable. Among users in northeast China, the number of people who give Beatty heating clothing 5 stars is the highest. Among the remaining users, some are from the south, and their winters are also relatively cold. Although they have become accustomed to it after so many years, they suddenly want to experience it when they have electric heating vests. When they are outdoors, they open their vests and feel comfortable, much better than electric blankets. They heat up quickly and don't feel much on them. The remaining part of the southern users are people who travel to northeast China. When they learned that northeast China was too cold, they bought White Emperor heating clothes in advance and helped them. They were originally going to be frozen into dogs, but after putting on the heating clothes, they had less pain when playing and could fully enjoy the ice and snow style of northeast China. After the release of the White Emperor heating suit, it received a lot of praise. Zhou Yang did not worry much about this livelihood product after its release. Later, after entertaining 3 powerful garment factory directors, he went to various industrial inspections. For example, shipyards, automobile companies, chip companies, satellite R&D workshops, etc. are all high-tech industries. Zhou Yang also felt that his knowledge base was a little out of reach, so he decided to pursue further studies. He has worked with many universities. When he heard that Zhou Yang was consulting about further studies, he immediately threw an olive branch, hoping that Zhou Yang could go to their school for further studies. Given Zhou Yang's popularity, even if he went to northern Qing, he would gild the school, not the school itself. Zhou Yang made some choices and finally chose USTC. It's not that the quality of North China University of Peking is low, nor is the level of Harbin Institute of Technology insufficient, but the distance between China University of Science and Technology and China University of Science and Technology is relatively close. He will definitely have to travel back and forth to the school frequently for further studies, so the proximity is the hard truth. Besides, USTC also has a lot of titles in strong science and engineering disciplines. Entrepreneurs like Zhou Yang who want to pursue multiple master's degrees are very suitable. Zhou Yang then told netizens that he was going to school for further studies because he had recently become less and less able to understand the blueprints of his industry. It's not good for someone to always be half-baked and not understand anything, which may lead to crooked paths in business decisions. Netizens were filled with emotion. Zhou Yang was so successful, with a successful career and great reputation. His girlfriend was still by Fume. If it were them, they would definitely have been enjoying themselves long ago and would not have thought about continuing to improve. In fact, it is precisely because Zhou Yang has this kind of continuous improvement that he has achieved his current achievements. This is that character determines destiny. If Zhou Yang were the kind of person who enjoys a little money, he would not have taken over the Beatty small factory that owes millions, nor would he have been selected by the system. It can be said that with this kind of achievement, it is inseparable from Zhou Yang's hardworking and enterprising character. Successful people like Zhou Yang do not need to go through the unified recruitment channel to enroll. They go to the school and have a drink with the school leaders. Zhou Yang will choose all the masters and doctoral programs and mentors of USTC. Zhou Yang didn't come here to mix academic qualifications. It didn't matter whether he had academic qualifications or not. He wanted to learn knowledge. In addition, there were teachers to ask for advice if he had any problems. He also had to take several more subjects, such as microelectronics, aerospace engineering, and materials science. So Zhou Yang then went to meet several well-known professors of this subject in the school and got to know them. Although Beatty Company has top experts from the Academy of Sciences, Zhou Yang's foundation is still very poor, and it is not good to consult top domestic experts for any small problems. It's like building a house. Experts can build the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, but Zhou Yang is a newcomer who can't even mix concrete or ash. If you ask the experts how to design the bridge, the level will be too far off. The experts can't explain it, and even if they do explain it, Zhou Yang won't understand, which is embarrassing. So this time Zhou Yang has to start from scratch. He doesn't need to become an expert in a certain field within a few years, but at least he has to understand the drawings, otherwise he will appear in the dilemma of empty possession of drawings and not even being able to modify a single one. After a few days of classes at school, Zhou Yang also spent a few days reviewing campus life. This is the end of the semester. Zhou Yang has not continued his studies, so he mainly focuses on getting familiar with the subject. He will start school next year and then have a good class. When Zhou Yang returned to Shenzhen, reporters came to interview him one after another, including an old acquaintance Zhang Shuqi. Zhang Shuqi's visit is because the White Emperor heating clothes that were just released not long ago have recently become a hot search again. Because some people have published buyer shows one after another, netizens have once again seen how excellent Beatty's heating clothes are. Wait a moment before the interview, I'll see what's going on first. Zhou Yang temporarily refused interviews from reporters such as Zhang Shuqi. He first opened the buyer show section of his own Beatty official website. As Zhou Yang's products become increasingly high-end, he hasn't watched the buyer show carefully in a long time. Back then, Zhou Yang would watch every buyer show carefully and even respond on behalf of customer service. But now he lacks energy and rarely cares about buyer shows. Today, Zhou Yang once again turned over the buyer show and still saw the various aspects of Beatty's customers' lives. The first buyer show I saw with the most likes actually had a thank you letter on it. "Thank you, White Emperor, for saving my father's life with his cold weather heating clothes." The title was quite explosive, and Zhou Yang was very curious about how a piece of clothing could save people. After seeing it, I realized that the buyer was a middle-aged man. He was from the Black Province and a big fan of White Emperor. He bought White Emperor heating clothes for his whole family. He felt very comfortable wearing it and has already given it a 5-star rating. However, his parents don't like this heating suit very much. It has nothing to do with its function. It's purely because the old man hasn't developed a habit. He has been here for decades. He is not used to being warm on his body and feels uncomfortable. So the customer's mother gave the heating suit to a relative after just one try, and the buyer's father didn't like it much either. He only wore it when he went out for a long time to play with other old men. The incident happened on the night of a cold snap. On that day, their classmates from the senior university had a drinking party. They had to come back very late because they were drinking indoors, and the old man was not wearing a heating suit. The buyer insisted on putting heating clothes on his father and told him not to drive when he was in the hotel. If he came back at night to walk the night road, he would turn on the switch and it would be cold. Got it. The old man was quite annoyed before, because the car that picked him up was outside the door and he couldn't take it off, so he wore it and left. After the old man left, his wife's eyelids kept jumping. She called him several times, but the old man was drinking and getting impatient, and said he would be back soon. Seeing that his wife was fine, he felt relieved, but what happened next made his family not expect it. The family was delayed by something along the way. By the time they remembered that the old man had not returned from drinking, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The family quickly called their tablemates to ask about the drinks, saying they had already left at 8 o'clock and arranged a vehicle to take everyone home. What? The whole family was in a hurry and rushed out to look for him. As a result, they found the drunk old man's house in a snowdrift in the community. At this time, the old man was covered in snow, his face was completely frozen gray, and his body felt as cold as ice cubes, and he was a little stiff. A cold snap hit tonight. The weather was in the low -30s, and it would be freezing in 10 minutes outdoors. The old man no longer knew how long he had been lying here. The family quickly carried the old man home, started warming him up, and called an ambulance. As usual, you can prepare for the aftermath. Every year in northeast China, there are cases of people dying while drunk outside. As the family began to wail, the old man's son untied his coat and found a surprise in the desperate situation. Because the White Emperor heating clothes on the old man were hot, although his father was drunk, he still remembered his son's instructions and actually turned on the heating clothes when he got home. This really saved my life. The old man's hands and face were frozen hard, but his chest was warm, which protected his life. Soon 120 came and took the old man to the hospital. After emergency treatment, the old man's life was saved, but his hands and face were severely frostbitten and required later maintenance. He may also face amputation. The doctors all said that the old man should have been lying outside for more than an hour. His exposed limbs were severely frostbitten, but he was warm and took a breath for him. Otherwise, at the time their family found out, it would have been too late to save him. Although the buyer's father was still injured in the end, he was fortunate to have his life saved. After his father's condition stabilized, the buyer turned back to thank the White Emperor for saving his life with the heating suit. Without this heating suit, he would have lost his father. Because the buyer showed some photos of the accident site and hospital at the time, and even some enthusiastic netizens went to visit, it proved that this was a real event, so it was widely spread and everyone knew that it turned out that Zhou Yang's products, in addition to medical devices and medicines, even clothes could save lives. Zhou Yang then left a message below, hoping that everyone would not drink too much and that they should stay in touch with their families who are away from home, especially in winter. Zhou Yang also promised everyone that he would let the programmers develop a way to go out and report the other party's real-time location with the other party's permission, especially for the elderly and children. If the target goes to an abnormal location or does not move for a long time, there is a possibility of an accident, which can be checked immediately. This has happened before, but it didn't become popular for various reasons. However, this time Zhou Yang is responsible for developing and disseminating it, which should make the software more popular, so as to avoid the same tragedy of the buyer's father to the greatest extent possible. After the reply was completed, Zhou Yang watched the next buyer show. This was sent by a northern forest ranger, and all he photographed were wild forest landscapes. Inside the snow-capped woods, the ranger, wearing a white emperor warming suit, took photos with small animals such as silly roe deer, pheasants, and squirrels, which are common in northeast China. The ranger left a message saying, "It turns out that their biggest headache is going into the mountains to patrol in winter. It is too cold. Even though they wear the thickest clothes, it is still cold. Their faces, ears, hands, etc. often get frostbite. Wearing too thick clothes also affects their movement, making it very difficult to trek in the forest. Since I bought the white emperor heating suit, I have gotten rid of the 2 layers of military coats. Now I only need to wear 1 layer of military coat, and the white emperor heating suit is enough. My whole body is warm, and I sweat when I walk. I feel much lighter." The ranger's work is progressing much faster than before, and it can be seen that from his happy expression when taking photos with small animals, he is very satisfied with his heating clothes. Netizens are sending blessings to this ranger and following his work because this ranger was already well known, and everyone likes to watch his process of rangering the forest, rescuing endangered wild animals and plants, and fighting against poachers, etc. Because the ranger has a certain level of fame, his buyer show was elevated to 2nd place on the likes list. The 3rd person in the buyer's show was sent by a member of a scientific expedition team. They were about to set off to the polar regions, and their superiors equipped them with white emperor heating suits, which this time would replace their original specially made heating suits. Because the special heating clothes are uncomfortable to wear and break easily, the battery life is short, and they will quickly go down even in extremely low temperatures. The white emperor heating suit has withstood their low temperature tests and can even work normally at -55 degrees Celsius. This meets the requirements of their scientific expedition team and has become one of their essential supplies. People are generally very curious about polar scientific expedition teams, and now the expedition members are all wearing white emperor heating suits, which proves that these heating suits are quite powerful. Then, if they are used in the northeast and central plains regions, there will be no problem. There are many buyer shows like these 3, which together have raised the popularity of heating clothing to a new level. In addition, now on Douyin and Kuaishou, there are many videos related to the white emperor heating clothes. Many people from all walks of life have put on the white emperor heating clothes, allowing them to live a warm winter. Zhou Yang smiled after watching it. The products he made were praised by people. He was the happiest. In the future, he will definitely make more products that people like and not waste the magic of the system. Afterwards, Zhou Yang was interviewed by reporters such as John Shuki, and said some ideas for improving heating clothing next year, asking reporters to help him promote it for free. John Shuki couldn't help laughing, thinking that Mr. Zhou had really not changed and always used their reporters for publicity. However, Zhou Yang and the reporters are a win-win situation. Zhou Yang can gain publicity, while the reporters gain traffic has been collected. Reporter John Shuki also asked, "What are netizens' thoughts on the white emperor's heating clothes? It seems that Beatty has not produced such livelihood products for a long time. Will it be produced again in the future?" Zhou Yang replied, "Everyone likes the heating clothes we produce. Of course I am happy. This dress can help everyone and achieve its purpose. As for products for people's livelihood, Beatty has actually been producing them all the time, such as the previous robot dogs and various electrical appliances, without interruption. It's just that everyone is used to the speed at which Beatty releases a new product in the past 2 weeks that they feel that Beatty is no longer producing products for people's livelihood. I personally definitely treat everyone equally. When Beatty wants to develop high-tech products, it certainly can't ignore the needs of the general public. Currently, the total number of employees in Beatty's various companies has exceeded 300,000. Everyone has their own division of labor. I believe that Beatty's technicians will design more high-tech products and give back to everyone. Okay, then we users can look forward to Zhou Zong's products." John Shuki ended the interview with a smile. The numerous interviews this time were published in newspapers, online media, and television, and soon attracted the attention of an old acquaintance, who then called Zhou Yang to raise the teacher and question him. "Mr. Zhou, it's so boring that you didn't even tell me you had such a good heating suit." The person who came to complain about Zhou Yang on the phone was Li Weifeng, one of his big clients. As a staff member of the military supply department, Li Weifeng always makes super large purchases, so he is certainly considered a super large customer. Zhou Yang laughed and said, "This research is not about civilian products, and this is a simple heated suit. I didn't know you needed it." Indeed, heating clothing is not a new invention. It existed many years ago, so Zhou Yang did not think of talking to Li Weifeng. However, there are gaps between products. Other clothing that uses electricity for heating always has some drawbacks for various reasons. Cheap heating suits that are not easy to use, have poor quality, poor battery life, unstable heating, and are uncomfortable to wear. Heating suits that eliminate these drawbacks are too expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan each, which is really an exaggeration, and therefore cannot be widely adopted. Beatty has always been able to transform an industry with just one move. This time, Zhou Yang accidentally killed most of the electric heating and cold-proof clothing industries. All the inferior or expensive products produced before were obsolete and eliminated in an instant, simply because Beatty products are too easy to use and too cheap. Moreover, this time it was a civilian product. We only found out when Li Weifeng looked at his mobile phone that Zhou Yang had secretly made such a good thing. People praised the White Emperor's heating clothes for their ease of use, so Li Weifeng bought a few to test them. As a result, they crushed the electric heating clothes they were currently equipped with on the front line, so Li Weifeng called Zhou Yang. His goal, of course, was to order a large batch of heating clothing to equip border guards so that soldiers in those extremely cold areas would not always get frostbite while on duty, or even die due to bad weather. Let's get 50,000 pieces first. Li Weifeng came up with a big order. There aren't that many. I'm already running at full capacity, and private orders are already overflowing. Zhou Yang was complaining to Li Weifeng. Li Weifeng said, "Isn't it just making clothes? I'll contact a few garment factories for you. You just need to mass-produce the electronic components. You don't need to worry about the garment factories. I'll contact them, and I'll pay for the clothes per set. Is that okay?" This is equivalent to Zhou Yang only spending half the cost and making an order for 50,000 pieces without having to worry about the future. This deal is quite cost-effective and does not delay the military, so Zhou Yang happily agreed. Li Weifeng then contacted several special garment factories that supplied him with goods, and even some detained sewing machine workers were able to make ready-made clothes. As for the heating electronic components on Beatty's side, as long as the equipment is running 24 hours a day, the output will be as high as possible. In this way, as long as the garment factory can keep up, there will be unlimited heating clothing. Li Weifeng contacted the garment factory and even came to Beatty specifically. He didn't come here on his own, but he also brought 2 staff members who would be staying at Beatty for a while. Li Weifeng personally explained the situation to Zhou Yang. The 2 colleagues came to the industry to conduct a thorough investigation. In recent years, civilian products have repeatedly surprised their superiors. Without the knowledge of the superiors, the public actually created aircraft carrier arresting cables, an unmanned express plane manufactured by a certain Feng Express company, which could be used as a military aircraft if strapped with bombs, and stealth paint that could evade radar. These things exceeded the expectations of the superiors. So the above team conducted a large-scale survey of domestic industry to see how many good things can be converted from civilian to military. The heating clothes produced by Beatty this time were just touched out by the bottom, which was surprisingly useful. Directly adopting private technology can save a lot of R&D costs and time. It is truly an event of a major technological explosion. So these 2 colleagues from Li Weifeng made a special trip to Beatty to investigate and see what products they could use. Zhou Yang welcomed this and called General Manager Tang Lan over to cooperate with the 2 comrades in their investigation, presenting them with all their product catalogs. Not to mention, in the end, several civilian products such as sodium-ion batteries were selected as special supplies and added to the military supply list. In the future, Beatty will be able to become a military supply provider on a daily basis. December is fast approaching, making it the coldest season of the year. Suddenly, Harbin became lively. Relying on the promotion of short videos and self-media, many small potatoes from the south went to Harbin to watch ice lanterns and snow sculptures, eat popsicles and dance in the weather of more than -20 degrees Celsius, and have fun. Most of these small potatoes from the south are not thick enough and have to be left alone as usual, so they don't cry for a lot of people. However, this year they mostly bought White Emperor's heating clothes, which are warm on their bodies. Moreover, these heating clothes have been personally tested by Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, and they are really useful in the northern winter, allowing them to have fun outdoors. This time, thanks to the tourism boom of the ice and snow world, the White Emperor heating clothing has also become popular and has become the hottest-selling winter cold weather product this winter. Moreover, people from all walks of life who need to work outdoors in the severe winter have basically been issued cheap and easy-to-use White Emperor heating clothes. Although the investment is not large, the employees' experience has improved by several levels and has been widely praised. It was this small piece of clothing that changed people's living conditions in winter. Many friends in the north said that it was time to build a temple for the White Emperor, which really solved a big problem. Zhou Yang was also encouraged. He promised to develop a new generation of heating clothing before winter begins next year to make everyone's winter warmer. At this point, his heating suit achieved unprecedented success, and the system also sent Zhou Yang additional rewards. System, create popular products, and receive 2 special bonus product speed-up cards. Product acceleration cards are good things. They can speed up production progress and are the most commonly used card props in Zhouyang. Next, when the year came, Zhou Yang came to the Landy shipyard, where various large ships were being built in full swing. Among them, tankers of 300,000 tons or more have already been built. Such a large ship is not too difficult to build due to the various skilled technicians and engineers. The one that is really difficult is actually being developed confidentially, which is a nuclear-powered icebreaker. The reactor has been built and is being prepared for testing, with results expected in the coming years. However, once the main structure of the ship was built, the reactor could be transferred inside, and subsequent packaging work could be carried out, and a nuclear-powered icebreaker was born. Zhou Yang has full confidence in the drawings provided by the system, so this research and development will definitely be successful. Then next year, his shipyard will be able to achieve the ability to manufacture nuclear-powered ships and become one of the few super shipyards in the world. We will be able to receive more super military purchases in the future. January has arrived, and the weather is still cold. Zhou Yang, who is preparing for the new year, calls his father and asks him if he wants to return to China to celebrate the new year. Because of his current identity, Zhou Yang is being watched by spies from various countries, so it is inconvenient for him to go abroad. He can only hope that his father will go home to reunite with him. It seems that his father has been going abroad for several years. Even if he is playing, he should have played enough. There's something going on in Ankara this year, so we won't go back. Next year, we'll definitely return and settle down. Dad made an agreement with Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang was very happy. At least his dad set a time for him to come back. Moreover, Zhou Yang has decided on another big thing, which is that he may have to add a new member to his family. The new member of Zhou Yang's family is Angela, who is far away in Australia. If she can become Zhou Yang's father, she will be Zhou Yang's stepmother. Zhou Yang's romantic father Zhou Yu used to change female companions constantly, but now he has been living with Angela for more than a year, and his relationship has become pure. I guess the two have a deep relationship, so his father may take Angela back to China next year. So Zhou Yang asked, "Bring Angela back with you?" "Yes, Dad." Zhou Yu's tentative question, "Do you welcome it?" "Of course you're welcome." Zhou Yang raised his hands in approval. When he and Lu Xiao went to Australia, they got along well with Angela. He felt that Angela had a good personality and loved her father very much. Even Lu Xiao got along well with Angela. So many years after his biological mother passed away, it is good that his father has a home, and his girlfriend can accept Angela. There is no resistance in the family. After Dad and Angela came back, Zhou Yang was able to fulfill his filial piety in the country, which was considered a matter of concern. I ended the satellite call with my dad, and the signal had no effect. The Huawei satellite phone he mailed to my dad played an important role. When my dad was fishing in the wild, the father and son could contact each other anytime and anywhere, regardless of region. It felt great. Zhou Yang really did the right thing in developing his own communication satellite. Only when the technology is in his own hands can he have the initiative and do whatever he wants conveniently. After that, Zhou Yang prepared for the new year, and the factory was closed for holidays in 26 or 27 of the Lunar New Year. The profitable Beatty Company, Mensin Automobile Company, and Jiankong Pharmaceutical all gave good year-end awards, allowing employees to take their tickets and go home in a good mood for the new year. These employees under Zhou Yang's company have received good salaries and are more supportive of the company. The company now has a very low turnover rate, which is fundamentally different from factories like Futukang that exploit labor. Now many people are proud to work in Beatty Company. Beatty has become one of the preferred companies for some college graduates. The company has let go of the family, and Zhou Yang can finally take a break. He has been in Shenzhen this year, with Lu Xiao and her father. This can be regarded as a quasi-family reunion. On New Year's Eve, Lu Xiyuan, who was imprisoned and used a sewing machine, was also released and came to Lu Xiao's villa to celebrate the new year. Lu Xiao didn't want to see her brother, mainly because her father wanted to be reunited in the new year, so he reluctantly agreed. Let his brother go out and celebrate the new year at home after completing the formalities, and then go back to work on the sewing machine after the new year. Anyway, Lu Xiyuan is a bit hopeless. Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang have always felt that they should let him transform himself properly in there to save him from doing evil. After several months of labor reform, Lu Xiyuan looked much more mature. When he saw Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao again, although he had nothing to say, he no longer had that provocative look. After this lesson, he already knew the difference between himself and his sister and brother-in-law, and he became much more honest. When everyone had dinner together in the evening, he could also put down his body and clink glasses and toast his father, old sister, and Zhou Yang. It seems that this labor reform was relatively successful. That night, Zhou Yang did not stay in the villa, leaving it to his father-in-law's family. He drove back to his small house. A big boss like Zhou Yang actually lives in the old, dilapidated little village left to him by his father. He is probably the only one in the country. Other rich people, after they become developed, who is not a luxury car villa, only Zhou Yang still keeps such a low profile. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhou Yang was in a cycle of wishing him a Happy New Year and having others wish him a Happy New Year, and the phone calls never stopped. Those distributors, major customers, relatives and friends all need to contact and greet each other, which is really busy. Because his brother-in-law Lu Xiyuan was doing well, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao agreed to let him stay at home until the third day of the Lunar New Year, and then he returned to the detention center. Zhou Yang was not idle during this period. He visited some industry leaders with his girlfriend, set up a liquor store, and connected with them. Now the two of them are paired up for social gatherings outside. People all over the country know that they are a benevolent couple, but they don't know when they will get married. Whenever this was asked, the two would smile at each other and answer in the near future. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Zhou Yang's company began work. Soon, Jiankong Pharmaceutical gave him a big surprise. After more than a year of development, Jiankong Pharmaceutical has developed more than 100 targeted drugs. In addition, it has upgraded Tomo equipment and introduced other medical methods. Ms. Kang Ding, the general manager of Jiankong Pharmaceutical, held a press conference after the start of construction and announced that Jiankong Pharmaceutical has joined forces with many domestic medical research institutions to achieve scientific research results. My country has now conquered many malignant tumors. Malignant tumors, commonly known as cancers, can be effectively suppressed as long as they are not in the advanced stage. Even for patients with advanced disease, symptomatic treatment can significantly prolong their lives, and the cost of treatment is doubled, so people will never have to go bankrupt because of cancer treatment again. Currently, Jiankong Pharmaceutical's targeted drugs cover most common malignant tumors, such as childhood leukemia, with a cure rate of over 95%, and do not even require inhibiting bone marrow stem cells. What kind of great medical miracle is this? A child is the spiritual pillar of a family. This can help sick children recover their health, just as Hua Tuo is alive, and save a family. So after the general manager of Kangding announced this exciting achievement, it immediately attracted strong attention from the whole society. Many people even found out now that Jiankong Pharmaceutical is so awesome. Some young people recall that when they were young, they really talked about cancer. Cancer was basically discovered in the middle and late stages, and then the patient had to undergo radiotherapy and surgery, which was a huge hassle. The family was in a huge debt, and in the end, no one had saved it. Everyone has seen too many similar examples since childhood. However, Jiankong Pharmaceutical has now developed relevant instruments and targeted drugs to overcome malignant tumors, which will greatly extend the life expectancy of our people. If such achievements were recorded in ancient times, they would be enough to open up a sect and establish a temple. This medical achievement has also attracted strong attention from the world's medical system, and they have only just realized that China's medical level is so strong. Although foreign medical care can cure and delay the lives of many cancer patients, they are basically top-tier wealthy people who have money to spend on treatment and can receive the best medical treatment in the world. Ordinary poor foreigners can only enjoy the most ordinary medical care, and they suffer greatly from severe illness, so there will be no miracles. China's Jiankong Pharmaceutical can now enable everyone to overcome the harm of cancer to life. This is a great scientific research achievement that will benefit the present and future generations. This medical achievement has been identified by authoritative domestic institutions and listed as a key medical project. Even the national medical professional textbooks must be revised accordingly. A separate discipline will introduce the methods for treating malignant tumors published by Jiankong Pharmaceutical. As the leader in research and development, Jiankong Pharmaceutical receives banners and various gifts from cancer patients or their families every now and then, which is their gratitude. When they learned that they had fallen ill, many people were filled with fear and thought they were about to say goodbye to this world. However, the doctor told them about the existing treatment and told them not to be afraid. Then, using instruments and various medicines printed with Jiankong Pharmaceutical's trademark, after taking them, the lesions shrank or stabilized significantly, and the physical harm to them was very small. Most people did not need surgery to remove the lesions, and they no longer had to suffer like the patients in the past. This was all a blessing in life given to them by Jiankong Pharmaceutical. In addition to thanking Jiankong Pharmaceutical, the people also send blessings to Zhou Yang online. The title of Zhou Yang, God of Medicine, has been mentioned repeatedly again. Zhou Yang once became the object of the most admiration of the people in China. Many children's childhood dreams are no longer to become police officers or doctors, but to become people who contribute to society like Uncle Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's reputation was unparalleled at the time. After Jiankong Pharmaceutical announced its initial victory over malignant tumors, the treatment of malignant tumors across the country has entered a new stage. One recovery case after another has made malignant tumors no longer scary. Just like when the medical community first cracked tuberculosis, the mortality rate of tuberculosis dropped to a very small level within a few years, and the same is true for malignant tumors this time. Targeted drugs, Tomo, and various combination therapies have allowed many people to avoid cutting the lesions, chemoradiotherapy, and so much pain. At this time, after comparison, we realized how pitiful the previous radiotherapy methods for treating malignant tumors were, because radiation does not distinguish between friend and foe. While killing cancer cells, it will also kill more healthy cells, causing serious side effects in the body. Decreased resistance and other diseases will take advantage of the situation, making the body worse and worse. Now that traditional radiotherapy methods are not used, patients are no longer in pain, their spirits remain stable and relaxed, their bodies are much better, and eating mamakan is actually beneficial to treatment. In the past, many cancer patients lost confidence in treatment and felt depressed because of the serious physical side effects caused by radiotherapy and chemotherapy, which were painful and cost a lot of money. Soon they would be unable to cope. The patients now know that malignant tumors are not terminal illnesses. They are optimistic and actively cooperate with treatment, and the side effects are small. They don't say anything on their own initiative, and no one can even feel that they have a serious illness. Of course, the earlier a malignant tumor is detected and treated, the more beneficial it is, and it is best to have regular physical examinations. Joe Yang also found that most workers have a difficult life, working overtime 996 days a day. They usually do not check the slices during the company's physical examination, which makes it difficult to detect early cancer. Joe Yang discovered this problem. Nowadays, treating malignant tumors is no longer a big problem. The difficulty has become how to detect cancer. This was very easy for Joe Yang, who had a gigafactory system, as he found a production process drawing for a type of abnormal tissue cell detection box in the pharmaceutical area. This type of test box is similar to a nucleic acid test box. It is disposable and contains a tiny pinhole. It only requires puncturing the skin at the finger. After collecting blood, the test can be performed. The results can usually be obtained in about 10 minutes. Joe Yang spent 20 love values to redeem this set of drawings. After he checked, he realized that the original principle of this test box was to determine it based on an enzyme that scientists had not yet discovered. In a normal human body, there are many abnormally divided cells every day, which need to be swallowed and resolved by the immune system. If there are too many abnormal cells in a certain place and the immune system cannot kill them, it becomes what everyone commonly calls cancer. During this period, the body will produce a trace amount of enzyme to resist. Although this enzyme has little effect on abnormal cells, the test kit uses this enzyme to determine whether there are excessive amounts of abnormal cells in the body. If this enzyme exceeds a certain value, it most likely means that cancer has appeared somewhere in the body and needs to be checked in detail in the hospital as soon as possible. This type of test box cannot detect which part of the body has lesions, but it can give people an early warning. Moreover, the cost of this test box is not expensive, only more than 40 yuan. The market buys one, which is absolutely economical and effective. After Joe Yang exchanged the drawings, he used his optimization skills to optimize the testing capabilities, and then handed them over to Kang Ding, the pharmaceutical factory manager. Kang Ding has just returned from a meeting in another place. She is very busy now and has been invited to various places to hold meetings and impart advanced experience. She has become a famous executive in my country's health system. She is usually invited to medium and large medical meetings, otherwise she is not authoritative enough. After all, Jiankang Pharmaceutical has now become the most famous pharmaceutical group in my country. Those products and research results alone have driven the advancement of my country's medical level for 20 years. Kang Ding was pleasantly surprised when she saw the test box. She was still discussing how to detect cancer in advance during this meeting. At the meeting, some people proposed that a full physical examination be included as part of compulsory medical treatment, and called for reimbursement for insured persons to promote the early detection of malignant tumors. However, this measure is very difficult to implement. Funding is secondary. The key is that many workers are very busy and work overtime. Even on weekends, it is difficult to find time to see a doctor. Moreover, if everyone goes to see a doctor on weekends, it will cause congestion, which makes it difficult to coordinate. Therefore, no effective solution was found at the meeting. Now with this test kit, you can get a preliminary test without going to the hospital. The most important thing is that the price is not expensive. The cost is more than 40 yuan, so Jiankang Pharmaceutical sells it for 69 yuan a tube, which I believe most people can afford. Generally, one tube is enough for half a year, and the annual cost is only more than 100 yuan. Even if this test box is included in medical insurance, the cost will be greatly reduced. Okay, Mr. Joe, I'll implement it right away. Kang Ding was very proactive and immediately organized human and material resources to produce this abnormal tissue cell detection box. If a new drug is to be launched, it must undergo thorough testing, but Kang Ding has great faith in the drawings and processes provided by its boss, Joe Yang. She can execute them unconditionally and there will be basically no problems. The key to this detection box is the organic reagent for detecting rare enzymes, which requires chemical preparation. Although this preparation is rather cumbersome, the drawings all have a complete production process. They only need to use chemical equipment and raw materials to produce and synthesize, and can produce in large quantities. In this way, the reagents that were originally expensive can be made cheap and eventually become test boxes with a retail price of 69 yuan each. 1 month later, Kang Ding received the finished test box. After testing, the accuracy rate of the cancer cell test was above 98, which was very ideal. There were no difficulties in production and preparation. It can be mass-produced. This is another artifact that reduces the prevalence of malignant tumor patients in my country. Therefore, Kang Ding immediately reported the matter to her superiors and asked them to publicize and promote it for the benefit of the Chinese people. The Shenzhen Municipal Health Commission took the lead and tested this abnormal tissue cell detection box. The effect was as described in the report, with extremely high accuracy and relatively low price. This has caused malignant tumors to have an extremely high early detection rate despite a high cure rate. After the implementation of this test box, my country will become the country with the highest cure rate and lowest mortality rate for malignant tumor patients in the world. Early detection and treatment will be a boon for all patients with malignant tumors. After acceptance, the superiors decided to hold a national-level press conference to promote this epic-making test box. But as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. This time, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals' scientific research results include more than one test box. The hepatitis B virus treatment injection that Zhou Yang gave to Kang Ding before the new year was also successfully studied and passed the acceptance. This hepatitis B virus injection has an amazing effect. It is divided into two reagents, therapeutic injection and vaccine, both of which have super strong effects. After testing 100 hepatitis B patients, the cure rate reached more than 90. Even if there is no cure, the disease will be greatly reduced, and the patient will become a non-infectious infected person with little harm. The hepatitis B vaccine is non-toxic and harmless, has few side effects, and has extremely high promotion value. The above team found that the efficacy of Jiankang Pharmaceuticals' two new products was very explosive, so they decided to announce them together at the press conference. The health department also put in a lot of effort this time. They took the lead and jointly organized several state-owned media outlets across the country to broadcast the event live around the world to announce this exciting medical achievement. The capital, the site of an official press conference. The health department's press conference is about to be held, and nearly 100 reporters are filming and interviewing below. They were all invited because of the important event that had been announced. This press conference has been warming up since 2 weeks ago, and official media at all levels are promoting it, making the public feel that it is extraordinary, so many people choose to watch the live broadcast. Minutes before the live broadcast began, the live broadcast signal had already started, and the audience found that there were many people at the scene, and one of them saw an acquaintance. Isn't this Kan Zong of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, a subsidiary of Zhou Yang? She's here. Is this press conference related to Jiankang Pharmaceutical? Now the public is more interested. All medical news related to Jiankang Pharmaceutical is very exciting. Not long ago, it was this Mr. Kang who announced the news of conquering malignant tumors. Cancer has become less scary, but now that she appears on the scene, there may be new exciting content. And so, the audience waited with anticipation until the press conference began. First, a spokesperson will announce the content of the meeting. On behalf of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, I would like to release two of the latest medical drugs, the first of which is the abnormal tissue cell detection kit. The spokesperson then introduced the specific functions of this test box. When the audience heard that they could get tested at home for cancer or signs of cancer for just 69 yuan, they jumped up in surprise. No way, can I test for cancer at home? How can it be convenient? I recently announced that I had conquered a malignant tumor. It's only been a little over a month, and I've also announced that I can get tested at home. This is the rhythm of getting rid of cancer. Kang Zong Niubi. Jiankang Pharmaceutical Bull Beep. It's Zhou Yang Niobila, the Jiankang Pharmaceutical he founded. Anyway, I am very proud to be a Chinese. I am extremely grateful that we have a national entrepreneur like Zhou Yang. The barrage area was filled with admiration and praise. The key point was that this test box was too convenient and too cheap. I couldn't believe there was such a good medicine. My country's pharmaceutical industry was previously very deformed. Drugs costing only a few cents had their prices increased through various channels, distributors, and pharmacies. When they finally reached consumers, the price would double to more than 10 yuan, or even dozens of yuan, and patients would ultimately pay for them. For example, the 9-valent HPV vaccine that women should take costs thousands of yuan, and many women in low-income groups are reluctant to take it. If Jiankang Pharmaceutical were to make this vaccine, it would be priced at 100 yuan, so most Chinese people would get it. In fact, after the emergence of Jiankang Pharmaceutical, the prices of many commonly used drugs have been reduced to an exaggerated level. The most impressive thing is that tens of millions of injections of special effect drugs from abroad have been made into cabbage prices, which has directly made foreign pharmaceutical companies rich in profits and announced that they will stop selling such injections. Anyway, the emergence of Jiankang Pharmaceutical seems to be to save people from danger. Now everyone no longer feels obviously overwhelmed when seeing a doctor. Jiankang Pharmaceutical not only lowered the prices of some existing drugs, but also produced a number of new drugs, and this abnormal tissue cell test box is one of them. With this kit, so many people said they were not feeling well and wanted to buy it to test it. If so, go get it treated quickly, and if not, you can rest assured. Anyway, the audience is all supportive of this product. Next, the spokesperson will announce the second new product, a hepatitis B virus injection and vaccine. The spokesperson described the effects of this injection, which was outstanding and became the industry's first injection for the eradication of hepatitis B. The spokesperson explained that this drug is a prescription drug and will be deployed in hospitals across the country as soon as possible. In the future, hepatitis B patients across the country can go to nearby tertiary hospitals to receive this injection to achieve recovery. This has also saved many hepatitis B patients. Now the official has directly promised that hepatitis B patients who have been treated with Jiankong Pharmaceuticals hepatitis B virus injections will be regarded as normal people and will not be included in the infectious disease monitoring targets. This is absolutely good news for hepatitis B patients. This injection is a special drug for the hepatitis B virus. After this injection is implemented, hepatitis B will be completely cured. After losing a large number of infectious individuals, experts estimate that in 30 years, hepatitis B will become a rare disease, and even in the next century, this disease will become history like smallpox, and humans will no longer be infected with the hepatitis B virus. Netizens in the barrage area cheered again when they heard that an infectious disease could be eliminated at its root. Although most of them are not hepatitis B patients, they did not delay their praise for Jiankong Pharmaceutical. Jiankong Pharmaceutical is too awesome. It has made so many expensive medical instruments into cabbage prices, and now it has successively promoted the radical treatment of malignant tumors and hepatitis B. It is truly a great achievement. The press conference caused a stir around the world because China's medical level has improved rapidly in the past 2 years. It has changed from being chasing foreign countries to being something that foreign countries should look up to. Many foreign hospitals are looking to purchase cheap and highly effective medical equipment produced by Jiankong Pharmaceutical, as well as special effect drugs produced by Jiankong Pharmaceutical. For example, those targeted drugs are not as cheap as they seem, and there are many internationally advanced targeted drugs with excellent effects in treating malignant tumors, which makes foreign medical departments red-eyed. Previously, domestic medical experts had to go abroad for further studies, endure eye rolls, and even fail to teach the most advanced medical methods. Now many foreign medical students have come to China for further studies. Currently, the domestic medical level has partially caught up with the West, driven by Jiankong Pharmaceutical. Experts estimate that according to this development momentum, in 10 years, China's medical level will surpass the world's, and it will become the birthplace of various new medical technologies and new drugs. All of this was driven by Jiankong Pharmaceutical, a monster-level pharmaceutical company. Therefore, after the press conference, the health department gave Jiankong Pharmaceutical all the preferential treatment it could give and even opened a special communication line for them. The general manager of Kongding can directly contact health leaders below the second in command, and as the boss of the company, Zhou Yang can directly contact the first in command in the health industry. This honor is unparalleled across the country. Zhou Yang then exchanged some special drugs for special conditions, such as special drugs for treating ALS and Parkinson's disease, which will effectively treat and alleviate the two conditions in 1 year. After finishing his work at Jiankong Pharmaceutical, Zhou Yang was called to Mensin Automobile Company by his girlfriend. Because a groundbreaking new car was secretly completed here, and now the prototype has been made, it needs to be inspected by 2 bosses. This new car is not a car in the traditional sense, but a flying car that Zhou Yang announced earlier that he would target. Previously, Texila was run over by domestic trams. After discontinuing the new energy vehicle business, the concept of Fission automobile was introduced. Mr. Ma claimed that they would be able to develop a car that could fly in the sky in 3 years. This also became Teixeira's fig leaf, meaning that they stopped the business of new energy vehicles because they wanted to enter the more advanced automotive field. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that capital will not let go of any copper plate. If new energy vehicles can make money, Texila will not give up. If they can give up the tram business that was once the world's leading, it means they will not make any money. This is also a very real problem. The various black technologies and driving experiences of domestic trams have completely surpassed those of Tesla's Model Series cars, not to mention the super sodium-ion batteries with a range of generally more than 2,000 kilometers. Domestic automakers all supply batteries to Beatty, and this most advanced commercial battery in the world is only supplied to domestic automakers. Tesla is still using batteries with a range of less than 1,000 kilometers, and the prices are very high, which gives them no advantage in the competition. This is the reason for their shutdown. So this flying car was just a gimmick created by Texila to change the subject, but their Mr. Ma was a cute new car when it was released. Of course, Zhou Yang couldn't bear it, so he then revealed the plan for the flying car, and he planned to make a prototype in a year, which was faster than your Texila. Zhou Yang handed over the drawings of this flying car to the company's technicians very early on. This kind of car built according to the drawings is actually relatively easy. All kinds of materials are made, and the rest only needs to be assembled. So the progress of this flying car is still very fast. Now that one has been built, I will invite the 2 bosses to come and inspect it. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao came to the company's secret warehouse together. Inside the empty warehouse, there is a vehicle covered with canvas, and the special raised part shows that the flying car and the ordinary car have a big difference in appearance. The scene was all his own, so Zhou Yang gestured for his girlfriend to lift it open. Lu Saiyao walked to the front of the car and tore off the canvas. I saw a strangely shaped vehicle parked on the ground. First of all, the appearance of this car is different from that of an ordinary car. The front face is relatively flat and sharp, mainly to reduce wind resistance. Moreover, the body of this car is actually very short, about half a meter shorter than a normal car, which is equivalent to the height of an ordinary car with the windows removed. The chassis of this car is also quite low, so it is definitely not a sitting position for people to sit in it, otherwise this car would not be able to be sat in at all. In fact, this is the design of flying cars. After the driver sits in them, he will drive in a semi-lying position. Moreover, this car does not have a traditional windshield. The windshield part is a streamlined design connected to the roof. So how should drivers see their surroundings? The answer is to see your surroundings through specialized holographic glasses you wear. Because the holographic glasses display the picture, operations such as looking at the rearview mirror are omitted. There are several pictures in the field of view, and you can see 360-degree images around the vehicle. There are also two unique perspectives of the sky and below. This is three-dimensional driving, which is fundamentally different from ordinary cars that only look at one plane. Therefore, driving a flying car definitely requires training, but the country has not yet introduced relevant driving policies, so you can drive it as you please. The engineer wanted to go up and demonstrate it to Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang said no, because the drawings were provided by him. He had seen the operation before and learned to drive using the driving training software that came with the flying car. This flying car only has 2 seats, but this is the first test flight. For safety reasons, let Lu Saiyao wait below first while he goes to drive and take a look. Inflatable air cushions have been laid on a large area of the warehouse to prevent accidents, so you can fly freely as long as the car is not moving fast. Ah Yang, you have to be careful. Lu Saiyao expressed her concern. Don't worry, I have a good idea of the car I designed. Zhou Yang made a rest-assured gesture, then put on his special protective suit, holographic glasses, and sat in the cockpit. He went in half-lying, and then the car door closed automatically, and the seat would continue to tilt backward to achieve a half-lying state. This state of course requires less effort than sitting, and at the same time, it will not cause brain congestion when lying flat, making it the most comfortable posture. Then the RGB lights inside the entire car turned on, making it look very cool, just like the cockpit of a spaceship in a science fiction movie. The cockpit of the flying car was not like this in the first place. The original cockpit was just average, but Zhou Yang's personal interest changed it to this science fiction style, which is particularly in line with the preferences of young people. After all, flying cars are such a cool new product that they should only be liked by young people. Moreover, because this car is faster than other cars, it has requirements for the driver's age and physical condition. It is not suitable for people over 60 years old to drive, so the target group is naturally young people. Zhou Yang designed it this way in order to better attract young users. The vehicle then began the driver's first login. The vehicle has an anti-theft system and cannot be driven by anyone other than the original owner or an authorized guest. After entering the password, Zhou Yang became a guest in the car and was able to drive it. The vehicle has a smart voice assistant that can start the beginner teaching mode by asking Zhou Yang if this is his first time driving. No! Zhou Yang rejected the teaching model, he was already a master teacher. He then chose the experience mode, which does not have too high speed or difficulty, making it suitable for beginners. In fact, this model is the novice mode, but calling it the novice mode is expected to cause resistance from domestic users, so it is called the experience mode instead. In this mode, many operations are automatically selected, and the driver only needs voice or buttons to control the altitude, speed, and direction of the flying car. It should be noted here that the steering wheel of a flying car is not a traditional circle, but a control ball that controls a semicircular ball with the right hand, and it can move forward, backward, turn, etc. This is the design that best conforms to ergonomics. However, if you are not used to controlling the ball, this car has another driving mode. A two-handed controller will rise in front, similar to the joystick of an airplane. Both modes can drive the vehicle. This gives drivers an extra choice, drive the way they prefer. Next, the car began to take off and break away from the ground. A strong airflow was seen blowing from the ground. It was actually the 6 auxiliary thrusters on the chassis of the car working. During the liftoff phase, the car would ignite high-energy chemical fuel and eject high-temperature airflow downward to generate thrust. This phase was a bit like vertical takeoff and landing of an aircraft, but the principle of vertical takeoff and landing of an aircraft was different, more like a rocket. The enormous thrust allows flying cars to take off. After the car flies up 1 meter, the body begins to transform, just like a transformer. After the flying car was deformed, the tires partially retracted into the interior of the vehicle body. At the same time, 4 electrically driven propellers appeared at the 4 corners of the vehicle body. Now they are propelled by electricity and become a large drone. The tail wing was also raised behind the vehicle to control the flight balance. In the front, middle and rear sections of the vehicle, a total of 20 small vector nozzles extend, which are moved by electric motors to generate thrust and control the direction of the vehicle's movement. Vehicles that need to be specialized, even if they are moving forward 1 second and can fly backward the next, all rely on these vector nozzles to provide directional thrust. The flying car flying in the air transformed into a special drone and began to fly in the air. The vehicle's flight is quite smooth and the noise is very light. It is not as noisy as a drone. This is the advantage of electric power. In other words, chemical energy is used during takeoff and descent, and there will be a roar. The rest of the normal flight phase is a silent flight state driven by electric power. Of course, the car also has a high-speed mode, which uses chemical energy to assist in propulsion, with a maximum power of 500 yards. However, this is only suitable for high-end models. For safety reasons, this prototype does not turn on the high-speed mode to avoid accidentally running out. After all, the speed of 500 yards is comparable to some small airplanes and far surpasses high-speed rail. At this moment, Zhou Yang was driving a flying car in circles in the warehouse. Not only was the altitude changing back and forth, but he was also performing various difficult actions. Lu Saiyao below was taking pictures with her mobile phone, which was very shocking. She is the owner of Mensin Automobile Company, but she never imagined that in just a few years, a car that can fly like this would appear. After driving for a while, Zhou Yang felt that the car was very stable. He felt that he could become an old driver, so he executed the landing procedure. After the landing was assisted by chemical energy storage, he successfully landed on the ground. Yao Yao, come up. Zhou Yang invited him after he came down. Lu Saiyao gladly accepted and also wore a holographic pair of glasses so that she could share Zhou Yang's driving perspective. Both of them boarded the flying car, Zhou Yang restarted it, and they continued driving inside the warehouse. This way, there is no delay in the operation, and Zhou Yang even taught Lu Saiyao to drive on site. She can control the middle joystick with her left hand, and the co-driver also has driving authority as long as the driver allows it, which is a world of difference from ordinary vehicles. Ah! Lu Saiyao was operating a flying car for the first time after all. Soon she would let the car go out of control and run around in the warehouse, and she would scream, "It's okay, don't be afraid, this car automatically turns on the automatic risk avoidance function and will not be hit." Zhou Yang comforted him. Sure enough, although the car lost control and flew straight towards the corner of the wall, when it approached the wall, the smart voice reminder automatic risk avoidance function intervened, helping the car stabilize its direction, brake, and float in the air. This automatic risk avoidance is not a static result, it is controlled by big data AI. If AI determines that stopping is dangerous, it will continue to drive in other directions until it is taken over by the driver. Of course, it can also be set to automatic cruise mode, and the car will follow the settings and drive on the prescribed route. This is more powerful than the autonomous driving function of ordinary vehicles, and can make more evasive actions. If connected to the big data control system in the background, nearby flying cars will be uniformly controlled, and the chance of an air traffic accident will be lower than that of an airplane accident. This big data control function is still under experimentation and will not be promoted until 6G communication is put into use. A major breakthrough in 6G communications is centralized control, which can make autonomous vehicle driving possible. As long as all driving vehicles are connected to the back-end master control, each driver only needs to enter the destination and speed, and the back-end will arrange the trajectory of all vehicles during this time period. This can minimize the traffic accident rate because human intervention is no longer needed to drive. Let's talk about a special case of 6G centralized control driving. For example, driving in foggy weather is very prone to traffic accidents. However, after being connected to the 6G centralized management system, even if the driver cannot see it with the naked eye, he can clearly know from the console how many meters ahead there is a car. It will slow down, accelerate or turn after a certain period of time, and basically no one is needed to drive the entire time, then you can reach your destination safely. After the implementation of the 6G vehicle control system, the driver profession will gradually disappear, because it will all be autonomous driving. Even the driver can sleep in the car and play with his mobile phone while driving without any delay. Of course, the 6G vehicle control system will not be open and mature for several years, but Mensin's flying cars already have this function and can be connected as soon as it is opened. However, he can only control one of his own cars now. Zhou Yang has made up his mind. He will first establish a separate control system for flying cars based on 5G technology, so that unmanned driving of flying cars will become popular, so as to reduce the difficulty of driving and allow users to easily drive flying cars. Here, their little couple had been driving in the air for most of half an hour. After all, these flying cars were new to us. The driving feel was completely different from that of ordinary vehicles. It was also very exciting. Before they knew it, they drove a little longer. After they got tired of driving, they landed. After the two got off the car, there was a clear sense of emptiness in their steps, which was similar to the feeling after doing entertainment projects such as pirate ships. There was a sense of weightlessness. This feeling will gradually disappear as you train and get used to it. Seeing that the two bosses had gotten off the bus, the engineer quickly came up and asked the bosses how their experience was. Very good. Joe Yang extended his thumb in admiration. Hee, this was all designed by Mr. Joe. The engineer came to take pictures of the horse. Indeed, the car engineer just converted the drawings into a prototype. The real difficulty lies with Joe Yang, who designed the drawings. Inventing a flying car that can fly smoothly is a global first. It has extremely high commercial value. Indeed, this flying car is technically mature and can even be put directly into the market after mass production. The listing is just a good wish, because this flying car is not an ordinary car. You can't go to the transportation department to register it according to the traditional car listing process, right? Their cars can already fly. Maybe even if the transportation department approves it, it won't work. So should the air traffic control department approve it? Therefore, in order to obtain market approval for flying cars, the procedures must be clarified. This matter requires Joe Yang to get through the connections. After all, he knows many official leaders. Joe Yang then took his report and the live driving video of the flying car to the leaders of the transportation, industry, and information technology departments to apply for the flying car developed by his company. Joe Yang could have foreseen that this flying car would surely shock the leaders, and they probably would have to discuss for a while whether to study which department should manage it. Joe Yang then arrived in the capital and first met with the leaders of the transportation department. Leader, our company has researched flying cars. How would you review and list them? After meeting with the transportation leader, Joe Yang took out the prepared materials. Oh, Fission automobile, you didn't just say you wanted to develop it last year, so how come it's already a real product? The big leader in charge of transportation was very surprised and immediately checked the information carefully. He and Joe Yang are old acquaintances. Ever since Mensin Automobile launched the Nirvana 2 models and they sold well internationally, the leader knew that Joe Yang was not a thing of the pond and began to pay attention. As a result, Joe Yang's performance did not disappoint the leader and exceeded his expectations. Joe Yang has now become a major player in the domestic automotive industry. Although several automakers have output values comparable to Mensin Automobile Company, even if those companies suddenly go bankrupt, it will not have much impact on the entire domestic automotive industry. The vacated market share will soon be divided up by other automakers. However, Mensin Automobile Company, where Joe Yang works, is irreplaceable. After all, no car company can build such a low-priced Nirvana car. There are also sodium-ion batteries for cars, which are only available in Joe Yang in the world. Therefore, no one in this domestic automobile manufacturing industry can be without Joe Yang. Is this true? The leader had already read the pictures and was surprised by the performance of the car. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a car that only appeared in science fiction movies. Perhaps such cars will definitely appear in the future, but in today's international automobile market, there can be arguments for 3 days and 3 nights over whether trams or gasoline cars are good or bad. As a result, before we could discuss which car was better, another new type of Fission car suddenly appeared, opening a brand new track. Now the gasoline cars and electric cars were dumbfounded. Of course it's true. The prototype is parked in the Mensin Company warehouse and can be inspected at any time. I also have a live video of me driving. Joe Yang took out the video he had recorded earlier and showed it to his leader. After seeing it, the leader realized that Joe Yang had really built a flying car. This speed of research and development shocked the leaders. In the past, car companies were all masters of cake painting. Each one was built by PPT, and the ceiling was covered in cowhide, but no one was seen in the actual product. They boasted only for stock prices and public opinion traffic, and basically there were very few companies that did practical things. However, there is not a single thing in this common habit of car companies in Joe Yang. Joe Yang has always done things first and then came out when they are done, just like the 2 popular Nirvana models that were sold well in the market before, and they only discovered that there were such 2 cars in their department. And this time it was the same. When Joe Yang was fighting with Texila, Texila said he wanted to build a flying car, but Joe Yang said he wanted to build a flying car. And before Texila's boss Ma even appeared, Joe Yang had already produced a real car. The changes to this flying car and ordinary car are too great. It definitely cannot be built in a year. It is very likely that Joe Yang has been quietly studying it for several years. The idea of transportation leadership is a bit too complicated. Joe Yang didn't design for many years, but with the system, a few months is enough. Don't look at the flying cars being ahead of their time, but for the Gigafactory system, it's just an ordinary blueprint. Go, let's go to your company. The leader could no longer sit still. He felt uneasy because he did not witness the flying car with his own eyes. Okay. Joe Yang was not a jerk either. Unlike other businessmen, he did not need to prepare in advance and his leaders could leave at will. the leader contacted a business jet and returned to Guanyuan City with Zhou Yang on board. After getting off the plane, Lu Xiao came to the airport to greet him after receiving the message. This time, the transportation leader brought a technical team of more than 20 people to visit the world's first flying car. Their team arrived at Manhwa Company in a huge convoy. This time, the leader did not visit the company workshop and directly asked to see the flying cars. The convoy stopped directly outside the warehouse, where people had already arrived to greet it. The company staff originally wanted to hold a welcoming ceremony. After all, the big leader is here and must show his respect. However, Zhou Yang knew the big leader's temper, so he waved his hand, and the welcoming ceremony was waived. As long as the flying car performed well, it was better than anything else. Their group went straight to the warehouse. This time, Zhou Yang lifted the canvas and revealed the flying car. A group of experts immediately started taking pictures and looking closer. They had been car experts for most of their lives, but this was also the first time they had seen a prototype of a flying car. 10 years ago, when trams were just emerging and still in the little karami class, petrol truck bosses felt that trams could not replace them, or even had the idea at all. However, 10 years later, the tram was already competing with the oil truck, and it was also stabilizing the oil truck. As a result, the oil and electricity competition was not over yet, but another emerging competitor, the flying car, was welcomed. It was unknown what impact and opportunities it would bring to the entire automotive industry. Seeing the appearance of the flying car, the experts were a little surprised and asked Zhou Yang and the engineers some detailed questions. Zhou Yang gave the opportunity to answer the question to the engineer, who was responsible for the driving demonstration. After all, he is the world's most skilled driver of flying cars, so he opened the gullwing door and entered the interior of the flying car. Then everyone moved out of position and saw Zhou Yang driving the car himself, rising into the air, and sitting in various movements. Now the experts' eyes widened and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yesterday they were still studying the advantages and disadvantages of various vehicle engines, but today they saw that cars can fly. This span is a bit large, and this is a job to grab airplanes. Zhou Yang then invited an expert to be the co-pilot. Under his guidance, he took control and actually experienced what a flying car is like. When the expert came down, everyone else asked him how he felt. The expert exclaimed, "It's amazing, very good. This flying car is very intelligent, comfortable to drive, and has a mature design in all aspects. It's hard to imagine that this is a car that can appear today. My previous estimate was that flying cars would take at least 7 or 8 years, and it would take for the supporting technology to mature before they gradually appear." Yes, another car expert said the design of this flying car really overturned my perception. My impression of a flying car is a large drone with many propellers that make the car fly. However, I am still superficial. Flying cars like this are definitely more promising and developed. In the future, they can become one of the 3 major car types with electric gasoline cars. Key question: how much does this car cost? Questions that the big leaders care about. In his impression, this flying car costs at least 2 or 3 million, and selling it for 4 or 5 million is considered cheap. The correct selling price should be 6 or 7 million to be worthy of this black technology. After all, any luxury car in this year is priced at this price, and a flying car that combines various high technologies cannot afford these technical contents unless it is sold for millions. Zhou Yang said, "Our engineering department estimated the cost, which is probably over 1 million yuan. So I want to divide it into 2 versions, one is the standard version and the other is the elite version. The standard version is priced under 1.8 million yuan, and the elite version is priced under 2.6 million yuan. So cheap?" The leaders and automotive experts were shocked. No one could have imagined that such a cool, advanced flying car, which looked like a futuristic technology, could be so cheap. Soon the experts realized something that made them sweat because the flying car was priced so much, fearing it would disrupt the existing automotive industry. Automotive experts believe that flying cars will change the automotive landscape for a simple reason: if the price of high-tech products like flying cars can be controlled at around 2 million, then the luxury sports car market, which sells for hundreds or tens of millions, will shrink rapidly. Such a high-tech flying car costs only 2 million yuan, while some luxury cars have the same interior, but they are more expensive than flying cars. It makes people feel that buying a luxury car is not worth it, and it feels like an IQ tax. Perhaps the wealthy don't care about the money in luxury cars, but they care about face. People all think luxury cars are a tax on their intelligence. Then they lose face when they drive luxury cars, which does not show their sense of dignity. It is estimated that fewer people will buy luxury cars and supercars. After all, supercars and luxury cars have 2 important selling points: they can run at super high speeds and have cool appearances. However, compared with flying cars, they become younger brothers. This generation of flying cars can reach a maximum speed of 500 km per hour, which kills most supercars in seconds. Moreover, no matter how cool the appearance of those supercars is, they are just running on the ground. They are really not comparable to flying cars that fly in the air and can transform. No matter how cool they are, there is no cool flying car built with a sense of technology. Under the comprehensive comparison and crushing, the luxury car market should shrink significantly. Although it is not impossible to sell, it will not be the situation it is now. The wealthy should all have a flying car. Experts have already thought that after the supercar and luxury car markets shrink, flying cars should also take advantage of the situation and launch luxury car versions, selling them for tens of millions, so that they can capture the high-end market revenue. These opinion experts kept it in their minds and decided to raise it again when the meeting was held. Afterwards, the leader was also invited to try out the comfort inside the car. Because flying cars require professional driving skills, the leader could not drive alone, so Zhou Yang took him flying again. After waiting, the big leaders were full of praise for flying cars. This is definitely the technological peak of the global automotive industry today, and it is also the most cutting-edge technology in the automotive industry in the next decade. After Manhwa Company applied for many patents, it was much more difficult for other car companies to research other solutions. Unless they had better design ideas, other companies could not achieve such a mature design sense of Manhwa flying cars. After the visit, the leader already had a scale in mind, so he suggested to hold a meeting. Lu Xiao had already asked someone to clean up the meeting room. After the leader passed, tea and fruit were already on the table. At this meeting, the top leaders sat in the main position, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao sat in the second position, and the other leaders and experts sat on the left and right respectively. The meeting leader didn't even give the opening remarks, so he asked his subordinates directly, "How do you feel? I think this is a genius design and very mature. It should be able to be mass-produced, right?" An automotive expert asked Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Yes, this car can be mass-produced. There is no bottleneck because of its price. Sales will not be large, and our company will definitely be able to meet market orders." Then the experts have a clear idea in their minds: flying cars will definitely be approved as soon as possible, which raises the question, what kind of legislation should be enacted for flying cars? Because previous traffic laws and various road safety laws were based on ground vehicles, now that there is an additional flying car, these regulations will need to be comprehensively revised. This is not the most important thing, because due to the special and high-tech attributes of flying cars, this is not a matter for their transportation department. We also need to communicate with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to see if we can do something about flying cars and make my country's technological business card known. The earliest bicycles, cars, trains, and airplanes were all means of transportation invented by foreigners, and they formed a cradle of technology for people all over the world. From now on, my country will also establish its own scientific and technological business card and enter the high-tech field, so this flying car is a good opportunity. At that time, we will hold a grand press conference so that people all over the world can see what flying cars are like. They, Chinese companies, will become the leaders of world technology in the future. They then had some detailed discussions, including how to amend the legislation, and the experts also told Zhou Yang their previous suggestion, which was to produce a luxury version of the flying car. Zhou Yang nodded and discussed it with his girlfriend. Lu Xiao was about to design the next task of flying luxury cars. She was the best at design. Zhou Yang then outlined his plan, which was to use Beatty Town as the first experimental site for flying cars. Initially, they could only drive within the town to experiment with the new traffic law. Once the experiment passed, it would be more appropriate to promote it nationwide. The leader nodded and praised Zhou Yang for his thoughtful consideration. Then Beatty Town has many supporting facilities and is the first special zone for flying car experiments. In addition, Zhou Yang also called for the establishment of an autonomous driving master console. After this is established, it will rely on big data and AI artificial intelligence to command and drive vehicles, which can effectively solve traffic congestion and traffic accidents. And this is also a trend. In the future, ground cars will become increasingly intelligent, and driverless functions have been improving. It is time to reform, and regulations must also adapt to the development of technology. The leader nodded. "Well, we had a relevant draft before and had already conducted internal research, but now it seems that there are still many shortcomings and we need to add the content related to flying cars." The big leader agreed with Zhou Yang's opinion that we cannot fully liberalize autonomous driving at present, because many bloody and tearful accidents have taught us that without adequate technology and publicity, the full launch of autonomous driving will bring many social problems. There are examples of this point, such as the drunk driving regulation. Even with such severe penalties, it cannot eliminate drunk driving. How dare you trust AI with the life-threatening driving authority, or trust that drivers will correctly abide by AI driving regulations? For example, if autonomous driving is fully liberalized, many drivers will openly sleep after getting in the car, or play with their phones, check sales, and let AI drive, which poses a great risk. Because many car companies' AI is unreliable and prone to accidents, autonomous driving will not be fully launched within 5 years. However, autonomous driving is the trend. Stimulated by flying cars, the leaders felt that an experiment was also needed, so they chose Beatty Town as the experimental site for the new traffic law. Experimental regulations allow level 13 autonomous driving, which means that a person's hands can leave the steering wheel and the driving authority can be completely handed over to AI, but the driver must also remain vigilant at all times and take control of driving at any time. This regulation still does not allow driving to sleep or using mobile phones to let AI drive, nor does it allow AI to drive after drinking, but in addition, various assessment restrictions for drivers will be further reduced. Under the implementation of AI, the driver's driving skills are no longer important. There is fixed speed cruising and automatic risk avoidance on the highway, and automatic parking when reversing. Therefore, future driver's licenses will need to have behaviors specifically set for AI. Moreover, for Subject 2 and Subject 3 exams, the original score was 90 points to pass, but now it may be reduced to 60 points to get a driver's license. At the same time, restrictions on disabled people driving will be lifted. For example, people with color blindness can also take a driver's license test. They only need to add font displays to traffic lights. Moreover, AI autonomous driving will have a color blindness mode, automatically broadcasting voice announcements to traffic lights, and even displaying color fonts on the hub. In addition, some disabled people with missing hands and feet can also get a driver's license. After all, with the development of autonomous driving, they no longer rely on their limbs to drive cars. For example, flying cars can be driven with one hand and can even be controlled directly with voice. If intelligent driving continues to develop, blind people will be able to travel by self-driving in the future. However, blind people driving is still too advanced and it is estimated that it will not be possible for decades. However, automotive experts have raised concerns that large-scale changes to traffic rules would be extremely costly, requiring changes and reconstruction of traffic lights and other facilities nationwide, as well as the establishment of back-end databases and AI data models, all of which would take time. In short, establishing a back-end control center for autonomous driving is currently fraught with difficulties, lack of money and related technology. I'll take care of the technical aspects of the autopilot control center. At this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly stood up, and a sonorous word lifted the spirits of everyone in the conference room. No one has ever done this autonomous driving back-end management and control center, so I don't know when it will be fixed. This back-end control center looks simple. It seems like a few programmers were hired to create programs, and electrical engineers set up networks and lines to popularize positioning devices on vehicles. However, the people in the transportation department have the most say in this task, which is definitely a tough nut to crack, and they are still terrified. Thinking back to the beginning, building a 12,306 website almost made them peel back the layers. At first, they thought they were just building an online ticket sales software, but after they got it, the server couldn't handle it at all during the Spring Festival travel rush. Hundreds of millions of users clicked refresh at the same time, and some were querying, some were buying tickets, and some were paying. This made the real-time data processing volume reach a terrifying level. The various vulnerabilities and defects of the ticket purchasing website, it's all exposed. In short, in the year it was first launched, 12,306 was scolded by netizens. It did not respond at all when various situations occurred, and some people paid but did not get tickets. Anyway, no one was satisfied and was criticized for a long time. Some even said that they subcontracted layer by layer, spent hundreds of millions, and finally found an intern to create a website. In fact, these are all comrades who have wronged traffic. Only those who have truly understood the 12,306 website will know how difficult it is to do this website well. This is really not something that can be solved by setting up a few servers. Traffic people also made changes while exploring, and it was not until many years later that the various bugs and problems of the website being paralyzed at any time were gradually resolved. Now, even during the Spring Festival travel rush, 12,306 is still operating stably. This is also the result achieved by transportation workers who have put in a lot of effort. This autonomous driving control center, like the 12,306, looks simple, but in implementation, it is estimated to be not much easier than the 12,306. After all, various vehicles across the country will gradually join the backend, which is hundreds of millions of accesses. Optical access is not enough. We need to use powerful AI computing power to arrange the operating routes of each vehicle. This computing power is terrifying to think about. First, their traffic people are not good at AI computing power and need to find professionals. In addition, this kind of job that is obviously hair loss is comparable to the original 12,306. It is estimated that if they do it in the early stages, they will be scolded, so these civil servants have no idea. Now that Zhou Yang has stepped forward, contracted out technical work, and the leader is extremely satisfied, then this matter is no longer difficult. The big leader made a direct decision, found someone to be in charge of the matter, and made a special trip to contact Zhou Yang to run this autonomous driving control center. As for the other core issue of this meeting, that is the review and listing of flying cars, there is certainly no problem. Both airplanes and cars are under the control of transportation. The next step is to agree that the low-altitude flight altitude of flying cars must be planned. For example, the air routes of flying cars should avoid residential areas as much as possible to avoid accidents and reduce personnel and property losses. In addition, altitude and flight speed must be strictly controlled. Currently, a speed of 500 km per hour is not allowed. The maximum speed is 300 km per hour, and one speed is sufficient for high-speed rail. Once the conditions are ripe, more permissions will be granted. The big leaders will hand over these specific details to their subordinates to complete, and a draft needs to be produced as soon as possible to avoid delaying the launch of flying cars. This shows how important big leaders are to flying cars, which will be the top technology in the global transportation industry. At this point in the discussion of this meeting, Zhou Yang's expected goals were all achieved. He was very happy and invited everyone to have dinner together in the evening. The leaders had rules and couldn't stay for food and drink, so they left early. However, some technicians had much more relaxed rules, so they stayed to discuss the flying car issue. Everyone had a great time drinking in the evening, but this was in a hotel. To keep it secret, everyone tacitly did not mention the flying car, just simply connecting with each other. The next day, the automotive experts began their research and work, gaining a deeper understanding of the various parameters and performance of flying cars, and taking into account the formulation of various standards. Zhou Yang also instructed the mass production task, and a special area was divided in the workshop for the production of flying cars. It is expected that the car will not officially start production for 3 months, which is enough time for transportation personnel to formulate various rules. Zhou Yang went to Beatty Town in the following days. Now Beatty Town is an important business area in Zhouyang. It is home to his chip company and the world's only advanced technology town that he built. This is where the whole country will experiment with various new technological products. Flying cars need to be experimented here, and the control center for autonomous driving also needs to be experimented here. Any important products for people's livelihood in the future will definitely come here. Therefore, Zhou Yang came here this time with the renovation and upgrading drawings and handed them over to the mayor. This drawing mainly includes the charging device needed to install the flying car, as well as the air traffic lights and virtual projection signs specifically for the flying car. It will be in use in 3 months, so construction must begin now. Mayor Yang Zhezheng was particularly happy when he finally saw the content related to flying cars. Finally, Zhou Yang is really strong. He actually went directly through the ministry and put such a world-first flying car in the small town of Beatty for experimentation, which will greatly increase the town's exposure. Needless to say, the popularity and benefits this brought to the town will add a lot of color to his own political achievements. In the small town's organization, Zhou Yang was to listen to Yang Zheshen's command, but in fact, Yang Zhezheng wanted to be influenced by Zhou Yang's light. Otherwise, with Yang Zheshen's position, he would not be able to meet the big leader of transportation in meetings, but Zhou Yang could meet him in person. This was the gap in their status, which was actually a bit big. Therefore, Yang Zhezheng definitely unconditionally supported Zhou Yang's resolution, and he arranged for someone to go to the project specifically responsible for setting up special facilities for flying cars in the afternoon. The project is also expected to be completed in a few months, which should not delay the launch of flying cars. Next, Mensin Automobile Company, transportation, experts and scholars from various roads, Beatty Town and other regional and departmental personnel are all working together and actively working overtime in order to get flying cars online as soon as possible. During this period, the Landy shipyard secretly asked Zhou Yang to come over, and they had already achieved results. Under the acceleration halo of Zhou Yangri day and night, the nuclear-powered icebreaker produced by Landy shipyard has completed outfitting and is now ready to test the reactor's function. If the reactor can be used normally, my country's nuclear-powered shipbuilding industry will take a big step forward in science and technology, and the world will be the first to achieve miniaturization. Therefore, this nuclear reactor opening experiment is extremely important. This nuclear reactor lockup experiment on a nuclear-powered icebreaker has had a great impact. Zhou Yang has arrived at the scene and is waiting in a safe area. In the command room, there was a group of people in white coats, while some people on site were wearing biochemical suits. Although this nuclear reactor facility has been verified by experts and its safety has been greatly improved, it is still a nuclear facility and there are still dangers on site. This experiment has been reported to higher authorities that martial law is in effect in the surrounding area, and chemical defense forces are on standby at all times to prepare for emergencies. This time, many leaders with epaulets also came. They all attached great importance to this situation, which was no less than the nuclear tests of the last century. "You announce it," a leader said to Zhou Yang. After all, this is Zhou Yang's industry, and the leader has not overstepped his authority. "Come on, leader." Zhou Yang Hakka Airway. Finally, the leader stepped forward and shouted into the microphone, "Experiment begins." Then someone pressed the start button, and the nuclear reactor officially began operation. Valve number 1 value is normal. Normal temperature. Normal reaction rate. Amidst the normal reports, the reactor was proceeding according to normal procedures without a single ripple. Hours later, the reactor was functioning normally and could continue to output power, and the whole audience erupted in cheers. That's great! Success! The researchers cheered, which was a great joy for them, nuclear industry experts. The miniaturized nuclear reactor provided by Zhou Yang is not only reduced in size, but also a comprehensive upgrade of all aspects of parameters. For example, power output, stability, safety, and minimal maintenance are all significantly improved compared to existing ship-based reactors. The advantage of reducing the size is that it reduces weight and space. For example, in a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the same 100,000 ton scale, the reactor is reduced but the power is increased. Therefore, the weight and space freed up to accommodate one more aircraft is also enhanced. Furthermore, the benefits of increased internal space go beyond this. A smaller reactor size makes it less likely to be damaged by a hit. These benefits combined are equivalent to upgrading existing nuclear-powered warships to Pro versions. As long as the Zhouyang small nuclear reactor is installed in the future, the combat effectiveness of ships of the same model will be directly improved, which is of great significance. The leaders of those teams certainly knew the significance of this miniaturized nuclear reactor. They shook hands warmly with Zhou Yang and thanked him for his contributions to the nuclear industry. Zhou Yang was modest. At present, this nuclear-powered icebreaker is considered a success. It only needs to complete the subsequent construction steps before it can officially serve my country's scientific research team. Of course, this nuclear-powered ship is just a piece of cake, and then this reactor will begin to be installed on other warships. This is the ship where nuclear reactors can best realize their value. The news that our shipyard can build a miniaturized nuclear reactor still needs to be kept secret for at least 5 years. After 5 years, it is estimated that foreign forces will gradually learn more about the intelligence, and then Landy Shipyard will disclose this technology. At that time, it will not only produce military ships, but also receive orders for civilian use, such as producing a nuclear-powered ocean-going tanker. Under the premise of sufficient safety, fuel costs will be greatly reduced. Ships using the small nuclear reactors at the Blue Emperor shipyard will never again experience the situation where nuclear power costs more than conventional power. The reason why the current operating costs of nuclear-powered ships remain high is that the maintenance time is long and the cost is high, so the actual service time is short, which in turn reduces the utilization rate and increases costs. However, this miniaturized nuclear reactor can basically be maintained once a year, and maintenance only requires replacing some fragile parts. It is convenient and fast, does not delay work, and can be completed in as little as a week. This reduces the fuel cost of the vessel to about 1/3 of its original cost, saving more the longer it is used. Those large cargo ships that need to serve for a long time will definitely choose nuclear power as their priority. All the leaders here have left, but Zhou Yang soon received a secret order to produce a military ship, a deep-sea nuclear-powered submarine, which is currently only capable of being built by the Landy shipyard. Zhou Yang had previously provided the military with drawings of a deep-sea submarine, and CSIC Heavy Industries had already begun construction. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and the small nuclear reactor test in Zhouyang was successful. Therefore, combining the new generation of deep-sea submarines and small nuclear reactors is currently the most advanced deep-sea nuclear submarine in the world. This deep-sea nuclear submarine can avoid the detection of existing sonar. It is definitely a heavy weapon of a major country. If it were a general civilian shipyard, it would not be qualified to undertake such a construction task. However, the Landy shipyard opened by Zhou Yang is an exception. Zhou Yang's reputation is organizationally respected. His presence is a guarantee of credibility and a synonym for rapid scientific research. Therefore, the superior leader called Zhou Yang directly and asked him if he could take on the task of building a submarine. After all, Zhou Yang provided the drawings for the deep-sea submarine, as did the small nuclear reactor. Therefore, only Landy Shipyard can currently produce such submarines. Now it depends on whether Zhou Yang can take on this arduous task. I can. Zhou Yang Leluo's next task was exciting. His ultimate goal in building the shipyard was to build warships. Now he has finally gained the trust of his superiors, allowing him to build warships, and they are also major nuclear submarines. Zhou Yang took over the task. It is estimated that he is the only one in the whole country with such courage and confidence that he can easily take the order. Okay, I'll wait for your words. The leader laughed heartily, then he did not give Zhou Yang a deadline, but asked Zhou Yang to quote first, and they paid a deposit of 75, which was a very generous condition. Then when Zhou Yang returns, he will begin to integrate the drawings. He has drawings of deep submersible submarines and successful experience with small nuclear reactors, so if the two are combined, it will not be deep. A submarine-based nuclear submarine? He did as he pleased, and Zhou Yang then opened the system's editing interface and began the integration. First, he wanted to install the small nuclear reactor into the cabin through the editing interface. He needed to remove the fuel tank and engine group and replace them with a nuclear reactor. This estimate leaves a lot of space, allowing for the transport of more supplies and weapons, which is beneficial for combat. At the same time, this is not a traditional fuel engine. The engine noise problem is solved in principle. The electrical energy provided by nuclear power alone can provide all the power needed by the submarine. This level of silence, not even the loud sound of water, is virtually undetectable by sonar. In addition, they no longer need to go ashore frequently to refuel. They only need to stockpile enough supplies and can even go ashore for a month or two, which will definitely set a record for continuous underwater operation of submarines. This greatly improved the submarine's combat effectiveness. Zhou Yang made modifications in some details, perfectly replacing the fuel tank and engine with a nuclear reactor. Next, it is time to use optimization capabilities. Zhou Yang still focused on safety in this optimization. This can be a submarine. If there is an accident, the officers and soldiers on board will be gone, so safety must be ensured and the mechanical properties must be as stable as possible. Successful optimization, 50% improved security. The system quickly sent a prompt. Zhou Yang's drawings for deep-sea nuclear submarines have been successfully integrated. He observed the drawings and felt that the appearance was really beautiful, like a work of art. Moreover, because the nuclear reactor is small, it replaces the previous oil tank and engine compartment, freeing up a lot of space, which allows for more storage. According to the normal submarine staffing, this submarine can stay underwater for a longer period of time, 4 or 5 months. Of course, people are prone to physical or psychological diseases in places where the sun is not seen for a long time. This is what the submariners need to overcome. The specific number of days of diving mission required is decided by the team leader. Anyway, Zhou Yang designed a submarine that can allow submarines to dive continuously for 5 months without going ashore. This is very amazing and has broken the world record. Zhou Yang then delayed for several days before going to deliver the drawings to his superiors. When the naval experts saw the drawing, they were immediately attracted. The design was simply perfect. By assembling the two ace products of the Blue Emperor shipyard together, a brand new nuclear submarine was formed. The experts took the drawing back for research. After waiting for a week, they finally determined that the drawing was feasible, so an expert group was dispatched to Lanty shipyard. So not only did the superiors agree to the construction plan, but this expert group will also be stationed at the Blue Emperor shipyard to guide the production throughout the process. With these nuclear experts, this secret nuclear submarine program will proceed smoothly. The shipyard will have work to do for the next year, and private orders will continue to break records. Currently, orders are scheduled for a year from now. The military order came with nuclear submarines, which are national heavy equipment and strategic level ships. This kind of project was the first for Lanty shipyard, a semi-state-owned enterprise that had just been established for a short time. This is because half of its shipyard is state-owned, and another reason is that its boss is Zhou Yang, and its superiors have immense trust in Zhou Yang, which is why it is willing to give such an important project to Lanty shipyard. Because this project is top secret, it has become a restricted area in a corner of the Blue Emperor shipyard, which is quite well defended. In the next few years, this will be an important base for our army to build mysterious ships. Zhou Yang worked at the shipyard for several days, and only returned to Bankrupt Company when work here got back on track. His first stop was the software programming department, where he was there to inspect the progress of the autonomous driving back-end control center. This type of control center involves multiple fields, and its technical difficulty is absolutely a tough task. However, Zhou Yang had already exchanged a complete set of drawings for the establishment of a control center from the system, breaking down this task. Even well-written programs exist. This reduces the difficulty of writing in the control center by several dimensions. Now, programmers at Beatty only need to carefully study this ready-made program and maintain and upgrade it in the future. The drawings also contain detailed information on telecommunications and communication technologies. However, it requires a lot of special equipment in communications, and Beatty is a weak point in communications and does not have a dedicated technical research and development team. But it doesn't matter. Among Beatty's partner companies, Huawei is the boss of global communications companies. Their technical personnel are among the top in the world, and their technical reserves are also very terrifying. Just send Huawei the requirements for communication equipment and let them help with production. There is also 5G technology. The 5G developed by Huawei has now developed a 5G which is faster and has a larger transmission rate. This is also an essential technology for control centers. Only with the ability of 5G communication can car signals from all over the country be quickly transmitted to the background, and millisecond-level processing speed is achieved through server chips, and real-time feedback is given to the vehicle's driving AI. Zhou Yang then personally assembled a development team and sent them to Huawei to work with the other party's engineers to develop the communication module. Zhou Yang rushed to Beatty town without stopping, and then went directly to the chip company. Because the software and communication aspects of this control center are already under control, all that's left is the heart of the entire project, which is the superchip. This chip is not the small CPU used in computers, but a supercomputing level chip array. Multiple chips are needed to form a supercomputer so that it can process massive amounts of data and control vehicles across the country to arrange the most suitable routes in real time. The performance of this chip array is very important and cannot be lost at all. Otherwise, if cars traveling at high speeds cannot receive timely back-end command, accidents may occur. Moreover, this is not a single accident. As long as the back-end computer goes down for even a few seconds, tens of thousands of cars traveling across the country may be involved in accidents. This is absolutely a disaster-level consequence. The more such projects involve people's livelihoods across the country, the more stability is needed, which is why transportation experts previously considered this a problem because the pressure and responsibility were too great. It now seems that this autonomous driving back-end control center is a more difficult project than 12,306, because 12,300 and SIXS backend is down, and at most you can't buy tickets online, but you can buy them at the train station, which generally does not endanger passengers' lives. However, this real-time control center is related to the lives of tens of millions of drivers and should not be neglected. This system has some implications of being a railway control center, but there are only so many railways in the country, much fewer than cars, but it is still impossible to avoid frequent railway accidents. The real-time driving control backend across the country is so unstable that accidents can be too big. So the most important thing, the heart, is the entire control center, and there must be no problems. Zhou Yang came to the chip company and came here specifically to check on the newly formed development team. This group consists of engineers who specialize in developing specialized chips. Based on existing technology, they conducted special research and have begun developing chips specifically for traffic control centers. An important indicator of this type of chip is stability. Even if the operating rate is a little slow, there will be no logical errors or downtime, and the focus is on safety and stability. Engineers also have a solution for this type of chip, which is to perform multiple chips at the same time to form a 12-chip array, and this chip array has a total of 9 groups. With such a large chip array, the computing power must be surplus, and it will be much surplus, so that when several arrays are working, the rest are in standby mode. If a chip fails, the other chip arrays are immediately loaded without delaying transmission and processing. At the same time, the probability of the 9 chip arrays listing problems is basically zero, and the equipment is equipped with a backup power supply. Moreover, this array is also built in an earthquake-resistant building. Even if a magnitude 8 earthquake occurs, it will not be able to completely destroy the operation of the unit, thus ensuring the normal operation of cars across the country. This chip is just a modification of existing technology, so it should be able to be developed within 3 months. Zhou Yang stayed at the chip company for several days. After it got back on track, he rushed to Zita City to check the production progress. Zita City's graphics card company is undertaking the production of important accessories for the new generation of computers. Currently, research and development is proceeding smoothly, and laboratory-level products have been released. At that time, based on experimental data, the specifications of large products will be adjusted, and it is expected that corresponding products can be launched within the specified time. Seeing that the work attitude here has improved greatly, Zhou Yang praised the person in charge here. Zhou Yang then returned to Shenzhen to check on the satellite department's production. Since the launch of several communication satellites, Beatty's satellite communication technology has achieved nationwide coverage without blind spots, and has also begun to provide signal coverage to many foreign regions, so that Chinese users can use satellite phones when traveling abroad. Now Zhou Yang needs to develop new aerospace products because Director She has been calling Zhou Yang to ask about his new products. Then Zhou Yang planned to satisfy him. After all, people had launched many satellites for him free of charge, and he wanted to repay them. Zhou Yang provided Director She with the technology for a return lunar module. This type of lunar module is suitable for launch on a rocket, or it can be launched from a space base above the moon. When the lunar module carries people to land on the moon and completes its mission, the lunar module will start flying back into space, dock with the lunar air base, and fly back to Earth through the base, realizing convenient commuting between Earth and Moon. This kind of commute is not about taking a train or a plane. You can get there by lifting your feet. After all, it is space. The energy required for each launch is extremely terrifying. It would have been very difficult to launch the lunar module to the moon. If you carry more fuel for the return, you will need to carry more fuel when you go. This will make the lunar module very bloated and consume too much energy. It also consumes too much money, so this stupid method will definitely not work. At present, my country's aerospace industry does not have a very good solution, so manned lunar landing will not begin until several years later, which is waiting for a breakthrough in key technologies. Energy issues are one of these key technologies. The lunar module provided by Zhou Yang includes energy to solve the problem. Currently, rockets use traditional chemical energy as propellants, which is why rockets all breathe fire. That is, the process of oxidizer combustion and heat release. Chemical energy is far from enough to achieve fast commuting in space. As the most efficient energy source controlled by mankind, nuclear-powered rockets are an important development direction. Director Xie is currently developing nuclear-powered rockets. They will not only be used for the moon landing, but also for the future landing on Mars. If you don't have a nuclear-powered rocket, don't even think about it. However, the nuclear technologies we currently have that can be used to stably generate electricity are all nuclear fission. However, the energy provided by nuclear fission is not stable enough. To output it efficiently, the reactor must be very large. However, the rocket originally needed to be reduced in weight. As a result, if nuclear fission is used, a small nuclear power plant needs to be carried on its back to take off. This is pure nonsense. Therefore, nuclear fission technology cannot currently be applied to rockets. If nuclear fission doesn't work, then can nuclear fusion, which has a higher energy release rate, do? The answer is feasible. Nuclear fusion can make nuclear reactors smaller and more efficient, and can generate nearly endless energy with very few raw materials. However, this feasibility only exists in theory. There is currently no controlled nuclear fusion technology in the world that can achieve a short period of nuclear fusion in the laboratory, but it cannot be sustained, let alone commercialized on rockets. The energy problem that Zhou Yang needs to solve in the lunar module must fall on nuclear fusion. He opened the system's blueprint supermarket and searched for nuclear fusion rocket technology. The construction of this rocket is not the focus is on the nuclear fusion technology applied in it. If this controlled nuclear fusion technology is brought out, there will be no problem winning a stack of Nobel Prizes. In the future, China will be the pinnacle of global science and technology. It was because this rocket drawing applied nuclear fusion technology that it was redeemed for the required points, reaching a terrifying 15,000 points. So many points are more than the chips needed in the original world, but this concerns the effective use of nuclear energy by mankind, and so many are really not expensive. If we master controlled nuclear fusion technology, humans can safely boil water to generate electricity. In the future, all firepower, water power, wind power, and solar power generation will be weak. Controlled nuclear fusion is the first energy source for mankind in this century. Zhou Yang spent 15,000 points without hesitation to redeem this nuclear-powered rocket drawing. As soon as he received it, he checked the nuclear fusion content. He had learned the principles of nuclear fusion in physics, but controlled nuclear fusion was a bit complicated. With Zhou Yang's knowledge reserves, he couldn't understand even a little bit of it. He had never heard of many professional terms and equipment names in it. Zhou Yang lamented that his knowledge base was too weak and he was eager to study at National Tsinghua University. So he arranged his home and said that he would go to college, which would take at least 10.5 days. During this period, company affairs could only be arranged remotely. The company's business is good, and video calls can be resolved, but it's difficult to arrange things here with his girlfriend Lu Xiao, and the two will be separated for a while. The two are currently in a passionate love affair, like glue, living together every now and then, talking about their feelings. At first, Lu Xiao was very reluctant to part for so long. On the night before they parted, Lu Xiao went to the hotel with Zhou Yang. The two could love each other to the fullest to relieve the pain of longing for many days to come. When the two were tired of struggling, Lu Xiao lay in Zhou Yang's arms and said quietly, "If I miss you, can I go see you?" Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Of course, I am going to study, not to become a monk. Of course you can come to me." "What, you think I'm going to do that when I come to you?" Lu Xiao pouted and said in a delicate and honest manner. "I didn't say, if you go to the university to find me, aren't you going to discuss knowledge?" Zhou Yang deliberately asked in return. "Yes, I'm looking for you to discuss knowledge, so when I look for you, I'll be at the hotel at night and you'll want to learn what you've learned. Tell me everything you know." "No problem," Zhou Yang agreed. After the two finished joking, they smiled at each other, and then Zhou Yang covered himself with a blanket. Their love was not over yet. After turning the sky, Zhou Yang got up and went underground for one stop, but his legs felt weak. It seemed that people should not indulge themselves too much. If he came a few more times, he would probably have to walk with the wall. Lu Xiao was also exhausted and had not woken up in the morning. Zhou Yang leaned over, kissed her, got dressed, and left. He is going to the capital today and will give Director Xie the nuclear-powered rocket drawings and the lunar module drawings. Then the nuclear fusion technology applied in them can be applied to the lunar module, which can greatly reduce the weight and volume of rockets and other spacecraft materials, and also make commuting costs low. Travel between the Earth and the Moon will become very convenient in the future. This will play a huge role in promoting the development of the human space industry. When Zhou Yang handed the two drawings to Director Xie, he had not yet realized the importance of the matter. He unfolded the drawings with a smile and looked at them carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed, which scared him so much that he rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. The result was the same. Director Xie's hands were shaking as he held the drawing, which showed how shocked he was. A lunar module is all that matters. They also have design ideas here. After a while, they can still design it. But the nuclear-powered rocket provided by Zhou Yang is a big deal. This is something that the global aerospace industry is researching. If we want to develop Mars, ordinary chemical energy rocket power is not enough. We must have nuclear-powered rockets. Nuclear fission has been determined to be unusable, and nuclear fusion is necessary. However, the controlled nuclear fusion project currently only exists in theory. Not only the aerospace industry is conquering it, but also energy, nuclear energy, and other departments are studying this project, but the progress is not large. Currently, there are still many difficult problems plaguing the research progress of nuclear fusion. However, both of the drawings Zhou Yang gave him contained nuclear power units or small nuclear fusion reactors. This is too exaggerated. For a project that is being studied all over the world, Zhou Yang actually gave him 2 drawings that contained nuclear fusion units. What is the way to open them? Director Xia suddenly felt that the 2 drawings were extremely heavy, because if he took them out, people at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute would go crazy for them. These 2 drawings were given in the wrong place. If Zhou Yang were to give them to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, he would probably be worshipped as a god by all the researchers in the institute. He is truly a god in the scientific research community. This is a nuclear fusion device? Verified? Director Xia was a little stuttered when he got excited. Zhou Yang said, there is no verification, but it should be reliable. Director Xia can find someone to experiment first. Okay, I'll go shake it up right away. Director Xia immediately called. This time, not only did the scientific research elites from their departments come over, but they also had to inform Director Bai of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, with whom they had been cooperating. When Director Xia called, he said, Lao Bai, I have the nuclear fusion rocket drawings here, can you come and verify them? Director Bai immediately said in confusion, really, today is not April Fool's Day. Designed by Zhou Yang, it depends on the speed. Director Xia said only one sentence, and the director across from him was immediately stunned. If someone else designed it, the director of the nuclear energy department would definitely think it was a joke, but Zhou Yang's name is so obvious in their system. Any department that has a problem now likes to ask Zhou Yang to solve it. Key companies solve problems quickly and well every time, so much so that my country's civilian and military science and technology have shown a rapid development trend in the past 2 years, which is inseparable from Zhou Yang's contribution. The director of the nuclear energy department suddenly discovered that Zhou Yang had quietly built a nuclear fusion device, which was a complete departure. The key was that Director Xia of the Institute of Space Technology called him. Why did he, the director of the nuclear energy department, only find out now? Saying anything now is a waste of time. The director of the nuclear energy department immediately had someone drive to the Space Institute. When they arrived at the Aerospace Institute, they saw that someone was already guarding the gates and the protection level had been improved. The director of the nuclear energy department and a group of researchers arrived quickly, and then they saw a group of people in the conference room discussing the matter enthusiastically. Director Bai is here. Director Xia called Bai Zishan, director of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, and asked him to come and see him. A group of aerospace researchers just looked at the rocket and lunar module parts. The design is very good, and some parts are even more advanced than the technology they are currently using, which is very valuable for reference. The most important part of these 2 drawings is the nuclear fusion power unit. None of them here are professionals, so we have to wait for the personnel from the Nuclear Energy Research Institute to arrive. Director Bai immediately brought the researchers over to look at the drawings. When they saw these very professional drawings, they all exclaimed in surprise. After all, they are experts, and this is not a fooling trick at first glance. Even though this drawing may have some problems, it has solved the problem that is currently troubling them. The few solutions that solved the existing problems alone were enough to make the nuclear fusion devices in these 2 drawings invaluable. No, perhaps a city doesn't have these 2 drawings worth anything. After all, technology is conceivable. With the nuclear fusion devices used in these 2 spacecraft materials, through research and improvement, they can be applied to power generation and other aspects. This will solve the current energy crisis, make energy nearly unlimited, and no longer rely on oil, which will make many wars disappear. The emergence of controllable nuclear fusion, which could even change the course of human history, is definitely the greatest scientific achievement of the century. Mr. Zhou, did you get this drawing? Director Bai's respectful inquiry. Yes. Zhou Yang nodded. Was it researched by people at your company? Or where? When Director Bai asked, he actually knew some information. First of all, as far as he knew, Beatty did not have a dedicated nuclear energy research institute, and the Landy shipyard was currently manufacturing nuclear-powered submarines, among which were experts sent by the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. Therefore, Director Bai knew about this matter and also had some understanding of the level of Zhou Yang's nuclear industry. Without decent nuclear experts under Zhou Yang's command, it would be impossible for him to develop a nuclear fusion device. Besides, the nuclear submarines at the shipyard still use fission and cannot directly transition to fusion, so this blueprint was definitely not developed by Bankrupt Company. It must have a great origin. Perhaps it is the masterpiece of Zhou Yang's friend from the Overseas Research Institute in legend. The story of Zhou Yang's overseas friends has spread in the circle. Anyway, the black technologies that Zhou Yang brought out cannot be developed domestically, so they can only be developed in overseas research institutes. But it is also strange here. Logically, if it is an overseas research institute, it should also be affiliated with a certain country. Research institutes that can possess such amazing technology have always been unknown. Moreover, Zhou Yang has produced these world-leading technologies that he has never seen any other country possess. This is very strange. The technology brought out by Zhou Yang's friend seems to have only been given to Zhou Yang. No other country or organization has ever possessed the same technology, which has raised questions about whether that friend exists. Although the authorities have always assumed that Zhou Yang has an all-round scientific research genius friend, in fact, they all silently believe that Zhou Yang made a friend out of nowhere, and that friend is actually himself. There is a guess that can explain Zhou Yang's magic, that is, Zhou Yang is a scientific research genius. He knows astronomy from above and geography from below, and his knowledge covers all disciplines. He has an extraordinary IQ and has become a top expert in many fields at the same time. However, he keeps a low profile and always uses the name of friend to produce the results of his own research. As for why Zhou Yang did not publish these research results himself, rather than borrowing the hands of friends, it may be to keep a low profile or avoid trouble. After all, if the authorities knew that all these achievements were developed by Zhou Yang alone, they would probably establish the highest level of security around him, allowing him to continuously develop relevant knowledge for the country, which would restrict Zhou Yang's travel and private life. Perhaps in order to keep a low profile, avoid attracting attention, and excessively cultivate personality, he has been using his friends to cover up his personal achievements. Anyway, people in the circle basically have this idea, but no one really debunks it. Their scientific researchers only need cutting-edge scientific research results. As for the source of this result, it is not the most important. So Zhou Yang, an excuse from an overseas friend, can still be used. At this time, Director Bai looked at the two drawings and reacted in the same way as Director Xia. His eyes straightened at that time. Director Bai straightened his eyes when he saw the two drawings and immediately asked Zhou Yang some professional questions. Zhou Yang could only answer what he knew, saying that this was provided by his overseas friends, and that the experiment had been successful, so that Director Bai could also conduct experiments to verify it. Director Bai was of course willing to believe in the value of the drawings provided by Zhou Yang. After consulting with directors Zhou Yang and Xia, he contracted the verification and manufacturing of the nuclear fusion power unit. All of their personnel canceled their vacations and went into overtime, studying late into the night every day, striving to study the actual nuclear fusion as soon as possible. Zhou Yang will no longer stay in the capital. He has already come to USTC to study and pursue further studies here. This made many experts who came to him feel nonsensical, because they were still asking Zhou Yang for advice on the technical problems of the drawings he produced. The drawings were all world-leading technologies or unique technologies, and the business owners who owned these technologies were still studying for graduate school in universities. The people who asked Zhou Yang for advice were basically experts with doctoral degrees who could also bring other doctoral students. Some of them were leaders in domestic disciplines. They were such a group of experts, but asking a graduate student for technical advice was a dark humor. Zhou Yang had all those blueprints thanks to the Gigafactory system, but he only had a bachelor's degree and was already unable to master those cutting-edge international science and technology, so he came to university for further studies. The system also sensed Zhou Yang's recognition of learning and specially gave him a learning acceleration state so that he could have a learning progress of 300, and a lot of the content was unforgettable. This made Zhou Yang a learning machine, and he quickly absorbed knowledge from various subjects. Zhou Yang also showed enthusiasm for work at school. He studied for more than 10 hours a day. In addition to studying, he was also connected with the company and experts. He was quite busy. Many school students are not active in class and always try to skip classes. They take exams for 60 years and in short, they just don't study seriously. Suddenly they saw Zhou Yang studying hard, and after class every day he would catch up with the teacher to ask questions. When conducting experiments, Zhou Yang was also very serious, putting himself in the students' shoes and being humble and cautious. He was not complacent because of his fame, but he was able to get along well with his classmates and got along very well. Zhou Yang, you are so amazing, you are learning so fast. Soon some students discovered Zhou Yang's perversion. Zhou Yang could almost understand the difficult knowledge points in those books after listening to them, and the problems were so difficult that they caused his classmates to sigh. No wonder people can be big bosses. This kind of intelligence is intelligence. Whenever this happened, Zhou Yang would just smile politely and not say much. Many graduate students were wondering, he has such a big company under his umbrella, and he can hire any doctoral student, even a professor as a tutor, so how can he still study at the school? Zhou Yang replied, there is a more learning atmosphere here. I always have a busy job at the company, so I have very little time to study. In addition, there are different subjects in the school, which is convenient for me to study. One student lamented, no wonder you succeeded. I would have taken a quarter of your education, and you would have become a PhD long ago. When other students saw that Zhou Yang was very talkative, they half-jokingly said, Mr. Zhou, your company is still short of people. No, I have excellent grades, can you hire me with a high salary? Zhou Yang laughed and said, our company doesn't look at age or education level. As long as you have a good level, you can get a corresponding annual salary. So when you graduate, go for it. Maybe some high-ranking position of Beatty will be filled. Zhou Yang's words were really tempting, and many students were tempted. They planned to apply for a job at Beatty after graduation. Since they had read with Zhou Yang's classmates, they would probably let the interviewer go through some backdoors. In this way, Zhou Yang studied at the school for 12 days. After finishing one class on Friday, he set off to fly back to Shenzhen. It had been too long since he came out, and the company had a backlog of affairs, so he had to rush back to deal with them. Besides, he missed Lu Xiao and was about to wear it out. Only when he came back and had some sweet time with his girlfriend could he work and study better. During this period, the flying car industry has developed steadily. The production line has been gradually completed, and the relevant spare parts have been found by manufacturers. It will officially enter production soon. The autonomous driving control center system is also under steady development and will soon have an eye on it. As for the nuclear fusion power unit, there has been no news yet because it is difficult to make, but Zhou Yang is determined that this nuclear fusion unit will definitely succeed. Zhou Yang then alternated between the 2 points and the one line between the company and the university, and like a dry sponge, he absorbed all kinds of knowledge frantically. This learning and charging opportunity is still very important to Zhou Yang. Only when he has rich knowledge will he be more comfortable when editing drawings in the future, rather than just glancing at each other. 2 months passed quickly. Winter passed and spring came. Warmth began to rise across the country, and the streets were already green. Zhou Yang has been studying like crazy during this period, and his knowledge level has improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he has not forgotten the new products he is developing. The first good news came from the completion of the flying car production line, which has started construction, and flying cars are being produced one after another. After these vehicles are produced, they are currently parked in garages. Because the supporting autonomous driving control facilities are not yet complete, the traffic leaders have decided to keep them confidential for the time being. When their back-end autonomous driving control center is also developed and announced together, it will cause more news hotspots and shock foreigners. Their domestic rate first, we developed flying cars. Mr. Ma, who is very naive, does not need to keep the new products in the PPT stage like many new car manufacturers. Zhou Yang came to Manhwa Automobile Company. Now the workers in the workshop are working in a brisk manner, and flying cars are being produced one by one. Zhou Yang was very satisfied with his work situation and praised the employees in the flying car process, and the cash reward would be reflected in the bonus. Now that there are quite a few flying cars, Zhou Yang has begun to inspect other departments to see the construction of the autonomous driving control center. The dedicated server chip has also been successfully rolled out and is ready for large-scale production. The construction of the back-end control center is almost coming to an end. In terms of communication equipment, YEI has completed research and development and is ready to supply Beatty. Only when the chips are in place and form the background server chip array can the control center be considered to be established. This project was extremely difficult, but Zhou Yang was instrumental in completing it in 3 months. Zhou Yang has no time to take credit, he is preparing for the launch of the new flying car. This press conference will not only feature Zhou Yang, but also transportation experts and leaders who will witness the launch of this great mode of transportation. Zhou Yang was preparing for the launch of a flying car, but suddenly a big event happened in the foreign automotive industry. Because the car fairs held previously promoted domestic cars to the world, Chinese cars can be seen everywhere on their roads in many Eurasian countries. Every country with a slightly larger automobile industry has one, and the total amount that users can buy is limited. After the Chinese cars were sold out, the foreign automobile industry shrank sharply, and automobile factories in many small countries went bankrupt. Because the cars they produce cannot compare with domestic cars in terms of function and aesthetics, and cannot compare with Nirvana 01 and 02 in terms of price, they are really lagging behind in all aspects from performance to price, and therefore have no room for survival. The huge profits in the automobile industry have recently been fully exposed. Just look at the Nirvana 01 and 02 produced by Manhwa Automobile Company. People can make money by selling them so cheaply, so other automobile companies can make a few 100% of their profits, reaping the benefits of global users for decades. Therefore, nowadays, foreign cars can only be built with traditional fuel vehicles, because new energy vehicles are completely dominated by Chinese cars, and they simply cannot compete. These foreign car companies will certainly hold grudges for destroying people's businesses, so they have talented people among them, so they come up with a way to harm them. They use the old method and start to spread rumors that new energy vehicles have a lot of radiation, which will make people's brains dumber and their IQ lower. The most critical thing is that it is very likely to cause infertility and reduce the ability of men when they are shy. Don't read these rumors, they're stupid, but no one with normal intelligence would believe them. But what is pursued abroad is happy education. The knowledge reserves of their high school students are not even as high as the cultural level of our junior high school students. People educated by this education system do not need too deep rumors to deceive them into believing. If we don't talk about the size of the world, it's all strange. After these rumors came out, many foreigners actually believed them. They started burning and smashing Chinese cars because others driving them might also affect them. Even some stores selling Chinese cars were smashed, which affected the sales of domestically produced cars. After this news was reported by the media and sent back to China, netizens across the country didn't know what to say. Are foreigners all so stupid? Believe all rumors. At this time, netizens dug up old news again. When the epidemic broke out, foreigners burned and demolished 5G base stations, saying that radiation caused cancer, etc. It seems that this set of rumors still has a large audience abroad. As long as they believe what the rumors say, they just don't believe in science. Anyway, after this rumor arose, domestic netizens scoffed and felt that foreigners were hopeless. But some people also think that this rumor was made by those competitors of domestic cars. Otherwise, who would be so boring as to make rumors specifically about domestic cars? Domestic netizens sarcastically said, "Forget it, wild boars can't eat fine bran, so let foreigners buy those expensive classic cars they produce themselves. We Chinese can just drive domestic cars." Although this has no impact on anything, domestic cars should still be sold, but this rumor is the same as that of toads, they don't bite but they are disgusting, and it doesn't matter. The superiors still responded. The transportation leader called Zhou Yang and asked him to bring forward the launch of the flying car. Anyway, the flying car has been officially produced, and the workshop has sufficient stock, so it can be announced and sold to the public. It's just that the back-end control system for autonomous driving is not yet ready, but there will be no delay. Relevant traffic regulations have not yet been issued, so there is no rush and the car will be released first. Such high-tech products are probably so tempting that even foreigners can't help but buy them, and then foreign rumors will be dispelled. Only wealthy people can afford the price of flying cars. When foreigners see that their wealthy people come to buy Chinese-made flying cars, they probably can't say anything about the impact of new energy vehicles on their minds. After all, wealthy foreigners come to buy Chinese-made flying cars. Are rich people all fools? Aren't you afraid of radiation? Most of the rich are from the smarter generation in their own country, and they are all buying Chinese cars, so the rumors are destined to be false. This is also why Higher UPS asked Zhou Yang to release the flying car in advance, and also to crack those boring rumors abroad. Zhou Yang had actually made preparations for the release, so he accepted the request and prepared to do publicity. This is a task that the transportation department has taken on. Zhou Yang must not be left alone. All relevant personnel in the transportation system must be put into operation to provide Zhou Yang with a new platform. First, from the personnel perspective, a third-in-command in transportation was assigned to personally attend the flying car launch conference. The department is also responsible for publicity, preheating the press conference in advance through official news. The top official media outlets in the country all sent reporters to Manhwa Company's headquarters that day to participate in this groundbreaking automobile feast. The official power is definitely greater than Zhou Yang alone. Now everyone inside and outside the circle knows that Zhou Yang is going to release a new car again. Many of Zhou Yang's fans have come to Zhou Yang's account to ask, what car will be published this time? In order to ensure the shock of the press conference, the content was kept confidential. Zhou Yang told them that it would definitely shock everyone, so they could come and watch it. Could it be a flying car? Some netizens speculated, but it's impossible for them to think about it. It's only been a year since the flying car was proposed, and it's impossible to study it at all. After all, there is still a debate on the market about whether new energy vehicles or gasoline vehicles are the orthodox in the automotive industry. I haven't even made a clear argument yet. How can flying cars be used? Is this the rhythm that requires the three kingdoms to stand together? Netizens unanimously agreed that flying cars are not yet ready, and this time a brand new model should be released, such as a cheap large truck from the Nirvana series, or a new model from the Longtang supercar. These are all possible. With the strength of cute new cars, several new cars have set off a buying frenzy, such as Nirvana 01 and 02, Longtang supercar, and special vehicles that have been popularized in special industries in China. Now Manhwa Auto is about to release a new car, and it is the official promotion. The first few domestic media have come to support it, so they know the importance of releasing a new car this time. Tai Ding is definitely another Niobe product. For a while, all netizens' attention was focused on this new car launch conference. For days later, it was time to witness it. For days later, in the early morning, Manhwa Automobile Company began to set up lights and decorations, hung red flowers and banners in many places, and many people were setting up the press conference site. Hundreds of people were busy and had a lot of fun. Then the live broadcast vehicles and broadcast vehicles from all over the road arrived. Manhwa Company had special reception staff responsible for letting them park in the temporary parking lot. Some media outlets are already eagerly beginning the preparation phase for filming the press conference. The second wave consisted of lucky spectators and invited guests who arrived, entering one by one. When the third wave came, it was our domestic automotive industry peers who came. The bosses of major automakers were all present today, which was simply a big gathering in the domestic automotive industry. Logically speaking, when a company releases a heavyweight product, its peers are either afraid or disgusted, and basically do not come to the scene to support it. For example, in the mobile phone industry, when releasing new phones, they are suppressing their competitors, never knowing how to unite, and treating their peers as enemies. The car industry is completely different. The fact that the big bosses of those car companies actually came to the scene to show their support is enough to prove Joe Yang's personal charm. These car company owners are not afraid of affecting their ability to make money. This has broken through the general business logic. I can only say that Joe Yang is too great. He has eliminated the inherent barriers between his peers. Just looking at the world, not many entrepreneurs can do it. After all, Joe Yang is also the leader of the domestic car industry. If his company wants to release a new car, these allies will of course come to support it. Although they didn't know what Joe Yang was going to release, it didn't stop them from congratulating them after their meeting, because they all knew in their hearts that Joe Yang would never release a car that would stab them in the back, so they came to support them with confidence. Click, click. Soon, many reporters discovered a particularly eye-catching scene and turned their cameras to the factory entrance to shoot frantically. The person who can attract such attention from reporters is naturally Joe Yang, the protagonist of this press conference. At this moment, Joe Yang was greeting guests at the door with his girlfriend Lu Xiao, wearing a brand new and beautiful dress. The dresses on them were all designed by Lu Xiao herself. They were particularly stylish, and the star-like temperament that set them off made people admire them. The reporters shot like crazy, and every frame of this picture is a natural news cover, with top-notch appearance and temperament. If we talk about who has the greatest influence among domestic business leaders, there are many different opinions and no unified answer. But if we were to say which business tycoon has the best looks, they would undoubtedly be the two in front of us. Their temperament and image are simply amazing. Moreover, the two are a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl, standing together as if they were a match made in heaven. Celebrity entrepreneurs like Joe Yang and Lu Xiao, who each have a certain number of fans online, will have some iron fans like celebrities. They call them my family's favorite bean and call female celebrities wife directly. If my beloved Doe suddenly falls in love, many fans will attack him, thinking that he is not worthy of my brother or my family wife. So much so that many celebrities are afraid to advertise that they are in love or married, which will inevitably result in the loss of many fans. This has become the norm for celebrities, and it is rare for fans of both men and women to offer their blessings. Joe Yang and Lu Xiao are the exception. Because they are such a good match, they can hardly find anyone of the opposite sex who can surpass either of them. Therefore, only Joe Yang or Lu Xiao can match their family's favorite beans. So when the two are officially announced to be together, everyone sends their blessings because they can no longer choose a better young, beautiful, and the other half with business acumen. Joe Yang and Lu Xiao welcomed the last group of people who came, namely the transportation leaders. Then time was almost up, so Joe Yang and Lu Xiao, as the two owners of Manhwa Automobile Company, stood on the main stage. Lu Xiao, dressed in a floor-length long dress, looked particularly dignified and beautiful. She acted as the host. After reciting her opening remarks in both voice and text, she invited the leaders to speak on stage first. However, the leader did not give a long speech this time. After saying only a few words, he was invited to go to the red cloth of the new car with Joe Yang and Lu Xiao, and lift the red cloth together to make this mysterious new car public. As the red cloth fell, the new car for the press conference was displayed before everyone's eyes. Looking at the car in front of us that looks different from the current car, the audience's minds are filled with question marks, but they can't even tell what kind of car it is. The reporters were all a little excited. The weirder the appearance and the more handsome the strength, the more awesome the car must be. Joe Yang then announced the name of the new car. Thank you to all the guests for your support. The new generation of transportation that our company has worked hard to develop is the new generation of flying cars. Flying car. It's really a flying car. The viewers watching the live broadcast immediately fried the pot, not expecting Joe Yang to actually make a flying car. It seems like not long has passed since he last announced that he would be building a flying car. How come it was developed so quickly? You know, it's been so long since Joe Yang announced the development of the Fusion automobile, but the vehicle still only exists in the PPT. As a result, Joe Yang has already put it into practice. Isn't this progress a bit far off? When Zhou Yang announced the name of the flying car, the audience at the scene was already excited. They all stood up and stood on tiptoe to look forward, wanting to see the flying car as clearly as possible. But they didn't see that the car had wings. Logically, flying cars must have propellers or wings to be correct, so why doesn't this one have them? Could Zhou Yang be playing with words, saying it's a flying car, but actually selling dog meat under the guise of selling sheep meat? This is definitely not the case. Zhou Yang had never played with this set before. He then put on his helmet and prepared to drive it on site to show everyone. When he waved his hand to sense it, the gull-wing door of the car had already opened, and everyone cheered again. These gull-wing doors are standard on luxury cars, so it seems that this flying car is also a luxury car. Then Zhou Yang got into the car under the attention of the crowd, and everyone realized that the car was too short. After Zhou Yang got in, he couldn't sit up straight. The live broadcast then switched to the interior of the vehicle. After Zhou Yang closed the door, the chair of the vehicle fell down and was in a semi-lying state. Then no one saw the steering wheel, and Zhou Yang held a directional ball in his right hand and began to control the car. Xiao Meng, start the vehicle. After Zhou Yang finished speaking the voice command, the intelligent vehicle system in the car began to answer and work, and then the car began to take off. Airflow erupted from under the vehicle, increasing its lift. Then the vehicle began to deform, and the wheels at the bottom retracted, turning into vector nozzles and embedded propellers. The tail also began to rise, giving rise to the fixed-wing aircraft wings. The entire vehicle then took off and rose steadily to a height of 10 meters. Wow, I can really fly. OMG, I witnessed history, cars took flight. I must not be awake? Otherwise, how could you see a flying car? All the netizens watching the live broadcast were stunned. They answered Zhou Yang's words and felt extremely shocked. Cars run on the ground. This is an objective impression people have formed over the past 100 years. However, this impression has been shattered today. Cars can still fly steadily and take off and land vertically. Even large aircraft can only take off and land vertically. Many drones take off and land vertically, but this flying car looks very heavy no matter what size or weight the drone is. It also carries Zhou Yang, a driver weighing more than 100 kilograms, and can fly so smoothly, which makes people amazed. It transforms, get it, it's Transformers. Some netizens posted barrages in the barrage area. Neopai, how is this designed? It can fly even when it is so heavy, how long does it last? Many people are concerned. However, Zhou Yang did not immediately explain the battery life issue. He now opened the live broadcast room and interacted with the audience. While driving, he was also answering questions from some netizens. For example, if a netizen wants Zhou Yang to fly to the left, he will control the car to fly to the left. If someone wants to see the car spin in circles, Zhou Yang will control the car to spin in circles, and he can even hover in the air and spin in circles. The control was so impressive that it caused another round of cheers. At this time, everyone discovered a problem. After the car was started, they didn't hear much sound. Could it be that it was silent? Yes, it's silent. Zhou Yang replied. Like the new energy tram, this car only has some movement in the propeller and electric motor, but in mid-air, the noise on the ground is completely negligible. These are two completely different things from some experimental personal aircraft seen abroad. Those personal aircraft are usually very noisy, with huge noise being heard from 2 miles away. The cute new flying car is so quiet that it immediately won a lot of favor with it. Next, Zhou Yang took control of the vehicle and continued to fly around the factory. It was his first time driving a flying car outdoors, and also the first time that the control measurement was increased to 150 yards, which is faster than a car running at high speed. Fortunately, there are no regulations on flying cars yet, otherwise Zhou Yang's unlicensed driving plus speeding would not have enough points deducted. Wow, what a great car! If you look up, you can see several propellers spinning in the chassis of this car, and none of them are exposed, so there is no need to worry about the propellers being cut off by falling ones. Moreover, the small vector nozzles are the guarantee that this flying car can steer at will. Seeing Zhou Yang drive so smoothly quickly made the audience fall in love with the car. That's so cool! Many netizens exclaimed. However, they exclaimed too early. The magic of flying cars was far from fully revealed. Next, Zhou Yang invited Lu Xiao to get in the car in the air. The two of them controlled the vehicle together, and even the co-pilot could drive. Lu Xiao also took out a wireless controller, which can drive the car just like playing a racing game. This attracted a group of gaming geeks. Isn't this the car of their dreams? Cars that can fly to the sky are the only racing games on Earth that do not have this setting. Zhou Yang has once again created cutting-edge technological products. The co-driver can also drive, which is interesting. This is the first time I've seen a car without a steering wheel. Cowbeep. Cars without steering wheels are not new. Several concept cars do not have steering wheels, but flying cars are definitely the first of Blue Stars. That's awesome. You said those engineers are so smart, cars can fly. Netizens watched Zhou Yang and his two young lovers driving in the air. They really envied the bright blue. They also wanted to experience what it felt like to have a flying car. After performing simple driving functions, such as accelerating and turning, Zhou Yang began testing the autonomous driving function. Lu Xiao then got out of the car, and Zhou Yang put on his helmet and fastened his seatbelt, preparing to test the more dangerous part. Lu Xiao was worried and asked him to change into a special protective suit, but Zhou Yang refused. If he doesn't feel comfortable with his car and wears protective clothing to conduct experiments, how can he get customers to buy a car? Aren't others more worried about its safety? Zhou Yang gave his girlfriend a reassured expression, saying that he was still very confident about his product. Lu Xiao nodded and cheered him on. Zhou Yang didn't worry his girlfriend too much. He then started the car and drove at an altitude of 1 meter in the air, so that even if there was an accident, it wouldn't hurt or itch if it fell. The project he wanted to test this time was parking the car. The car would use normal driving speed, park in the air, and land right inside the parking frame. This can be done with new energy vehicles, but new energy vehicles rely on radar and require continuous ranging, so the parking speed is slower. Flying cars, because they are unobstructed in the air, can go faster and are not afraid of hitting other vehicles. Once they fall right into the parking frame, they can fall vertically. In addition, there were various obstacles, and the staff prepared many obstacles. The flying car easily avoided them, and there was even a large foam circle, which is more difficult for ordinary vehicles. The audience was waiting to see the flying car's obstacle course performance, but the flying car made an unexpected move. It actually raised its altitude directly and returned to the set 1 meter altitude after flying through the circle. Yo, this little thing is pretty smart. Some netizens laughed heartily. But some netizens who are interested in gang are saying, what if you have to go through that circle? For example, suddenly the car flew near the bridge. Zhou Yang saw this netizen speech and immediately said, this is something I have to set up myself. Autonomous driving also has modes, some are safe mode, and some are extreme mode. I just got to the safe mode. The flying car will pass through the safest way, that is, beyond that circle, but if I choose the extreme mode, the car will find a way to pass. Zhou Yang then turned the car around, turned back to go through the lap again, and chose the ultimate mode. This time the car adjusted its height a few meters away from the circle and passed directly from the center of the circle, a stable horse. Good. The audience was applauding, and many reporters were also applauding. This was indeed very impressive, so the flying car was not worried about crashing. Indeed, if the driver lacks driving experience, he can give control of the vehicle to the AI. After training, the AI can drive better than the average driver. Moreover, this vehicle also has an active risk avoidance function. When it is flying in the air, some staff members will suddenly throw large inflatable balloons at the vehicle to act as obstacles. The vehicle can quickly determine the balloon's origin, directly lower or descend the altitude, and adjust its direction to avoid obstacles as quickly as possible. At the same time, it does not delay the vehicle's driving speed, which is much better than ordinary ground-based new energy vehicles. Those vehicles encounter obstacles and can only stop, while flying cars can pass through by changing their altitude. This is the advantage of flying cars. At once, the flat surface car becomes three-dimensional, which adds many unique driving methods. The autonomous driving test here is complete, and finally it is the safety test. Flying cars are of reliable quality and rarely fail. Even if they do fail, the motor and the booster device during takeoff are two sets of systems. If one fails, the other will be temporarily topped up to help the car land smoothly. Zhou Yang then introduced, this vehicle has a very complete accident stability maintenance system. If a collision occurs in the air, AI will analyze the force map within 0.1 seconds and use propellers and various vector nozzles to provide reverse thrust, which will adjust the vehicle to a stable level as fast as possible. This kind of crash test cannot be demonstrated live, but Zhou Yang waved his hand and let everyone see the holographic projection behind him, which was showing what happened to their flying car in the wind tunnel. Wind tunnels are essential facilities for aircraft testing, providing powerful winds to simulate various extreme aerial situations. This is the first time that a wind tunnel has been used in a test of a flying car. The flying car was hovering in the air when the wind tunnel suddenly opened and a wind force no less than level 11 was blowing hard. The key point is that the wind is still turbulent and not blowing smoothly. The flying car was indeed blown over and rolled out in the air. Then the vehicle's stability maintenance system was quickly activated, and you could see that flames and air were completely ejected. It was simply full of firepower. The propeller, booster device, and vector nozzle were all activated, making every effort to fight against the strong hurricane. Although a car's power cannot compete with the turbulence, it is still displaced in the hurricane, but at least the vehicle is gradually adjusted to normal driving state. The whole car is like a small boat in the raging waves, looking weak and helpless. However, even though it was blown sideways, it did not hit the wind tunnel wall, which shows that the flying car was still stable and did not lose control. At this time, the flying car suddenly landed downwards. After landing, it was still blown backward and slid. Because the wind was too strong, their flying car, which was less than a ton, was still too light to withstand the wind. But everyone suddenly saw the car's deformed wheels suddenly dent into the chassis, and then the car seemed to be like a rooted tree, motionless in the strong wind. This sudden situation once again shocked the entire audience, and the barrage was chaotic again. Why did the wind suddenly stop blowing? Is this a horse-drawn carriage? Many netizens speculated in the barrage. Because of the video angle, they couldn't see what was happening at the chassis, which made them extremely anxious. This is obviously another new feature. Then the projection disappeared, and everyone else said, feeling very sorry that they didn't see the end. This time, Lu Xiao came out to demonstrate the vehicle's immobilization function to everyone. This is a drop-in feature for our flying car. We added this feature because we use a lot of titanium alloy on our vehicle, which makes it relatively light and easy to be blown away by strong winds when flying in the air. Lu Xiao took a few steps forward, pressed the remote control, the countertop rose, lifted the stopped flying car, and then everyone saw the mystery of the Kinjin fall. When encountering strong winds, the car will ask the driver whether to perform the 1000-pin drop function. If the driver does not answer within 15 seconds, the mode will be automatically turned on. With the 1000 caddies fall mode activated, the car will strive to descend to the ground while the tires retract. Instead, 4 suction cups are replaced. The suction cups create a vacuum suction force on the hard ground, thus fixing the car body and preventing it from being blown away by strong winds. After hearing Lu Xiao's explanation, I also saw that there are now 4 suction cups under the flying car, which really opened the eyes of the audience. It really opened their eyes to the fact that so many unprecedented features appeared in a car. This device, similar to an octopus suction cup, can adsorb onto the surface of hard objects. Even if there are particles on the road surface, slight unevenness will not affect it. Lu Xiao also introduced, this suction cup has been patented. As long as the road surface has a certain degree of strength, it can be sucked in. Even under extreme conditions, it can be attached to the building surface sideways. Then she used voice control to allow the car to automatically attach to the wall behind it. The flying car actually flew up, then made the body stand upright at 90 degrees, and then the suction cup sucked it out and it stuck vertically to the wall. I'll go, is that okay? The audience was shocked again. How much black technology does this flying car still have? How come it feels like showing off a car that has captured aliens? This is nothing like what a car on Earth should be. They all came by car. Those cars had not changed much in decades and were all printed from a mold. Flying cars are different. It's shocking how many functions and components are contained within their tiny bodies. Seeing the shocked expressions of the audience both in the audience and in the barrage, Zhou Yang came on stage with a smile and talked about the limitations of this model. The Kinjin pendant function is not suitable for attaching to glass because the glass is not strong enough. Although the vehicle can fly vertically for a short time, it cannot travel in this state for a long time, so it can only be used for a short transition period. Everyone should know this. Zhou Yang has always been reluctant to hide his products, and he has to talk about their advantages and disadvantages, which is much more than other bosses. Netizens did not think that the inability to fly vertically for a long time was a defect. Being able to fly was already the existence of a giant bull beep, and it could also be vertically attached to other objects. They were all lamenting how the designer came up with so many exquisite structures. These are all functions that come with the drawings. Otherwise, with so much black technology, it would probably take many years of iteration to get today's flying cars. Relying on Zhou Yang's Gigafactory system, the history of global automobile development has suddenly transitioned from ordinary ground vehicles to flying cars, which is a huge step forward. Of course, the safety of this car is not limited to these. If an uncontrollable accident really occurs and the flying car falls from the sky, then anti-collision materials will immediately pop out of the car body and wrap the people. This anti-collision material is a bit like the safety capsule in Longtang cars, but the two are in different forms. The safety capsules in the Longtang supercar are capsule-shaped, and the substances here are sprayed from all around the passengers. What is sprayed out is a white foam like laundry detergent foam, but it hardens quickly in the air, enveloping the person's entire body, and then forms a human-shaped inflatable air cushion to protect the person. This material is also a macromolecule that allows gas to pass through, so people will not feel stuffy even if they are completely enclosed in it. Next, a holographic image was played, showing the flying car deliberately losing all power before falling from a height of 20 floors. Just as the vehicle is about to land in the air, the vehicle's outer shell will fall off, and both the dummy and the seat will be ejected. The seat will fall to the ground, and the dummy's body will be wrapped in a ball of white foam. It will fall to the ground and bounce twice. Wow! Can you fall to the ground and not die? This is awesome. I don't want a car, just let me have that white foam and I'll be invincible. Zhou Yang Niubi. Flying car cowbeep, I have to buy it, it's so awesome and so cool. The audience was once again excited, and they once again saw the high technology of flying cars. Zhou Yang came out to everyone's cheers and faced everyone with a smile. Only after the audience at the scene calmed down did he explain the advantages and disadvantages of this function. Does everyone think it's amazing? It's fine from 20 stories high, but it's not. Zhou Yang then analyzed it for everyone in slow motion. First, although the test vehicle was forced to lose power, the vehicle body still had electricity and was still under AI control, so the vehicle could determine its altitude. At this time, the vehicle accelerated and descended, almost a few meters above the ground. At this time, when the vehicle rolled and the body was moving upward, the vehicle ejected like an airplane, ejecting people and seats. This is not difficult to achieve because fighter jets all have ejection capabilities, but the difficulty lies in mastering the ejection timing, plus calculating the altitude. The in-car AI will make a judgment at the moment of the accident and will choose the best time for the driver and passengers to eject. Then, at this time, a separately stored chemical energy is used under the seats to eject the personnel, so that when the entire vehicle loses power, there is still a possibility of ejection. In this way, the vehicle body instantly applies a force in the opposite direction to people, greatly slowing down their falling speed. Then, taking advantage of these few seconds, the foam has completed its solidification and will provide a certain cushioning force when people land. Zhou Yang then said, unfortunately, due to the design requirements of flying cars, it is not possible to install the same airbag as the Longtang Super Run, so the safety is not as good as the Longtang Super Run. This foam can only ensure that people will not die in a high fall, but if the descent angle is not right, there is still a risk to life. In addition, according to multiple crash tests, the dummy has a 30% chance of injury and fracture, so this anti-collision foam cannot be used as an invincible lifeline. Zhou Yang was quite real, actually taking the initiative to expose the shortcomings of his car, which is quite rare in business history. But this could not resist the enthusiasm of the audience, and everyone began to cheer Zhou Yang up. If a whole bike falls from a 20-story building, and the injury probability is only 30, what kind of bike is that? That is, now a car collision, especially the crispy skin of Japanese cars, may be explained in a small way. Flying cars rarely crash in the air. If they do, they will crash into the ground. Since crashing into the ground guarantees a high probability of death, flying cars are much safer than ordinary cars. There was widespread praise in the barrage area, and it was considered very safe that people could not die at this altitude, at least better than passenger planes. If a passenger plane crashes, there is basically no chance of survival, but as long as the flying car does not fly too high, it will fly at an altitude of 5 meters, so it should not cause any big problems if it falls. While some people don't care about this injury rate, many others have expressed concerns about the safety of flying cars. This is just an official experiment. We need to verify the specifics. I don't dare to drive it anyway. Scary, something happened 30 there's a chance I'll get hurt, I'll just drive a regular car, at least it'll be safer, and fly up and scare people to death. I think it would be better to install a parachute, just like a fighter jet, where a car crashes and a person bounces out and comes down with a parachute, much better than some foam wrap. As for the person who said parachutes, that's unrealistic. Parachutes themselves need to be at a certain altitude to deploy, and the height of flying cars should not be enough. Besides, using parachutes requires special training. Does that mean people who take driver's licenses also have to take the parachute test? Now, if you pass subject 3, you'll dance and celebrate. Regular driver's license exams are so difficult, but flying car driver's licenses also require paragliding. How many people do you think can pass and get a license? There aren't many pilots either, let them get their driver's licenses. This is a flying car for us, not just for pilots. There started to be a quarrel in the barrage area, which is normal. Some people like flying cars and will ignore their disadvantages and shortcomings, but if people don't want to buy them, they will find 100 reasons not to buy them. So there can be disagreements, but they will not affect Zhou Yang's decision. He saw the debate in the barrage area and ignored it. Flying cars will not become streetcars that fill the streets. This is determined by their nature. They are destined to be a means of transportation for a few people, so it doesn't matter if they disagree. Even the most dangerous means of transportation are driven by people, and the same goes for flying cars. As long as there is demand, people will definitely buy them. Soon it was the most critical price segment, and the audience were shouting 99,000 to make a friend. Zhou Yang smiled and said, 99,000 is impossible. The audience shouted 149,000, and Zhou Yang said, 149,000 is not enough. The titanium cost of the entire car alone will be 400,000 yuan. At this point, everyone understood that this flying car was definitely not cheap. Then someone said that Zhou Yang had changed. He was no longer the Zhou Yang who produced 20,000 yuan Nirvana 02. Now he produced millions of cars, which was out of touch with the masses. This topic of trolls is a cliché. According to their logic, Mansin Auto can only produce low-end products. Zhou Yang's flying car is a product that aims to fill the world's technological gap. We need to first solve any problems. Perhaps in a few years, after fully understanding the technology of flying cars, we may be able to build a cheap flying car. But now, due to limitations in materials technology and theoretical research, the cost of flying cars cannot be minimized. Zhou Yang then announced the offers for 2 flying cars. Mo New Flying Car, Standard Edition 1.88 million, Elite Edition 2.66 million. The Standard Edition lacks 2 vector nozzles, has limited flight altitude and speed, and lacks some small features such as ambient lighting. Other than that, the other configurations of the 2 models are similar. Zhou Yang introduced the price, and the whole audience was immediately shocked. Everyone knew that flying cars might be expensive, but they didn't expect them to be so expensive. It is all because Zhou Yang products are always cheap and affordable that everyone has an illusion. I feel a little disappointed because this price is for a luxury car that most people cannot afford. Many people who want to try flying cars are also afraid. Zhou Yang saw that the scene was a bit cold, and many of the audience members at the scene and in front of the screen did not understand. That time, Zhou Yang had to explain it for them. In fact, my products have always been divided into 2 types. One is to solve the problem of whether there is a problem, such as flying cars, long-tank supercars, and some special fire trucks, ambulances, etc. These are products that are not available at home and abroad. They have many more functions and configurations than ordinary vehicles, and the cost will naturally increase. This is a high-tech product, and it is an effort to improve people's overall technological level. Beatty's products are more about solving the problem of whether people can afford them. For example, Beatty's home appliances, computers, Mensin's Nirvana series cars, and Jiankang Pharmaceuticals medical devices are all mainly cheap and easy to use. This flying car, the world's first mass-produced flying car, has more than 70 patents and can be said to be the technological pinnacle of the modern automobile industry. This car is a product that solves the problem of whether there is one or not. When it is developed and manufactured, the price is not within consideration. Just like mobile phones, when they first came out, mobile phones were extremely expensive. Only the wealthy could use them. Later, with the advancement of technology, mobile phones became a national item and everyone could afford them. So please be patient with our flying car. Now that it is the first car, it still has many shortcomings and cannot be bought by everyone. But please rest assured, the bosses of our automotive industry are here today. In the future, I will work with them to try to lower the price of flying cars. Maybe in a few years, flying cars will be able to reach below 300,000 and it will be like the Nirvana car, which everyone can afford. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the other car bosses in the audience stood up, turned around and threw their fists at the audience, indicating that they would definitely work hard to promote the progress of the car industry and lower car prices together with boss Zhou Yang. Click, click. The reporters on the scene took a big photo session. They keenly found that this scene was so classic that they had to film it. The bosses of many domestic automobile companies waved to everyone together. This is a collective expression of determination of the entire domestic automobile industry. Perhaps domestic cars have many shortcomings now, but give the domestic car industry some time, and they will definitely get better and better. Good, we can wait. The audience was moved. They all stood by Zhou Yang and were willing to believe his words. Flying cars have been driving for the past few years. They worked hard to make money and tried to lower the price of flying cars for a few years, so they bought them and drove them. Some people in the barrage area also said that everyone should not worry, just like the White Emperor's helicopter, after it is built, someone will start a rental business, so the flying car rental company will probably also have some on hand, so just rent it and experience it directly. Driving a flying car to flirt with girls is definitely cooler than some BBAs. After all, ordinary BBAs are not as expensive as flying cars, so flying cars have more face. The atmosphere of the audience was turned around, and then it was the leader's turn to speak. Zhou Yang, Lu Saiyao, and others sat down in the audience and listened carefully. Hello, everyone, car company representatives. The transportation leader first delivered the opening remarks, and then he praised the contributions made by many domestic automakers, including Mensin Company, to the country's automotive industry. The leaders first praised the achievements of many automobile practitioners. Currently, my country's automobile exports have reached a historical high and received applause from the audience. Looking back decades ago, my country's automobile industry was still a desert. A Santana would cost around 200,000 yuan. At that time, all the streets and alleys were imported cars. Now, after the efforts of several generations of automobile practitioners, my country's automobiles have rushed out of the country and into the world, becoming the world's #1 automobile exporter and occupying half of the world's automobile industry. This achievement is something to be proud of. After the leader finished talking about his achievements, he began to praise the contributions made by Mensin Automobile. This flying car made history, becoming the industry's first mass-produced flying car and pioneering a new category in the automotive industry. After the words of praise, the leader started to get down to business. Next came the things that netizens were concerned about: how to drive a flying car on the road. Oh no, maybe how to drive a car into the sky. The leader said, currently, relevant regulations on flying cars are about to be introduced. Flying cars are temporarily classified as special vehicles. Currently, they are only open for pilot testing, inspection and registration in Beatty Town. Before the relevant regulations are introduced, private driving of flying cars on the road or flying is not allowed. In the next year, the country will set up special flying car flight routes and signal lights in major cities, and will gradually open up flying car drivers' licenses and road qualifications. Only after obtaining a flying car driver's license can you drive a flying car. Currently, if you want to experience flying a car, you can only do it in Beatty Town. The leaders said these things, and everyone was taking notes carefully. Suddenly they found that it seemed that the flying car was too advanced, and the relevant regulations were not yet complete. Before, some netizens naively thought that you could drive a flying car with an ordinary driver's license, but seeing that flying cars don't even have traditional steering wheels, that's definitely not the case. No matter how many years of old drivers there are, they can't drive flying cars, so it's not a road. Just like special vehicle driver's licenses such as S/B, this flying car will probably also be issued an F license in the future. Only by obtaining a special driver's license can you drive a flying car. The leader then announced that the media Q&A session had begun, and media reporters raised their hands, saying they had many questions to ask. The leader gestured for one of the reporters to get up and speak. The male reporter asked, "Excuse me, leader, when will flying cars be allowed on the road nationwide?" The leader said, "This all requires research and infrastructure upgrades, so it's not that fast. Please be patient." It is estimated that in the next 1 to 2 years, major cities across the country will gradually expand routes that can be flown by flying cars. The reporter sat down and another female reporter got up and asked, "So are there many flying car driving schools? How can I register?" The transportation leader replied, "Currently, the pilot flying car program is all in Beatty Town. The country's first flying car driving school will be established in Beatty Town. Town residents can sign up. If people from other places sign up, they will need to stay in the town for a period of time and are not allowed to drive flying cars outside the town." The female reporter asked again, "So, currently flying cars can only be purchased in Beatty Town?" This question needs to be answered by Lu Sayeo. She stood up and replied, "Yes, the only sales point in the country is currently in the Manhwa Company 4's experience store in Beatty Town. Everyone is welcome to go and buy. However, according to the current policy, only sales staff will take you for the right experience. Because of the large number of people, only advance reservations for test drives are currently accepted. In addition, although we can sell it at this stage, we are not allowed to drive the car out of the town. And if you want to sign the card, you have to go there yourself, and there is a limit on the number of reviews per month, so buy the morning card early, otherwise you may have to lottery for photos of flying cars in the back." After saying this, many people lamented that it was too difficult to drive a flying car. This is also a solution that there is no other way. No one has experience with a car that can fly. In order to avoid the hidden dangers brought by rushing onto the road, it is still necessary to fully test run it and discover various precautions before it is suitable for nationwide promotion. This is also a manifestation of responsibility to the people. If we directly and completely liberalize it, then we will be irresponsible for the lives and property of the people. Another reporter stood up and asked, "Can you drive a flying car outside a small town as a regular car if you're not in airplane mode?" This time it was Zhou Yang's turn to answer. "Currently, regulations do not allow flying cars to be driven outside the town. As for driving them on the road as ordinary cars, it is possible, but it is not recommended to drive them on the ground for a long time. Because of the design characteristics of flying cars, in some performance aspects, they are not as good as traditional cars. The air is their advantage." At this point, the leader continued, "Flying cars are not allowed on the road because they do not conform to the construction of traditional cars. As you can see, it doesn't have a steering wheel either. It's best not to drive out of Beatty Town. Otherwise, once you get on the road, you will face unlicensed or illegal driving. Be careful, our traffic police comrades, please go to the station for a heart-to-heart talk." The leader said something interesting, and the audience laughed, and then the reporter started asking questions again. "Driving in China is not allowed, so can I drive abroad?" This time, the question was asked by Zhang Shuqi, an old acquaintance of Zhou Yang. She was also invited by Zhou Yang to ask this question deliberately. Zhou Yang then said, "Currently, the law does not restrict the export of flying cars. If people are willing to buy and drive abroad, as long as that country does not have laws restricting flying cars, it is fine. However, it should be noted that driving a flying car requires special training. Don't just take it lightly and don't joke about your life. There are no Ford stores abroad. If repairs are needed, the product must be returned to the factory. You should still be cautious when buying from abroad." Zhou Yang deliberately asked Zhang Shuqi to ask this question, which was actually sending a signal to the outside world, reminding that the export of this flying car is not restricted. "Rich foreigners and dealers, hurry up and prepare the tickets. As long as the tickets are enough, Manhwa Company can sell the car. This time everyone is driving a new car. There is not much objection to the release of export channels, because there are too many restrictions in the country now. Basically, you need to live in Beatty Town to learn a driver's license, and you also need to prepare to buy a car for more than 1 million yuan, which eliminates the possibility of ordinary people buying and learning cars. Since domestic users can afford very little, there seems to be nothing wrong with selling to foreigners to earn foreign exchange. Zhou Yang also thought so. They have been producing flying cars during this period, mainly to prepare for foreign trade orders, because it will take another year or two for the supporting facilities and regulations for domestic flying cars to be launched. After a year or two, the flying cars will probably have to be updated with second-generation products, so it would be best to let foreigners be the first batch of guinea pigs to test the quality of flying cars. The question and answer phase has arrived here, and the live broadcast is over, leaving the audience wanting more. The live program was not over yet. Other car company owners were particularly interested in flying cars and came to Zhou Yang, offering to drive one. Zhou Yang certainly wouldn't refuse this request. Only if these bosses are happy will everyone produce flying cars in the future, and the price of the cars may be reduced. Zhou Yang did not conceal key data at all because of competition from his peers. He asked the staff to take these bosses with them, hoping that they would go back and study their own flying cars. At that time, the domestic automobile industry will use flying cars to set off another flying fever around the world. When the car company owners who came to watch the ceremony took a lap of cute flying cars, they were all shocked by it. They all had to convince Zhou Yang's mind. While they were still working hard to add an extra display screen and a large sofa with a refrigerator and color TV for new energy vehicles, Zhou Yang had already jumped out of the three boundaries and directly developed a flying car. While this car may not be as comfortable as a car that runs on the ground, the advantage of being able to fly is enough to mask any disadvantages. Moreover, driving a flying car is far more comfortable than driving a helicopter. Men have a special feeling for driving, but driving a helicopter is much worse. So these bosses haven't had enough seats in this flying car and even want to drive it themselves. However, there were limited vehicles on site, and for safety reasons, they could only drive about 1 meter on the ground and were not allowed to rise too high. However, this was quite exciting. The bosses didn't have enough fun and even stayed in Guanyuan City for a day to try flying cars. Of course, they claim that this is not for fun and enjoyment, but for research, and that these companies will also develop flying cars. Next, these car owners came to curry favor with Zhou Yang, trying to do something similar. After all, flying cars were designed by Zhou Yang. He has too many patents and wants to study flying cars. Zhou Yang is an insurmountable obstacle. Even if it is a sodium-ion battery specifically for flying cars, other bosses have to buy it from Zhou Yang, otherwise the ultra-high power required for this flying car and ordinary lithium batteries will not be able to support the battery life at all. Today, only Zhou Yang has given the nod on Earth, and in recent years other companies have only had the opportunity to produce flying cars. This time, many car owners came to flatter Zhou Yang, not empty-handed. They all brought some patented car parts they developed and shared them with Mensin Company for patents. That is, Mensin Company can use these patented products for free, which will make Mensin Company's cars smarter and more efficient. They all respectfully call Zhou Yang the leader, that is, the leader of the Domestic Automobile Industry Alliance. Now that the members are so sensible, Zhou Yang, as the leader, certainly cannot be stingy. So he convened bosses of companies of all sizes in the domestic automotive industry and held an industry upgrading meeting together. Last week, Zhou Yang put forward several suggestions. One of the more important things is that the patents of many domestic companies can be placed in a patent pool, and everyone can use them for free. This reduces the price of their domestic cars and is beneficial to foreign competition. Since everyone could benefit from this measure, it was passed quickly, and Zhou Yang, as the leader of the alliance, provided more patents, which made everyone very satisfied. The leaders all take the lead in patent sharing, and their members won't gossip. The second important content is that the patent protection period for flying cars is 1 year. After 1 year, most flying car patents can be used free of charge by domestic car companies. It's not that Zhou Yang wants to use this year to make money, because the various regulations on flying cars have not yet been implemented, and the market will not expand much this year. Joining in rashly will create internal competition, and no one will be able to sell their cars. So Zhou Yang asked everyone to wait a year. At that time, the relevant technologies will be updated and advanced to a certain extent, and the regulations will also be implemented. This way, everyone can make some fine-tuning according to the regulations, and then the price of flying cars can be reduced, domestic users can get benefits, and at the same time, everyone can go overseas to open up the market and continue to make money from foreigners together. So Zhou Yang decided to share the flying car patent for free 1 year later, in order to protect these peers. At the same time, their new company can also enjoy the market for a year to recover some research and development and production costs. Doing so will benefit everyone. Zhou Yang was able to provide priceless patented flying car technology for free. The members all gave a thumbs up, and what impressed Joe Yang was the 5-body throw to the ground. Anyway, if their company designed a flying car, they would never be so generous as to provide patented technology for free, and they would definitely want to monopolize the market. Joe Yang's ambition is gone. No wonder he has become the leader of the Automobile Alliance, respected by everyone. After this meeting, the position of Zhu Yang's leader cannot be shaken. In the future, Joe Yang will absolutely respond to every measure it issues in the automotive industry without any obstruction. Joe Yang's reputation in the automotive industry has become a god thanks to his flying car incident, and his status is unshakable. The release of flying cars not only caused a shock at home, but also caused a devastating reaction abroad. The first to be affected was Tesla, whose stock fell several points. Because they have been promoting the concept of flying cars for several years and have not seen a single actual car, it is all PPT. Meanwhile, Manhwa Automobile Company has only proposed to build flying cars for a year, and this has already become an actual car. No one believes the excuse of Tesla's picture cake anymore. Stockholders lose confidence, and their stocks will naturally hit the limit down. Then a craze for flying cars arose among the people, and foreigners were more adventurous. They were almost overwhelmed by the flying cars at the press conference. After asking, they suddenly discovered a surprise, because other Joe Yang products, when newly released, were first sold to their own people, and it would take a long time for foreign countries to purchase them. The fact that this world's most advanced flying car was actually open for export directly made foreign customers very happy. They then asked everywhere how to buy a flying car. When there was demand, people naturally went to do business, and soon foreign dealers with good relations with Joe Yang came to him to buy flying cars. Because flying cars are restricted in China and cannot be purchased freely, but there are no restrictions on exports, and there are no relevant laws on flying cars in foreign countries, so foreigners can buy them back and drive them freely until special regulations come out. There are now many finished products parked in the Manhwa automobile warehouse, just to sell to foreigners and at the same time let foreigners become the first owners of flying cars. If there are shortcomings in those aspects, they will become first-hand information suppliers. The second generation of flying cars will be improved and then sold to domestic babies. This is also Joe Yang's idea. Of course, the prices at the press conference are for domestic prices, and the prices need to be increased when going abroad. This batch of flying cars is mainly for technical experiments. Because their price and uses are relatively niche, Joe Yang did not intend to use flying cars as a flagship product for making money, but more to provide him with first-hand user data. So he didn't raise the price of the overseas version of the flying car much, only increasing it by 25, which was considered to give foreign people an opportunity to buy his products. Flying cars with an additional price of only 25 are still very cheap for wealthy foreigners. Driving other cars is very low-key, but driving a flying car is definitely the most beautiful guy on the street, so wealthy foreigners placed orders almost immediately. Especially the relevant car companies, they want to buy cute new flying cars for research to see if they can produce them themselves and get a piece of the pie. So after Manhwa flying car went on sale, most of the vehicles were bought by foreign dealers, and orders were placed in almost every overseas country. Knowing that this opportunity was rare, the authorities gave the customs the green light, and the flying cars immediately boarded the plane or container, flew abroad, and rushed to buyers of different skin colors. Joel is an American youth who likes all kinds of vehicles. Because his family is relatively wealthy, he has a bunch of luxury cars and a dozen cars in his garage, but he still cannot satisfy his passion for cars. Recently, he happened to see news about flying cars and immediately became interested. As a car enthusiast, he was immediately fascinated. Joel thought there was nothing cooler than a flying car. So he immediately found someone to place an order for the car, and purchased it directly from China, and then airlifted it to his city. It cost a lot, but in Joel's opinion, it was still very cheap because it was the only flying car in the world, and even much cheaper than some luxury cars that ran on the ground. Joel had no pressure to buy it. He went to the airport to pick up the goods himself, and when he opened the container and saw the sci-fi flying car inside, he exclaimed cool. He immediately arranged a tow truck and pulled the car home. Once he got home, he couldn't wait to experience flying cars. But he couldn't even get into the car because it was brand new and he couldn't open the door without being certified. So Joel, as a car enthusiast, read the vehicle manual before driving for the first time. He read the manual and realized that he had to go through the owner's certification process before he could drive. He scanned the QR code on the manual and then started the owner's certification. These can be done as long as the car has power. If the car is out of power, just charge it directly. This car even accepts wireless charging, which is compatible with most wireless charging technologies on the market. This way, as long as you are on the same wireless charging road as in White Emperor Town, you can charge while running, which once again made Joel exclaim hot tie pants. After scanning the QR code, he entered information such as invoices, and through facial recognition, he became the owner of the prestigious Manhwa flying car. Then the car door opened automatically, allowing Joel to go up and experience it. Joel drove his phone to film the flying car. He was a little incoherent when he spoke excitedly. He felt that every design in the flying car was very trendy. He had only seen such vehicles in science fiction movies before, but now they appeared in front of him, which made him sigh that China's technology is really amazing. Welcome, car owner. The car also intelligently recognized the language Joel was using, switched to English, and the screen also changed to English mode, making Joel feel very comfortable. Then he started experiencing information such as the seats, put on holographic glasses, and took in the surrounding scenery, which felt particularly cool. He couldn't wait to get behind the wheel. However, the machine recognized that it was his first time driving, so he had to go through the beginner teaching mode before he could officially drive the car. Just like racing games, there are beginner tutorials. Joel felt so fresh, a novelty that no ground-running vehicle could bring him. It's really fun to drive a car and teach. The first course for beginners is to understand some of the structures on the car and basic common sense. Joel is only in his 20s and learns quickly. He easily memorized how to use various equipment and the names of the parts that make up the entire car. The second step in teaching beginners is to learn the driving mode. The program introduces two active driving modes respectively. One method is to control the ball, which is the hemisphere on the center console, and both the driver and passenger can hold it and drive. Then Joel's holographic glasses turned into a virtual driving scene. Just like in computer games, as long as you control the ball, the virtual vehicle will follow the movement, relying on the holographic glasses. The teaching effect is very realistic and more real and exciting than most racing games. Oh, Joel is driving virtually, constantly controlling the vehicle to perform various actions. After more than half an hour of learning, he is somewhat accustomed to it, but it is still very different from the driving mode of a traditional steering wheel. Therefore, he will not be able to change his driving habits of a traditional car for a while. Although the fuel door and brakes can be applied by controlling the ball, considering the user's driving habits, an invisible accelerator and brake pedal pops out from under the feet, allowing the driver to quickly get started. Joel switched to a second driving mode, which is a controller that controls the car's operation. As a result, Joel was in high spirits because he was also a game enthusiast and loved racing games, which he often played with a controller. The controller was very similar to a game console controller, so Joel quickly became familiar with it and mastered the method of using the controller to fly a flying car. It turned out that driving with a controller was Joel's native driving method. He was very good at this operating mode, so he automatically switched to this control method and easily passed the AI assessment. The third step is to become familiar with acceleration and turning, as well as safety instructions. You must wear holographic glasses, and after being allowed to take off, you need to test at low altitude. If you do not achieve a high score, you are not allowed to fly to too high a place. Joel immediately started the teaching mode and quickly completed the level. He is very talented and has basically mastered the operation of flying cars after several hours of study. By evening, Joel had passed the novice instruction and the car's engine system allowed him to drive freely. Of course, at this time, AI autonomous driving mode is also open, which will assist the car owner in driving, automatically avoid obstacles, and prompt routes. Joel planned to drive after dinner, so he called some friends and had a tummy time at home, allowing dozens of people to witness his great feat of driving to heaven. There was a flying car parked in the yard. These young people had no intention of eating anymore. After eating a few burgers, they all ran to the yard. The blonde girls all picked up their phones to take pictures, while the boys jumped for the chance, vying for the co-pilot and preparing to go to heaven with Joel. Joel finally chose his best friend to get in the car with him. After the door closed, the lights up and down in front and behind turned on, and then there was an exclamation of surprise from all around. Because the lighting colors of this flying car are also carefully designed, the entire body of the car is like the UFO in the science fiction movie. The lights should be bright and dark. Such lights are too gorgeous, especially at night, which makes the flying car stand out even more cool. Boom, with a sound, several blue air currents sprayed out from under the car, and then a wave of air flew out. People around it exclaimed and retreated. However, the flying car took off into the air and flew vertically upward into the sky. At present, the upper limit altitude for flying cars has only been opened to 120 meters. It is not that cars cannot fly higher, but this is the permitted flight altitude for domestic drones. If it is any higher, it must be reported to the air traffic control, so it has only been opened to 120 meters. This setting was also used in flying cars abroad, and Joel quickly reached an altitude of 120 meters. Yo ho! Both of them in the car let out excited howls, which felt so cool. The holographic projection allowed you to see the crowd in front, behind, left, right, and below, and you could even choose the sound mode to hear the sounds around you. Joel then started the car, and the vehicle's vector nozzle adjusted its direction, flying forward, instantly reaching a speed of more than 300 yards, and quickly disappeared. The flying car disappeared from the sight of the crowd on the ground, which once again attracted exclamations. This speed is too fast and it can fly. Is this magic from China? For a moment, this group of young foreigners on the ground couldn't help but have the same idea in their hearts. Woohoo! Joel, driving a flying car in the sky, let out a series of excited screams. He hadn't run by so briskly in a long time. He has now reached a speed of 300 yards, comparable to a high-speed train, overlooking the city at night. As long as he avoids some skyscrapers, he can speed freely. The key point is that this is much more refreshing than driving an ordinary car. You can also fly up and down in the air, feel weightlessness when the altitude drops quickly, and have a strong pushing sensation when rising. You don't have to worry about the road and avoid surrounding vehicles. This feeling is refreshing that no car lover can refuse. Next they flew a long way and then received a call from a friend on the ground asking where they were going. Joel realized that he had forgotten all his friends. So he drove back. Although driving in the dark of night, the Motion flying car has super navigation and will always be displayed on the map. Joel only needs to drive back according to the navigation and will not drive off course. This radar image is so cool, it's actually drawn in real time, and I've marked any dangerous altitudes. Joel is talking to his friend. Yes, this car is so advanced, I can actually drive it, and these holographic glasses are also very cool. Friends are also words of praise. By the time they landed, the friends below had gained experience and automatically moved out of position. The auxiliary power sprayed airflow downwards and then fell straight down. After the car's gullwing door opened, all the friends gathered around, giving thumbs up and praising the car for being amazing. When Joel came out, they were all eager to experience it and also wanted to drive this world-only flying car. However, they sat in and did not respond even with their holographic glasses on. The vehicle ignored them, whether it was controlling the ball or voice control. This is no wonder that modern cars are locked by the owner, not allowed by the owner, and cannot be driven away at all. Okay, this isn't just any car. You need training to drive it. I'll take you up there, Joel said to his friend. Others asked how the car was, and Joel immediately said, "It's so cool. This flying car is more fun than 10 regular cars combined. I'm going to drive it every day from now on." Indeed, for people who take cars as a hobby, this flying car is indeed a dimensionality reduction blow to ordinary vehicles. Whether it is the operating feel or the level of intelligence, it is far better than ordinary cars. Joel was not good at love, so someone brought him some wine, and after he finished drinking it, he took a blonde beauty to heaven. This blonde beauty was Joel's dish, and the two kissed mouth to mouth when they reached heaven. Joel also handed the driving rights to AI, who focused on talking to the beautiful woman. If it weren't for the lack of space inside the car, the two would probably have staged a shockwave in the air. This is a flying car. Otherwise, Joel would have been in an accident if he had been drinking and not driving yet. The young man and woman were in a hurry when the heat of intimacy in the sky surged. Instead of going home, they drove directly to a famous local hotel. There was a tarmac on the hotel rooftop, which Joel used to park his car on. This is probably the first time that a car has taken over the helicopter landing pad at a hotel. After that, the two got off the bus, went to open a room, and then rolled the sheets. Joel's friends learned he wasn't coming back and soon dispersed. The next day, Joel started filming videos, proudly showing off his flying car to netizens. Joel also has many fans. The video he filmed became popular on the internet, and many people fell in love with this high-tech vehicle from China. Many foreign netizens think this is a hot topic and have ordered flying cars in an attempt to capitalize on the popularity. In this atmosphere, bookings quickly increased. As the world's leading power, magnesium has a large number of wealthy people, so the order volume is very considerable. In just 2 weeks, hundreds of flying cars were transported from China to foreign users through various means of transportation. Then local people continued to film cars flying over their heads from time to time, and this incident became a local current affairs news. As the number of flying cars increases, many management problems have also been exposed. For example, there are currently no relevant laws in magnesium to restrict flying cars. Owners of these cars are speeding, entering private territory, driving under the influence of alcohol, or even having owners live streaming on their mobile phones while in the car and letting AI drive the car directly. Several internet celebrities have already done this. The internet celebrity driving the car did not control the vehicle throughout the entire process, but leaned out of the car with his mobile phone to take pictures of various magical scenes. There were also a few naughty netizens who drove to tease passersby on the street. A car suddenly appeared above their heads, scaring passersby and causing them to flee. Sometimes they deliberately controlled the vector nozzle to blow away passersby's hats. The car owner laughed every time, and the live broadcast received countless likes. Foreigners have never seen such an oriental scene. Flying cars bring a brand new experience. For a time, internet celebrities went crazy and drove flying cars to broadcast live everywhere. Of course, they also got into trouble. This is why flying car technology is so advanced, and relevant regulations have not kept up, resulting in lawlessness among flying car owners today. Some people still follow the rules and use connections to get their flying cars licensed as ordinary cars, but more people drive without licenses. No one can see them anyway, and even if the police do see them, they can't help it. Police cars on the ground can't catch up with flying cars in space. Because of this social situation in the United States, problems quickly arose. One car owner, drunk, drove a flying car around teasing passersby, causing many people to fall. The car on the ground also had a pileup due to sudden braking. This caused a series of chaos. The crowd on the ground angrily called the police, but when the police arrived, they could not find the perpetrator because of the super fast speed of the flying car. In addition, the flying car could fly away directly over the building without running on the road, making it impossible for the police car to chase it. The perpetrator also provoked the police by deliberately lowering his height and sticking out a middle finger from the car window to show contempt for them. This scene was captured by many passersby on their mobile phones and then uploaded to the internet. This was a matter of face. The local police were furious and immediately called a helicopter to arrest him. This gave the American people their first glimpse into the battle between helicopters and flying cars. The result was a surprise, because helicopters are no match for flying cars. Flying cars are particularly fast and flexible in steering because they have multiple vector nozzles that can change the vehicle's direction of travel in an instant. To turn, the helicopter must circle an ellipse, and when it comes around, the flying car will circle around its back. The two are about the same speed, so as long as the flying car keeps turning, the helicopter will not be able to catch up with it. The drunk man driving the flying car was deliberately teasing the police. He could run far, but he kept circling the helicopter and playing circle after circle. Then the farce lasted for several hours, and the chase race turned into a rally. Then this real-life situation allowed local people to see another advantage of flying cars, which is their endurance. Flying cars and helicopters chased for a long time. The police helicopter had to go back to refuel because it was low on fuel, and was forced to switch to other helicopters to continue to encircle and pursue them. This shows how long flying cars can last, and traditional aircraft are trampled underfoot by them. The drunk also started a live broadcast, broadcasting the entire process of him teasing the strip, and then raised his glass and drank again in high spirits, but the police helicopter and many police cars could never catch him. No crappy helicopter is as good as my flying car. I need more power and it will last me a long time. The drunk man boasted wildly in front of the live broadcast camera in his car, which attracted a burst of shouts from foreign netizens. Cool. Such an exciting thing immediately attracted countless attention. After all, no one had ever seen this situation before. The audience was all excited in watching the live broadcast. The police saw that this was not an option and directly blocked the person's account, preventing him from live streaming. But this also made it difficult for the drunk who wanted to make a name for himself. The drunk took the police back to the neighborhood with the most developed media, and lowered the height so that the media in the whole city could see him. They all pointed cameras into the air to film the drunk's amazing behavior. The police's angry nose is crooked because this matter has caused so much trouble that news reports from all over the country and even the world are following it, and their every move is now attracting much attention. The local police were furious and decided to use weapons. 2 helicopters surrounded the flying car again, and then the police on the helicopter raised their guns and shouted at him to stop immediately, otherwise they would shoot. However, the drunk man did not respond in the car, which was also flying normally. The police could no longer bear it and opened fire, punching holes in the vehicle and hitting many invisible propellers. The flying car shook, which had damaged the power system. The AI inside the car was reminding the owner that the car had a power failure and needed to make an emergency landing immediately. As a result, the drunk man in the car had fallen asleep in his seat because he had drunk too much, so without anyone answering, AI controlled the vehicle to find a deserted place and landed on its own. Police cars swarmed around the flying car, and when the police with live ammunition finally broke the car's glass, they found the driver who was sleeping soundly. Then the man was handcuffed and taken away, ending the farce. This farce was not the only one. Soon in another country, someone actually drove a flying car to commit a crime, and afterwards stole a lot of property and fled in the flying car. Because the country's police had not come into contact with the flying car, the criminal disappeared after they discovered it was a flying car. The flying car was not registered in their country, so they couldn't find out where it went, and the criminals went unpunished. At one time, many cases involving flying cars broke out around the world, and flying cars became a hot topic in global public opinion and everyone was discussing it. Some foreign netizens are calling for legislation to be enacted and that flying cars should not be allowed to operate so recklessly. Some say this is a disaster caused by China and that they must be made to compensate for the losses and ban such vehicles. Now the world's attention has gathered in China. Domestic netizens have been celebrating the new year these days, because there are always big melons from foreign countries about flying cars, and they can't even eat them. Faced with accusations from foreigners, domestic netizens promoted the spirit of entertainment and asked foreigners who demanded compensation to come to China to see if the Chinese gave them big guns. In addition, some netizens jokingly called the drunk man driving the flying car a real-life version of GTA, which is also the more advanced American version. You won't see such exciting dramas in China. At the same time, domestic netizens also found out from these cases that the flying cars produced by Manhwa were too awesome, even better than helicopters, and were shot into a sieve. The people inside were still sleeping and they were able to land successfully, which made them safer. Criminals in another country fled in flying cars without a trace. Although this phenomenon is not good, it can also be seen that if flying cars are not supervised, they will become accomplices of some criminals. With the experiments of foreign users, Zhou Yang also discovered related problems. Then he asked the executives in charge of flying cars to write a research report, which specifically put forward management opinions on flying cars. The first step is to establish regulations for the licensing of flying cars. After being registered, the vehicle must be registered online. At the same time, the vehicle signal is connected to the Autonomous Driving Control Center for real-time positioning management. From now on, whenever the vehicle is driven, it can be immediately positioned and its height through the background. If the location disappears, it is not intentional to do something bad, but a serious accident has occurred, and a special person should be sent to conduct a follow-up investigation immediately. The second is to limit the height and speed of flying cars. In the early stage, the speed of flying cars will be temporarily set to 220 yards, which is better than high speed. The altitude will be set to 80 to 120 meters. Moreover, the flight route must be on the prescribed route and cannot be driven above normal roads. The lane below may not be a dedicated lane, but every 1 or 2 kilometers, there must be open space for flying cars to make temporary emergency landings in order to ensure the safety of roads and people to the greatest extent possible. Third, flying cars must be issued with a special driver's license. After passing the test, they must have the same score system as ordinary driver's licenses. The driver's license will be revoked after all the points are deducted. Drinking alcohol and driving while driving are strictly prohibited. Drivers are allowed to turn on automatic driving, but they cannot sleep during the flight and drivers cannot take off their holographic glasses. This also prevents drivers from playing with their mobile phones, reading novels and other irrelevant actions while driving, thereby increasing driving risks. Fourth, there are traffic lights in the air. In principle, flying cars will not be stopped. Instead, they will be driven at the specified altitude and direction through the back-end control center without crossing the limit. Fifth, flying cars have many parts and need to be inspected every 6 months. If a vehicle body fault is found and the alarm is triggered, the car cannot continue driving and must stop immediately and find the nearest repair point for inspection. Sixth, flying cars are allowed to drive on roads in tire form, but they must abide by traffic rules. If they get on the road, they are not allowed to take off from the road. They must find a dedicated road for flying cars before they can take off or land. After Zhou Yang reviewed the opinions on the management of flying cars, he felt that it was quite detailed, so he sent it to his comrades in transportation. In fact, the comrades in transportation have already formulated relevant policies, and they have been soliciting opinions for a while now, and they will be implemented soon. As a result, cases of flying cars were exposed one after another abroad, which gave them great inspiration. At this time, it was verified that the plan they had formulated was not detailed enough. If a situation like that occurred abroad, it would be impossible to prevent and respond in a timely manner. Therefore, after Zhou Yang submitted the opinions on the management of flying cars, transportation personnel immediately held a meeting to study it. They felt that many of the measures in it were feasible, so they added it to the revised draft and prepared to implement it. At this time, the transportation staff also realized why Zhou Yang did not get on his flying car at home as soon as possible, but sold it abroad in large quantities. It turned out that he was going to use the old-fashioned way of our country's science and technology industry, which is to cross the river by feeling the eagle sauce. If foreigners were allowed to drive flying cars, the problems exposed would be eliminated, and they would be prepared domestically, so there would be no negative accidents. Zhou Yang's approach is really brilliant. These transportation civil servants also praised Zhou Yang. After the domestic pilot opinions on flying car management standards were issued, the registration process for flying cars was officially started, and flying cars were also allowed to drive in Beatty Town in China. After a period of experimentation abroad, China identified the loopholes in the management of flying cars and then introduced comprehensive policies. First, the license plates of flying cars are rainbow-colored, and currently only the review and issuance points are open in Beatty Town. Other provincial capital-level flying car review points are under construction and undergoing personnel training, and their opening hours have slowed down compared to expectations. This is mainly because the new policy has been revised, so personnel training and facility construction will be delayed further. However, flying cars are not a mainstream means of transportation, and it doesn't matter if they are launched a few months later. Originally, this car was an advanced technology. You can see how advanced foreign countries have been messed up by flying cars. Even technologically advanced Europe and the United States have absolutely no experience in dealing with flying cars, which shows that the flying cars produced by Manhwa have indeed exceeded the pace of social development. The flying car management measures were released along with the first driver's license issuance ceremony of the Flying Car Training Driving School in Beatty Town. Zhou Yang went to issue flight licenses to the first batch of 22 students who passed the assessment. This driver's license is the same as the cover of an ordinary driver's license, except that it will be displayed as an F driver's license, where F is the pinyin first letter of flight. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. After receiving their driver's licenses, these people would thank Zhou Yang. After all, he was the owner of a flying car manufacturer. Without Zhou Yang, there would be no flying cars. Among this group of people are avid car enthusiasts who buy flying cars as soon as they are released. There are also people with flexible economic thinking who have obtained their flight licenses and are preparing to become the first batch of flying taxi drivers. They are definitely capable. Because someone has already started registering with the flying taxi company and is ready to do something big. Whether for curiosity or genuine enjoyment, this flying car will occupy a place in our country's transportation system. After receiving their licenses, this group of people learned the latest regulations on the management of flying cars together. First, currently, flying can only be achieved within the scope of Beatty Town. If you leave the town, you can only drive on the road. Second, the F driver's license is not the same as a normal driver's license. You must pass the test before you can drive a flying car and an ordinary car respectively. Third, when a flying car is registered, the vehicle positioning system must be forcibly turned on. As long as it is driving in flight mode, it must be monitored in the background at all times and cannot cut off the positioning device on its own. Otherwise, points will be deducted and the driver's license will be revoked in serious cases. If you participate in illegal activities, you will be imprisoned. This rule was modified based on the chaos abroad during this period, and it is expected to attract some opposition, but for the sake of security and social stability, it must still be resolutely implemented. Fourth, flying cars adopt a flying attitude and must travel in the designated dedicated flight airspace. They cannot change altitude and route at will. Temporary landings must also be made at locations where flying cars are allowed to stop. They cannot descend from the air into ordinary lanes at will. Otherwise, at least 6 points will be deducted for each landing. With these constraints, flying cars will not have an excessive impact on society and transportation, which is in the interests of all parties. On that day, the country's first driver with an F license drove his car in the dedicated flight lane over the small town of Beatty and started a live broadcast. This is a new thing in the country, so the car owner's live broadcast room is extremely popular and has suddenly gained popularity at the level of a big anchor. Netizens want to see what flying cars in my country look like. During the live broadcast, the car owner first introduced the regulations for various flying cars. He is now driving in the dedicated flight lane of Beatty Town. Looking down from above, he is just like flying a helicopter. First of all, this dedicated lane does not overlap with the road and rarely passes through the community. It is basically in some open spaces or flat areas. Moreover, he can receive positioning devices, and even the background will display traffic lights in the air on his car screen. Because there are very few flying cars now, traffic lights are not officially turned on, allowing for unimpeded flight. Being able to drive a flying car is a different feeling than driving a helicopter. Helicopters are far less flexible than flying cars. For example, if a person wants to travel and has to drive an ordinary car to get stuck in traffic, then they will most likely choose a flying car instead of a helicopter. Flying cars can do a lot of things and are relatively intelligent, while helicopters are relatively dull and basically just for transportation and carrying things. They are not entertaining enough. For individual users, flying cars are more practical. Netizens were particularly envious when they saw the car owner driving a flying car in the town, and they were also asking some common sense about buying flying cars. The car owner introduced, currently, only the town of Beatty in China can drive it, and you can buy it elsewhere, but you can't get a license plate yet. You can only get a temporary license plate and run as an ordinary car on the ground. With this introduction, many people have put their minds off buying flying cars and will wait until their cities are listed online before talking about it. But the internet celebrities and bloggers couldn't sit still. Seeing the traffic of the country's first flying car owner, their envious saliva was pouring out. They immediately came to Beatty Town, rented a house here and signed up to learn to drive. For a time, the flight driving school in Beatty Town was fully booked, and reservations were limited, which brought another wave of traffic to Beatty Town. Only now do people know that Beatty Town is not only as simple as a town, but will also be a testing ground for various high-tech technologies in my country in the future. This is great. There are already dedicated anchors in Beatty Town. By live streaming life in the town every day and experiencing various new projects, there is a lot of traffic, which is enough to support oneself. Many people are already regretting it. When Beatty Town first recruited people, they were still hesitant and missed the first wave of check-in opportunities. Now that they regret it even more and have missed out on the ultimate benefits that Zhou Yang gave them. The low housing prices, good living environment, and experience of various new projects in Beatty Town are truly unique in the country. They don't even want to change the household registration of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Unfortunately, once the opportunity has passed, there is no going back. Now the first phase of Town is already full, and the second phase is full. When the time comes, the queue screening will start, and we can only hope that they will be selected later. Because of flying cars, Town has become popular again and has become a hot topic across the country. Flying cars are the #1 trending search, attracting people to discuss them. Most netizens are very proud of this. In the 1980s and 1990s, my country's automobile industry was still ruled by foreign automobile companies. At that time, a Santana was so expensive that the country could not even be self-sufficient in car engines. Now, my country's Mensin automobile company has developed a flying car, which is the world's first. With its explosive technological content, it has become a new automotive hotspot, bringing a lot of heat to our country and enhancing national confidence and pride. In short, most netizens are praising it. But there are thousands of people with thousands of faces. The last thing the internet lacks is trolls. They like to troll everything. Soon, some people started to find fault with flying cars. Online trolls have launched a campaign to criticize flying cars, and many bizarre remarks have emerged. Troll 1 said, "Flying cars are too expensive. They are just toys for the rich and ordinary people cannot use them." In response to this, netizens directly responded on behalf of Joe Yang, "You cannot buy it if you think it is too expensive. No one forces you to buy it. Can't you drive an ordinary car? If you really want to fly, can't a white emperor helicopter worth tens of thousands of yuan take you to the sky? You have to find fault with flying cars here. That is, the materials of flying cars are very expensive. They are not aluminum alloys, but titanium alloys. The same materials are used in rockets. Selling them for about 2 million is really cheap. If you really have the ability to withstand it and build hundreds of thousands of flying cars that can go into the sky, we will buy your products. If not, don't be too expensive." This time, netizens really worked hard and pushed Troll 1 offline. Soon Troll 2 made a statement, "Flying cars do not pay attention to privacy. When they are registered, they need to be equipped with positioning devices. If they go on a date with their lover, it will be recorded. This violates the privacy rights of citizens. This is unreasonable." Netizens began to refute, "If you don't care about privacy, you can choose not to buy or open it. Haven't you seen anyone abroad robbing people in a flying car and then running away? If you don't control it, the police won't be able to catch it. This thing is similar to a helicopter. You need to apply in advance and definitely can't just run around." Indeed, didn't Joe Yang say that? In the future, flying cars will be fully connected to the autonomous driving background control, which will facilitate future autonomous driving. Otherwise, if you don't have any positioning, how can you give you automatic navigation control? Unless you've been driving like a land car and haven't been using autopilot, you don't need to turn on positioning. Troll 2's remarks were also refuted. Currently, ordinary cars do not have mandatory positioning requirements, and those who think that privacy is exposed can completely avoid flying cars. Troll 3's comment, "Why open a dedicated line for flying cars? Isn't that just taking off your pants and farting? It's not enough to just waste manpower and material resources and drive directly on existing roads. Is it because you're afraid of insecurity? It seems Joe Yang's equipment is not very good either, and he is afraid of falling off." Netizens continued to refute, "Do you like walking along the road and flying over a car? Don't you feel sick when someone drives over your head? Do you think flying car drivers are civilized? Imagine you're walking in a cigarette but falls from a car flying in the sky, burning your hair. Do you want to curse? It is indeed related to safety. Airplanes are the safest means of transportation, but they generally do not fly over cities. Although it is safe, it is not 100% accident-free. Try to avoid crowded streets. This is responsible for the life safety of our people. Why do we have to spray this too? You can die if you don't spray? Go spray it online. What a force to spray it at home." Troll 3's remarks were also trolled, but they were not without merit. Other netizens learned through the trolls that there was a reason why flying cars were designed this way. They had to admire the thoughtful thinking of the relevant departments and make up for these regulatory loopholes in advance. Unlike foreign countries, which are now in chaos because they are slow to legislate, they are worried that flying cars will continue to cause chaos before the regulations are introduced. Foreign countries will simply ban them and not allow any flying cars to be purchased or flown, which has attracted a wave of criticism from foreign netizens. From this point of view, my country is still very open. Although the opening is relatively slow and needs to be piloted in Town for more than half a year, my country is indeed working hard to open up flying cars. Major cities across the country are also building dedicated lanes for flying cars. The future is bright. When flying cars gradually became more common in Town, Joe Yang completed the research and development of the autonomous driving back-end management system, and the results were out. After Joe Yang reported the problem, he opened it in a small area in Town and found that the system could achieve autonomous navigation for flying cars and ordinary cars after the system was added. As long as the autonomous driving level of an ordinary car is above L3, it can be connected to this system by adding a receiver. After the vehicle is connected to the autonomous driving master control background, the central computer will provide real-time unified command and arrangement of traffic operations. From now on, traffic jams, crashes, and other accidents will no longer occur easily. As long as the person using autonomous driving enters the destination, the system will arrange the best route within milliseconds. It can even be accurate to the traffic light at which intersection you need to wait for a few seconds, and at which intersection you will meet a certain vehicle. If you find signs of congestion, you will arrange for the vehicle to take another route in advance. Unlike now, when congestion is only discovered after being blocked, it is too late. After all driving operations of the vehicle are controlled and supervised by the computer background, as long as it is connected to autonomous driving, it can know in real time how many seconds the car in front will brake and turn, so the system directly helps the car owner to adjust and respond. Even in foggy weather, even without turning on the lights, you will know how many cars are ahead and what the distance is. When encountering emergencies, such as random passersby, or other vehicles that have not joined the background and are driving manually, the AI autonomous driving in the car will respond in real time, and this change will be immediately uploaded to the control center, affecting the whole body. All related vehicles behind will have to change the process. This is actually a dynamic vehicle management system that every vehicle will need to access in the future. The amount of data processing is extremely terrifying. A few years ago, my country's technological level was insufficient to support the construction of such a control center, but it is now feasible. In terms of hardware, there are carbon-based chips manufactured by Beatty, which have excellent processing power and low heat generation. There is no need to install servers in mountains or water to cool them down. They can be directly built in densely populated big cities. This will result in short communication distance and faster processing speed. In terms of communication, it relies on the ultra-high speed of 5G. Even if there is a slight change in vehicle speed, the background will make fine-tuning interventions to try to avoid congestion and accidents. This can also greatly reduce the workload of traffic police. Once an accident occurs, the back-end will receive it immediately and forward it to 120 and 110. The relevant personnel will immediately set off to call the police, and the response will be faster than before. In short, this autonomous driving system, the back-end control center, is an essential procedure for future vehicle management. According to development, it will not appear for at least 10 years at the earliest, and it will take many years to gradually improve. But Zhou Yang's flying cars rely heavily on autonomous driving, which is like opening Pandora's box and forcibly advancing my country's transportation technology by 10 years. As soon as the flying car is launched, the back-end control system will also be improved, which will make my country's traffic level the best in the world. On this day, the system was officially launched as a pilot in Beatty town. All flying cars, along with thousands of ordinary new energy vehicles, are equipped with dedicated real-time communication devices so that they can accept back-end commands. At 8 a.m., Zhou Yang and a group of transportation experts gathered at the Transportation Command Center in Beatty town to participate in this exciting moment. The signal is now connected to the entire town, with a total of 314 vehicles currently connected. The signal is functioning normally, and 78 vehicles have been connected to autonomous driving. During AI smart operation, the server temperature is 31 degrees Celsius and everything is normal. Amid constant reports from staff, the autonomous driving control center is operating and is currently working well. From the central control screen, you can see small points of some car models moving continuously, which is the vehicle positioning currently connected to the system in the town. Because it is currently an experimental project, except for flying cars, which require mandatory access, all other vehicles are applying to join. There are many benefits after joining. In the past, autonomous driving was just a car's machine making judgments, which required the car manufacturer's autonomous driving solution to be extremely excellent. Otherwise, the autonomous driving would crash and scratch, which was the nightmare of many smart car owners in the past. Now that it is connected to the system, not only can the car and computer drive autonomously, but there are also servers in the background to help provide convenience. Reporting information about surrounding vehicles in real time and sending recommended route plans to the vehicle is definitely safer than driving smartly with a single vehicle. The optimal situation is that vehicles across the country are connected to the control center. Even if you don't need to drive, you can still drive yourself. The control center will provide drivers with real-time road condition information to remind them that there are dangers there and they need to pay attention. Moreover, after driving for several hours straight, the driver will send a message to remind him to rest to avoid driving while fatigued. If you don't listen to the advice again, the information will be reported to the traffic police center, and the traffic police uncle will be asked to handle it. It can be said that this autonomous driving control center is indeed an essential way for cars to drive in the future, but with the promotion of Zhou Yang, it was launched at least 10 years ahead of schedule. Everything is working fine in the control room now, and everyone is clapping their hands to prove that White Emperor's programmers and engineers have indeed made a god-level project. This control center will have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of national vehicle navigation in the future. It is even more powerful than 12,306, which only cares about buying train tickets. It is the latest scientific and technological achievement in the transportation system and deserves a Scientific and Technological Progress Award. Of course, this will only be possible after it is implemented nationwide. The current test in Beatty Town has been initially successful. Zhou Yang then stopped staying in the control center. He had to drive flying cars and ordinary cars in the town respectively to see the effect of the control center. When Zhou Yang was driving himself for inspection, the first flying car owner to get an F driver's license was already in the town, and he immediately gave everyone a live broadcast of the experience of accessing the control center. Family, I'm on autopilot right now, and you can see on this screen there's an icon for a signal tower, which is the sign that's connected to the backend control center. Now with 5G technology, I can connect with the backend in real time, and it can plan my driving route. As the car owner speaks, he can see that there will be constant message prompts on the display image. He was prompted a few seconds later to see how many meters ahead there would be a car. After 1 minute and 21 seconds, it will be prompted that the meeting will take place 13 meters away from another flying car. The results were achieved exactly as prompted on the vehicle. I'm going, no way. The car is planned for these times and times, so how come it's the same as playing a game? This is even better than the game. The game can't tell you where other cars are in real time. This one can. It's like driving. I suspect I've traveled to the future. Why are so many high-tech technologies appearing all at once this year, making me feel like this society is so unfamiliar? Is this still China, where I've lived for over 20 years? There is no doubt that this is in China. It is only because Zhou Yang has released technology so quickly, one after another, that we are overwhelmed. That is why it feels like technology is improving. In fact, it is only in our country that it is improving. If you look abroad, many countries now completely ban flying cars, and our flying cars are all connected to the background control. It's true that there's no harm without comparison. Netizens discussed it enthusiastically in the live broadcast barrage, and all felt that the control center of this autonomous driving was awesome. Indeed, it is like a cheat for the prophet of uncertainty, which can plan the best route for you and warn you in advance. This will definitely reduce traffic accidents in the future. Those road killers are also saved. They only need to turn on autonomous driving, and the car will drive for them, so there will be no need for various low-level mistakes and accidents. Suddenly, some viewers asked, what are the consequences if you don't follow the instructions above? The car owner also pampered his fans, and then gave everyone an experiment. He was on autopilot when he suddenly took over driving privileges and then suddenly changed his route, turning right at an aerial traffic light intersection. In the second he was still turning, the screen had already changed. First, the previous prompts began to fade away, and the prompt bar above showed that the route planning was in progress. Once the turn was smooth, it entered manual driving mode. Now it will only indicate how many seconds there will be a meeting car, or a hospital or school in front, and please do not honk the horn, etc. Because the car owner is controlling the vehicle in real time, the vehicle status is not fixed, so the prompts are not as detailed as those in the previous autonomous driving, but some status prompts will be given as much as possible for the driver to refer to. The key is still flying cars. Even in Beatty Town, there are only about 70 people who have obtained F driver's licenses. Therefore, only more than 70 flying cars can drive on the road, so it is rare to encounter the same flying cars. Because flying cars have dedicated lanes and will not fly on the roads of ordinary cars, there are still relatively few prompts. It usually takes a few minutes, or more than 10 minutes, for a message to appear that they will be in a meeting with other flying cars to appear. The audience found that the technology was too advanced and boring, so there was no unknown fun. The audience always liked to watch the excitement and fun, so they beat the car owners and drove to ordinary roads to see what effect it had. Family, I treat you as family, don't harm me. Flying cars are fully connected to the internet and are supervised by the backend. Whenever I leave the dedicated flight space lane, the traffic police know immediately that my driver's license score of 6 points is gone. If I don't return to the correct lane after receiving a warning, then it will be another 6 points, and I will have to retake the driver's license test. This is no joke. Driving a regular car, you can exceed the speed limit and add a plug. As long as it's not filmed, you're fine. But flying cars are not. They're monitored in real time. If you violate traffic laws, your driver's license will be revoked quickly. This is what we emphasized in the training video during the pre-license training class. The car owners all gave such earnest advice, but the audience refused to give in. One audience member directly gave 5 rockets, which was a gift worth 2,500 yuan. Anchor, I've covered the fine for your driver's license violation, so I'll watch you drive on a regular road. The paying big brother wanted to see the anchor violate traffic rules and said that if he did as he was told, he would be rewarded with 5 rockets, which would be enough to offset the loss of points deducted from his driver's license. Okay, I'm going all out for my family. The car owner also compromised for traffic and tips, and then turned directly to the left and drove towards the town road. He was not only the first person to get an F driver's license, but also the first person to violate the F driver's license. Diddy, warning. Warn, you have strayed from the Sky Highway. Please follow the arrow to return immediately. It is recommended to use autonomous driving to return to the normal route, otherwise points will be deducted. Warn. When the owner left the route, he received a warning 2 seconds later, which was really fast. The audience also glared at the sight, ready to see what it was like to violate air traffic rules. We've seen many road violations, but this is the first time we've seen one in the air. Once the flying car approached the normal road, a voice rang out from inside his car. Owner of the flying car with the last number 48B3, you have deviated from the route. Please return immediately, otherwise points will be deducted and violations will be dealt with. Please return immediately and do not joke about your own safety and the safety of others. This time it was the real traffic police uncle who was giving a real-time warning. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, this car in the sky also had a real-time warning. Many people couldn't help but shout "my mom." The traffic police were enforcing the law on the spot too quickly. Family, you see, our small-town traffic police are giving us face, and now there are no points deducted. Should we move forward or backward? The car owner hovered his car in the air and asked everyone in the live broadcast room. Go ahead. Back off, just try it this way and don't cause trouble. Go ahead, I've already tipped you, go ahead, don't be a fool, just do it. The big brother who gave the tip gave 5 more rockets, and others also gave tips of different amounts. Within seconds, the car owner earned several thousand yuan, and there was a trend of giving tens of thousands of tips. You can make nearly 10,000 yuan in no time, and that speed is absolutely acceptable. The car owner also took a risk and decided to satisfy everyone, so he hit the accelerator and drove up the slope of an ordinary road. This way he also enters the illegal area and will not appear on other people's heads, which is a compromise. Then the traffic police in the car spoke very seriously. 48B3 owner, you have violated the law. Now I have called the police. Please find the nearest flying car stop immediately, accept the punishment, and advise you not to act rashly. Holy shit, just call the police? Is this flying car's tube so tight? The audience was a little confused at this point, as this was much stricter than normal traffic rules. This time the car owner didn't dare to do it again. The traffic police showed up, so he followed the prompt that appeared automatically on the screen and let the car drive by himself. However, some people are afraid that the world will not be in chaos, and encourage anchors to learn from those foreign people and play tricks on traffic police. As long as they succeed, it is estimated that the car owner will be directly promoted to a national internet celebrity, and no one will be popular. However, the car owner is not stupid. Foreign countries are foreign countries. They are in the country or live streaming. If they really dare to do so, they will probably take a pair of silver bracelets and step into the sewing machine. After all, when the car owner was taking the driver's license test, he had learned the management methods of flying cars. If he drove dangerously and the situation was more serious, he would be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. The car owner did not dare to challenge the bottom line of the law, so he obediently followed the instructions from the background and stopped at the nearest special stop for flying cars. There is also a free wireless charging device here. After landing, the car will automatically prompt whether to charge wirelessly. If there is no response, charging will be automatically performed after 30 seconds, which is quite convenient. Before the owner could charge for a minute, 2 small dots flew over the sky. It turned out that the traffic police's flying car had arrived. Abroad, police officers lack a response to flying cars and use helicopters to chase them, resulting in many imitations. In Beatty Town, the traffic police are equipped with flying cars, which are the same model as the civilian cars. However, the police cars do not have various displays. Not only can the speed reach full speed, but the altitude is also raised by more than a kilometer. It is completely possible to hunt down civilian flying cars. This is a vehicle sponsored by Zhou Yang to the town police station, and its performance is absolutely powerful. After the traffic police got out of the car here, the car owner also walked out through the car door. There are 2 traffic police officers in the 2 cars here. They saluted the car owner, then scanned him with an instrument and used facial recognition to obtain the car owner's identity, as well as his car model and vehicle information. Now all offices in Beatty Town are fully electronic, which avoids the situation of fake certificates and counterfeit cars. What's going on? Why get off the road? The traffic police asked seriously. Another traffic police officer suddenly discovered that the car owner was still live streaming and recognized him as the owner of the flying car that had recently caught a small fire online. Are you still live streaming while driving? Traffic police keenly discovered the problem. If you intentionally violate traffic regulations during a live broadcast, it is an additional offense. This is an example clearly stipulated in the regulations on the management of flying cars. Please come with us. The two traffic police officers let the car owner get in the car and took him back to the station for detailed investigation and evidence collection, and the live broadcast was also to be stopped. Soon the screen in the live broadcast room went black, and the car owner got into a police car and was taken away. Holy crap, the anchor is doomed. Will there be a sentence? Live streaming into the police station for tea is really insightful. The audience was satisfied, and the anchor was taken away, which was the result they hoped to see. It's just that everyone is very anxious and eager to know how many years the anchor has been sentenced. As expected, this era is all about entertainment to death. No one pays attention to whether the anchor will be in trouble. Many viewers just want to have fun. After waiting for more than an hour, the anchor posted a text message explaining the situation. My family, my driver's license has been revoked. I was originally deducted 6 points for deviating from the route, but I deliberately violated the law during the live broadcast. The crime was increased to 1 level, and my license was directly revoked and I was fined 5,000 yuan. I have to retake my driver's license. Woohoo, it's so miserable. Please also abide by the traffic rules in the future. Now the audience also realized that the matter had become a big deal. It turned out that in Beatty town, the police were dispatched so quickly in violation of regulations. It seemed that it was better not to challenge the authority. Fortunately, the anchor didn't listen to the audience and went to play the traffic police. Otherwise, he would have been in jail for several months. There is a follow-up to this matter. The anchor publicly apologized in his account in the evening, and this apology will be publicized in his account for 7 days. In addition, the official account of Beatty town also forwarded the content of the entry, which is to call on all residents and foreign tourists not to do stupid things, to abide by laws and regulations, and to be good citizens. As soon as this happened, the other young anchors who drove flying cars were also honest. They almost listened to the audience's requests to violate the rules. Now they have learned from their previous experiences and have all become good babies. That's how it should have been. After seeing this message, Zhou Yang forwarded it and called on everyone to abide by traffic rules. He also tested the flying car's autonomous driving mode during the day and found no problems. So he's going to experiment at night with how the control center of an ordinary car is controlled. Just after dinner, Zhou Yang drove a Nirvana 01 and drove through the streets of Beatty town. The town of Beatty is still bustling at night. Since most city lighting is solar energy, which can store energy by basking in the sun during the day, people are reluctant to light lamps at night to illuminate the entire town. However, even with clean energy, Beatty town will not waste it at will, and the outdoor lighting here is all AI smart sensing. Generally, before 11 o'clock in the night, there will be more people playing outside, so the street lights will be always on. When there are fewer people at night, it will become AI intelligent sensing. When cars and pedestrians are detected approaching, the lighting will be displayed at normal brightness, while in deserted blocks, it will be turned into low brightness lighting. In residential areas, the lights will be turned down to avoid affecting the rest of the townspeople. When Zhou Yang drove out, it was around 7:30 p.m., which was the most lively time. There were people walking everywhere on the streets, many elderly people working out in the park, and children playing and jumping around. In this newly opened town, they lived happily and did not feel uncomfortable. This is also the unique culture and core of Beatty town. Due to its special nature, the tens of thousands of people who come to live in Beatty town are basically permanent residents. Therefore, the population density in the first phase of the town is still quite high, and pedestrians can be seen everywhere. When Zhou Yang was driving, he first drove by himself and saw a prompt from the control center on the screen, reminding him what driving state the vehicles in front, behind, left and right would make, and he had to prepare in advance. Not all small-town vehicles are now integrated into the system, so there are also vehicles that cannot be notified. That is, just like driving normally, always pay attention to the vehicles in front and behind. However, with the intelligent system prompt, it will prompt you to accelerate or decelerate to pass the traffic light ahead normally, which brings great convenience to the journey. Zhou Yang circled the town and saved more than a minute. Zhou Yang then switched to autonomous driving, which made it even more pleasant. As long as you put your hand lightly on the steering wheel, the car will automatically take you to the places you want to go. Even if you have no destination and just want to take a stroll, Xijia will take you to the town's parks, shopping squares, and other places for an unexpected encounter. While driving, you can basically judge the traffic conditions on this road in advance, sometimes like a prophet without a clear answer. The vehicle was prompted to change lanes while driving, but as soon as it changed lanes, a car turned out at the next intersection and the two cars passed each other. Although it is a bit thrilling, the system actually indicated that a vehicle would turn out at the intersection ahead after a few seconds. It was thrilling, but not dangerous. This way driving is very labor-saving and much more advanced than autonomous driving of a single vehicle. Previous autonomous driving could only operate one's own vehicle and use the radar and chip of a single vehicle to complete the program determination of autonomous driving, which had certain requirements on the performance of the vehicle and the machine. With the control center equipped with a dispatching function, this allows the vehicle to supplement its computing power and also provides more information for reference, making it easier for the vehicle to make judgments. Moreover, when you want to park, you can access information about all nearby parking lots. Signals provided by other vehicles and parking lots can even accurately indicate which parking spaces are available, allowing you to navigate directly there. After driving for more than half an hour in Zhouyang, it became clear that the current autonomous driving level is L3, plus the back-end control center, which is infinitely close to the L4 level of driving. In other words, it doesn't matter if a person is sleeping in the car or playing with their phone, the vehicle and control center will get them safely to their destination without any human intervention. This is very similar to the definition of future cars in science fiction movies, and this control center also has such capabilities, but most vehicles are not connected now, otherwise it could really achieve the state in science fiction movies. As Zhouyang continued his driving experience in the town, he often saw some internet celebrities who were live streaming. When experiencing the autonomous driving control center, they were pleasantly surprised one by one because after connecting to the control center, it was so cool. It can predict the information of surrounding vehicles in real time and accurately control the vehicle's power. Even after the car owner informs the vehicle's journey, AI will automatically adjust the charging time and running route, and can also automatically charge trough power, saving car owners electricity costs. In short, the addition of an autonomous driving control center can completely unleash the potential of the vehicle and make people more comfortable driving. Zhouyang drove until after 9 o'clock in the evening, and even while driving, he video chatted with his girlfriend Lu Xiao to introduce her to the advantages of the control center. Nice, I'm going to experience it tomorrow too. Are you happy to welcome me? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Of course you're welcome, I'll pick you up, Zhouyang said. Well, I'll fly over then. Arrive around noon, Lu Xiao said. Zhouyang felt so sorry for his girlfriend because he had to fly over. He had to do something for her. First, we must urge the construction of the Beatty Town Airport to be completed as soon as possible. Second, in his capacity, it is time for him to own a private jet. Beatty owns an aircraft manufacturing plant, and as Beatty's boss, if Zhouyang does not already have his own private jet, then others will not believe him. If you build your own plane but don't fly your own, is it because White Emperor's plane is not suitable? Zhouyang felt that it was time for Beatty to build fixed-wing aircraft, starting with small business aircraft. We'll talk about building this plane when we get back to Shenzhen town. If he has a private jet in the future, he can use his own plane to take his girlfriend directly to Beatty town. When they go out on business trips in the future, they will no longer have to make time to catch a flight. Zhouyang then returned to his home in the small town of Beatty. This house in Beatty is located in one of the best parts of Beatty town. It is a large flat-story house and is also the owner-occupied house that Zhouyang kept for himself. The room was huge. His girlfriend came, and even his father came back with his stepmother. It was more than enough for them to live together. Moreover, Zhouyang bought this room with his own money so that others wouldn't gossip about it. After Zhouyang returned to his room, he called General Qi of the Aviation Industry Corporation. Of course, General Manager Qi is still awake. For someone as busy as him, he often doesn't get off work until this point. Zhouyang then asked General Manager Qi that he wanted to build a business private jet and asked if he could get 1 or 2 engineers to work for him. You want to build a business jet? This business is not easy to do and requires connections. Mr. Qi is telling the truth. Business private jets can only be bought by the wealthy, and for the wealthy to pay for them, they need brand and performance advantages. Just being cheap is useless, and the wealthy don't lack money. There are not many business jets in the country because the popularity of high-speed rail and highways in the country and the prohibition of private airports have resulted in extremely high aircraft maintenance and flight costs, so the number of private jets in the country is relatively small. The main force in purchasing private jets is wealthy foreigners, but given the relationship between Zhouyang and Beatty and wealthy foreigners, those wealthy foreigners do not like Zhouyang. The two sides have been competing and sanctioning each other, so people naturally will not easily buy Beatty's business jets. Without the world's largest customer base, even if Zhouyang built the best aircraft, sales would be limited. When General Manager Qi asked him clearly that Zhouyang wanted a private jet, he smiled and then gave Zhouyang some advice. Technicians can be sent, but I don't recommend you enter the business aircraft field. You need to focus your production capacity and energy on other models, such as large passenger aircraft or special aircraft. These should be your strengths. As for your private jet, I'll find a way for you. General Manager Qi gave Zhouyang some earnest advice. After thinking about it, Zhouyang accepted General Manager Qi's opinion. Indeed, it seems too extravagant to undertake a project solely for one's own use. If it really is as General Manager Qi said, with only sporadic domestic orders, then it will not be able to support a production line. Aircraft production lines generally require dedicated aircraft. If a business aircraft production line is built but there are no orders, it will become idle and wasteful, which is indeed inappropriate. Then Zhou Yang also believed in General Qi, so he gave up on building business jets and waited for news from General Qi. The next day, Zhou Yang came to the back-end control center. The staff on duty here said that their control center had been operating normally all day. Yesterday, it was not until after 5 o'clock in the night that all the cars registered in the network stopped to rest. And this morning, starting at around 6 o'clock, more vehicles were on the road. Zhou Yang nodded. After a day of trial operation, it seemed that the autonomous driving control center designed by Beatty was basically successful, and then it would have to go through the test of long-term operation. However, Zhou Yang was confident that their equipment and technology were more than enough to cope with the traffic volume of a small town. If Beatty Town implements it well, it is estimated that it will be piloted in an urban area, followed by several prefecture-level cities, and then a province. It is estimated that it will not take more than a few years for the whole country to begin to popularize the internet. In the next few years, everyone will really be able to sleep and drive. When they wake up, they will arrive at their destination. The car will go to the highway on its own, refuel or charge on its own, completely freeing up the driver's hands and energy. Professional drivers will also gradually become a historical term. In the future, most vehicles will be autonomous driving, promoting human liberation of productivity. Afterwards, Zhou Yang went to the town's administrative building to work. As the deputy mayor, he wanted to talk to the mayor about the situation of the autonomous driving control center. After meeting the mayor Yang Zhezheng, Zhou Yang told him about the situation yesterday. The mayor was very interested and prepared to write a report to him. In fact, comrades in transportation will definitely write a special report, which will be gradually implemented across the country. Yang Zhezheng suggested to the province that they should build the province first and then apply for a national provincial level pilot program, which would boost their economy in Jiangsu province. This suggestion is very good. When Yang Zhezheng asked Zhou Yang for his opinion, Zhou Yang of course agreed. Anyway, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. Any province that establishes an autonomous driving control center in advance will work hard for the whole country. Yang Zhezheng worked hard to offer advice for his province, while Zhou Yang focused his attention on the whole country and even the world. This is the difference in their ideological boundaries. However, the two have different positions and strengths, so this gap is inevitable. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhou Yang only holds the position of deputy mayor in the small town, but in fact he is very good at speaking and can even speak directly with the top leaders of multiple departments. The company's red phone is a symbol of his strength. So with Zhou Yang's approval, Yang Zhezheng felt very relieved when he wrote this report. He was initially afraid that Zhou Yang would give the opportunity of the country's first provincial pilot to Shenzhen and Guang province, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Zhou Yang had no intention of competing for this opportunity, so Jiangsu province had a great chance of obtaining this indicator. Yang Zhezheng then got to work. Zhou Yang worked in the building until noon, when he drove out to pick up his girlfriend. Zhou Yang brought his girlfriend over, and the two experienced it in depth in Beatty Town. The most intuitive feeling was that the atmosphere of fireworks was thick. Because of the size of tens of thousands of people, it is definitely not enough to rely solely on some official shopping malls and stores. Some business-minded residents rented storefronts and started opening various shops. There are beauty salons, hardware retailers, and of course the largest number are restaurants, such as the national chain brand Lanzhou Ramen and Shaxian Snacks, where shops have already been opened. Moreover, there are also corresponding shops here for food from other places, such as Sichuan Hot Pot. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao went to experience it in the evening. The taste was not bad, but it was sizzling with spicy food, haha. It was really painful and happy. The two of them also fully experienced the fireworks of Beatty Town. The two wandered around the town park at night and ran into quite a few small town residents. The residents of these small towns greeted the two warmly, especially Zhou Yang, and many people came to take photos with him and even asked for autographs. After all, Zhou Yang's current fame is known throughout the country, and this town was built by him, which is equivalent to the father of the town. These residents who lived happily in Beatty Town were grateful to Zhou Yang and therefore admired him very much. Zhou Yang didn't have any airs either. He interacted with everyone, then confessed his guilt and went to the amusement park with his girlfriend to experience it. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao were both experiencing Beatty's playground for the first time. There were also many people here at night, mostly parents with children and young people. Basically, there are other amusement park projects, and here are some too. Residents of this town can come and play for a day for only 5 to 10 yuan, which is also considered one of the residents' benefits. It was originally possible to do without money. The town's revenue was enough to support the operation of the playground, but free things would cause congestion. In order to prevent the playground from being overloaded, a symbolic fee of 5 to 10 yuan was levied. Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao played with carousels, jungle trains, and hit balloons with toy guns here. Lu Saiyao still remembered that Zhou Yang was a good shot, so she asked Zhou Yang to go and win her the largest plush toy in the stall. As a result, the stall owners here are all contract workers employed by the town. As soon as they saw that the founder was coming, They immediately took out the two largest dolls and gave them directly to Zhou Yang and Lu Saiyao, one for each person. They were quite good at coming. No, please don't give it to me, give the green light, I'm going to win based on my strength. Zhou Yang rejected the stall owner's offer, then picked up a gun, activated his passive shooting skill, and began to hit balloons in all his form. Snap, snap, snap. All 10 balloons were broken, and they were indeed sharpshooters. Now the stall owner happily handed over 2 plush toys. One is enough, too many to take. Lu Saiyao still had a girlish heart. She picked out a doll of Winnie the Pooh that she liked and held it in her arms. With her own background, she could make a golden bear, and she could buy as many plush toys as she wanted. However, the dolls that your boyfriend won back definitely feel different from the ones you bought yourself, and winning them back is more meaningful. Lu Saiyao loved this Winnie the Pooh bear very much and carried it all the way home. When they got home, the two naturally enjoyed a happy and lively nightlife. The next day, the two wanted to enjoy a peaceful small-town life, but Zhou Yang received an urgent telegram asking him to go to Beijing immediately. It seems that something is urgent, so Zhou Yang can only apologize to his girlfriend and he is leaving again. Are you going to the capital? Then I'll go with you too. I have business to discuss over there too. Lu Saiyao was reluctant to part with Zhou Yang, so she changed her itinerary and flew to the capital with Zhou Yang. So the two lovers went to the airport in the nearest city, took the nearest plane, and rushed to the capital. After arriving at the capital airport, Zhou Yang and his wife hugged and kissed, and then prepared to separate. Zhou Yang is going to the Secret Research Institute, while Lu Saiyao is going to the Hunter branch in the capital to do business. Ever since her brother Lu Siyuan was caught stepping on a sewing machine, Hunter Group cannot be left without a boss for a day. Relying on the recommendation of the old chairman Lu Huntu and Lu Saiyao's reputation, the board of directors of Hunter Group sincerely invited Lu Saiyao to temporarily manage Hunter Group and serve as their acting chairman. With Lu Saiyao's ability, he is more than capable of becoming the chairman of Hunter Group, but the procedures take time, so he is only acting. Lu Saiyao was originally unwilling to take over. Her own company business is booming. Relying on the cooperation with her boyfriend, the scale of the company is not much different from that of Hunter Group. She also does not want to be told by others what kind of brother and sister Gongdo has seized power. Or her father personally advised him that his only son was not competitive, and that the company, Lu Siyuan, would not be able to take over the job. He was worried about being managed by outsiders, so he begged his daughter to take over. It turns out that Mr. Lu is very traditional, so he wanted his son to take over the industry. But after this series of events, he also changed his mind. His daughter is really more competitive than his son, and the boyfriend his daughter found is even more promising. Lu Hongtu is the most promising young entrepreneur in the country. If he hands over the industry to his daughter and son-in-law, he can rest assured. So now Lu Saiyao's business volume has doubled all at once. To manage her companies, she now has to come to Hunter Group to take control of the situation and reverse the downward trend of continuous losses. Lu Saiyao came to Hunter branch, and the senior management here came to the airport to greet her. They originally wanted to pick Zhou Yang up as a guest, but Zhou Yang had other tasks, so they parted ways with Lu Saiyao at the airport. Lu Saiyao came to the Hunter branch. Although it is not the head office, it is also the gathering place for the company's northern business, where she can manage a small portion of the group's northern enterprises. Lu Saiyao came here and directly rejected the welcoming ceremony given to her. The group went upstairs and held a meeting directly. Hunter Group's current operating situation is very bad, with many businesses losing money, which has a lot to do with Lu's Far East. Now, Hunter Group has handed over to Lu Saiyao, and she wants to change this situation immediately. She first looked at the company's business list and accounts, remained non-committal, and then asked the heads of each branch to report back. After a day of conversation and sorting, Lu Saiyao gradually clarified her thoughts. The main reason for Hunter Group's losses is that its business ideas are outdated, it has not kept up with market changes, and it is still using the business strategies of the last century. If it can make money, it will be a disaster. Little did they know that it was now the first half of the 21st century, times had changed, and business strategies needed to be changed. First, there's the bloated home appliance industry. When Lu Siyuan was still alive, he refused to give up the home appliance industry and had been performing opposite stage dramas with Zhou Yang's Beatty company. Beatty's electrical appliances are world famous. Comparing sales with Beatty's appliances is simply a desperate attempt. Therefore, all of Hunter Group's electrical appliance industries are half dead, relying on some old customers to support them. However, the market has been completely lost. They are just worried about saving face and will not be laid off. Lu Saiyao wrote it down on her work computer, laying off the home appliance industry. She then discovered that there were many energy companies in the north related to coal and oil, so oil was out of the question and had always been lukewarm. Coal is now becoming increasingly scarce. With increasingly stringent environmental protection and carbon emission regulations, this industry is no longer viable and cannot defeat new energy at all. As far as she knows, her boyfriend's side has already started to develop nuclear-powered ships, and solar energy is a somewhat outdated technology, such as in the coal industry. Except in the north, where heating is used in large quantities in winter or thermal power generation is required, the usage is really not much.